Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit here, right in the heart of the British countryside. My name is John Ratcliffe. Joining me alongside in the commentary box around 7 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club is Jack Oliphant. How are you doing today, mate?
I'm very well, John. Thank you very much. We just recorded the Paddock walk, didn't we, a couple of hours ago?
Indeed.
It got us ready, it got us going, and got some of the drivers excited as well, I believe. So,
yeah, it got us nice and pumped up, didn't it? Ready for some day of racing.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you can see, round 7, like John's already said, on the screens, a pretty nice day. Not too hot, not too rainy. I was a bit fearful we might have a wet day after driving down last night.
That's true. Yeah, a bit different to the weather that we've had previously in this week, isn't it? My goodness, I think the drivers will be quite happy about that. Luckily, no racing here at Whilton Mill, or at least in the Whilton Mill Kart Club last weekend. I think the drivers will be pretty happy about that, as I think they would have lost quite a bit of water weight over even a sort of 10-minute race in those kind of heat levels. But here we are, Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, as we said previously, near Northampton in the UK, 1,200 metres in length, 12 corners, built in 1991, so been here a while, but still one of the best in the country, I'd say.
Absolutely, one of the most popular circuits anywhere. There's a lot of pretty much every championship that's worth its weight in the UK will come to Whilton Mill, of course. And so it's, you know, like I said, one of those places where a lot of drivers are very experienced at as well, which offers great racing because everybody sort of knows the track, they know the karts. It's just about getting out there and 1v1 with drivers. Exactly,
yeah, just getting back up to speed, and as you say, maybe some slightly different conditions than what we might be used to in this kind of time of year. However, saying that, British summertime, it's never really that sunny, is it? So a little bit more overcast today, as you just saw on the screen. Not too high temperatures, although I did look on BBC weather at least, and I think it said it might get to 24, 25 today. So then again, you never really know. It depends on where you look, isn't it? It tells you all different kinds of information. So currently, looking quite nice out there.
Yeah, exactly. And these are perfect conditions for the drivers as well. I mean, you know that you're going to be on slicks. You know that the tyres aren't going to overheat too much. The engines will be running nice as well. Speaking of the drivers, as I said, we've already had a chat to quite a few of them. But if you're wondering what classes, maybe you're new to Whilton Mill Kart Club and you're not entirely sure what to expect today, well, what I can tell you is we've got about 7 different categories that you'll be enjoying. About 7-minute races plus a lap for the heats. We've got 3 heats and, of course, a final later on. I believe we've even got a split grid for X30s, which we'll explain when we, I think, potentially anyway, that we'll explain when we get into it a little later on. But you can see a lot of drivers and a lot of fans and supporters and marshals, of course, mulling around on your screens at the moment. That's on the start-finish line. You've got the pits in the background, Parc Ferme in the background, haven't you there? And a lot of people will be getting ready to sort of psych themselves up and get out there on circuit.
Exactly, get out. And of course, first heat of the day, the drivers will have had a heat yesterday, just to get up to speed, and we'll kind of run you through the results of that as the second heats, or the first heats of the day, begin to come out very shortly. Like you were saying with the split grid, though, it's actually fantastic to see, because if you've got a split grid, it means you've just got so many people wanting to race that you've had to split it into 2. So I think that's pretty impressive.
It's only a good thing, especially from a race organiser's point of view, indeed. So we'll be able to bring you the full update of the action. But first of all, we've got the first action of today, and it is the Junior Maxes.
It is indeed. Here we go then. First action of the day here at Whilton Mill, starting off with the Junior Maxes, as we said, their Heat 2 of the weekend. For this one, we've got Riley Brown there on pole. Alfie Richards is alongside. They're followed by Amelia Pennington, James Tester, Zane Khan, and Alfie Thompson there in 6th place. Then following onto the grid, Jake Howarth. Alongside him, it's Alfie Briggs. And just behind is Jessica White and Ross Tyler. And following them, it's Yaba Azulbar and David Martial. I think that's the 333 that we spoke to on our track walk, isn't it?
It is.
So we'll see how the 333 does. And following them, it's Archie Buttle and Ramarion Ubi. Then it's William Pemble, Ronnie Shrimpton, Alfie Bray, and Ian Cheddar. Huge grid in this one. On to number 19, or 19th position, I should say. It's Zaki Hussain, another name I recognise, alongside Freddie Ingram. Then it's Mitchell Mulvey, Joe Garraway, Oliver Kerr, and Thomas Behrman. And then it will be our final few spots on the grid. 29 drivers in this one. Harrison Morrow's there in 25th, alongside Spencer Brougham. Then it's Bobby Rozier, he, I believe, currently leading the championship. And then alongside it's Caden Welch and Nicholas Ellis. And that's your full 29 kart grid for this Heat 2 of the Junior Maxes. I'm going to double check about Bobby Rozier because I feel like when I was researching last night, although Bobby's very high up in the standings, yeah, not quite in P1 anymore. Spencer Broham is just ahead. I think that's how you pronounce it. Broham, something like that. So apologies, Spencer. But Spencer now leading the championship in the Junior Maxes. Bobby Rozier just behind. William Pemble now in third in the championship. So I think all to play for on that one. And just as I've said that, I've realised I was reading out the wrong thing. That was the result yesterday.
I was getting a bit confused.
Yeah,
Sam
that was
Baker
the result yesterday. Yeah, it's Sam Baker, my apologies. It's actually none of those three who were in the top three yesterday. It's Sam Baker currently leading the championship. A good sort of 40 points ahead of Zaki Hussein in second and then Mikey Porter in third. So I think that was what I was getting confused with. It's Bobby Rozier had done quite a few good finishes earlier in the season, but yeah, has fallen off to the top three at the moment anyway. But I still think we're in for an interesting round for today. We'll see how the drivers can do in this first heat.
Yeah, if we're talking about championship, Zaki Hussein is actually one driver that you sort of keep an eye out on. He's only had 3 podiums over the course of round 3, 4, 5 and 6. So that is a total of 4 times 4, 16. I had to do that very quickly.
That was very quick, I'm impressed.
I'm not very impressed at all myself. But that's 16 races, only 3 podiums, second in the championship. Just goes to show how consistency is really quite key here, whereas the likes of a little bit further down, even Spencer Broham, who's 4th place in the championship, has had 5 podiums, one of which is a win, and 4 second places, and yet sits 2 places down on the championship standings against Zaki Hussein, who didn't even turn up for the first 2 rounds here at Whilton Kart Club. So, yeah, consistency is key. You see a lot of people being with a good stand of a championship if you can just turn up, basically, and keep yourself nice and clean out of trouble.
Exactly. Yeah, like you say, it's all about the consistency. There's drivers with wins, second positions, third positions, all across the board. We can see from there. There's still people down in even 20th position and below in the championship who have got there up into the top 3 at some point. So yeah, it's all about just keeping those positions and moving on through the season and building them up. So there's someone like Jez Williams down there in what's that, 43rd in the championship, got last start, 2 rounds ago, a second, a first, and a first. So it's basically, we'll just see who turns up on the day, but there's definitely a very strong field out there for today, I'd say.
Absolutely. It's you know, you look a bit further, you probably look after about 30th place and you start to see the guest drivers, don't you, who sort of maybe just turn up. A lot of drivers use places like the Whilton Kart Club and stuff as practice for British Championships and sort of other major championships as well, and we don't mind that at all because it just adds to the spectacle. It gives a lot of the more consistent drivers who turn up here to win championships and turn up every single month an opportunity to race against the best of the best, and which can only add to the excitement and add to their own experience and learning as well.
Oh, we've got a spinner already.
Yeah, well, that's not entirely surprising with how aggressive they're being trying to warm those tyres up.
Love a good bit of tyre warming in the morning. It always wakes me up, and definitely is working that driver up. So has a little 180 spin to get going, but that's all right. We all do it at some stage, and probably not going to help with the tyre warming really on the grass there. But one thing I will say, it's been so hot recently that the grass is all practically completely dead, as some driver decides he doesn't fancy taking the full line, is going to rejoin down there.
Let's go Zulu.
But I think that would mean that grass is going to be less slippery than usual if it's dead.
I would assume
I think it would be. That's what I'm going to go with anyway. So hopefully that will mean maybe less, because we had a couple of times where it was a bit dewy, a bit moist on the grass. It would mean that if the driver went off, they were probably going to accelerate as they went towards the barrier rather than slow down. So maybe we might see less incidents. But yeah, some pretty aggressive tyre rolls, which we're pointing out. But let's get this one underway. As they come 2 by 2 to the lights, let's see if they can get underway to begin with. Lights go out, and I do believe we're racing. Here we go then, sideways through the first corner for our leader is Riley Brown. Makes a good start and just starts to pull away. We've got 3 wide coming off of the first section of the turns. That's getting pretty close, but all managing to kind of keep it on the black stuff just about anyway. Up through Christmas corner. Another 3 wide moment there, back in sort of the bottom of the top 10. But all keeping it okay. Look at that, onto the brakes. Down to the right-hander there. Just about keeping it all together, but all relatively impressive so far. No comings together. All keeping it together. As we see a move down into the left-hander there. That was a move for second place. I think that was the 102 of Jake Howarth actually moving up into second there. Made a couple of positions on the opening lap. It is indeed that number 102 car. So a great start for Jake as he takes us in second place, leading this group of 5 over the line to finish lap 1.
Riley Brown will be the driver that's probably the happiest. Not only is at the front of the field, but he's also got a nice little gap, about a 9/10 margin to himself in the charge of Jake Howard. You mentioned, oh, we have a spinner, that's the number 45. I'm just trying to figure out who that is. That's
Cheddar.
Yeah, right at the bottom of the order, unfortunately. Oh, going through Christmas, a little bit of contact between the 83 and the 47. Zane Khan is in the 47 kart there, so got a little bit of a tap towards the left-hand side. But as I mentioned before, a great start by Riley Brown. Jake Howarth, interested to see how they're going to sort of maybe approach the rest of this race. There's only 6 minutes and 40 minutes, 6 minutes and 40 seconds actually. Kart races go very quickly.
Yeah. 6 hours and 40 minutes would be quite a while in a kart. So luckily, only 6 minutes and 40 seconds for this one. But yeah, it's still, as you say, in these kind of karts, the amount of forces being put through the drivers' bodies, even for 8 minutes, is still quite a lot. So these drivers, they do this a lot. They know what they're doing. They've built up that core strength to be able to deal with these absolute monsters of karts. So they should be okay. Look at that. Honestly, every time I do this commentary for Whilton Mill, it amazes me how late they go on the brakes there at Christmas. Nearly completely sideways, most of the drivers. Instead, we see a move down the inside there into Ashby. Looking like he got it stuck, and I think they have just about managed to do that. But a nice move. I think it was the number 89, wasn't it, of Alfie Thompson, moving up the inside of Zane Khan. As they continue to battle onto the grass, goes the 83. That's Alfie Richards battling with the 47 of Zane Khan. So I think Zane just able to steal the spot there and move off position.
Yeah, the battle for the lead, though, is heating up quite nicely, isn't it? Riley Brown is being pulled in by Jake Howard. Zane Khan and Alfie Briggs, you're right, did move up a couple of positions in that particular lap. Alfie Richards in the number 83 lost out 3 places. But this is the battle we've got to be keeping an eye out on, isn't it? It's Riley Brown in the lead, Jake Howard in second, and Jessica White pulled onto the back of the other two as well. Been pulled along potentially by Jake Howard, and looks like any one of these 3 drivers could potentially be in with a shout for a race victory. I think Riley Brown's got a bit of a job on his hand, and already into the left-hander, into the infield. The 102 with Jake Howard goes nicely through and into the lead of the race. Oh, and here goes another move, actually, and already Riley Brown dropped from first down to third in the space of 2 corners.
Exactly, it just pounced, didn't she, Jessica White? Might be losing it on the outside, though, there. Look at that, side by side round the final corner. 53 just has to back out there of Brown, gets it onto that very dry grass, kicking up all the dust and the dirt. And just behind, Alfie Briggs in 4th, a new personal best lap of the race, a 46.3, nearly a second, or over a second faster than Riley Brown on that last lap. So chasing down that gap, only about 4.5 seconds to go, but only around sort of 1.5 seconds from that group of 3 at the front to 4th, and then basically the whole rest of the pack really behind them. But as you say, it was a commanding move there on Riley Brown from Jake Howarth. I saw up into Christmas, Riley was a little bit too late on the brakes, got a little bit of a worse exit, and that just kind of led to the move from Jake, and then Jessica to come through as well. But Riley just starting to pull off the back slightly. We'll see as they come through the line and start a new lap, we'll see what those times change to. But personal best for both White and Brown, and that gap to 4th is closed down a little bit, but only maybe about half a second.
Yeah, well, the more that the front 3 obviously fight, the easier it is going to be for Alfie Briggs and the 147 to maybe catch up. But if they sort of sort themselves out, then there's absolutely no reason why the top 3 won't stay the way they are, unless Riley Brown really is as far out of position as it looked on that previous lap. But as you said, it's just about making those small mistakes, and then you end up obviously becoming a bit of a victim of the momentum that these karts have to be carrying. There's not that much power in a go-kart, is there? There is an awful lot. It's about mechanical grip, no aero, obviously. Mechanical grip, it's all about the driver and the kart, the surface, the tyres. You know,
102's going slowly. That's our leader, Jake Howarth. That's our leader, the 102, has had an issue there at the boot. I'm not sure what's happened to him. You can see on the timing screen, he's dropping down the order. Where is he going to end up? 11th position now for Jake. So Jessica White moves up into the lead. Then Riley Brown there in 2nd. Down the inside into Christmas goes the 147. That's Alfie Briggs on the 53 of Riley Brown. So up into 2nd place goes Alfie Briggs. So sorry to jump over you there, mate. But wow, we've lost the race leader.
That's a lot more interesting than what I was going to say. Trust me, it's absolutely fine. Yeah, that is big news. A bit of a shame we didn't grab that, but hopefully maybe we'll get some information sent through to us throughout the day. Maybe you guys on the YouTube chat can actually let us know.
Yeah.
Because you might be tuning in to watch that one back, and you can let us know actually what happened in the trackside. It'd be great to have you have that information fled to us. And as they come across the line, and Jessica White still leading the way from Alfie Briggs, then Riley Brown has actually dropped down to 3rd again. So Alfie Briggs, who was in 4th place, remember, we said that he was potentially catching or potentially not catching, but he has caught, and he's overtaken and gotten himself into 2nd. Freddie Ingram has overtaken Zane Khan on that previous lap as well.
As you mentioned, Zane Khan. Isaac Phelps in the chat said, let's go Zane Khan. So a bit of respect there from his fellow racer. I can see from the profile picture, definitely a fellow racer, is Isaac. So thanks for getting involved, Isaac, on the chat. But yeah, Zane Khan just losing position there on that last lap to Freddie Ingram. We'll see if we can get that back. Only just under 2 minutes to go.
I think he's just lost another position.
Oh, no.
Alfie Thompson. As you were reading that, we can see them on the screen battling, and Alfie Thompson is now in the lead. Well, I say he's in the lead. He's in 5th place in the top 5. So, yeah, Zane still going for a top 10 solid finish, but maybe not as what he was hoping for. But with a minute and a half to go, you can see the top 5 or so have spread themselves out, but this is the battle that we really want to be focusing on, and that is Zane Khan, of course. So at least he's got some support in the YouTube chat. At least he's actually getting some airtime as well on that.
Exactly, no, it's good to see him. He's putting in a good battle here, isn't he? He's certainly not let the pressure off. Here we look back to the leaders, though. This is Jess White, and might lose the position already immediately as we look over. That was some great producing work from Luke Austin there. Just catches the change for the lead as we see Alfie Briggs moving up. Moves defensive into the boot. Knows there's to cover that off, does Alfie. Just looking for the undercut on exit, but it's not going to happen. So just less than 1 minute to go now. We should be getting 2, if not 3 more laps here at Whilton Mill for our first heat of the day, at least in our Junior Max cars. And Alfie Briggs now moving up into the lead past Jess White. Can Jess have any comebacks to that? I guess we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's typical, isn't it? Typical karting. I said they spread themselves out somewhat, and then half a lap later, there's a lunge for the race lead. And I don't know if there was something. I mean, Jessica White was quite far ahead. I don't know if there was a mistake in there potentially that we didn't quite catch. But Alfie Briggs really taking advantage of a few other drivers, and very, very quick as well, to be fair. I mean, on that last lap, Jessica White was 0.6 of a second down on the drivers around her, which is a massive margin, almost a full second down on Freddie Ingram, who's in 4th place. And that's not the kind of speed that we've seen from Jessica so far in this race, which makes me think that it must have been a little bit of a mistake, maybe a misbraking, maybe an apex being missed or something.
Yeah, possibly. I think you might be right there. Well, she's just put in her own personal best on that last lap while she's chasing a 45.99, so drops down into the 45s. I think one of only a couple of drivers, only herself and our current race leader, Alfie Briggs, are down into the 45s. Fastest lap is from Alfie, a 45.68. As we see a move for 3rd, I believe that is. I think that was Ingram down the inside of Brown. They're going to continue battling through onto this slightly straighter bit of the circuit, but the 76 moves on ahead, and that is Freddie Ingram up into 3rd position. That's going to be a couple of extra points there for Freddie in the championship. But now I think we're going to come around the boot and we're going to go on to the last lap of this race. Can there be any more changes up near the front of the order? We've kind of split off into 2x2s, haven't we, in the sort of front 6?
Yeah, indeed, but that gives us something to get excited about. I always forget that it's 7 minutes plus a lap, of course, isn't it, in go-karting, whereas in sort of car racing, you would just see the checkered flag drop. So I was about to get all excited to announce a winner, and then I realised we've got another lap.
Yeah.
Which is something to be excited for in itself, too, though.
I quite like it. It gives us another extra lap, and it means that the driver, maybe a driver catching, gives them 1 extra lap to have a go. As we see the 131 there of Zaki Hussein moving to the inside to cover off. I think it was an attack from Jake Howarth there. Zaki, Jake, and then David Martial also behind. But here's our battle for the lead. Look at this. Moves over to the inside to cover off. Does the 147 of Alfie Briggs. She's going to try and switch it back. Is Jess, but going to just bump the rear bumper of Alfie. Alfie's going to be able to cover her off and take the win in Heat 2. Just about. What a good exit from Jess there. But Alfie just able to hold her off. So Alfie Briggs taking P1 in that one, followed by Jessica White in P2. Freddie Ingram was there in 3rd position, followed by Riley Brown in 4th after a decent start, just slightly back. And Alfie Thompson there in 6th. Zane Khan, bit of love in the chat for him there in 6th. And it was Zaki Hussein in 7th. Jake Howard in 8th. David Martial in 9th. And Oliver Kerr in 10th. So David there in the 333 that we spoke to before the race, having a good little effort there in 9th, I think.
Yeah, no, he did say about the mid-pack, anywhere around there he would be happy with. He's only been racing a year.
Very impressive.
Yeah, given the fact he's only 15, a lot of these drivers will have been racing since they were about 7 or 8 probably, or maybe even slightly younger in a go-kart.
Possibly. So yeah, good result from them, but I think we go pretty quickly through these races here at Whilton Mill, so I think we're going to move straight on to our next heat, which is the X30 Juniors. Here we are then, on to our second heat of the day, and the second heat this weekend for these X30 Junior drivers. Let's have a look at the grid. It's Jack Nettleship there on pole, alongside David McIntyre. Behind them, Freddie Lloyd, Micah Taylor, Hayden Eldridge, and Josh Agambar. Micah Taylor there in 4th, definitely one to watch out for, I think. 7th, Charlie Locker, followed by Kian Leon Gamiao. Then it's Rylan Esberg, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Jack Mowat, and Jake Bell. Then Joey Brown there in 13th, unlucky for some, hopefully not for Joey. Alongside it's Jack Collins, behind Taylor Orridge, Oliver Harris, Kira Harris and Kai Bacchini. Kai Bacchini taking a lot of race wins last weekend out, so let's see how that does, or sorry, last month I should say. Then Jack Cox there in 19th, Henry Gregory in 20th, Flynn McDermott, then it's Harrison Leach, Luke Garlick and Jaden Gregg. And finally running out of the grid, another one of 29 races in this one. It's Luke Sintler there in 25th, Macaulay Guy 26th, Eddie Dimbleby, then Kieran Hamby and Ollie Cook. There we go. Lots of names in that one where I'm like, oh, actually, no, they could. Oh no, they could win. Although they could win. So I think there's sort of 6 or 7 in this one where I think could be on for a win. Quite a few drivers that I would kind of put in that bracket quite near the back of the grid as well. So I think this could be an interesting race.
Yeah, and that's what we're sort of looking forward to, as the marshal tries to wave them to go a little bit slower, so those drivers at the back of the field can actually catch up.
With 29 drivers, when you're on the front two, you kind of just want to get it underway, but you don't realise how many people are actually still behind you coming around the circuit.
Yeah, this is actually, the X30s is what I thought we might be looking at a split grid, because there are so many drivers here today, but obviously I am incorrect, because we're here with all 29, I believe, on the circuit. So, yeah, it's going to be one hell of a show that these drivers are putting on, I'm sure, with the number 71 of Jack Nettleship, which is a great name.
Brilliant name, isn't it?
God, it sounds like a superhero. It's fantastic. And let's see if he can do the business this time round. He comes across the line, and tell you what a start he's made here, already into the first and second corner, and he's already got about 2 or 3 karts ahead of his David McIntyre, but it's not actually David McIntyre in second. It's Freddie Lloyd who's moved his way into second place, number 83 in the background there, completely sorry, it wasn't 83, it's 24, Josh Angerbar, completely sideways under braking, as even more of them had tried to get sideways under braking by locking those rear tyres and chucking the kart in aggressively.
Indeed, yeah, it was a decent start. Oh, nearly a driver taking off in the background there. Not sure who that was. Side-by-side squeezing. That's the number 30 of Charlie Locker getting squeezed out. He's not had the greatest start. I saw him off of Christmas corner, just getting slightly side-swiped. Made him go a little bit wide, and I think he lost 2 or 3 positions there. Again, there through that corner, we saw him lose a couple as well. So we'll see where Charlie has ended up at the end of this lap. But here they go. Round the final corner to end lap 1. Jack Nettleship still in the lead, as you say, but Freddie Lloyd right behind with a slightly faster lap time. We'll see if he can close in at all. Behind then is Micah Taylor with a decent start. David McIntyre down a couple, and like I said, it was Charlie Locker losing 4 positions on that opening lap. But it looks like we have got a change to the lead up at Christmas corner. That was the 57 of Freddie Lloyd going down the inside of Jack Nettleship. So although Jack, maybe we should rename him Jack Rocket Ship at the start, what an amazing start, has sadly now lost that lead.
Yeah, it's a good change of name there, but to be fair, the others will probably want to keep it because he's a bit of a prickle in his side. It's going to be it's a different change in second place now. Eldridge goes in to second as Nettleship now goes down to third.
An interesting choice of words there from my co-commentator. We'll move on. That's totally fine. He's doing well. Is Nettleship still there in 3rd position, still in the podium positions, and pushing on. See the driver ahead of Eldridge, just looking back to see what is going on. But if you look back, that's where you start going, and that looks like what's happening as the group behind have just started to catch up. Oh, that was wide from Nettleship. Just got it a bit too friendly with the curb on the inside there, and that made him very friendly with the curb on the outside, nearly ending up on the grass, but just about keeping it on the black stuff. And all good, but has meant he's dropped a little bit of time to our second place man. But all of this group probably going to start getting into a battle here, which I think Freddie Lloyd is going to be very happy with. This that was a late move into the boot there for the 71. He's going to get a little bit of helping hand from the rear as well, as nearly takes off, does the driver behind. That's the 48 of Micah Taylor trying to get involved. And it's all getting scrappy, isn't it, mate? It
is, but it's getting feisty, but it's good racing as well, to be fair. Lots of racing respect from them. Nettleship with an absolute rocket send up the inside. And there's the 48 of Taylor just trying to slide through again. Really good, respectful racing, though. A lot of these drivers, even though they haven't got rear view mirrors or anything like that, aware of what's around them, aware that drivers might be trying to lunge up the inside, and giving them that little bit of space, knowing that in half a lap's time, they can try and go up the inside as well.
Exactly, yeah, these guys in these cars have so much awareness. The car is almost an extension of their own body. They just know exactly where they're placing it all the time, where everyone else is, without having to look. I think that's just an innate ability that comes with more experience. And like we were saying with a couple of the drivers where they've only been sort of doing it for a year or so, a year or two, haven't quite built that up yet. So once you get to the front, you need that ability to be battling super close constantly throughout the race, which is very impressive ability to have. But look at this, these drivers continuing to battle. I think that's another position lost for our number 46 driver. It is indeed is that Hayden Eldridge? It is indeed. Dropping down a position, was in second only a few laps ago, but you can just see there how one slight mistake and the pack will just eat you up alive.
Yeah, typical karting, isn't it, really?
Very typical karting.
It's just, you just end up being swallowed. It's all about momentum. I mentioned it in the race just before, but it is just completely about momentum. This is the fight for second place. You'd be forgiven for thinking it was in the race league, because Northamptonshire was in the race league once. But Lloyd has just checked out, hasn't he? It's a fantastic 1.17 gap at the moment. As he comes across the line, we'll actually get that updated. The gap being extended to 1.22 seconds. So, yeah, exactly. So really very impressive. And the more that Nettleship, Taylor and Agambar all fight, the more that gap is only going to extend. So it's really Lloyd's race to lose right now.
It really is. He's putting away nicely. He's just got to hope that these drivers behind start battling even more heavily. It did get a little bit scrappy a couple of laps ago, but it seems to have settled down a bit more. However, of course, if we stay constantly, that battling, of course, holds them up. Worse lap times means those drivers behind are going to catch up as well. And we only have around half a second from the back of this pack, which is Hayden Eldridge, back to Taylor Orange, start of the next pack, between our sort of 6th and 7th position. So it all could hot up here if they start battling. So still number 48, Michael Taylor, go particularly wide, exiting the final corner. Right on the rear end of Nettleship now. Can he get a decent exit through here? Looks like he has done. Can he be close enough here at Christmas Corner to go for a move? He is going to be. Lovely cheeky move there, right late on the brakes. And through he goes up into P2, and looks like he's going to be able to hold it off okay. Down into the right-hander here, and does indeed.
Yeah, very calm, very efficient there into Christmas, wasn't it? It's almost like Nettleship didn't really expect it, or maybe just didn't think that it was worth fighting with 2 minutes to go. You can lose a lot more time than you can gain if you keep fighting and plugging away at each other. So, yeah, Nettleship just letting that one slide for the time being, knowing that he's going to have another opportunity. But his fear now, well, I say his fear, he doesn't look like he's looking over his shoulder or anything like that. He's got his eyes firmly set forward. But the lesser drivers might actually think about looking behind them, and the fear that they may be actually dropping out of those podium positions, because those four all fighting for second place pretty much nose to tail now, and looks like maybe Taylor has a touch more pace than the rest of them, but you never know. That all that takes is half a mistake, and all of a sudden, bang, straight to the inside of Nettleship.
Exactly, yeah, no, they're all super close on pace, so it's really anyone's race. And as you said earlier, definitely Lloyd's to lose at this point. The gap out front has been dropping slightly. Not sure if it's going to be enough for Taylor to catch, but don't count him out. He's currently second place in the overall championship here at the Whilton Kart Club on 582 points, and likely, unless he has a completely calamitous day today, to take that championship lead, as Macaulay Bishop, currently in the championship, is not here today, so won't be scoring any points. So Michael Taylor likely to steal away at that championship lead. It's Henry Gregory in third position in the championship, currently on 578 points, so only 5 points between them. But Taylor second in this race at the moment, Gregory in 10th. So going to be extending that lead slightly, but we'll see how that continues over the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a story to be keeping an eye out on, that's for sure. As is a lot of, I mean, there are plenty of stories out there at the Whilton Kart Club in every single category. So even ones that have been brewing for all season, or maybe a couple of years, or even just ones that actually start sizzling away today, we always like to try and keep an eye on it and our ears to the ground as well. And that's why we'd like to see you guys commenting on the YouTube chat. Tell us if there's any rivalries out there. Tell us if there's anybody to be keeping an eye out on, if anybody wants to be sort of shouted out or anything like that. We'd be more than happy to interact with you guys in the YouTube chat.
Indeed, yeah, speaking of which, Kian Racing, or Kian Racing, says go on Taylor. So clearly getting a lot of love is Michael Taylor in the chat, and it's definitely helping. 2/10 clear of Nettleship. Speaking of which, Molten Eagle, like my rocket ship analogy for Nettleship. I think that's what we've got to call it for the rest of the day now.
Rocket ship. I think that's fair enough.
I think that works. And we've also got Nathan McPherson. Says, come on, Iron. So shout out to Iron. We'll see how he is doing in today's race. I'm not sure, that might have been the last one, actually, thinking about it. I remember something called Iron. So, yeah, possibly in the last one. But shout out, thank you for getting involved in the YouTube chat. If you're not yet subscribed to Alpha Live, you want to see the future Whilton Kart Clubs, or lots of different motorsport events going on across the year, or even today, I think we've got quite a few. Make sure you drop a little subscribe, as that was a little bit late on the brakes there for the 83 and behind. Just managed to keep it out of the rear end of the kart ahead. That's McIntyre chasing down Orange. So this pack of 5 is really closed up now between Taylor, Nettleship, Agambar, Orange and McIntyre. And you've got just behind Eldridge and then Moat as well, slightly from behind us. That was late, wasn't it? Down the inside, the 69 of Orange on a Gambar, stealing away 4th position for Taylor Orange. So that was a nice move down the inside, quite late in the race, as they're going to come around the corner and go onto the final lap. So just stealing away a couple of extra points near the end.
Yeah, great little move there. Again, nice and late, but fully aware with the Gambar that it may be coming, so not trying to close the gap up too much. That's very, very wide, isn't it, by McIntyre, trying to get a really good run. And he did get a good run, to be fair, on the 24 of a Gambar, but it wasn't quite enough going into Christmas. The last lap, that's where you start to see a little bit later lunges, that's where you see a little bit more desperation, as we see in the background, those two cars coming into towards the infield. We're going to focus for this time being on a Gambar versus McIntyre. McIntyre, obviously the car behind number 83, but Lloyd, we haven't really seen that much of him. In fact, you wouldn't recognise him if all you were thinking was looking at the cameras.
Who is this guy?
Exactly.
Who is he? I don't recognise him.
He's an absolute class act, that's what he is. And he takes the checkered flag for 1.3 seconds ahead of the number 48 of Taylor. Great driving there by Lloyd.
A really good race there, yeah. Fantastic from Lloyd. And I will just mention as well, on the second last lap, I did see Henry Gregory steal up that fastest lap of the race. I think showing some intent for later on. He started well down the order in that one. If I can quickly pick it out, if that's the right race. That's not the right race. And we'll have a look at where he started, but I know it was quite far down in the order, sort of in the 20s or 30s. Henry Gregory, he was indeed in 20th, so 20th to 7th there in that race is very impressive, and as I say, it shows his intent for the rest of the weekend. So although maybe losing a few points there on Micah Taylor, he's still going to be coming back through the next races, and we'll see how he does. But anyway, as we've said, we move through these pretty fast, so let's move on to our next heat, which is going to be the Honda Cadets.
And welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, the starting grid for the Honda Cadet Heat 2, the first one we're going to see today. On pole position, Mayan Patel and Ryder Till alongside Harry Freeman in 3rd with Samir Paul in 4th. Row 3 consists of Logan McAllister and Hugh Roach. Row 4 is Jensen Walker and Raturo Sakai. Row 5, Nant Grange and Adam Turek. Row 6, Arjun Paul and Callum Wilson. Row 7, Zach Starbuck and Oliver Meek. Row 8, Bella Fairclough and Teddy Cooper. Row 9, Alice Fairclough and Samuel Gamaro. Row 10, Zach Champy with Emerson McAndrew-Uren in 20th. Row 11, Jaden Mead and Sebastian Clark. Row 12, Sebastian Dew and Thomas Dagwin Evans. Row 13, Miles Burton and Austin Stiley. And then finally, row 14, Wyatt McAllister and Lucian Smith. Not quite as big a grid for this one, for the Hondas. That doesn't mean we're not going to have any less excitement, of course. Fight for the front in cadets is always top-notch action. Loads of momentum being very, very important here. You're basically seeing train of them, all 20 of them, for the entirety, as we see a spinner or two in the background there. I remember doing that when I was doing schools karting. It was the most embarrassing thing in the world, because I didn't think anybody ever did it either. Since I started commentating, you see one nearly every race.
Yeah, everyone tries a little bit too hard on the warm-up sometimes, but that's all right, we've all been there. But yeah, as you say, the drivers making their way round to the grid to get this first Honda Cadet heat of the day underway. Let me check my little document of knowledge and we'll see who was the winner yesterday. So in Heat 1 on Saturday, it was Samuel Gamiao. I think that's how you pronounce it, Gamiao. Let us know in the chat. I always get it wrong, and I think it's lovely mother that always corrects me on how to pronounce that. Then it was Bella Fairclough in 2nd, and Ryotaro Sakai, a name I haven't seen yet before in Honda Cadets, coming in P3. So I think those are 3 names to watch for this first heat of the day. Good to see all of the dads and mechanics and that all in their high visits. As I do see in the driver's briefing this morning, getting a little bit of a telling off, as now new rules and regs mean everyone must be in a high vis on the grid. Just safety first, making sure everyone is very much visible, just in case anything goes wrong. But luckily, nothing going wrong so far today. We should be getting this one underway pretty shortly. Rataro
Sakai, actually, you said came 3rd yesterday. Most impressive thing about that is made up 18 places.
Wow.
It must have started well down in, say, 21st place and made it up to 3rd. So, yeah, very, very impressive as the theoretical green flag, i.e. the clipboard, gets waved at the back of the field, which means we are racing here. The 5-second board is brought away, the lights go out, and we are racing with Riley Till getting a good start. A lot of the drivers trying to jump up and down to try and get a bit of momentum in their cars before they get going, with the number 20 of Mayan Patel just about holding on to that 2nd place. Riley got an absolutely rocket ship start towards the front end of the order and has pulled a couple of cart ahead. That's number 85 of Rotaro Sakal. Sakai, we mentioned a couple of times, looking aggressive early on, actually, as I believe that's a change of the race lead and a spinner in the background. Hopefully they manage to stop. Yep, there we go. That's the number 88 of Zach Starbuck. Unfortunately having a little bit of a pirouette, but managing to get back going. There's the 44 of Riley Patel still in, Riley Till still in the lead. Mayan Patel just about in 2nd place.
They're really pressuring, aren't they? You mentioned at the start there, rocket ship. He was in the last race, mate, so I don't know.
Sorry.
But no, a great little start. Yeah, very frustrating there for Zach Starbuck, someone we often see near the top of the timing screens on these Honda Cadet races. Sadly, dropping it or being dropped. We didn't quite see how he lost it there, but certainly ending up on the grass and ending up at the back of the pack. So sadly, that for Zach Starbuck. And is that Zach coming in, or is that someone else?
No,
I think that's the 99, isn't it? That's Austin Stiley coming into the pit, so not making it to the end of lap 1. And was that a change for the lead?
It was indeed, as I think we were looking in the pits. It was Mayan Patel just going into 1st place. Did look like it was potentially coming, didn't it? It looked like those two certainly had the pace.
Oh, we've got another driver off, the number 63 this time, up at Christmas Corner. That was Bella Fairclough from 7th place, our 2nd place finisher in the heat yesterday. So another one I would expect to see near the top, sadly ending up at the back of the pack.
That's the 61 of Zach Champney as well, going toe-to-toe and wheel-to-wheel with the 11 of Callum Wilson and Jensen Walker in the 22 as well. Jensen Walker, I don't believe. Oh, big, aggressive move across there by the 11 of Callum Wilson. Who was that on,
It was on Samir Paul, I believe, in the number 90. Has gotten bullied out there and has lost sort of 3 or 4 positions on that last lap. They had lost 6 on the last lap. I think then I just saw them lose a couple more over the start-finish straight. So not the best lap for Samir, but getting really sideswiped as he's just sideswiped someone else. And round they go. We're going to make more contact. Another kart takes off. That was the 26 taking off. That's Jaden Mead, who we spoke to in the Paddock show beforehand. Jaden was so cute, but sadly has become an airplane during heat number 2. And yeah, a big crash there. Pulls over to the side as the 63. I think we saw them earlier. Yeah, that was Zach, no, sorry, not Zach Champney. The 63 was, of course, Bella Fairclough that we saw earlier. Let's have another look at this crash, mate. Wow.
Scary stuff, isn't it, really, when you see... I mean, that's a big move across going into a braking zone. You can't really do that. I think it was the 30. But that was the dramatic moment, wasn't it, for young Jaden. We had a chat to him. We had a chat to his dad as well. That's not the sort of thing that he would have wanted to see his son do, but or happen to him, I should say, actually. He didn't do anything. But
collected, didn't he? Happened to be on the outside there. Exactly where he didn't want to be during that. And, yeah, became a Ryanair flight to Dublin there, I think.
Yeah, but the positive thing for him is the fact that he's managed to get back going. And
yeah,
he showed the mental strength to get back going straight away.
Immediately restarted despite maybe destroying his pelvis.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
they're just like Bubba, these kids, though, aren't they?
It's fine, yeah, they'll grow out of it, it's fine. But as we continue, see the 68 going a little bit wide. They're chasing down the 34. That's Sebastian Dew, Musney now behind Adam Turasek. Was ahead at the start of this lap, but now behind, being chased down by Alice Fairclough, Bella's sister, having a slightly better race there. It's Alice in 15th, not being included in any incidents just yet. Anyway, we've still got over 4 minutes to go, mate. This race has been mental.
It has. It's been everything that we were hoping from a Honda Cadet race, to be honest, wasn't it?
I love the Honda Cadets.
Oh, they're brilliant fun, and it's the fact that they're right at the beginning of their racing career. You know that every single incident is probably being learned.
That's been quite a big one, I think, for the 50. The rear bumper hanging off the back. That's Sebastian Clark there, not making it into this race. So quite a few karts not quite making it the full distance of 8 minutes. But as we see the 26 making the move on the 84, slightly further down the order. That's Jaden Mead coming back through after that earlier crash on Thomas Cad. Wow, that's a last name. Cadgan Evans? That must be Welsh, right? If it's got a W in the middle of it.
Yeah, I think I struggled with that. I struggled with that on the grid, I think. Yeah. I just sort of bypassed it and pretended that I was correct. But
Thomas Cadgan Evans, one of our novices, doing pretty well there in 22nd. We've got 5 novices out in this one. Of course, one of them being Austin Stiley, who didn't quite complete lap 1. Currently our highest novice though being Miles Burton, as we see on our TV screens. A move there, the 44, I think that is down the inside of the 20s. That's a move for the lead. Riley Till takes it away from Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel was leading pretty comfortably, no longer anymore, might even be down to third now, as that was a late move down into Ashby, looking like Sakai could take it, as well as onto the grass goes our pink helmeted driver. That is the 85 of Sakai. Manages to hold it there on the inside though, but still keeps third position. Look for it into second, ended up on the grass, keeps third place, but that has meant that our group of 4 has slightly spaced out. But as we know with how it works in Honda Cadets, the slipstream is so strong they'll likely be within a tenth of each other or two in maybe half a lap.
Yeah, so that's Patel dropping down to second place, and it's actually swapped round, hasn't it, now to how it was earlier on with Till, I believe, being on pole position. My timing screen has unfortunately just had a little bit of a glitch, so
yes.
That will update on the left-hand side for you momentarily, but I can confirm that it is.
There we go.
There we go. Riley Till has taken the race lead ahead of Patel, so they're back to the order that they basically started this race on. Sakai in third place, where he finished yesterday, of course, in heat number 1, and McAndrew Ewan in fourth. Those top 4, like you mentioned, very much glued to each other for the time being. And that means you can't really write off Harry Freeman in first place, because with 2 minutes to go, plus a lap, of course, they start fighting, they start holding each other up, and you know that 78 Kart will be right there ready to pounce.
Exactly, only about 0.6 of a second from McAndrew to Freeman in 4th and 5th. But this battle continues to rage as well. This is the 11 and the 61. That's Ollie Meek and Callum Wilson in the 11. We'll continue to see them battle through the circuit. That's the 44 we're now looking back at. So this is the lead again. Looking like they could go for it into Christmas. This is the number 20. Indeed, up the inside goes Mayan Patel into Christmas corner and retakes that lead. I think almost a very similar overtake that was done on himself. 1 lap later, does it again on Till. So I think it could be either of these two, or as you say, anyone really in the next sort of 4 following that could take this one.
Yeah, a little bit of an open door there, really, wasn't there, for Patel to drive into. I think that Till will probably watch that one back, maybe learn a thing or two, maybe try and not be a bit more aware and being a little bit more defensive going into the next race, especially if you're in the lead of a race going into the final couple of laps. McAndrew Ewan right onto the back as they go into the boot now. Dropped off a little bit, maybe the entry was a little bit hot and the exit suffered as a consequence. But a really good sort of close battle now, and if they go towards Christmas corner, you've got to be thinking, John, that there's going to be a move made somewhere. Yeah. Somebody's going to lunge someone.
This has got to happen. Look, already tries to move to the inside, gets squeezed off by Patel. So Tills might even lose a place to the 33 of McAndrew, and going to try and switch it back. Not quite going to happen that time around, and as you mentioned earlier, Freeman could be involved relatively soon. Well, I think you called it, mate. He's right there in the battle, is down into second place. Goes McAndrew up the inside, trying to follow through with Freeman, but going to have to do it around the outside. Not going to work through that corner, it's just too tight. He will get squeezed out wide. Following them now is Sakai and Meek. Sakai actually has dropped position to Meek there. Meek now up into 5th place, and Meek with the fastest lap of 53.15. That's nearly half a second faster than any other driver on the circuit. And look at that, as I say that, up into 4th he goes already, and we go on to the final lap of this race. Can Meek do enough to move up into the top 3 here? The 3rd is looking on the cards as Till has dropped back. Ewan has now got Till and is pressuring Patel up into Christmas corner. They go. Patel moves over to the inside. Going to be too late for any move down the inside there, as Meek is pressuring as well for 3rd place. It's all hotting up, isn't it, mate?
It absolutely is. McAndrew Ewan, from going from 3rd or 4th, has an opportunity to take a victory, and looking around the outside here, that's going to be an ambitious one. It didn't work, but you can see there's a lot of intention, and straight up the inside into the infield. Nice. McAndrew Ewan goes into the race lead for the first time this race, but probably the most important time. Sakai right there as well, in the number 85 towards the back, in fact up to 3rd actually, going up the inside potentially into 2nd place. I think Patel's left themselves open, a little bit vulnerable. No, they've gone for the move. Sakai, no! That's not what you want to see into the boot, especially towards the end of a race. Lots of disappointed faces will be out there, lots of disappointed supporters.
What a win for Ollie Meek! How has he come through to win that? That was a ridiculous final part of the lap.
I mean, there was moves that probably shouldn't have been made. A few drivers that were probably a little bit excited, but Oliver Meek wasn't one of those drivers. Kept it calm, kept it cool and collected, and ended up coming across the line to take that race victory. Emerson McAndrew Ewan, I think, I believe, ended up in 2nd. And Riley Till, who led the race for a large part, ended up in 3rd. Harry Freeman for and Sakai ended up in 5th, according to my timing screen. That may have changed.
I thought Sakai was going to take the win there. Just got
Looked
caught
like
up in the battle at the end, a bit of coming together, and Ollie Meek should be very happy with that. He started in 14th in that race, came through to win it on the last lap. I know we usually skip through. I was just about to ask, can we have a replay of that? That was unbelievable. So look at that. Mayan tries to get it back up the inside. Sakai sees the opportunity, dives there, and they just make contact. Spinning round goes Patel. A couple of them lose places, and then look at that. Who went straight in the front? I think it was 70-something. I think it might have been the 79 of Teddy Cooper, who just got collected there. So frustrating for Teddy, but just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But what a finish to that race. I can't imagine we're going to have any better races than that, but if we are, then we're in for an incredible day, mate. But let's see if we do. Let's move on to the next heat of the day, which is the Army Cadets.
And welcome back, everybody, and we're going to another type of cadet, AI Army Cadets, Heat 2. And we'll be able to bring you the grid in a couple of seconds. There we go, in fact, Jacob Nairn on pole position, and alongside him on the front row, Henry Clark. Row 2 is Enzo Butterazzi, with Blair Smith in 4th. Top 5 rounded out by Nathaniel Hodges, and Riley Cranham is in 6th. 7th, Max Wright, with 8th being Amali Davey. 9th is Harvey Bacon, and 10th being Kian Amy. Row 6 is Archie Lovett and Otis Clearly. Row 7 is George House and Daniel, I apologise about this in advance, by Sankaz, I'm going to go for the time being. 15th, Ethan Weldon, with 16th, Levi McGrath. 17th, John C. Westrick, and 18th, Max Mason. 19th, Harley Musk and Sukumari Kara. Ethan Lucas in 21st and Will Green in 22nd. 23rd, Jarlos Sayer, and 24th, Joseph Smith. 25th, Georgie Edgar, keep an eye out for the O-plate. 26th, Austin Newstead. 27th, Aston Brown. 28th, Kanish Rao. With 29th, Austin Gibson. 30th, Aaron Richardson. There's an awful lot of drivers here today for the Miami Cadets, which means 31st, Jensen Ackerman. 32nd, Katie Clark. And finally, on the last position, 33rd, Iron Naya. I do apologise if we do butcher any of these names. We're trying to read these off quickly because the carts will be out there as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, that was a tough one, mate. We'll try and work our way around it during the race. But yeah, sorry, we're of very British tongue, so anything that's not really British, we just find it a little bit difficult. But yeah, we're doing our best, as you say. Now, a couple of things to note with this one. As you mentioned with the O-play, I'll mention that in just a second. One person that we often see kind of dominating the Army Cadets here at Wilton Mill Kart Club is a guy called Finley Hines. I'm sure you'll remember the name of. Last time out in round 6, he got over the 3 heats in the final, a first, a fourth, and a first. So he basically dominated our last round. Today, he is not here, so I would usually say might give a chance for someone else to have a bit of a domination or a bit of getting more people up involved at the front. However, the O-plate of George Edgar is here today. George is so fast and, of course, won the heat yesterday in the Army Cadets. That was George Edgar who won that one. Will Green was second and Riley Cranham third. But yeah, as you say, George Edgar with the IARMY O-plate, which meant that he won that IARMY O-plate competition last year. It was at PFI, I want to say. And I did the interviewing after the race for it, and George was lovely as always and happy with his win, so we'll hopefully see him bringing just as much pace out here today, which I kind of think he might. However, I think he, on your little chat through the grid, he's starting pretty far down. He is indeed 25th, so one to watch out through this one, I think.
Yeah, he'll put on a show, that's for sure, shouldn't he? And obviously we'll be focusing towards the front, but I'm sure he'll be appearing in our cameras sooner rather than later.
He's pretty small, so he can be easy to miss, but I don't think he will from the kind of presence he brings to the track.
He's a cadet, they're nearly all quite small.
Yeah, he is particularly small for a cadet, I will even say. Very, very skinny, short lad, but I mean, that's kind of what you want in karting, isn't it, really? So, it's probably quite
very
good.
powerful, and probably has the endurance.
Exactly.
I mean, must have the endurance to be able to perform at this kind of level consistently as well for the Fusion Motorsport team. Yeah, he made him 9 places yesterday, so there's no reason why he won't do a similar feat, if not probably a lot better today.
Quite a number of the drivers gaining a lot of positions in that one yesterday, wasn't it? We've got Riley Cranham, P3, was up 19. Then Blair Smith in P4 was up 16. Up 10 for Aaron Richardson. Up 20 for Archie Lovett. So a number of drivers having very, very good races moving up through the order. And yeah, we'll hopefully see them bring just as much pace to the track today. As you can see, they're now waiting in the little collecting area. All drivers in their carts. You can see a couple stood by there, but as you'll see, they're quite a bit taller, so I'm going to say that they are not part of our Army Cadet races, probably just getting ready for their following heat out. We should see them out of the pit lane pretty shortly.
Yeah, if anybody's wondering out there what the next race is and what they might be taking part in, I believe it's the Minimax Championship. So yeah, they do look slightly older. So yeah, that's what's coming up after this, because I know a few people in the YouTube chat quite often ask, oh, you know, what's next, or when is this, that, and the other. Unfortunately, Whilton Kart Club don't release any specific times, as you can understand, because of course they are short races, but these 7-minute plus a lap races can be, the timetables can be upset just by the smallest of delay, even the delay we have now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, any slight sort of issues and the schedule can completely change. There is a decent schedule on, if you go over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC and then click the newest round, which is of course round number 7, you'll be able to see kind of the schedule, the results from what's happened already this weekend, and then our kind of schedule for this morning. But there we go. We see the drivers switching on their engines and out of the pits they go. Yeah,
so we're going to probably hopefully get ready to get racing. We haven't had any full starts so far. So
no,
we carry on.
I'm surprised by that. Usually it's first one out the gate and we get like 2 or 3 starts, but no, none yet. But I know we've just commentators cursed and there is going to be one in this race now. But we will see. Alongside that sort of results link, we can also go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, and that will give you all of the live timings currently going on. So of course, Army Cadet Heat 2 just gone out. That's what you should see on your timing. If you don't see that, give the page a little refresh and it should all be working fine.
Absolutely. So, Army Cadets, the Hondas or anything to go by, it should be rather explosive.
Oh, I hope so, mate. If it's as good as, if it's even half as good as that last race, it's going to be a belter. So
there is a lot of drivers here, though, isn't it? I mean, 33.
Yeah, that's huge. I think the max is 34. I want to say for a grid. So yeah, they pretty much filled this as we've already got the 77 parked up at the side. Spot who that is. That's at the bottom. It's Katie Clark, one of our novice drivers. Let's see if they get on the way. I think this is going to be a false start. It is indeed. Of course, we called it. First false start of the day, but that's all right. I think that's pretty understandable when we've got a kart pulling off on the initial warm-up lap. Now, Max Mason in the 71 doesn't come around across the timing screen either. So whether Max Mason has also pulled off or whether the timing just isn't working, we'll have to wait and see if that updates. As they have now come across the timing screen, so Max is clearly just dropping to the back of the pack, probably having a spin or something. That's definitely a name that we want to see involved, because Max is very, very fast in his striking orange helmet. But as again we say, Katie Clark, sad to see her not make the start, but hopefully the cadets can get the karts ready for second heat of the day slightly later on.
Yeah, it's always really gutting, especially the first thing on Sunday. They did have a practice before. They had a 3-lap practice earlier on, so you know, in theory, if the kart's working then, there's no real reason why it shouldn't be working about 40 minutes later.
Yeah, it's not always what our works, is it?
No, unfortunately not. No, mechanical gremlins do play a part in all times.
Indeed, but here we go then, the start of Heat 2 of the weekend for our Army Cadets. Lights go out and we're underway and racing. Through Oblivion they go, a couple of side-by-side bits of action. And the 25 goes wide there on exit. That is Jacob Nairn trying to hold his lead. But to the inside goes Henry Clark, looking like he's going to steal away the race lead. He's going to go sideways. 2 karts going off to the left of our camera shot there. We'll have to wait and see who that was and collect them. One of them's the 44. So we'll see as they come to our shot. That's Sukmani Kira, another big name in this category, losing it at the first start. It looked like 2 karts just sort of kind of got combined into one there, and left they went out of our camera shot. But the other kart, there we go, it was the 98. That's Ethan Weldon, so a couple of big name drivers already out on lap 1.
Yeah, the race leader is actually Enzo Gutarazzi, who's gone from 4th into 1st place. Wow. Quite astonishing. Went from 4th to 2nd in the space of half a corner, and then obviously got over to the race lead. Seems to be, I wouldn't say pulling away just yet. It's probably a little bit too soon to say that, but he's gained 3 places. Also gaining 3 places on the start is now 2nd place driver, number 18 of Riley Cranham. So those two, I'm sure, will probably give us some fireworks in a couple of minutes' time. Blair Smith has remained in third place, the only driver to have not moved pretty much off that starting line. That's not really the full story. They would have overtaken two and probably lost out to two drivers, but still very impressive by Blair Smith.
Moves to the lead, mate. Riley Cranham goes down the inside of Enzo Butterazzi there into Ashby. Check as we change the camera angle back as they continue to battle. That was the 88 there batting. That's Archie Lovett making up position. The 54 tries to follow through as well. That's Jacob Nairn, one of our leading drivers at the start, just dropping down the order slightly to a couple of positions. And I will say, before this lap ends, lap 1, George Edgar up 10 positions, P20 to P10. So keep watching out for him, as I think he's just gone through our camera shot there. To the inside goes 25 there. Is that Nairn? It is indeed taken to the grass. Clearly an issue with the kart there for Jacob Nairn, as pulls over and gets out of the way of everyone else. So very chivalrous driving from Jacob there. As we look back to the front, that's the 18 of Riley Cranham, now in the lead. Losing out of P2 is Enzo Butterazzi, down to P3. That's Blair Smith moving up into second place. So the lead three changing pretty much every lap so far of this one. As then we see another move there into P5. I think that's Will Green going down the inside of Archie Lovett. But George Edgar very much involved in that battle now as well.
Yeah, Blair Smith then finally making some moves forward.
There's George Edgar, going down the inside again of Will Green, now up into 6th. Sorry to cut you off, mate.
It's all right. That's absolutely fine. If you see it, you call it. That's the rule of commentary, as we know.
I just know George Edgar's going to be well up within this top 3 battle within about 2 minutes. So I just want to keep watching out for him, as there he is in the over.
Yeah, no, he's already up to about 7. In fact, we'll get to a proper confirmation of where he is. It is up to 6th place, actually. Harvey Bacon losing out 3 positions on that previous lap as well, so a bit of a shame for him. That's number 80 of Harvey Bacon. That's actually in our shot. But the 88, just ahead, Archie Lovett has got Will Green all over the back of him. Contact warning for Jensen Ackerman as well, as George is on your screen at the moment. Right, big move up the inside. Was that the 82 of Henry Clark? Sorry, Will Green, the 54 and 88 Archie Lovett, I think.
I think you're right, yeah. And as you mentioned with Jensen Ackerman, I think it's pretty fair enough he got contact warnings. I think he was the only driver I saw on lap 1 to gain more positions than George Edgar. I think Jensen went up 14 places on the opening lap, helped by a couple of spins and comings together, but still an amazing effort there, up into 15th now for Jensen. But let's look back to this leading pack. The O-plate of George Edgar right on the back of the 88 and the 54 now, of that being Archie Lovett and Will Green respectively. So this is the battle over 4th place. Let's see how this one plays out. Still over 4 minutes left to go in this one, which is nothing in real world time, but in karting time, that is an absolute age.
Absolutely is, and it's enough time for Blair Smith to be making a race lead move as well on Ryan Cranham, because look how close those two are.
Yeah.
The gap between 2nd and 3rd is 1.2 seconds. So at the moment, top 2 pretty much got their own fight to be dealing with right now. They don't have to worry too much about the drivers behind. In fact, it looks like they're getting held up a little bit by Enzo Butterazzi, but not for much longer. The cork has been forced from the bottle as Will Green goes through.
Indeed, just changing it up, and that battling is going to help these front 2 of Cranham and Smith. As we got a driver off, that was part of our leading group, wasn't that? Butterazzi in the 20. Not sure if going slowly because they've got a problem, or simply got steered off and now he's trying to rejoin. No, has come to a full stop it seems, but yeah, not sure what's happened to Butterazzi there, but out from what was at once the race lead, now dropping further down the order, as it looked like there could have been a move there for the lead there. Smith really pressuring the rear end of Cranham up into Christmas corner, but this does produce another interesting element of whether Cranham and Smith decide to work together through this, or whether they do start battling and realistically allow for the 3 behind to catch up within a lap or 2. So let's see how this one plays out. As we got a spinner there at Christmas corner. That's the 93 having a little spin. That's Nathaniel Hodges coming to a stop and just waiting to get back underway. As here the battle for 4th continues.
It's a battle for 3rd now, actually, really.
Oh,
isn't
of course.
Enzo Butterazzi not there, unfortunately. But yeah, I think, to be honest, these guys don't have. In fact, there we go. George has just got through on Archie Lovett. So Archie's going to be probably trying to follow as best he can. The top 2, I would say, they don't have radios in their go-karts.
George Edgar on our timing, he just started to pull down the order. That is not correct. We can still see him on our TV. So don't be alarmed. He's still there. Clearly some problem with the timing, which will be sorted hopefully very, very shortly.
Yeah, you can quite clearly see him there, right in the middle of this thick. He's in 4th place at the moment, which means Archie Lovett is in 5th. Go straight into 3rd place. As I say that, he likes to prove me wrong, clearly. A little tap of the helmet from the 88 of Archie Lovett, clearly saying to Will Green, let's work together to try and catch him up. I'm not sure that Green will be that keen to try and follow that, and indeed he already looked to the inside on Archie Lovett. Just trying to push him through though, to be fair, so he actually is played quite a smart game here to try and catch up to the O-plate. Not entirely sure it's going to be able to work quite so well, because look at the gap they've already pulled.
Indeed, yeah, you're never happy to be the one working together and being the one that's behind, though. You always want to be the one that's in front. But sometimes it works out better to do that. But look at these front two. As we said, they are working together nicely, Cranham and Smith. I think Smith just very slightly faster on pace, but working together nicely. However, still, despite them working together, last lap, they were still 0.2 slower than Archie Lovett, who was just behind at the time. Now it's got a couple of positions back. And still with the fastest lap, I do believe, is George Edgar. Of course, there we go. Just re-updated the timing now. George Edgar confirmed in 3rd place in the O-plate, as there's more battles continuing there. Is that the 21 making a move around the outside or holding on to it? I'm not sure. That is Harley Musk battling with Kanish Ryal in the 22. Just behind is Austin Newstead in the 74. So a good little battle between these few for the bottom sort of the top 10. As personal best for all of the top sort of 4 or 5 karts except for George Edgar. George Edgar still with that fastest lap of 52.22. Last lap was a 52.24, so I mean pretty close to his personal best anyway. 30 seconds left to go as we see him move down the inside of the Christmas corner. That's the 22, go back down the inside. It is indeed, that's Kanish retaking the position.
Good driving there by all those drivers, fighting obviously for top 10 honours, really. Harley Musk was in 8th place, and I think Rao's just got into 8th place, hasn't he, if I've been following that correctly. I've been just trying to keep an eye on the timing screens for our 1st place battle, because that is, as they came across the line, they were separated by 600ths of a second, which means they're clearly still not getting rid of each other.
Indeed, so they're pretty close there on timings. I think they're just going to be able to get it. You see a move, really lovely late move there from the 49, goes down the inside. That was Garloff Sayer on Harvey Bacon, just up into P11. So here we go then. I'm not sure, I think this is the second to last lap, isn't it? So we've still got 2 more laps of the beautiful Whilton Mill kart circuit to go. 18 still leading us. That's of course Riley Cranham, being followed by Blair Smith. However, when is Blair going to decide to go for a move here? I think that's what we've got to debate. How quickly is she going to decide to go for it? And I've only just noticed that Ferrari logo on the helmet. That's got to give a couple of tenths or 2, I reckon.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's almost like having go faster stripes, isn't it, up there? But yeah, I think it is a question of when, not if. I think Blair Smith has to be thinking that the move is on. There's an opportunity here for a race victory. Played the waiting game for long enough. As they go on to the final lap, you could probably expect to see some kind of move. Whether it's a little bit ambitious or not, we'll have to wait and see. The purple lap for the O-plate in 3rd place. Will Green and Archie Lovett was the drivers that we were just sort of seeing through the boot. But this is the final lap. This is for all the marbles. Blair Smith going towards the outside, because Cranham had to go a little bit defensive there for the first time in a couple of laps that we've seen anyway. And they've survived Christmas corner for the time being. As they go down towards the sharp right-hand hairpin, it's again Cranham going defensive, keeping it off. But look who's come to join the party. This defensive driver all of a sudden has invited Edgar into the mix as well, and they could both lose out on a race victory here if they're not careful. But Cranham has to defend for his life. Smith is getting stuck. Edgar's onto the grass, and it's going to be very difficult for him to get back on and make a move into the boot, but it's not going to stop him. Cranham just about holding on for the time being. Smith, is he looking up the inside? Is he going defensive? He's looking over the shoulder, which just shows it's a defensive maneuver to go to the inside as Cranham takes the victory from Smith, and a charging Edgar couldn't quite get onto the top step, but still a podium from all the way down outside the top 20. It's very impressive indeed.
It was, yeah. He was thinking all the right things coming onto that final section of the last lap there with George. Just set it up nicely, but squeezed off onto the grass on the exit of that right-hander when he lost all the momentum going into the boot. Wasn't able to make the most of it, but still a great race for George, moving up quite a few positions. From I think it was P20 wasn't the start, up to P3, so a great race from him. But yeah, we'll quickly run you through the top 10. That was Riley Cranham taking the win, then Blair Smith, George Edgar, Archie Lovett, Will Green, Aaron Richardson, Henry Clark, Austin Newstead, Kanish Ryal and Harley Musk rounded out that top 10. So another great race there from our IARMY cadets. We'll now move on to our Minimax Heat 2. Here we go then. Moving on to another new classification for us today at least. Ethan Carney lines up on pole for this Mini-Max Heat 2. Alongside is Logan Howes behind them, Michael Dalton, Nathan Traverse, Luca Brooks and Harry Clogger. Following them, P7, it's Joseph Murphy, then Cameron Edmonds, Dalton Hayward on the E-plates and Harry Friel round out the top 10. They're followed by Lucas Bradford and Josh Salvadori. Albert Whilton comes in behind them, then it's Timo Youngling, then Zach McDonald, Noah McNicholas, Jake Schulz and Joshua Bagumbe. Then it's Charlie Neve and Noah Pikes round out the top 20. They're followed by Ben Horner, Toby Bedford, William Webb and Spencer Allen. And I think with just one more driver, it is indeed in 25th, Emily Cotty rounds out the grid.
Positively small grid in comparison to some of the
when we're calling 25 karts a small grid.
I know,
like,
that's the standard we have these
ridiculous
days for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. No, it's Mini-Maxes. I mean, we're starting to see some of the older categories now, aren't we? And
we are.
Yeah, we'll be getting the senior maxes and all those sort of things now. It's when they start to get really intense, as if it hasn't been intense enough already.
Older category, they're like teenagers.
Well, yeah.
It's still
they're not exactly masters, don't get me wrong,
yes.
but you know what I mean.
No, they're moving up through the order nicely, and yeah, it's nice to see that kind of career progression, as you would say. Even at that kind of age, it's crazy to say career progression, but they really are doing. They're battling at the top level of British karting. A lot of them moving across between British and European and world karting as well, so it's great to see these drivers moving up. And still, as you said before, loads of big names coming back to do Whilton Mill Kart Cup, whether that's consistently or whether that's just practice. We love to have everyone involved. But here they go, out onto the circuit. The Mini-Max Heat 2. Let's see how many spinners we have for this warm-up lap.
Yeah, that's what we come to. That's what we come to see, really.
Oh,
quite a lot.
About the racing, all I want to see is the warm-up lap spinning.
I was going to say, I think we should have a bingo card. See what you see on the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Which number kart spins?
Yeah,
and you got to block them off.
Speaking of yesterday, speaking of these drivers, though, I mean, yesterday we can have a quick look at who did well. Timon Youngling. I'm going to say Youngling.
It is definitely Youngling. I always thought it was Timo though, but this is the first time I've seen it with an N on the end, so either we've always been doing it wrong, or today it is wrong on the timing. So I'm not sure if it's Timo or Timon, but yeah, Mr. Youngling is always one at the top of the time.
What we can be sure is the fact that we are butchering yet another name here in the commentary box. But he took the victory, started in second place. Charlie Neve came second, and third being Joshua Bagumbe. So it's yeah, those three drivers certainly want to keep an eye out on.
Not quite closing up, I don't think. Oh,
there we go.
Full start, yeah. The drivers at the back just too far away from the back of the pack there, and they're going to continue on. That was pretty close there, a bit of tyre warming there between a few drivers, but managing to stay away from each other just about. So let's go around for another lap on Whilton Mill, get those tyres warm again.
Yeah, what I will say is I don't have to rush as badly now. Two drivers I wanted to shout out was Lucas Blanford, who came 5th place yesterday, gaining 18 places from his starting position, and got the fastest lap of the race. And then Ben Horner in the number 12. So Lucas Blanford is the number 59. Ben Horner as well, novice driver, number 12, came 9th, but also gained 18 places from their starting position. So yeah, very impressive from those two drivers. So that's 59 of Lucas Blanford and Ben Horner, the number 12, who's also a novice.
Interesting, yeah, Lucas Blanford currently second in the Mini-Max Championship here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Let's see how he can do today, but here the drivers come. 2 by 2 across the line. Can we get it underway this time? No, we cannot. So we go for another green and yellow chevron flag and around again. Now the tyre warming on the first lap was completely pointless.
Yes, well, I think probably quite a few people probably could have told them that anyway in go-karting. But
yeah, probably.
Yeah, not my favourite habit in karting, to be honest, is the tyre warming. But yeah, well, I think it's more of a psychological sort of wake themselves up more than anything, isn't it? It's try and G themselves up rather than really generating that much heat into the new tyres. If they are brand new tyres, there is an argument to say that it might need a little bit of scrubbing, but I don't think they really need heating up as such.
Not a huge amount, no, definitely not. I will just quickly mention before we get to the start here, Josh Turnbull, he dominated round number 5 here at Whilton Mill Kart Cup. Got a first, and a second, then missed round 6, then came back for round 7 with a first, a fourth, a third, and a third. So let's see how they can do that. Oh, sorry, that's one round back, even though it's round 6 and round 4. My apologies, I've written that down wrong, because today is round 7. So he can't have gone out around 7. So let's see. Third time lucky. Can we get this race underway? We are going to get it underway. Round we go into oblivion. Proper sideways for the 34 off the start there. Just about manages to keep P1 though with a 44. Absolutely breathing down their neck. Up into Christmas they go. Down to the outside goes the 44 in the beautiful Lewis Hamilton lid. Not an interesting move there. Round goes the 12 and the 81, and in the air. Not too happy with the 81 with that. That was the 12 of Ben Horner, one of our better novices in yesterday's heat. And the 81, was it? It was indeed. That was Noah McNicholas there. So two of them having a little bit of battle. The battle back for the lead. Down the inside goes Michael Dalton on Ethan Carney. Ethan Carney's going to get squeezed out as well. Little tap of the rear end from third place. Not going to quite pay off though. Let's look at this 3 nearly 4 wide into the boot. Just about managing to keep it there. 59 tries to dive it back down the inside of the E-plate as well. What a great start from Dalton Hayward is that. It is indeed started in 8th place, now up into 4th, nearly makes it 3rd, across the start-finish line to finish lap 1. And wow, it's been a crazy one already.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I couldn't follow half that.
Nope.
I'm glad you were covering that because that was really confusing. What we can say is E-play, they go 3 wide through Christmas. That rarely comes off without anybody spinning. I'm amazed at that. Dalton Hayward is an E-plate that was trying to send a move right at the inside of about 3 other drivers. I think Logan Howes even was involved in that, and Lucas Blanford potentially in the 59 as well. It's a 72 goes at the inside. That's Harry Corgan on Lucas Blanford.
Oh, that was so close. 59 nearly got sent across the front bumper. Luckily, the driver on the inside, I think, lifted off, sort of gave connection between the wheels, the tyres and the track of the other car, and managed to kind of spin him back round to facing the right direction. So that was a close one. But all drivers just about keeping it on the black stuff. Wide goes the 26, was that, I believe? It was indeed. That's Albert Whilton losing a few positions on that last lap, 5 to be exact. Just gets squeezed out of the boot and loses a few there, but that was nearly a very big crash there at the front, but luckily all the drivers keeping it facing in the right direction.
Battle for second is heating up. Michael Dalton has somewhat checked out, 1.5 seconds, and in karting terms, that's an absolute country mile.
Yeah.
Logan Howes and Dalton, though, for second place. That's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye out on, and there it is. In fact, Dalton Hayward has already got through on Logan Howes. I was keeping an eye on that. Oh, it's a 34 again. Ethan Kearney seems to be slipping away. Josh Salvadore is moved up in the 110 machine.
Oh, that was a big squeeze there as we see the 12 just rejoining the track. Big squeeze. I think it was the 59 that got squeezed. I can't quite remember. It was one of these two anyway, the 59 and 34. That is Ethan Carney and Lucas Blanford. Ethan Carney losing a couple of positions on that last lap. Blanford moving back up into fifth. It goes wide. The E-plate goes wide, keeps it out of the wall just about, but that is a hair-raising moment for the E-plate of Dalton Hayward. Drops down from second, is just going to about keep it together. Going to have more contact there with the 52. Just about rejoins okay. That was the 52 of Joshua Begembe getting involved in it, but my goodness, that was a very wide moment. I didn't see how that happened, but somehow he ended up on the grass on the outside there, and once you go from black to green, the grip goes from 100 to almost 0, but he manages to hold on to it and keeps in the race. Looks like we're going to see a move there into into the boot as well, nearing the end of this lap. I think it might have been a move sort of second or third. But let's see as they come across the line now to start a new lap where everyone has ended up. 48 down the inside of 34, that was a good move. 11 trying to make the most of it. They might even go 3 wide into T1 there. My goodness. It's seriously, they're not waiting around, are they, for the battles here? There's no working together here, as we're going to finally see a replay. That was through the first corner. You can see them in the background as well. There you go. Just gets it wide there. You saw just a tip of oversteer there as he catches it, sends him wide, and as soon as the rear left was on the grass, that was it. He was going towards that barrier and managed to keep it away from it.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive rejoin as well, I would say.
It was. Oh, we've got another off. 34 rejoins. Who is that?
That's Ethan Kearney, who's just been dropping positions, to be honest, and now has dropped, I believe, even. It's going to be difficult to stay within the top 10. Maybe 9th behind Tim Cookman.
He squeezed off Charlie Neve, it was, who was in 13th last time on the line. Charlie Neve was not happy with the amount he was squeezed there. We've got more contact between the 34 and the 80. That's Ethan Carney still, this time with Zach McDonald. Both of them dropping a few positions now. So Ethan Carney ending up in 13th there. It looked like, yeah, I thought I heard someone spin at the final corner. Number 12 goes to a spin. That's Ben Horner again, our highest novice driver. Finished P9 yesterday in the heat. Not quite having a good one today, down in 23rd.
No, and it looks like he's getting very frustrated in his own head a little bit there,
the
I
93 is off as well. Who is that? That's Toby Bedford, another one of our novice drivers.
Yeah,
it's all going on. Bloody hell!
It is difficult as a novice driver, isn't it? Really, especially if you've got raw pace, but you don't have the experience yet. It can be a little bit tricky, and you sort of expect yourself, maybe because you put those lap times in practice in qualifying, you expect yourself to be higher up.
I think there might be some oil down here, mate. Everyone is going extremely wide here, and I thought that, yes, look at this. We've got 2 in the barrier at the final corner. We've got more going around. There's definitely oil down at the final corner here. We've got a number of people off. I thought I saw on the previous lap an engine go a bit bang. That's why I was like, I thought I saw someone at the bottom corner there. Then was someone spinning, and now we've got a full course yellow to make up this. So clearly some sort of fluid down at that final corner, and that is not where you want fluid to be. That's a very fast corner with a barrier that comes quite close to you pretty quickly. So yeah, full course yellow. It's going to neutralise the race. They'll all drop to a sort of similar speed, and yeah, the race, as I say, will be neutralised.
Yeah, I was going to say I've actually flipped my car on the exit of that final corner.
That's not very fun.
No, this isn't obviously
yeah.
the cause of it, but this is what's happened and the result of it.
Yeah.
Lots of drivers who have unfortunately fallen victim to whatever's on the circuit, whether it be oil or whatever it is, sort of thing. But yeah, this full course yellow will be out until they decide that they can fix it or just basically decide what to do with it. If they can let a marshal get out there, put some sand down, or whether they have to just tick the time over and let it finish under this, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we do get some racing, but
I have a feeling it's probably going to be ended under this full course yellow. We didn't have too much longer to go, maybe sort of 2 or 3 laps, but I think the person who's going to be most annoyed with this is Michael Dalton. He had a fantastically large lead, didn't he, out at the front? He was leading a brilliant race away from all the battling pack behind, and they were battling pretty hard. But yeah, Michael Dalton not going to be too happy with that in the 44. Still there in the lead, but probably, I don't know, when you're in that sort of position, of course you'd like it to end like this because it means you get maximum points, but equally you do kind of want to battle to the end, don't you, when you want to take that victory at full pace.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the situation before where you've got a nice healthy lead and the safety car or full course yellow comes out towards the end. And it is a bit of mixed emotion, but to be honest, when it happened to me, it was more fear than anything else, because I thought I've done so well, it's such an unusual position for me to have a healthy lead at the front. And all of a sudden, there's that opportunity where it could get eradicated. And you're thinking, okay, if it finishes under yellow, it's still like your first win, or you're still a good win, or something like that. But there's always that sort of sense in the back of your mind and thinking, well, what if it doesn't finish under yellow? And all of a sudden, I'm under threat. Even though I've done so well for this race, one flying lap, one move can change the complexion of it. And that's exactly what happened to me. They let it go for 1 lap, and I got binned off, unfortunately, and ended up coming 5th. But nice. You know, that's if you're the likes of Michael Dalton right now, probably just want this just done and dusted. Just get yourself in. You've got the points. It's only a heat, which is important, but it's not the final, is it? It's you know, just bag the points and see what you can do in the next race.
Exactly. We can see there in the bottom of the shot, just before we move, a couple of marshals just having a chat, just deciding what they want to do. I think at the end of this one, also saw the lovely Mr. Stu Stretton out there taking photos. Beautiful photos as usual. So shout out to Stu there on track. All the flags still out, turning our full course yellow, making sure drivers aren't going too quickly, because at the end of the day, safety is priority. Now, I was going to say, I wasn't sure whether to pick it up or not, that a couple of drivers near the back weren't too happy with Emily Cotty on that last lap. I did see her overtake a couple of drivers, possibly just getting back into position. I'm not too sure of where she was when, of course, the yellow fell, but it has been confirmed on the timing that she moved up a couple of positions. So, actually, those might be drivers out of the race. I'm not too sure. Anyway, I saw a driver with his hands up in the air, not too happy with a couple of position changes. So we'll just see what happens at the end of the race there. Might see a couple of penalties for changing, but this is quite a foreign thing for a lot of drivers. You don't really get these kind of full course yellows too often anyway, at least we hope. So, yeah, just hopefully not too much moving, especially near the back of the pack. But again, we're just kind of waiting to see how this one ends. Looking likely it's going to be just on the full course yellow, I think.
He might have just been putting their hands up and waving them around like they just don't care, you know, sort of thing.
Might be.
Maybe they just wanted to get on camera. Maybe they just wanted to be talked about, and we fulfilled their lifelong dream.
We did. Lifelong dream.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm looking at this is supposedly the last lap according to our timing screen. To be honest, I'm amazed they decided that they're going to carry on, but I suppose regulations state that you have to have a certain amount of laps of time. Yeah, we could have potentially ended this a little bit earlier and sort of tried to catch up a little bit with the day. But then, to be fair, the next race, the drivers might not have been on the grid. All of a sudden,
and we've still got to deal with whatever it is, the fluid that's down there at the final corner. So either way, it's going to be a wait. I think the main thing is going to be sort of they're burning up fuel that maybe they didn't need to, but that's just how it goes in racing sometimes. I was tempted, I did see through the first corner, Salvadori and Howes went side by side. I was tempted to You're like, oh my goodness, they've gone side by side. No, maybe not. Immediately retaking the necessary positions as they should be. As we say, the last lap, not the most exciting bit of racing at the end of this one, but I think that's understandable. I mean, the racing we got in the first half was pretty crazy, so I'm happy to end that as it is. But Michael Dalton still a great race, moving up through a few positions and taking that lead nicely in the Lewis Hamilton helmet there. I do believe it is a Lewis Hamilton helmet. Definitely the same colour combination, if not. There we go, they're going to come across the line, take the checkered flag at quite a leisurely pace. Driver's not too happy, of course. No one wants to finish under the full course yellow, but that's just how it's happened today in the Minimax Heat 2. Michael Dalton will be your race winner at the end of that one. Josh Salvadori in second, Logan Howes in third, Lucas Blanford in fourth, then Cameron Edmonds, Joshua Bagumbe. He raced back through very well. That was Timo Youngling in seventh, Dalton Hayward in the E-plate coming back through to eighth, having a bit of a mare slightly earlier on when there was the big battling up near the front. Then it was Joseph Murphy in ninth and Luca Brooks rounding out the top 10. So as the drivers make their way round the circuit to get back to the pit lane, I think we're going to move on to the start of our next heat, which will be our X30 seniors.
So, the X30 Seniors are penultimate, Heat 1. You'll find out what's next after this. Luke Taylor will be on pole position with Sam Heading in the second. Third is Thomas Mullett with Christian Brooks in fourth. Top 5 is rounded out by Christopher Bingham and Louis Johnston Cool, who is in sixth. 7th, Reese Newburn. 8th, Lucas Gross. 9th, Thomas Fleming. 10th, Niels Coolen. 11th, Brandon Machul, with 12th being JP Sleater. 13th is Carly Atkins, 14th Archie Forber, 15th Joe Charlton, 16th Harry Torby, 17th Benjamin Southgate, 18th Fisher Patel, 19th Marcus Littlewood and 20th Harry Cottrell, 21st Jensen Buckingham, the 22nd Hugo Gilbert, 23rd Remy Gilbert, the 24th Lucas Ellingham, 25th Oscar Joyce, 26th Sam Shaw, 27th Jake Yanagisha, apologies about this, Yanagitawa. 28th, Jordan Brown. 29th, Alex Johnston. 30th, William Smith. And finally, in 31st place, Tom Ryan. Again, apologies if we are butchering any names.
I think that was a pretty good effort.
We do only get about 10 seconds to try and read them and read them out there for each row. So, yeah, I do apologise about that.
That's all right. I think just for future reference, I think it's Yanagasawa.
Yanagasawa, we'll go with that.
Pretty sure. But yeah, again, I'm very British as well, so don't quote me on that. I will say, I think the one thing we always have to say about X30 seniors when we see them go out is Lucas Ellingham.
Yeah.
Lucas Ellingham, it's always ridiculously fast. Currently leading the championship. Let me talk you through the points of the top 3 in the X30 Senior Championship. We've got Thomas Fleming in 3rd place, 542 points. Christian Brooks, 2nd place, 544 points. Lucas Ellingham in 1st, 636 points. So only around 100 points ahead of 2nd and 3rd place. And of course, Heat 1 yesterday, winner was Lucas Ellingham. Sam Heading was 2nd, Sam Shaw was in 3rd. But Lucas Ellingham, as you said through the grid there, starting 24th in that one. I mean, you would count him out, but I've seen him make up more positions than that, so we'll just see how this one runs out.
Well, the impressive thing is, as well, is you just mentioned Sam Heading there. Now, if you look at the championship, he hasn't been here for rounds 4, 5, and 6, so the previous 3 rounds. But the first 3 rounds, he was here, and he was very impressive indeed. He picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 first place out of the 16 that he started. He got a further 2nd place and 3rd as well. So he's been on the podium an awful lot. Out of the 12 races, apologies, not 16, 12 races, he's only not featured on the podium 4 times, which is very, very impressive. So Sam Heading is definitely a driver to be keeping an eye out on. Him and Lucas Ellingham, really 2 of the protagonists. I mean, Lucas Ellingham,
results.
They're ridiculous.
My goodness.
They're ridiculous, to be honest. But, I mean, how many wins has he had? There's 2 in round 1. There's 3 in round 4 and a 2nd place. He had another 2 victories and a 2nd place in round 5. And he had a victory and 2 2nd places last time out in round 6 as well. So, and of course, he took that victory yesterday as well. So, Lucas Ellingham, Sam Heading came 2nd, like you mentioned. Those 2 I'm excited to watch.
Indeed, it's going to be good. It's just the fact of, well, for one, Lucas Ellingham has been at every round this year, which is fantastic to see. Someone such top-level racer being at Whilton Mill for every single round of the championship is brilliant. However, round 3, he got a first and a second, and it still counted as one of his drop rounds.
Yeah.
That is just mental. That is crazy. So even with 2 drop rounds, yeah, I think if he got a terrible round where his engine blew up and he didn't do any races, he can still take one of those drop rounds and still win the championship pretty comfortably. So yeah, that's amazing. I don't even know what more to say about that, to be honest. So let's watch and see how he does today.
Yeah, that's obviously one to be keeping an eye out on. There is a number of drivers out there as well who have been at nearly every event. I mean, if Christian Brooks had been at every event, they weren't here for round 3 and round 5. It'd be a lot closer potentially than currently are. But a lot of drivers, the reasons why maybe drivers don't turn up to every single round through the year is, one, there is an awful lot of rounds here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It creates a very long season. I believe there's, this is where I'm going to get it wrong, but I believe there's 11. Yes, indeed, there is 11. So it runs from the end of January to the end of November, which for a motorsport season is one of the longest out there. I mean, I'm not used to, I'm not a regular karting commentator, but certainly for sort of car racing, you wouldn't see them starting a championship in January, February, or March is pretty early on.
Yeah, that's very true. And we get it underway, and also it's nice to have some rounds before sort of the main British Kart Champs and Super 1 and things all get underway in sort of that March, April time. So it's nice for the drivers to get out there and get some good experience, get some time back in the seat before the full season starts, and also it gives them opportunity to race in some conditions which maybe they wouldn't have anyway. Like I've seen a couple of Whilton Mill rounds where there's snow at the side of the circuit. Like, yeah, it can be pretty crazy. So, but no, it's great to see, as you say, the rounds going across 11 months of a 12-month year is amazing, and gives us karting action to watch at least once a month, practically every month, which I'm not complaining about.
Absolutely not. And a lot of people talk about the F1 being far too populated with race weekends and running over far too many months and everything like that. Well, try being a karting dad or mum. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's a lot of commitment, isn't it? Really,
so
it's a good. I suppose. I asked in that paddock walk that you guys can watch if you're watching the live stream. At lunchtime, I believe it's going to be shown, or on the Alpha Live social media channels. We spoke to a couple of drivers, and they were commending them. I sort of wanted to focus on the mechanics and the dads quite a lot, and obviously the mums and everything. It just so happened that they were dads today. But they put so much effort in, and quite a few of them have no idea, no mechanical skill or awareness before their kid all of a sudden comes out with the dreaded sentence, "I want to be a racing driver," which can make quite a lot of people quite excited, but then also make hearts sink with the cost when you realise how much it can be to be a racing driver, and the knowledge that you need to gain as a supportive parent or guardian or mechanic, basically. And that's what's quite, it's a great sport for bonding people together, because you do end up going through this journey together. The kid is learning how to be a driver and how to be the feedback and obviously enjoying the actual racing, but the parents or the supporter or whoever also learns completely about this fantastic world of motorsport.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and it can be quite daunting as well, because you think about it, like if you come in just as dad and son or mother and daughter or whatever the mixture may be, you're going up against some pretty big teams that have some big backing, big names joined to them, such as like Dan Holland Racing, people like that, where they have Lando Norris come up through their ranks and now he's in Formula 1, so you've got so many connections through there. It's tough to go up against those teams, but it doesn't shy people away, and they're still going through, and there were still a number of, as you say, lad and dad or mother and daughter through the paddock that we were able to speak to, and we're still very game for it and very up for it. I can't remember the name of that driver you spoke to who had only been doing it for a year. Name escapes me at the moment.
333, wasn't it?
But it was the 333 who was in the first heat of the day, I do believe. But anyway, yeah, they were chatting about, they were saying how, I think they were 14 or 15, and they were saying they've only been doing it for a year, but yeah, they just had that one day they got very interested and involved, and it was just basically, they pestered their mum and dad until their mum and dad were like, fine, we'll give it a go, we'll see how you do. But I mean, in the race this morning, they were doing very well, so it can clearly pay off, just putting in the effort and the hard work and the dedication. You don't need to be one of these big teams with all the backing. It's nice to have, but you really can get involved and be right up at the sharp end, just running it as a little family outfit, so it's nice to see.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, when you get engrossed in motorsport, I know it's sort of we certainly did as a family. You get so engrossed in motorsport, you take it for granted about actually the sort of even the machinery that you're racing in, or where you sort of started, and everything like that. And a lot of these drivers, they probably won't remember me saying this if they're watching this back, but they will forget about sort of how they started. They might go into bigger teams, they might go into other formulas, they might go into F3s, or you know, in car racing or anything like that. And it's only when you sort of finish up and you look back and you think, actually, you started from not knowing anything at all, just showing a slight interest, maybe watching a YouTube stream even of a go-karting race, and so all of a sudden being engrossed in this fantastic world of motorsport. It can take you a long way, and it builds a lot of skills for life, in my opinion, as well. Just being around this sort of area. So, yeah, big fan of motorsport, big fan of karting, that's for sure. But we do have some karting about to start out on the circuit as well.
Exactly. As you say, very fast-paced off track. Life continues to move. It's very fast-paced on track as well. As here we go, drivers coming out on circuit for our X30 senior class. I think our fastest class that will be out on track today. These karts absolutely fly. I think it's more about holding onto the kart rather than the kart holding onto you, onto that steering wheel anyway, during a lot of the fast-paced corners here. But here we go then, finally lining up. We think we've got that issue with a bit of fluid down from, I think it was sort of the middle of the boot all the way down to the final corner. So it seems to be solved by the marshals. So big shout out to them, getting that all sorted very quickly. Looking like we can get this on the way very shortly.
Sam Heading, driver to be keeping an eye out on the number 7, second place. One of those drivers we were chatting about in the sort of build-up to this one. Keep an eye on second, but Luke Taylor's going to be the driver that lets them go, and we are false starting because they went a little bit too quick.
A little bit. You saw a gap just in the sort of middle of the pack there. Just start to open up as they went down the straight, and like that, round we go again.
Thomas Fleming, third place in the championship, currently sporting the number 3 kart as well, starting in 8th. Driver to probably guess that they're going to come through the order, but like we mentioned quite a few times at the beginning before we started chatting about all things motorsport life, Lucas Ellingham. Lucas Ellingham isn't the driver that's just span off. Lucas Ellingham is the number 99 and all the way down to 23rd.
That was the 97 of Tom Ryan, one of our novice drivers at the back there, just having a little spin just to get underway.
I mean, to be fair, they did this last lap, John, and I thought they were being very sensible.
They were.
Oh, we've not got a problem here. We can get going.
They're the seniors.
Exactly. So they should know what they're doing.
I should, I think, being the operative word.
To be fair, I think Luke Taylor probably did know what he was doing. He was trying to get a little bit of a jump, didn't he?
Exactly. No, it was fine. But yeah, we'll see them close up again as they come through the final section of corners. The marshals there by the side, telling them, please slow up, guys. You don't want to be going around again. Yellow flag still waving. As we come around the boot, drivers just putting their hand down, just getting all of the cables ready, making sure the airflow is right on the engine. As here we go, the smoke billows. Looks like we should be fine this time around. We are indeed. No flashing yellow lights means we're good to go. Through the first corners, they do indeed go. That's the 174 of Luke Taylor taking the lead. Moves up to the inside to cover off Sam Heading in that number 7. Definitely, as you say, one to watch out for. All managing to make it through Christmas. Just about okay. Bit of side pod to side pod action between the few of them there, but just about all right. Down into this really quick right-hander. No one making any contact, just about. We've heard a few squealing of tyres there, but all keeping it on the black stuff just about. And here they continue. There you see the 99 of Lucas Ellingham. Quite a tall lad and looks pretty tall in these karts. Head sticking up and out a bit, but just manages to keep it on the black stuff. And very much in the battle there in the middle of the pack. They head through the boot. That was a late move down the inside, the 82. That's Christian Brooks trying to make it back through as wide. That's the 21, was that?
Yeah.
It was indeed the 21. That was Christopher Bingham. Christopher Bingham just getting forced out wide there as we come through to finish lap 1. Luke Taylor still leading, Sam Heading right behind, but no, that is a lie. It just changed to the final sections of corners, and the number 7 now in the lead.
Big move up the inside of the number 82. So I believe that was Lois Johnson-Cool going up the inside of Christian Brooks for 4th position. But you're right, there is a change for the race lead. Heading, oh no, that's number 42. That's never the way you want to go back to the pits, is it? Under your own steam and not under the engine's power, unfortunately. But Heading in the race lead, and you're going to have to be a brave person to bet against him at this point.
Exactly, that was the worst Flintstones car I've seen in a while. You're supposed to have the feet holes under the car, not be running beside it. But yeah, sadly for Harry Cottrell, out of this one. Wide goes to 14 as well. The 54 slow too. Who is the 54? Dropping down the order, that's Remy Gilbert, another big name Kart just saying no, thank you, comes to a halt. I think William Smith might have dropped a few as well. No, that's one of our novices, sorry, down the back, just battling. Looking back on screen though, the 174 I think has dropped another position. Indeed, Luke Taylor now down into third. That's Thomas Mullett. They're now into second. Sam heading over the fastest lap of the race at 45.67. One of the only drivers in the 45s. Of course, there was Johnson Cool, Thomas Fleming there in the 45s too. Nothing from Lucas Ellingham just yet. Still in 11th. Gained 5 on that last lap though, so still one to watch. Not quite into the top 10, but hopefully we'll see that changing at the end of this lap as they come through to finish another one. Look at that lead that Sam Heading's already built out. 1.6 seconds already. And just as I say that, Lucas Ellingham now in 10th with the fastest lap of the race.
Keep an eye out for Lucas Ellingham. He'll be appearing in our cameras sooner rather than later, but we're actually focusing again on that fight for second. Mullett in the 40 ahead of Taylor, who seems to be maybe not quite have the pace. Obviously starting on pole position, has just been overtaken by Johnson Cool as well. I think Johnson Cool has managed to just about get through. Can we see it just as they go through our shot? I believe it has. And the number 3 of Fleming might have gotten through as well. There's a lot of smoke, a lot of dust, sorry, being kicked up coming out of Ashby's. 61. Oh, big lunge up there. The inside though. Who was that? Is that Brooks making their way through Johnson Cool?
It was indeed, you're right. Was it on Johnson Cool? Yeah, it was indeed. So Johnson Cool losing a number of positions on that lap. Sorry, no, just the one. The timing updated and he jumped right back up the order again. So just losing the one for Johnston Cool there, down into 5th. Christian Brooks gaining a couple. It was actually Luke Taylor, lost 7 positions on that last lap on the 174. We've got a crash up at Christmas Corner. The 25 and the 61. The 61 not too happy with that one.
That's
25.
Cool.
So it's JP Slater and Lewis Johnston Cool there. So Johnston Cool being completely stopped. Let's have a watch of that one again as you come up to Christmas Corner. Watch the 2 in the middle of the pack there. To the inside goes the 25. A little bit late. They're going to make contact. And yes, just squeezes across the front bumper he goes. 25 rejoins and the 61. Few hands in the air. Not too happy with that. Let's look at that late move of the 73 into the boot. That was so late. Makes the position work though. And up through goes to 73 of Harry Torpey. I think that was on Christopher Bingham. It was indeed. It was actually on quite a few drivers. It was up 3 places on that last lap as those 2 we saw having a crash earlier at Christmas. Dropping down the order.
Torpey just put his kart into a position where he let the driver in front decide whether they were going to have a crash.
He
basically.
did, didn't he?
The whole Ayrton Senna route of racing.
Yes,
I think.
a little bit.
Whether it's frowned upon these days or not is a different matter. They didn't make contact, but he's got the place cleanly. Sam Shaw, I believe, overtaking Christopher Bingham on that previous through Christmas Corner there as well. And again, more moves through the infield. That's the 11th. Yeah, that's Ellingham getting past Marcus Littlewood.
It was indeed. Gives the little tap on the helmet as well as he goes through, saying, "Don't resend me again, mate. I'm going forward here. Do not do that." But as you say, another position for Ellingham. Is that up into 5th now? It is indeed. And another fastest lap of the race last time around, down 44. Wow, look at that. 44.72 for Ellingham. Our leader heading 44.73. So both of them pushing up well. But Lucas Ellingham setting that lap whilst passing through traffic. So that's extra impressive from Ellingham. However, I think catching that lead of heading probably going to be a bit out of the question now with only 3 minutes to go and around a 3.5 second gap between them. But I think P2 is still very much on the cards.
It is indeed. I just saw the 73 take a big
lunge. Move there for third.
Yeah, they'll focus on this battle here. This is the 40. That's Thomas Mullett just ahead of now Christian Brooks.
Oh, look at Ellingham go!
Ellingham just looking like he's got another. It's like he's got extra grippy tyres, isn't it? Just sending the momentum through. Doesn't seem to have to brake.
He's got the ultra softs on.
Yes, exactly. He's got the aerodynamics involved, doesn't he? That's the thing.
Haven't seen, actually I was just about to say, I haven't seen human DRS come out just yet. Pretty sure I saw Lucas Ellingham apply that down the back straight. As I say earlier, he's quite a tall driver, so I think him over some of the other ones is probably going to help out a little bit more activating that human DRS. Already right on the rear bumper of Christian Brooks in the 82, looking like he could already be setting up a move. Not quite there, but Lucas Ellingham very much up for it. So as we say, Mullett now leading Brooks, now leading Ellingham. Just behind is Fleming and Littlewood as for a move for second. Ellingham's going to follow through and might even take both of them. Does indeed. Read that situation perfectly, did Lucas Ellingham. Up into second place he goes, and now calamity ensues behind.
Brooks went very, very wide. Nothing to do with the old oil or whatever we had on the circuit before. It was more to do with the fact that he got hung out there with a great opportunistic move, and we saw in the cadets they tried to do that as well. I'll get back to that in a second, because the number 11 and the 40, that's Marcus Littlewood in 11 and Thomas Mullett in the 40 going side by side through Christmas Corner, just about holding it together for the time being. No, although Mullett goes up the inside. No, sorry, Mullett getting hung up around the inside. I tell you what, Littlewood overtook Mullet. There we go. That's what I was going for. They swapped around 3 or 4 times in the space of a sentence, and they're still going as Mullet makes contact with the number 41, and that's Carly Atkins.
I think they've carried on, haven't they? I think they've all carried on there. Yep, there's Lucas Ellingham. Another fastest lap of 44.4 that time around there, chasing down the leader, but only a minute to go and 3 seconds between them, so I don't think that's going to happen. But this battle continues to rage on between these two. A bit of contact being made. 73 down the inside there, the 67. 67's going to be losing 2 spots there. That's Reece Newburn losing out to Harry Torpy. And my goodness, I think it's about 3rd to 11th now is this battle. So yeah, 40 seconds to go. That's what, 3 more laps? I think it's all to play for really here for these kind of 3rd to 10th spots.
Yeah, this is very good racing, but it is impossible for us to call.
You can't keep up.
You cannot keep up at all, especially when you're trying to point out all the different numbers and everything like that. But that's very entertaining.
Well, that was the 18 of Sam Shaw we've just seen make a move there. He's moving up, so now up into 8th place. I think he was 10th or 11th last lap around. He was indeed 11th last lap. Now into 8th. He came 3rd in our Heat 1 yesterday. So Sam making a good one of this race too, and moving up easily into the top 10. Could even get higher, maybe into the top 5, depending on how he plays the rest of this one out.
It's all 73.
Harry Torpy,
yeah, Torpy going ahead of Mullet as well, going into the right-hander towards the infield. And again, it must be exhausting. It's pretty hard work to follow it. It must be exhausting to be involved, because you're constantly thinking forward, backwards, side to side, about your lines, about your braking zones. The sort of mental capacity that these drivers have is really off the charts.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. They've got to be able to drive the car as if it's the back of their hand. They know it so well. But then they've also got to be able to battle throughout that. So if you're not quite up to speed with the kart yet, battling that close to you can be so difficult, and you can just be eaten alive. As there we go, Christmas corner down the inside goes the number 18. That's Sam Shaw continuing to move his way up to the top 10. I believe that was on the 96 of Joe Charlton. Might lose out the position though, back to Joel. I think Joel might have just got him back there as we look forward. This is still the 18 of Sam Shaw, being followed by the 96 of Joe Charlton. Then back behind, it's Harry Torpy, of course. We saw send the move slightly early on the lap. It looks like this might stay about the same around these parts of the race, as Sam Henny does come across the line to take the win here in X30 Senior, followed by Lucas Ellingham. So a great race for both of them. And the rest are going to come across the line now. It was Thomas Fleming in 3rd position, then Marcus Littlewood in 4th, then Carly Atkins, someone we didn't mention through I think at all in that race, up into P5, has quietly made their way through up into P5 there, so well done to Carly. Then Christian Brooks was in 6th, Sam Shaw in 7th, Joe Charlton in 8th, and Harry Torpy in 9th, and Reece Newburn there in 10th. So another interesting race there, I think, from the X30 Seniors, but as predicted, Lucas Ellingham making his way through the order nicely.
Yeah, Sam Heading. We didn't quite get the sort of grandstand fight that I was maybe hoping for between Heading and Ellingham, but you know, we've still got another couple of races to go. We've got 2 more heats. We've got 1 more heat and a final, I believe, with these drivers involved. Yes, there's 3 heats in total, and they had 1 yesterday. Yes. That's how maths works, Jack.
That is how maths works.
But yeah, really good racing from all involved, and hopefully they'll be giving us just as much entertainment in a whenever they turn up next. It's hard to say an hour, because it might be an hour and a half, it might be 45 minutes, you never know, but it's whenever they next appear on our screens. Right, going into the next one, it's another senior race, but this time it's the Senior Rotax Max. The Senior Rotax Max. So this is the final heat of Heat 2. We'll be going into Heat 3 straight after this one. Starting on the front row is George Hunter and Archie Elliott, 1st and 2nd. Row 2 is Ethan Martin and Chris Benderi. Row 3, Luke Ringham and Ben Hearsay. Row 4, Benjamin Ballou and Bentley Sims. Row 5, Alexander Mikos and Ethan Ling. Row 6, Kasper Pajecki and Ryan Mikalev even probably. Row 7, Joshua Burton and Luke Collins. Row 8, Harry Gibson and Alfie Brooks. Row 9, Lewis Wilde and Charlie Ellis. Row 10, Ronnie Mansfield and Scott Smith. Row 11, Sam Light and Tommy Edmonds. Row 12, Klaas Koike and Marcel Laschik. Right, the Senior Rotax Maxes, as I said, the final of our Heat 2 races. I can tell you that Harry Gibson won yesterday's for Heat 1. Lewis Wild came home in second place with Alfie Brooks in third. I'm just having a look to see what the gap was. Lewis Wild ended up 1.3 seconds behind Harry Gibson, but, and this is quite exciting when we look at how this race and potentially the further ones for the rest of the day are going to be looking. Lewis Wild and Alfie Brooks, second and third, separated by 100th of a second as they came up across the line. And all three of those drivers actually ended up taking quite a few positions off the race lead. Off their grid positions. Harry Gibson made up 4 places, Lewis Wilder made up 5. Klaas Koike and George Hunter, 5th and 6th, but they both made up 9 places to be in 5th and 6th position, respectively. So a fair few drivers to be keeping an eye out on, just to give you the numbers as well in case you want to follow along at home. Harry Gibson, number 99, Lewis Wild, number 89, and Alfie Brooks, number 57. Those 3 drivers were the top 3 from yesterday, John.
Lovely.
It's looking forward to this one. As I said, it's we're back to Heat 3 straight after this race, of course. So we'll have a little bit of a taster of how everything's gone down. A few of the protagonists that we'll be keeping an eye out on. Just the senior maxes to go.
Indeed, yeah, we get a little bit of a storyline going on, don't we, for the day. Once we move into the second on the heat, see how people can do, because of course the grids are all randomised between your 3 heats, so that it should then mean that you have kind of a similar average starting position across all 3 between all the drivers, make it nice and fair. So yeah, we can see if maybe someone didn't have quite a good first heat, it might have been because they had quite a low starting position. They might have a better one next time, and they might be right up there, and we haven't seen them. So yeah, this should be good. But as you say, the final of our Heat 2s, of course, our first heats for today, but our second heats for the drivers for the weekend. I do just want to say, if you're on the Alpha Live YouTube chat, Luke Austin keeps popping in some questions for you to answer. I will just say, this newest one, which statement best describes you? A racing driver, a general spectator, a parent/relative of a driver, or a friend of a driver? Where's commentator? Luke, I can't answer this. I cannot answer this. I'm going to have to pretend like I'm a racing driver, because I do wish I was a racing driver. But we'll click that to answer that poll. 80% of people that reply that are racing drivers.
Well, there we go.
I'm enjoying the supporting of it, whether if you're here or whether you're away from the circuit and simply supporting some other friends that are racing. It's great to have you here at Alpha Live. We've got 240 people watching at the moment, which is fantastic. Whilton Mill Kart Club is always very well viewed by lots of people, so we're glad to have you. If you haven't yet subscribed to Alpha Live and you've liked the stream, please make sure you do that as soon as possible, because you don't want to miss out on all the future content we've got coming your way. Okay. He said in the chat, commentator is a general spectator that just talks a lot.
To be fair, we do talk a lot.
I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, we do talk a lot. Like most spectators, no one listens either.
That's very true.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There's some fantastic stuff on Alpha Live. And thank you for watching us, because you could be watching Warden Law for the British Kart Championship or Teesside Owners Driver Series, which is also live on Alpha Live as well.
We've got more viewers than BKC. Look at us go.
Whilton
Mill Kart Club.
We are the go.
We're the daddy of all karting competitions. We love it. We've got a few people in the chat as well. A couple of people saying, what a drive, Lucas from Braden Hill. Top job, mate. That was an amazing drive coming through the pack. And then we've got Go Chris in the senior max from Barat. Thank you. Come on, Charlie Ellis. And then also well done to Lucas Ellingham 99 as well from Dogman R. So let's see, as this one gets underway, why don't you take this start, mate?
Yeah, so senior maxes with George Hunter in the number 50 on pole position. Now that looks like a potential jump, but we are clean and we're racing. Great start then, Laura. It is by Archie Elliott. Sorry, not George Hunter. The 54, Archie Elliott. I believe the 50 of George Hunter is trying to defend his position from a very aggressive 84 Chris Bandera. And there's contact in the background. The 64 has had his nose cone ripped off there. Who is the number 64?
Luke Collins, it was. Having it ripped off. I did see just one driver, I couldn't see who it was behind him. You could see he broke later, realised, oh no, I'm going to go to the back of him here, dived down the inside, but there was already someone on his outside, so there was just no space, made contact, over the front he went.
Yeah, no, it's a bit of a shame, one of those probably racing incidents that, to be honest, we're just glad we haven't seen as much of so far today. Ben Hearsey is number 43, just keeping just in your picture a little bit there, but as they come across the line, we'll be able to give you a bit of a rundown. Ethan Ling in the 76 has made up 4 positions so far, just on the opening lap alone, as Ronnie Mansfield, potentially involved in that little incident earlier on, has got a contact warning. The 57 moves up the inside of the 77. That is Alfie Brooks, I believe, going through on Ryan McCluffy. McAuliffe. Apologies if I got that name wrong again, but that is the fight for 8th position. For the time being, that is the number 71, sorry, not the 77. There isn't a 77. Archie Elliott still leads the way nicely, though. For George Hunter is the 43, is off the road now. Ben Hearsey and Kart, I've mentioned a few times so far, in a particularly odd place to go off there, unfortunately. I think they've just about rejoined.
Indeed, yeah, slightly odd one. Harry Gibson's making his way through nicely. I just want to pick up the number 99. Name we see quite a bit. Moving up into the top 10 now. Fastest lap for Alfie Brooks in the 57. Just look at that. That is trying to go to the inside. The 37 on the 71. That's Benjamin Ballou on Ryan McAuliffe. Just trying to make it stick. We've got another move there down the inside into Ashby. Oh, they're just making it work, aren't they? Tap of the head from the driver as he makes it through. That was the 89 now on 37, so that was Lewis Wild on Benjamin Ballou. So Ballou trying to get past McAuliffe, ended up losing a position to Wild as we see the 115 off, exiting the left-right-hander. I'm going to assume, no, that is Ethan Martin. So from 7th place, he was doing very well as Ethan. Off the road, he's going to be losing a number of positions because, as we said previously, once you get it on that green stuff, you lose quite a bit of speed.
Another Ethan we should be talking about is Ethan Ling, who's he's in 3rd place, gained a lot of places, but he's also the fastest man out there on the circuit at the moment. 71 being hung out to dry here. Ryan McAuliffe is not going to be able to jump back into that position, so I think Lewis Wild and Benjamin Ballou are probably going to be able to go on through. We'll just wait for confirmation as they drive through our screen. Difficult to see who's who in that particular angle, but there we go. McAuliffe is actually struggling to stay on the circuit. He's being hung out left, right and centre. In fact, Ronnie Mansfield in the 67 has also got past him. So I believe McAuliffe on this lap alone will have dropped outside the top 10.
Indeed they will, yeah. It's a bit difficult to see the numbers, isn't it? Especially with the glare. We've got some nice sunlight today. We're just about breaking through the clouds. So yeah, hopefully I think it's still going to stay dry for today. I think that's another thing about the sort of hot dog front nose cones, with how they're angled. The numbers kind of just pointing towards the sky, which makes it a bit difficult for us, doesn't it? But there we go, another move into Christmas corner there. That was down sort of more in the sort of 10th to 15th bracket of our drivers. Still making some good moves and having some great racing. As you say, Ethan Ling still continuing to press on in the 76. Now dropped down to a 45.74 lap time, as here they are pressuring Archie Elliott for that lead. Could be looking for it into the boot here. Not quite. Doesn't think about it in the CRG kart, but definitely has the pace here. Looking for an exit, just about gets chopped off as they come around the final corner to end of the lap. There's still a battle going on behind though, as the 99 trying to make it through. That's Harry Gibson, who I mentioned earlier, now up into 6th place, looking for 5th on Brentley Sims. Let's look back to this leading battle, Elliott versus Ling.
Yeah, so Ling got through into 2nd without being on our cameras. We missed that one, unfortunately. But he not only got through to 2nd, he pulled away and caught right up to the race leader. There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be expecting him to take a victory here, because he's all over the back of Archie Elliott, and there he goes, nicely slotting his way through. Very efficient indeed as soon as he saw that opportunity. Rips off a little bit of tape, or just tries to open up the radiators so the car runs a little bit cooler potentially. Just trying to make sure that he doesn't have any engine blow, of course. I'm actually looking for Ethan Lee. He came 11th in yesterday's race. He did make up 14 positions though, so he's clearly starting dead last. Now is his opportunity for a race win.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, getting that many positions on a field with such high-quality drivers. But the number 54 of Archie Elliott certainly isn't falling off the back of Ethan Ling. Another person to keep in your mind, right at the back of our shot there in the blue car, the number 57, Alfie Brooks. Fastest lap of the race last time around, a 45.62. Right on the back of this pack of 5 now, you can see there in the blue bumpered kart. And yeah, seriously pressing on. So I think this battle of 2 for first position could be up to sort of a 5-person battle very shortly. Depends on whether Mr. Ling is able to pull away at all. You can see at the back of that pack now, Brooks now really pressuring Chris Banderi. So let's see as this battle continues through turn 1 and turn 2. Now up to Christmas corner, how it continues. As you can see there, he's going to go for the move. Up into 4th place goes Alfie Brooks. A very nice and controlled move there on Chris Banderi. Makes it drop into 4th. Chris looking back with it though, up the inside. That was a nice response there from Chris. Isn't going to let it happen, but does go wide on the exit and relinquishes the position back to Alfie again. So a nice little battle for 4th. But Alfie probably not going to be too happy with that. Wants to get through as quickly as possible to move up into this battle for the lead. And that might have just been the cause of not getting that race win. If he continues this pace, move up to the front of this pack, might have just given Ling enough time to pull away.
Chris Banderi, though. I liked the intention, I liked the optimism, didn't I? I liked the decisiveness. Sees a gap, you know what, bang, I'm going to go for it. I don't care if you are actually quicker or if anything like that. I want that track position back, I'm going to go for it. I mean, there's a gap that's been formed, obviously, for Alfie Brooks, but still, I think he probably would have, I don't think Alfie was expecting it. I think he probably would have thought, you know what, man, fair play for trying. He gave it a good go there, did Banderi, but it wasn't quite to be. So Brooks has gotten onto the back of Hunter now. Now this should be interesting, because there we go. I was about to say he will be wanting to do this rather quickly. He did it before I could even say the sentence, which is just goes to show how intently he has.
Probably the fastest that you could have done that.
Yeah.
So literally in the next corner, we were explaining it. So no, made it through. Brooks still with that fastest lap of the race, now up into the podium position, stops George Hunter into 4th, and now is looking to chase down Archie Elliott. So Archie versus Alfie for P2 now, 52 seconds to go. That is going to be 3 more laps around Whilton Mill for this Senior Max Heat 2, ending out our Heat 2s for the day. Still got 1 more heat for each category. That was late on the brakes down the inside, my goodness. I think that was for sort of 6th or 7th place. We're going to look back to these karts now. So it was the 99, so it's Harry Gibson. It was Alexander Mikos looking for it down the inside, getting very late. Manages to keep it away from the side pod though. And look at this, looking back to the front. I think that's the move for the second, isn't it? It is indeed. That's Brooks, Alfie Brooks, now down the inside of Archie Elliott, moves up into 2nd place. But with 15 seconds to go, effectively 2 more laps at Whilton Mill. Does he have enough time to close down 1.3 seconds? I'm not so sure.
1.3 seconds, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's visually a massive margin, isn't it? And
it is.
Especially if Archie Elliott doesn't fancy letting him get away. And why would he? Because that's the 2nd place up for grabs potentially. So yeah, I think by the looks of it, Brooks has probably survived it for the time being, and maybe Hunter and Elliott will just fight over the scraps of 3rd place. But equally, as I said, a 2nd visually looks too big a gap for me for him to catch up to Ling.
Yeah, sadly I think so. Ling has run a fantastic race though, as you say. Doing decently well yesterday, 11th place, getting a few positions, but today just coming out of nowhere with impeccable pace. Not way too far off from anyone else. Like Alfie Brooks, fastest lap of 45.52. Ethan Lings is a 45.54, so it's all pretty close. Now looking up into Christmas, 54 of Archie Elliott, still trying to see if he can make that move work at any point on the circuit. Looks for it again. Down into Ashby, not going to happen. More defensive driving going on behind. That's still Harry Gibson, I believe, for 6th place, trying to keep Alexander Mikos off of that position. Now actually some defending going on from the 54 of Archie Elliott. So realise he's got George Hunter behind. They are going to be 3 wide now. That's Hunter and Banderi looking for the moves there. Banderi's going to try it around the outside. He's going to get squeezed off again. So this is now allowed for Brooks to just leave them for dust. So Ling and Brooks are now kind of off by themselves, as that is it, the end of the race. So Ling finishes up in 1st. A nice little lead of 1.6 seconds there at the end over Alfie Brooks. And there was Archie Elliott finishing out in 3rd, just managing to hold off George Hunter and Chris Banderi there through the final few sections of corners. And Harry Gibson held off Alexander Mikos to hold 6th as well. Then it was Ronnie Mansfield in 8th, Lewis Wild in 9th, and Benjamin Ballou rounding out the top 10. Oh, another good race there. This one for our Senior Maxes. Pretty sure it didn't come up with a final lap time rule there, did it? It went straight to finish, unless my eyes were deceiving me. But yeah, another good race, and that CRG driver having a great one there out in the lead.
Yep, no, Ethan Ling, he'll be very, very pleased with that one. Alfie Brooks would have been hoping before the race that maybe there's a race win on the cards, but to be honest, you can never be too disappointed with 2nd, I don't believe anyway, especially in a heat, you still get a good amount of points. So, like we mentioned quite a few times, that is the end of Heat 2 here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's almost the end of the morning, not quite. We'll be able to bring you Heat 3, and the first heat coming up is all the way back to the Junior Maxes.
Here we go then. Sort of the second part of our morning racing here at Whilton Mill. In for Junior Max Heat 3. William Rea starts on pole alongside George Spilsbury. Then it's Jensen Weston, George Allen, Joe Garraway and Thomas Behrman. Behind them it's Ronnie Shrimpton in 7th, Zaki Hussain in 8th, Ross Tyler in 9th and Jessica White rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Alfie Thompson and Bobby Roger. Then it's Jack Howarth in the unlucky number 13 spot, then Alfie Briggs alongside him, Spencer Brom just behind, then Ewan Thomas, Harrison Morrow and Callum Goff. Then it's Artie Thacker and Alfie Rich rounding out the top 20, followed by Josh Cook, Amelia Pennington, Ollie Ward and Zane Khan. Aaron Cheddar, then Yaba Al-Saba, then it's Ramarion Ubi and David Martial. That's the double triple three that we were thinking of earlier that we couldn't remember the name of. It was, of course, David. Then it's Nicholas Ellis and Caden Welch rounding out 30 drivers, and I believe all of the drivers on the grid for this one. As there we go. Already exiting the pit lane, no waiting around this time. And the Junior Max drivers make their way out on circuit. Hopefully they would have learned from last time, and no spins on the opening lap, but you never say never.
Absolutely not. And if you want reminding of how the last race went down, Alfie Briggs took home the victory in the 147 with Jessica White in second place and Riley Brown in third. And that's our man for triple three. If anybody wants to know who David Martial is and his little story, you can watch it on the Paddock show after Heat 3s are concluded.
Not going to be too happy that we've mentioned that after his spin, but hey mate, don't go spinning if you don't want us to mention it.
That's the thing with the Paddock show, isn't it? Though we just go around talking to random drivers whether they like it or not, and then all of a sudden we pick on them for the rest of the day. It's
great. I like it.
People will stop wanting to talk to us even more than
they don't want to talk to us anyway.
No, it's true actually. Yeah, it's very true.
What about the drivers that will wave and then see us actually look back at them and just run away? Yeah. Run in the opposite direction.
It's like the new version of knock and run, isn't it? It's what our intention is like. Run the opposite direction. Right. George Spilsbury, the number 38, will be on the outside. On the inside will be William Ray. And the number 41, William Ray, waiting to get them going. It looks like it's going to be a clean start, and he moves straight over to fend off the attack of George Spilsbury. And I think actually he's put George a little bit further back because the 33 of Jensen Weston has moved himself up into third. So those two inside roads have managed to make their way up and follow each other through. Weston into second place. Lots of chopping and changing in the background through Christmas Corner, and the third place man now of Spilsbury is fending off the attack of everybody else behind him as the front two pull away just a touch. And in fact, Spilsbury is already being overtaken by the number 58 of Joe Garraway. Started in 5th place, now up to 3rd.
It was a good start, no one going off, a bit rough and ready in places. I did see the 72 of Ronnie Shrimpton get absolutely ploughed into from behind by another driver. I saw the neck just fly backwards, but all okay, and he's continued. This little gaggle going to the boot. It's a bit manic, but all of them keeping on the black stuff. William in the lead with the fastest lap, of course. Who have we got any big movers from that one? Caden Welch has gone from 26th to 20th. One of our novice drivers in this one, so a great start for Caden. Alfie Thompson there up 5 as well from 10th to 5th place. All managing, as I say, to keep it on the black stuff. But it looks like the sort of front 4 pulled away a bit into their own pack. We see the 131 diving down the inside at Ashby. That's Zaki Hussein, I believe, on Jessica White. So moves up into 8th place, does Zaki. One that we'll be expecting to move up through the order even further through this race. But there we go. See it kind of spaced out nearer the front of the pack. That was Joe Garraway, being followed by George Allen. And there is Alfie Thompson, then leading basically the rest of the field.
Just trying to keep an eye out. I don't know whether I read out the wrong results. No, there we go. Alfie Briggs currently in 12th place, winner of race number 1. Actually, he's just gone up to the 10th. So Alfie into the top 10. It's the 147 kart that you'll probably end up seeing. In fact, there we go. He was launching himself over the curbs and launching himself up the inside at Christmas Corner on the 102 Jake Howarth, who I believe is one of the drivers that we spoke about quite a lot earlier on as well. So there we go. Making moves is Alfie Briggs.
Indeed he is. Moving up through the order nicely. Now very much firmly into the top 10 with moves like that. That's going to happen. That was lovely up to Christmas. A little bit of a slide there from the 37. That was Jessica White, just as she exited the left-hander, getting it slightly sideways, losing a bit of power. And then the Thomas Behrman could just slightly pull away. Now those three at the front, it's not William Ray, is it? He's a bit further ahead. Yeah. But then it's Jensen Weston, Joe Garraway and George Allen, all very close to each other, battling over second. Then we've got another little gap back to Thomas Behrman and Jessica White, and then also another gap further back. But here we go. Here's that battle for second, third and fourth. 58 now moves ahead. That's Joe Garraway making up a position there at Christmas Corner. And that's going to lead the two behind to continue scrapping. I think that was Behrman going up the inside of Allen. No, it wasn't. It's Weston losing a position, sorry, to the 48 of Allen. My apologies. So Allen now up into third, Garraway in second, and Weston now in fourth.
It's all chopping and changing here at Whilton Mill, isn't it, for the beginning of the third heat. Remember, this is the final heat these drivers will have before they go into the finals, so it's their last opportunity to score some good points until the final, where it's pretty much almost double the points. Now here, a tyre squeal in the background. Is that because we've got a spinner? Yes, it is. It's the number 38, who's just tumbling down the order, George Spilsbury. He's had a bit of a spill there, unfortunately. Hopefully he's spilled no kind of fluids.
No, hopefully not. Yeah, no reason like the drivers in the other one to say, oh, there was slippery surface. I'm afraid he has, I believe, just lost it on his own. There has George. He's having a good race, but yeah, now dropping down the order, sadly, for George Spilsbury. There we see another driver getting bullied out wide. That was the 89. Who is that on my timing? That's Alfie Thompson, now to the lower end of the top 10, just getting pushed out slightly. And there we see the 147 of Alfie Briggs continuing to press on. Another move he makes. That was on the 33 of Jensen Weston. That means that order must have really changed from that last lap. It has indeed. So I'll round you out the top 10 again before they inevitably change a lot again. We've got Ray in first, Garraway second, Allen third, White fourth, Behrman fifth, Briggs sixth, Howarth seventh, Weston eighth, Thompson ninth, and Hussein 10th. That was a 137 of the 147, sorry, of Alfie Briggs making another move there on Thomas Behrman this time. Up into 5th place goes Briggs.
No messing around today, as he's got intentions going forward and he's showing them. Ray, just having a look, pretty quick. In fact, actually, sorry, it's not Ray. The reason why I was quite surprised is the fact I saw a driver, which I thought was Ray, very close. It absolutely is. It's Garraway, Joe Garraway, 58, currently in 2nd place. William Ray is well away with the Fairies, 3.4 seconds the gap for them at the moment in the race lead, probably the biggest gap for the race lead that we've seen all day and in any category. Yeah, no, I think you're right. He's done a brilliant job just leading it out from the front, and he's doing very well. Just did a couple of moves. That was a late one down the inside, looking like the 33 could switch it back there. So this is slightly further down the order, I think, than we were looking at previously. Yeah, but just outside the top 10, actually. Outside of the top 10. Indeed, you are right. But yeah, we'll continue watching this one. I had a thought then, but the thought has escaped me, so I'm going to hand it back over to you. Well, it's a good thing, because the number 83 in that fight, just outside the top 10. In fact, it's not even the top 15. That's Alfie Richards in the 83, trying to make some kind of move. And there is the 147 of Alfie Briggs, hunting down Thomas Behrman. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for Behrman to hold him off, I think, for any much longer. With 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, it's a long time. With the 37 of White going at the inside of 58 Garraway. Garraway trying to get those cutbacks, trying to put his kart into positions where maybe White wouldn't appreciate it, but he hasn't been able to do such a thing just yet. So White is into 2nd. Garraway's dropped down to 3rd. George Allen just behind, and I think Alfie Briggs did get past Thomas Behrman. I think you're right, yeah. Briggs still with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.05. Only person dropping into the 46 zeros at the moment anyway. But yeah, as you say, I think William Ray, he's gone at the front now. I think drivers will be accepting that he's gone. No way they're going to catch it. Gap now up to 4 seconds out front. Briggs now the first driver to drop down into the 45.95 for him. But actually a lot of drivers now dropping down. Spencer Broham in 8th with a 45.90 that last time around. So becomes the fastest lap of the race. Holder of such a prestige. And there we go, down the inside goes someone else again. I think that was Briggs. I want to say it was indeed the 147 of Briggs, so that was on George Allen. Up into 4th place goes Briggs, and this battle continues. These drivers now accepting first is probably gone. However, Jessica White just starting to pull out a little bit of a gap over Joe Garraway now, so we'll see how this plays out. Just over a minute to go. Yeah, well, Jessica White arguably was in with a good shout of taking that race victory in the first race. We think there was a little bit of a mistake somewhere. We didn't see it on camera, but Jessica White certainly had a healthy lead, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared in a blink of an eye, and all of a sudden got overtaken. That was the 48 and 85. George Allen ahead of Thomas Behrman, wasn't it? Again, nice and close through Christmas Corner. Such a popular overtaking spot here at Whilton Mill. You can see why. You get the slipstream, you get the run all the way up the hill, and then a big braking opportunity, and it's a quick sort of for such a sharp hairpin, sharp corner. It's really quite quick to get on the exit of it. Actually, Alfie Briggs is sending it that's the latest, one of the latest moves that we've seen so far today. Really good manoeuvre by him to get up past the 58 at Garraway and onto the podium. Alfie Briggs is really sending it up through the field, isn't he? What an effort
from that young driver. Moving up through, and now just trying to hunt down Jessica White. So there's another move into Christmas Call on the 49. I think he tried that last lap. Makes it stick this time around. That's Bobby Rozier on Ewan Thomas. Just moved up into the top 10. Has Bobby now, a name we see near the sharp end of this championship a lot of the time. Just currently at the lower end of the top 10. There's another move into the left-hander. Another one of the CRG drivers. Was it the 65? I think it was, with Spencer Brougham. So Spencer, I think still indeed with the fastest lap of the race, moving his way up through the order well. And Alfie Briggs has now made it up into third. So where can Spencer make it up to? In sixth now as they go on to the last lap of this race.
Yep, William Ray, well, 4.5 second gap.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's out.
Not even worth talking about almost until he gets round to the second half of this lap. And to be fair, as you mentioned, we are on the last lap. It's flown by as this Junior Max Heat 3. Really good stuff, and it's not done there. It's a big bit of lock-up there from a defensive driver. I'm not too sure who it was, but again, big move at the inside by the number 65 is Spencer Brougham. That's against Tom's Behrman, I believe, the number 85. Really good driving there by Spencer. It might have actually been on George Allen, potentially.
I think it was.
But the checkered flag has flown. The checkered flag has flown in the face of William Ray as Jessica White comes home in second place and Alfie Briggs gets himself onto the podium.
Yeah, what a great ending there. You were right, it was Allen. So, yeah, Garraway fourth, Brougham managed to make his way up to fifth there on the last lap. So a great recovering drive, and Alfie Briggs did actually nick the fastest lap right at the end there at 45.74. But to finish out your top 10, it was George Allen in 6th, Thomas Behrman 7th, Jake Howarth in 8th, Zaki Hussain in 9th, and Bobby Rozier rounding out the top 10. Did you say that one went pretty quickly, didn't it? That was a good bit of racing for the Junior Maxes. You'll see them again later on after the lunch break, where we will see the Junior Max final. But before then, coming up next, it's the X30 Junior Heat 3. Here we are then. All look forward to the grid for heat number 3 from our X30 Junior drivers. Ooh, I can see a couple of people on the grid already that I'm thinking looking pretty interesting. Jaden Gregg is the one taking pole position though, alongside Kai Bacchini. He was fantastic at our last round here, so watch out for him. Archie Heron behind with Kira Harris alongside, and it's Macaulay Guy and Joey Brown. Cameron Pratt Thompson, followed by Taylor Orridge. Then it's Morgan Hill and Charlie Locker rounding out the top 10. Behind them, it's Luke Garlick and Jack Owen Drawbridge. Then Josh Jones in 13th, followed by Jack Rocket Ship. Then it's Kian Leon Gamiao, then Flynn McDermott, Micah Taylor, and Jack Cox. Jack Collins and Kian Garrity round out the top 20. They're followed by Jack Mowat, Fred Green, Freddie Lloyd, and Zach Green. Another big grid, this one, 30 karts in this one. It's Leo Brown, followed by Charlie Morrison-Jones, David McIntyre, Ollie Cook, George Quartermain, and Eddie Dimbleby rounding out those 30 drivers. So huge grids here at Whilton Mill today. It's always fantastic to see. And yeah, I'm sure we'll get underway racing very quickly. No spillages last time around, so it should be just a case of getting the drivers out there, sort of gridded up and ready in 2x2 style. We'll get them underway and racing. Let's have a look through our results earlier on today. I'm not sure if actually the initial heats have been updated. Again, a reminder, if you want to see any earlier results, you can go to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC and make your way through to the current round. Let's have a look at this one, X30 Junior. The heat one earlier on was won by Fred Green. Zach Green was in second with Micah Taylor in third. So let's see how those three can get on today, whether it will be an all-green podium again. Unlikely. We've got Fred Green in 22nd, Zach Green in 24th. And then your other driver, it was Micah Taylor, wasn't it? It was indeed. Where is Micah Taylor lining up for this one? I think I'm blind. Oh, there we go. He's in 17th. So our top three from our heat number 2, so earlier today, quite far down in the starting order for this one. 17th, 24th, and 22nd. So let's see how they do. But drivers now out on circuit. Looks like Kai Bacchini is actually leading us away, but he will be P2 on the grid. Jaden Gregg is going to be in P1. But here we go. Look how sideways they get it. It's not surprising that they spin it. You get it nearly parallel to the way that you want to go around the circuit. But all managing to keep it on the back stop.
They must do it for the cameras. I think they must know that they've got mates watching or family or something, and they go, "Oh, you see that massive drift that I did at the beginning?"
The shot, mate. Oh, someone decided they don't want to take the full circuit.
Yeah, no. Clearly, Zulu is their preferred layout, even if it is the slightly older one. Not even sure actually when the new layout started to become more popular. I do remember the Zulu when I started racing at Whilton Mill. I do remember Zulu being the main use. The main circuit. I remember racing on it, so it must have been. Obviously, they've now introduced a couple more overtaking opportunities, and we've seen today alone how good that infield is now. There's 3 or 4 extra overtaking opportunities, which we obviously love to see. So, Kai Bacchini in number 14. Oh, is that going a little bit early? Is it going to be a full start? Yes, that was very early indeed, wasn't it? Kai Bacchini just putting his foot down there, a little bit too keen. In fact, no, it was Jaden Gregg, sorry, my apologies. Jaden Gregg in the number 34.
It was indeed, yeah, you can see, because Archie Heron is supposed to be in 3rd, with Kai Bacchini in 2nd, so clearly that one side of the grid just went a little bit faster than the other side. But it means we're going to go around again. You can see, it always happens with that, and it makes it so obvious because of how tight that final corner is.
Yeah.
When the first start to break away, you really notice that the back half hasn't gone yet, so the marshals just immediately, race control, immediately saying, nope, we'll go around again and we'll get it restarted.
Yeah, because there's no way, however slowly you're going, there's no way you can fully accelerate around that corner really without
you'll just spin.
Spinning.
You will just spin.
It's quite crucial that the leaders are a little bit more patient, but obviously if you get the opportunity to be at the front of a race for any period of time, you get a little bit jumpy, you get a little bit nervous, you try and do everything you can to try and make sure that you don't mess it up, really. And I suppose, arguably, now you could say that Jaden Gregg has actually been in the race lead for 2 laps, arguably. They're not legal race laps, but technically he's been on circuit for 2 laps.
Very true, very true. Let's see if he can make it 3 laps. We get underway here. Hopefully no more flashing yellow lights. Say Jaden Gregg on the left of your screen, Bacchini on the right. Nope, we're going around again.
Well, again, he accelerated basically on the apex of the corner there, didn't he? So it's not entirely surprising. Like you said, the front lot can accelerate, but at the rear of the field, they'll accelerate and have to brake and then have to accelerate again.
It's not fair. They've all got to be relatively straight line by the time you get on the way. But obviously, it is difficult for the guys at the front because you can't see behind you. You don't have any rear view mirrors. You don't know when people have gone round that final corner, so you just got to wait for those lights.
You're absolutely right, but you could probably figure out if you're accelerating on the apex of a corner.
Yeah, maybe.
Behind,
Maybe that's fair enough.
But yeah, an extra 10, 20 yards is going to be what's needed. I'm sure the marshals will be trying their best, as they always do, to convey that message. We haven't actually said a big shout out to the marshals yet. They do a fantastic job here. All UK motorsport marshals are voluntary, so it's brilliant to have them along. Otherwise, no motorsport in the UK, and it always amazes me how many marshals there are willing to volunteer and give up their weekends all over the country. Pretty much every kart circuit is going to be used every weekend. Every race circuit is going to be used every weekend, and they need. There's hundreds and there's thousands of voluntary marshals that come down and give up their weekends. So a big thank you to the Orange Army for sure.
Yeah, big shout out. We literally couldn't do it without them. So thank you again for turning up as usual. They do get to watch the brilliant racing. And hopefully we get underway this time. We do indeed. No flashing yellow lights, and here we go through the first 2 corners. What a start from Kai Bacchini. Already moves up into the lead in the number 14. Jaden Gregg dropping down to 3rd in the number 34. That's Archie Heron, I believe, with the 59 moving up into 2nd. More battling going on behind those lower spots in the top 10. But everyone managing to keep it on the black stuff. Moving to the inside. Is that the 23 or the 31? I think it might have been the 21 of Kira Harris. As we've got a nose cone off for a driver in the back there, so clearly some contact that we missed out on. Kai Bacchini gets a bump in the rear end, and we've got another driver off at first corner. 69 takes to the grass. That's Taylor Orridge. Not the fastest way through that corner, but manages to rejoin just about okay. We've got a driver out of the kart at T1, so clearly a bigger incident than we first thought down there. It's going to be yellow flags as they go through, and it's actually a full course yellow. We've got a driver in the barrier. That was a big one. That was a big one. That's going to be a full course yellow for quite some time after that kind of impact. We don't want to see that. That was quite a biggie. Yeah, this is probably going to be quite a bit of stoppage time, I think, this.
Yeah, no, we obviously need. I wouldn't be surprised if you see the red flag. Every precaution needs to be taken.
I can feel that one.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm amazed that anybody's let him get up and almost try and bun that off somewhat. He's clearly a little bit shaken and just wants to get off the track as soon as possible.
Yeah.
That does mean, I suppose, logistically, all we'll have to do is get rid of his kart, and then and the kart that's obviously on the exit of turn 1. But we do hope that driver is okay, and please do go seek the medical attention because I mean, even just a little bit of shock, you need some time to take that down.
They'll be all over him. They'll be making sure he's okay, and yeah, it's similarly to how I had a big crash on oil at Shennington, went straight through the barriers, didn't realise that I'd ruined my ankle because of the amount of adrenaline that's still pumping through you. I got out and I was like, oh yeah, it hurts a bit, but I think I'm all right. 15 minutes later, I couldn't walk. So he shouldn't be walking on that ankle. He should be getting to the side of the track as quickly as possible. It's safe. But let's have a look at this again. Through the boots as they come out the final corner. We just had him get tipped slightly wide, and look at that impact. Oh my goodness. He goes from vertical to horizontal in about half a second.
Yeah, I think it was Kira Harris.
That was a big
21.
one. A big one. Yeah, it was either Kira Harris or Jack Nettleship, wasn't it? I think you're right saying it was Kira Harris. I think with a slightly reduced lap time.
I think Jack Nettleship is one of the drivers that potentially is.
That might have been the first corner, yeah. Yeah, okay. We'll try and get that for you confirmed as to who was exactly in each incident, but yeah, not something you like to see ever. As you say, I'm kind of surprised it's not a red flag, to be honest, after that kind of impact, but the marshals doing what is right and doing what is cool by race control, being the safest option as possible. But,
well, I'm guessing it probably would have been a red flag if the driver
hadn't run off.
Yeah, basically. But we're about to go racing, so let's focus on what's on our hand. Kai Bacchini in the race lead, number 14, ahead of Archie Heron, who's got a Cameron Thompson breathing down his neck towards just at the rear of him. In fact, he's having to go defensive slightly already. And look at that, 3 drivers trying to dive at the inside, all of 1. There's a 69. He's been somewhat fighting with the drivers around him. There's Morgan Hill, and I think Macaulay Guy in the 38 actually took advantage of both of those drivers and took 2 and 1, so really good driving by them. But Kai Bacchini leads the way. Archie Heron at the moment is in second place, but how much longer? Oh, the 70 goes grass chopping towards the outside. Luke Garlick is going to lose a lot of places now. Hopefully his kart is okay, because that could easily be a snap chain or something.
And his back.
And his back, of course. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong.
And his back. You did, as you were looking down at your screen, Pratt Thompson did overtake Archie Heron. And there we go. Now updated on the timing as they come across the start-finish line. Cameron Pratt Thompson with the fastest lap of the race as well, a 47.35. And look at that, already chasing down Kai Bacchini in first.
Yeah, well, I was actually going to mention, obviously without all the drama, Cameron Pratt Thomas, because there was, oh no, even more drama. Number 38 and 74. Not agreeing with the blame.
As they're on top of each other, yeah.
Yeah, probably best to just get rid of each other off of each other first. Yellow flag's obviously been waved. There shouldn't be a full course yellow.
No, that should be fine. Should be back pretty shortly.
Yeah, because that it's just a disentanglement of 2 machines. They don't need to hopefully do anything else. But look at this, Cameron Pratt Thomas. I'll finish my sentence eventually about it. I think started in 9th place and jumped up to 4th just by lap 1. And obviously all the drama and everything, he's raced through and done fantastically well to 2nd place. The drivers that were involved in that, plummeting down the order, Macaulay Guy, Joe Brown and Cian Geraghty, I think.
Indeed, I think you're right. Cian Geraghty just getting out ahead of those few, but yeah, not the best lap for those couple of guys as well. Oh, there we go, move for the lead. Pratt Thompson through on Kai Bacchini there down at Ashby. Looking like he could move through again. Kai Bacchini just about holding on to the 2nd though. And look at that, the front nose cone of the 59 just started to hang off. Doesn't matter though, through the inside he goes. That's the 59 of Archie Heron moving up into 2nd. You can just see, look at this, the pendulum swings and down goes Kai Bacchini. He's trying to hold his nose in there, just about does so. Squeezes out the 60, but he's going to lose out of position anyway to a different driver. Looked like that might have been the 29 of Morgan Hill. It was indeed, so a great lap for Morgan Hill up into 3rd place there. I think we're 6th or 7th at the start of the previous lap, now into 3rd. So this battle for 2nd has hotted up severely. Kai Bacchini saying, no, thank you though. Back up the inside he goes in that number 14 car and back up into 3rd. And I was going to say, he makes it difficult for us, as he usually does, by wearing someone else's suit. So on the back of Bacchini's suit, it does say Wild, but that is not Mr. Wild, that is Mr. Bacchini. And he does continue to hold 3rd place, just about.
I didn't know he was wearing somebody else's suit, to be honest. I don't look that closely. I'm still trying to panically have a look at their numbers and then look at my timing screen, to be honest. And Pacini, oh, it's going to be a big lunge on the inside there by number 29 of Hill. That's a little bit, I'd say, aggressive on that one. But yeah. Freddie Lloyd with the track warning as well.
It was a bit forced there, I think, by Taylor Robbage, I want to say, behind. Yeah, in the 69. Taylor Robbage kind of went a little bit late. Went in the rear end of the 29 of Hill and forced him into that overtake at the boot. But there you go, Christmas corner, Carbicini straight back down the inside again.
Yeah, it's a theme that we're going to be seeing all day. We have seen it all day already. It's just not only Christmas, but going down into the right hand of there as well. It's a bit of a grass-cutting opportunity there for the number 29 of Hill, of course. It's pretty impossible. I mean, on the timing towers on the left-hand side, it's pretty impossible to call where everybody is at this point. You just have to wait until they come back round, because they swap round so often that you know, they've probably changed position 3 or 4 times just on half a lap alone. The only driver with confidence is in the same place as Cameron Pratt-Thompson.
Yeah, that's true. He has run away with it, but the groundskeeper's probably not needing their lawnmower anymore. Who needs a lawnmower when you've got an X30 Junior Kart? They all seem to be taking to the grass in this one, but the battling has been immense, as you say. There's the 57 going down the inside at Christmas corner. That's for 9th place. That's Lloyd on Cox. Freddie Lloyd on Jack Cox, 57 versus the 199. Changing of position down the lower end of the top 10, and it's been so crazy up in the top part of the top 10. We haven't been able to look back at all of these guys battling throughout the field, but here we go, back up with these two, as you see, Wild on the back of the top. It's actually Pacini in the 14, gets it a little bit off under brakes, goes a little bit wide, manages to cut back across, but does kind of cut back across the nose cone of, I believe it's Fred Green, might be Taylor Orange, just behind it is indeed Fred Green. So you've got Pacini leading Green, leading Orange in this battle. Leo Brown is that in 8th, sets the fastest lap of the race. First person down into the 45s, 45.96 for Brown. So don't count him out, although these guys are kind of split off into little smaller groups. Don't count him out. He could be up and with that top pack very shortly, but not long to go. Down the inside, that's Pacini losing a place from Fred Green. So Green now up into 3rd, and this is all just allowing for Pratt-Thompson, Archie Heron, as you say, to continue to pull away, as there's another change there. I think he's managed to get back up to 3rd as Pacini, loses a position, does Green though on Orange, I think, down to 5th, and this has allowed for the rest of the pack to completely catch back up with them.
Yeah, it's again this sort of a momentum word I was going to keep referring to it, because it is so brutally important. As we're on to the last lap of the race, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Archie Heron, Kai Pacini in 3rd place, Taylor Orange for the time being is in 4th as well. Morgan Hill, Fred Green, Leo Brown and Jaden Gregg constantly basically trying to fight for the highest honours available to them, which is probably 4th place at this particular point. Looks like there's a little bit of a gap opening up for the majority of the drivers, but you know what, that could change within an instant. There is our race leader though, number 39, once got into the race lead. We haven't really seen him since. Cameron Thompson. Haven't really needed to talk about them at all. In fact, Archie Heron, a similar story really. You can almost forget that they're in the race and forget what they look like. But they do take the checker flag and they take the overall honours for Heat 3 here in the Junior X30 at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Only the finals left for these drivers, but they have some good momentum to carry into it.
Weirdly, I see Archie Heron hitting himself in the head off of that one, which I thought was a pretty good drive. So
yeah.
Archie, I think you should be tapping yourself on the head saying, well done, son. That was a great race. But then we've got, so Cameron Pratt-Thompson was the one that took the race win there, with Archie Heron in 2nd and Kai Pacini in 3rd.
Really?
Then in 4th it was Taylor Orange, then Morgan Hill 5th, Fred Green 6th, Leo Brown 7th, Jaden Gregg 8th, Jack Cox 9th, Freddie Lloyd 10th.
Yeah, good drive by all of them. Zach Green couldn't quite crack into the top 10. He ended up in 11th, of course, and obviously a few drivers ended up DNFing from that one. Jack Nettleship, a notable driver from
Rocket Ship, gone.
I know.
What happened?
And obviously Kira Harris, we hope, is okay at the end of this one.
Yeah, we do hope so. There was a couple of big incidents. That one, the 59 of Archie Heron getting a penalty at the end of that one. He's not going to stay in the top 3 by the end. Maybe he knew that. Maybe that's why he had the hit of the helmet. A good race, but a mechanical is going to drop him out of the top 3. I've realised what we were being told in our ears. There is a Heat 4 for these guys. That was what was being told in our ear. So X30 Junior has still got one more heat. That'll be race 21, so we've just had race 16. We're going to move on to race 17 though now, which is the Honda Cadet Heat 3.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to the Honda Cadet Heat 3 on pole position. Sebastian Dew with Arjun Paul in second. Sebastian Clark is in third with Adam Turek in fourth. Row 3, Jaden Mead and Nate Gange. Row 4, Emerson McAndrew-Uren with Arturo Sakai. Row 5, Zach Champney and Jensen Walker. Row 6, Bella Fairclough and Hugh Roach. Row 7, Alice Fairclough and Logan McAllister. Row 8, Samuel Gamau and Samir Paul. Row 9, Teddy Cooper and Oliver Meek. Row 10, Harry Freeman and Zach Starbuck. Row 11, Riley Till and Callum Wilson. Riley Till, one of those drivers to be keeping an eye out on. As is Mayan Patel, who's on row 12 with Lucian Smith behind. Row 13, Austin Stiley and Wyatt McAllister. And row 14, finally, is Miles Burton and Thomas Cadwigan. I missed the last word of that one because it disappeared from my screen before I said it. But it was a full-on 30-odd car grid. 28 car grid. It's Cadwigan Evans, who's starting in 28th place. We did get a little bit confused on the heat earlier on. I believe there are split grids, but they maybe not listing them as split grids. There is a heat 4 for junior maxes and X30 juniors as well. We just got a little bit confused on that one, John. We'll try and clear it up as we get through the day, but we have got Honda Cadets to be focusing on, and they put on a hell of a show last time.
Indeed they do. It should be a great race. The Honda Cadets are always fantastic, so yeah, we'll wait and see how this all plays out. But yeah, as we say, we try and call it as best we can for the information that we have at the time. But if you want to have a look for yourself, make sure you go to results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC for all that information.
I love there's a dad on the love. Sorry, I love the dad on the left-hand side, not the one just waving to slow him down. I want to show he's a great guy as well. The guy sort of next to him with a T-shirt, karting dad straight out of money. And I feel like that's a quite a relatable post, I'm sure, for a lot of these people. Even if the likes of the WMKC and other things like Bambino Kart Club and Natska and stuff like that are a sort of slightly more grassroots level of karting. It shouldn't be underestimated when you go into this kind of hobby, that's for sure. Anyway, obviously the Honda Cadets, a standing start, but they are of course sitting. Yeah. You'll see them as soon as the red lights go out. You'll see them giving a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump to try and get some momentum up of that on their Honda Cadets as well. But with Sebastian Dew on pole position, the 5-second board goes up, which means we're about to get racing here for the Honda Cadets. Heat 3, and already you can start to see a few of them trying to get that momentum going, with Arjun Paul actually will lead the way into turn 1 and through Oblivion. Sebastian Dew in second place, I believe, and Adam Chershak in third.
A couple of drivers getting a bit of a squirrel on through Oblivion there, going slightly wide. Luckily, unlike the sort of X30 juniors, X30 seniors from earlier on, these have a lot slower pace than those. One slight bit of oversteer through Oblivion and you're off on the grass and possibly even in the wall. Luckily in these, a little bit easier to get used to and to catch those kind of slides. Obviously needs to be when you're racing at such a younger age, but drivers all making it through very nicely through this lap 1. We're going to see a move here down into Osiers. I think that was a double overtake there for one of those drivers. That was a brilliant one. Let's see as they come back into shot. I believe it was the 38 there. It was indeed, if I can see a 38 on my timing, maybe not. I will look again. It's certainly a 30 car, I believe now in 4th place. 33, my apologies. It's Emerson McAndrew-Uren with a brilliant start, up 4 positions on the first lap. Similarly with Samuel Gamiao, put it in the chat again, please. They're in 8th place now. 5 places gained on that last lap. Same with Oliver Meek, 5 places gained on that last one. Of course, Oliver Meek was who we saw take the race win in the last one, getting it on the final corner, going from about 6th to 1st because of the absolute calamitous occasion that occurred that last time around. But I think we might have just seen a change of leader.
Yeah, I think Mead in the 26 just got past Sebastian Dew in the 68. And of course, Jaden Mead. Oh, it's a slow-looking 34. Is that 34?
Right, yeah.
Adam to a sec. Yeah, it started off quite well, but it wasn't to be, obviously. at this point during the race. Just to finish off, Jaden Mead, another driver that you can see in the paddock walk that we did, the paddock show that hopefully will be on during the lunch break. He leads the way now for Sebastian Dew, Emerson, McAndrew Uren, and then Sakai, who was obviously a big part of that incident during the first heat as well. I don't know whether they were
sort of the catalyst, I think you say, but he wasn't the causation of. It was more, there was a gap there, he went for it, that gap closed, and then all hell's gonna break loose.
I'm going to put it down to inexperience, because a lot of these drivers are inexperienced, aren't they? So yeah, we'll put it down to that for the time being, and I'm sure they'll have had a bit of a word given to them. Hopefully no punishments, but a bit of a word.
No, I don't think any punishments necessary for that. It was brilliant racing. It was just, any of those 5 or 6 could have taken the win, and they all really wanted it. And yeah, that's just what happens in racing sometimes. But great to see Mead, Jaden Mead, out in the lead, as you say. Interviewed him on the Paddock show, and he was a lovely little chap. And so was his dad as well. Had a great little chat with them, didn't we? So make sure you stick around in the lunch break for that Paddock show. But Jaden goes round to complete another lap, still in the lead. Behind him now is Emerson McAndrew Uren, gaining another spot on that one, followed by Ryaturo Sakai, now with the fastest lap for Mr. Sakai, a 53.83. So all changing between, but honestly, they're so close on pace, it is ridiculous. You can't split them with a piece of paper, honestly, these drivers.
Yeah, as Mead has dropped down to third to reiterate the point, really, haven't he? It's Sakai up to second, but McAndrew Uren has taken the race lead in the number 33. But, I mean, the front three, like you said, you can't really split them in terms of pace. And they'll keep battling, I'm sure, for the next 4.5 minutes. The 29 of Gamayo has just gotten past Sebastian Dew as well. Another couple of little battles that we're looking forward to seeing. Sakai looks like he's had good pace. I think it was in the Heat 1 he did particularly well, caught the eye. Just seeing if I could have a quick look. Yeah, he came in third. He gained 18 positions, so that's why he caught the eye in terms of results from Heat 1, which was, of course, yesterday afternoon. Not surprising then to see if he's starting higher up, the fact that he's going for race victories.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, mate. Up into Christmas corner, 63 goes down the inside of the 29. That's Bella Fairclough on Samuel Gamiao. So those drivers incredibly quick that we always see in this category, and there's a lot of them all around. We've got Gamiao, Fairclough, Meek, Starbuck, Champney, Dew, loads of them, all pressing on to this top 3 pack. And although they are battling a little bit, if we see those front 3 battling at all, they're going to be right on the back of them. There's a 29 making another move. That's Gamiao up on Fairclough. So Reed takes the position, I believe, back up into 4th. Here are your leaders, though, continuing through round the boot to start another lap. 33 of Emerson McAndrew Uren still leading Ryataro Sakai. Actually managing to work together pretty well. Their lap times practically identical last time through. And although I believe timing might have just seized for a second or so, it should update very soon, but we can see with our own 2 eyes that those 2 are still leading. 26 of Mead just behind. And look at this move into Christmas corner. That's the 88 of Zach Starbuck going down the inside of the 29 of Samuel Gamiao, then being followed just behind. I think that's still Oliver Meek, I want to say, in the orange helmet. It does look like it is indeed. Oliver Meek pushing through, continuing through from that great pace he had in the first race, stealing away the win. Could he do it again today? Honestly, I'm never going to say never. There's only about 2.5 minutes to go, but he's putting himself in a good position for a similar outcome. Yeah,
as the timing screen kicks back into action, we can see the confirmed standings as they go across the line in about 10 seconds' time. Mead, Jaden Mead, of course, a bit of no man's land at the moment, isn't it, really? It doesn't really look like it. If you were watching a Formula 1 race, you'd say they're right behind each other. Yeah. But here in karting, at the Whilton Kart Club specifically, and in cadets specifically, you would say that that is pretty much no man's land. Following the drivers in front, maybe trying to learn a thing or two, but just focusing on your own lines, not worrying about the drivers behind for the time being. He's probably sat there hoping, he keeps glancing over his shoulder, but he's probably hoping that the front 2 do end up lunging each other at some point. But Sakai is being very patient about this, isn't he? No big moves just yet.
It's impressive head clarity from such a young driver to be able to just sit behind and work together and know, I've got the pace here. Didn't know it, actually it has just changed now. So the last lap, McAndrew Uren 53.36, Sakai 53.37. So they're pretty close on pace now, just trading time. But just waiting for that correct opportunity. One thing I will say though, and I'll reiterate what I said earlier to Jaden Mead, if you look back, that's where you're going to start going. You need to look forward at those 2. I know they're not battling, just keep focusing on them. They're the fastest out on track. If you can stick with them, then you're doing pretty well, as Jaden Mead does set his fastest lap of the race, a personal best of a 53.63. Another fastest lap that last time around from Emerson McAndrew at a 53.34. But how are those four behind working together now? Zach Starbuck has moved his way up to the front of that pack of four behind, and it's Bella Fairclough, Ollie Meek, and Samuel Gamiout now at the rear. So that's 4th to 8th position, battling nicely. About a minute to go. Can they catch up to the rest, or is this going to be sort of 4-kart battle for those 4 positions?
I don't know. There does look like there's a potential that they're a little bit quicker than Mead. But what I would say about looking in your mirrors, almost looking over your shoulder, like you just sort of mentioned, you're right. If you look backwards, you'll go backwards. You're absolutely correct. And I think there's a time and place for on once a lap, potentially. I think
have a little check, see where you are.
Yeah, a little check, but especially if you've already been in this position for 3 or 4 laps, if you keep doing what you're doing, there's no reason why they should just magically find half a second.
Exactly.
You just need to keep making sure that you put the consistent lap times in that have served you right over the last couple of laps. It's when you start looking backwards, you start missing braking zones, and you start overthinking it, and you start thinking, oh, were they closer? I don't know, I can't remember, and then all of a sudden you miss your braking zone, you miss your apex, and they will guaranteed be a lot closer. So Starbuck clearly showing some good pace though. 53.48 is only about a tenth or so off the front 2, but it is crucially about a tenth and a half, 2 tenths quicker than Jaden Mead. So we're going to be going on to the final lap of the race in a couple of seconds time. What can Starbuck do about getting another podium position? And there we go, Sakai, we said he was being patient. Not anymore. Final lap of the race. Wow. It's going to take a race-leading move, but he's been overtaken straight away by McAndrew Ewan.
So close between these two, as we said. The mental clarity to be able to wait and pick that move off so well by Sakai. Couldn't quite keep it there, though. Drops back down to second, and McAndrew Ewan now defending like his life depends on it. This is allowing Mead, Starbuck, Meek, Fairclough, Gamiao to all now get involved as well. Look at this. The battle for first has gone from being 2 karts to now, what's that, 6, 7 karts involved? Can McAndrew Ewan hold on to this? Sakai still in second, 26 of Mead, they're now in third. Can he do anything through here? He's going to go for it, possibly up the inside. Not quite going to happen. Looking for a switchback, though. Could get the inside here. None of them quite getting good enough exit. Could Sakai go for it to the final corner? He's going to look for it. Going to get squeezed out wide as McAndrew Ewan, but McAndrew Ewan should just about hold on. And they are going to stay in the same places. My goodness. McAndrew Ewan taking the win there with Sakai just behind. Mead there in third. And Starbuck just about in fourth, tried to squeeze past Mead at the line there, but it didn't quite happen. What an end to that one. It was Meek in 5th, Gamiao 6th, Roche in 7th, Fairclough 8th, Patel 9th, Champion in 10th.
Yeah, that was very impressive. And, I mean, if you look on paper, no one moved, but that wasn't the story of it, was it? I think
if you're looking at timing, that seemed like a very boring end, but
yeah,
I can promise you it wasn't.
McAndrew Ewan did brilliantly well to defend for most of that lap. Obviously, Sakai went for the moves, but it wasn't overly presumptuous like he was. Jaden Mead ended up, obviously, dropping off towards the end. I think Zach Starbuck had clearly gone and got a Costa Coffee when he was about halfway through that final lap and caught up to the back of them. But it all did spark from the fact that McAndrew Ewan and Sakai finally started fighting each other. If they did that 3 laps ago, we would have probably seen 8-way battle for race lead.
Yeah, that was really mature driving from both McAndrew Ewan and Sakai to wait to have that battle, to work together. They knew they were the fastest out on track if they just worked together, and that's what they did. Meaning that, yeah, really, it was only really at the final kind of couple of corners where they had other people trying to get involved because they'd left it nice and late. And even when they were battling, they still gave each other brilliant racing room. Through that final corner, we know with the monster curb on the inside, you've got to be giving each other room. They gave each other a nice amount of room. Did Sakai, didn't go too deep and knock him out towards the barriers. Gave each other enough room, had to settle for second, but we saw some great racing, so that was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the curb on the inside is what sort of catches the headlines, isn't it, as being a big curb, especially in these little karts. But as you know, John, don't underestimate that rumble strip on the outside either that the drivers had to drive over. It can really rattle your spine and rattle your head as well, give you a proper headache. Anyway, going on to the next race. That was obviously the Honda Cadets. Now we're going to go on to the I-Army Cadets, Heat 3. So the I-Army Cadet Heat 3 coming up for you in a couple of seconds' time. Be able to give you the starting grid. And there it is on pole position. George Housen alongside is Jensen Ackerman. Row 2, Ethan Weldon and Aaron Richardson. Row 3 being Daniel Vinascus and Austin Gibson. Row 4, Kenish Rao and Otis Clearly. Row 5, Aston Brown and Archie Lovett. Row 6, Austin Newstead, and the O-plate, George Edgar. Row 7 sees Kian Amy with Joseph Smith. Row 8, Harvey Bacon and Jarlath Sayer. Row 9, Amali Davey and Will Green. Row 10, Max Wright with Ethan Lucas. Row 11, Riley Cranham and Sukmani Kera. Row 12, Nathaniel Hodges and Harley Musk. Row 13, Blair Smith and Max Mason. Row 14, Enzo Butterazzi with Jonty Restrick. Row 15 is Henry Clark and Levi McGrath. With row 16 consisting of Jacob Nairn and 2 other drivers. I will try and bring you the race. It
was Aaron Mayer and Katie Clark rounding out.
There we go.
The last 2 on the grid. So another bumper grid, 33 cars again.
No, we love to see it, don't we, in the IR?
I tried to look up what the Heat 2 results are, but they're not on the results sheet yet on Alpha Timing.
Normally that means there's a bit of traditional that can be done, potentially, isn't there? And obviously there's a lot of racing that happens at Whilton Kart Club. It takes a little bit of a while to get through everything.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, so I think that's pretty understandable that it may take a little bit longer than expected. But Army Cadets, the Heat 1 yesterday anyway, it was George Edgar who took the win, Will Green in second and Riley Cranham in third. I remember seeing Riley Cranham very much up there in Heat 2 as well. Of course, George Edgar was second.
Pretty sure Cranham actually took the victory.
Yeah, that was it then. So it's Cranham who took the victory. George Edgar would have been sort of second and third. A couple more drivers in there as well.
Yeah.
So no, this should be good again. I mean, the Honda Cadets always have a soft spot in my heart, and their race is always brilliant. But the I-Armies are just as fantastic for that close racing, especially when you've got people, as we say, like George Edgar, Riley Cranham, all battling out at the top.
Yeah, it's very much sort of the base level of racing, the grassroots level of racing, really. So a lot of the drivers that you'll be watching here today, if you tune into WMKC or the British Kart Championships or anything going down the line further in the future, you'll probably end up seeing probably at least half the grid on other grids through all these different championships as they get a little bit older. So yeah, no, definitely wants to be keeping an eye out on, of course. And if you want to hear more about grassroots racing and karting in general and everything like that, then I'm going to do a lovely little plug here, which hopefully will get me maybe an extra bit of lunch, is the fantastic Alpha Live podcast, which goes live as well. You can find it on the YouTube channel and anywhere you basically find potential podcasts. Please, by all means, got some, I won't say any spoilers or anything I'm not allowed to say, but some exciting guests potentially coming up later in the series as well. And we've already had a host of brilliant people to come in and chat. So if you're interested in all things karting and all things racing and everything that Alpha Live tends to cover, then you want to be trying out the Alpha Live podcast. And of course, subscribing to the YouTube channel and all those sorts of good things that we mentioned quite a few times during the stream as well.
If you somehow feel like you haven't heard enough of DJ's voice, you can tune into the Alpha Live podcast.
I mean, who hasn't? I mean, you can never get enough of his dulcet tones.
That's one way of putting it, I guess. No, we love DJ. And yeah, that podcast is fantastic. I'm hoping that at some point soon we're going to be doing a Whilton Mill Kart Club episode. So that could be interesting if anyone...
Is that because you want to be invited on?
Maybe. I want some fame on the Alpha Live podcast. But yeah, if anyone... I'm sure they're always looking for guests and interesting people to interview, whether that be drivers, mechanics, people in marshalling and race control, things like that. I'm sure they'd love to get involved. So just let Alpha Live know that you'd be interested and you can have a chat with DJ. Unlucky. So yeah, as you say, make sure you subscribe. Alpha Live continuing to open up the different types of content that we do here. It's just fantastic. So you have no reason not to subscribe. Now this field is looking a little bit too spaced out, in my opinion, to get this underway. Yeah, it's correct. There comes out the Chevron flag, and round again we go.
So surprising, although they do look like they haven't quite got the memo just yet as they go through Oblivion. Nice bumper crowd there as well. I mean, to be honest, I'm gonna show my age here. Oh, I'm only 26, but a lot of people remember, maybe not a lot of these drivers because they're so young, but before they built that lovely restaurant and the office and everything like that, it was just this little porter cabin that was stuck sort of in the side of it, and it just meant that you didn't quite have a very good opportunity to watch anything from. You sort of had the gantry above the pits and that was about it, but brilliant facilities that Whilton Mill have now come out with, and it means people can not only have a drink or a burger, they can watch the brilliant racing at the same time.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it's been great for events like these where you've got lots of people watching and it's from a high level, and also just for the arrive and drive. It's been so much more appealing to just the general public to come and have a go and play around. It's so much fun. But hopefully we can get this all underway. We're going to come across the start finish line again. No, we're going to go around once again. Drivers not closing up enough. And as you say, it doesn't look like they got a memo, but I'm definitely sure I saw those yellow flashing lights. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, I've got the hand up in the air now. And we're going around again. But yeah, like we were saying, the facilities are just fantastic, and you definitely are proving your age, mate, because the first time I came here was the first year when they'd opened the new clubhouse.
Oh, really?
So yeah, that was
when that was?
It was 2018 winter WMKC.
I was going to say, because I took a long break from go-karting, having got into sort of car racing world and everything like that. And my first gig back into karting went to GYG, Glanny Gores, of course, in North Wales. One of our favourite tracks growing up, obviously family favourites and everything like that. And I turned up expecting a lamb burger from this little burger van or a porter cabin, and they built this brand new state-of-the-art thing as well. And I was thinking, walking around thinking, my goodness, this has changed a lot, hasn't it, karting these days. Turned up at Whilton, they built that. I thought it was only Roward that had that sort of facilities, but apparently they all do these days. Right, enough of me waddling on about food. We are racing this time round, and I did just take a pause just in case we were going for one more lap, but I think George House has gotten into the race lead, and I believe everybody has made it through turn one. It is George House leading, and then it's the number 98 of Oliver Weldon. Ethan Weldon, who's actually got himself up to third. That means the 72, in fact, no, sorry, not 72, 12. Jensen Ackerman is in third, but for how much longer? Not that much longer. Going down into the infield, diving onto the brakes with the hairpin. It looks like that Ackerman has got Ackerman's got his way back through. In fact, no, it's number 22. Kanishk Rao from 5th to 2nd as a big incident towards the further back.
Not sure who that was. We'll try and pick out who that was. But yeah, an interesting first lap there. A bit of a concertina effect into Ashby, really. It was a couple of drivers going in the back of each other and then just sort of continuing, bold, keeping it on the black stuff, and all carrying through to end this lap. So as you say, George Howe still leads. Kanish Rao in second, Ethan Weldon third. Then Austin Gibson fourth and Jensen Ackerman rounding out that top 5. George Edgar already up to P7 though. Up a couple of positions off the start in that O-plate, and there he is at the back of the shots, just coming through. And we've got someone diving down the inside, is up the 10 on the 80. No, it's the 18 on the 80. That's Riley Cranham going through on Harvey Bacon. So and one of the names that we have to watch out for. I think, if we worked it out correctly, our winner of Heat 2, Riley Cranham.
I'm going with that, yeah, I'm sticking with it.
I think you're right, So up to 16th goes Riley.
Yeah, I've absolutely no idea on the actual facts because they haven't released them yet, but I'm going to be confident and just stick with my guts. So Riley Cranham, yeah, doing well to move through the order. Nice little battle that's going on here with the number 12 on the inside. Where is it? Jensen Ackerman, of course. I thought he got into the second place at one point, but no, actually fighting to stay in the top 5. So I got that very wrong. 49 of Jala Sayer. Now, he lost a lot of places on that previous lap, I believe, as Sayer. Well, actually only 2, but gained 4 positions with Blair Smith on that particular time round. And Archie Lovett as well, another driver that we need to be making sure we keep an eye out on. That's the 52 and 98, Oliver Weldon and Austin Gibson. Gibson in the 52 going through on the 98 of Ethan Weldon. Change for third place.
Good move slightly further down as well into Ashby. Saw a couple of people making moves. Was it the 22 on the 73? Nope, these are back to our leaders, so it's slightly further back in that initial pack. I think down nearer to George Edgar. So we had the 54 of green, so I think it was Lover and Newsom having a little battle. There is George Edgar, looking down the inside, makes a little bit of contact on the entrance to the boom. It was on the rear side pod of Ethan Weldon and that 98 Kart. It is Austin Newstead in 8th position currently with the fastest lap of 53.12. That's going to change now though as George Edgar. First one into the 52s, a 52.72. He's not only just creeped into the 52s, he's blasted into them. There he is, in the slipstream, looks straight into Christmas, thinks better of it, and sticks behind for now anyway. But look at this, the amount of karts going side by side is just continuous up and down the order. There's the 45 and the 88 continuing to battle. That's Blair Smith and Archie Lovett fighting over the last couple of positions in the top 10. As they're a little bit wide there. I think that's just behind George Edgar, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So that's the 74 making opposition on Will Green. So Austin Newstead up past Will Green. Will Green just taken to the grass. Again, mentioning why they might not need the lawnmower anymore.
I was going to say the Honda cadets are the lawnmowers, not the Army cadets. It's a very strange way around to do it. But there is George Edgar. We haven't really mentioned that, but much, have we? In 5th position. And yes, that is the food you can smell. Someone's kindly bought us and put behind us. I know, and it smells so nice. It's really hard work to concentrate on the racing when I can smell a cheeseburger behind me. But bought from the Whilton Mill restaurant, of course, as well. Here goes George Edgar up the inside of Austin Gibson as we try and focus our minds back on the actual racing and not on my stomach. It's been a long time since breakfast. Apologies, everyone. Rao in number 22 is still in the race lead with House now in 2nd. Gibson is in 4th because Edgar, of course, is into that top 3. Now, you said before we went live that you could see him doing a clean sweep potentially. Not going to be a clean sweep. He only came 3rd in that first race this morning. But it looks like he could be on for a race victory here.
He could indeed. I think with how the race kind of panned out last time, he got a little bit unlucky with how well the kind of guys at the front were working together and actually making it work. I think if there was more battling, he very much could have got up to the lead there. But as you say, already up into 3rd place, 3.5 minutes to go. Right on the back of these 2 leaders now, Rao and House. So I think, yeah, we'll see how this goes. Check over the shoulder from House. Knows that Edgar is right behind. So we'll see where Edgar can make the move, because although he is a rather shy chap in front of camera on track, certainly not shy to send a move, as we may see one down here into Ashby. Goes for it already. Up the inside is George Edgar in that O-plate. Makes it stick. Squeezes House out onto the grass. But through he goes. Now just Rayo to contend with to steal that lead.
I'd just love to know how much of that sort of kart positioning is instinctive and how much of it he's sort of learnt over the years, because he was just putting his kart slightly off centre, off line, only by about half a kart width. I keep saying car, apologies. Kart width. Oh, little. I thought that was going to be a lot worse.
I thought so too.
And that just putting the driver off ahead, and they don't even have rear view mirrors to be distracted from. So yeah, really good racing. And now the race lead, you sort of get an indication that it might be a when rather than if it changes. And in fact, there we go into Christmas corner. We're focusing so much on them, we don't even give a shout out to the fantastic race that's bubbling on behind for 3rd place. The 52 of Gibson getting through, and unfortunately, yeah, I think House is going to be a bit of a sitting duck. He just seems to be getting put offline far too often.
He did, yeah. It was again that just effect continuing. Oh, there has been a bigger crash on the back straight. 73's gone round, taken to the grass as one of our green carts. 57 is off as well, so we got a number of people off. I think it was House, wasn't it, earlier that we saw. We'll see as it comes around and updates on the timing, but a number of drivers coming together that time around. But with Edgar and Rao out ahead, they got nothing to do with that. And who's ended up in 3rd then? I think it actually is still House in 3rd in the 73 as they come across the line. No, it's Newstead. Okay, we've got another issue with our O-plate of George Edgar. His timing bucket transponder, thank you, in the car has stopped working, but he is definitely still there in 1st position, so you can count everyone down by 1 position. Look at this battle into Christmas corner carrying on. 12's going to try and hold it around the outside. They're not going to happen, so 88's going to try and follow through and gain another position. But this is crazy. I don't even know where this is. This is sort of 5th place downwards, isn't it? It might even be 3rd place downwards, I think, all the way down to about 9th or 10th.
Yeah,
so
Riley Cranham's the driver that's actually catching the eye.
It is, so yeah, it is, isn't it? Because we're missing George Edgar off the timing, yeah. So it is 3rd down to about 11th or 12th here. Here goes a move, the 18 down the inside. That's Cranham on the 45 of Smith. But all of these guys have moved around the order. I think that was 34, was that going a little bit wide? Another driver just slightly outside of the top 10. Find out who that was as they come across the line. I think it might have been actually the 12 of Jensen Ackerman there in 10th place. But only 45 seconds to go, and although the lead might have been lost now, it's really heating up for 3rd place.
Riley, has Riley Cranham got a sticker on the front of his visor?
I think he's got a signature, I want to say.
I was going to say, I get the Iridium visor, but it's strange to draw something.
I think he's got a signature.
Oh, no.
80's off.
That is the number 88. I'm just getting it instead of my ear, actually. It's a Iridium visor, but it's got the logo embedded into it, so you can still see through it. It has just drawn pictures.
Pretty cool. Yeah, that was the 80 that was off the track. That was Harvey Bacon from 20th, losing a bit of time there. You come through, and looks like they've just got through before the timer went to 0, I want to say. So I think we've got 2 laps, unless the last lap board appears at the top of our screen. We'll assume that it is 2. We still have... Oh, we've got a driver off backwards at the back of our shot. Exiting Oblivion, the number 12. That's Jensen Ackerman going for a bit of a spin. was there in 11th place when he had that spin. That's going to drop him down to more the low 20s positions. So frustrating for Jensen there. Was having a good race up to that point. As we say, George Edgar, although he's off our timing screen, he is still there in first. There you can see him. But to be fair to Kanish Rao, has not fallen off the rear end of George. So although not able to put together any move at the moment, we will see as they come round. I do believe it's going to be the last lap for this time around. So let's wait and see. All these drivers continue to follow around, and there we go. Last lap indeed.
Yeah, so they did just about get through. Austin Newstead in second place, third place, sorry, I should say. Riley Cranham in fourth. Still a good showing by Riley Cranham. I mean, there's every chance that he could get third if he just hooked it together and maybe get something into the boot. It'd be fairly impressive. But look at this for the race lead. The O-plate of George, sorry, I should say, is definitely not. Well, he's having to look over his shoulder. He's not comfortable with this, even though he's charged at the field. He's been the fastest driver out there. Kashik Rao is just absolutely throwing everything at it at the moment. And George is just having to look over his shoulder left, right and centre, making sure that there isn't an opportunity. But the opportunity's been opened up. And Rao goes for it, go into the boot, into the final corner. Who's going to take the victory? It's going to be Rao with a fantastic move into the boot. And the O-plate car couldn't quite hold on.
What a finish there from Kanish Rao. I had just assumed, I've been talking a lot about Mr. George Edgar being so pacey. I thought he would get past and pretty quickly drop Rao, I'm not going to lie. Rao stayed on him, stayed there, thought about it, and went for the move when it materialised itself. Fantastic race from Kanish Rao, and a very, very well-deserved victory. Now, as you see on the timing, again, George isn't there. He is P2. Riley Cranham coming in P3. He started that race in 21st position. So Riley coming up from one of his lower grid spots to a third place really puts him in good stead for that final and for the whole championship itself.
Yeah, and they've just put George Edgar back on the timing screens as well as we've taken it away. But yeah, Riley Cranham, we missed the move because we were so excited about that first place move, but he got past Austin Newstead in the end to the bottom step of the podium, and they're just making sure that there's no penalties to be handed out between those top two. It would be surprising.
It'll be good.
Yeah, there we go. They're almost pushing each other through now, but it doesn't matter after the race, does it?
No, it's fine. Once you're through that man, you can rip the front off and it doesn't matter.
Look, that man's got the most enjoyable job in the world, doesn't he? Sit there in the sun and look at front nose cones. Brilliant, isn't it? Right.
Love it. Big shout out to Dave.
Big Dave. Thank you very much for his hard work, as all the other volunteers. So we can go into the next heat. I just have to quickly stall. There we go. Yes, the Minimax Heat 3 coming up soon.
Right, here we are then. Heat number 3 in the Minimaxes. I believe. Yes, indeed. So this is the final heat for the Minimaxes of today before we move into the finals later on. Lucas Blanford is there on pole position. Noah Pikes alongside. Then it's Albert Whilton, Charlie Neve, Harry Friel and Dalton Hayward. Brilliant end to this one earlier. I hope this one is just the same. Cameron Edmonds there in 7th. Joshua Bigumbe alongside. Next Joseph Murphy, Jake Schulz, Harry Clogger and Noah McNicholas. Behind them, Luca Brooks, Nathan Traverse, Zach McDonald, Michael Dalton, Timo Youngling and Logan Howes. And 19th is Josh Salvadori, Ethan Carney, Emily Cotty, Toby Bedford, Spencer Allen and Ben Horner. And I believe just the one more driver will round out our 25 kart grid, and it is indeed William Webb there in 25th. So hopefully another great race on the cards. This race number 19 of the day. Or is that 19th of the day or 19th of the weekend? It's 19th of the weekend. That is 11 of the day so far. So we've already run through 11 heats. We've got 4 more to go after this one. So including this one, 5 more. And then, of course, we'll have a final for each class as well. So still lots of races to get underway today.
Indeed, we do. Michael Dalton took the victory in the first race. Josh Salvadori came home in second with Logan Howes in third as well. Josh Salvadori made up 10 places to get into that second position as well. Another drivers to be keeping an eye out on, maybe for the entertainment value, I would say. Charlie Neve came 8th in the 60 kart, made up 13 positions. Noah Pikes in the 24 kart came 10th, again made up 12 positions. So a couple of drivers to be keeping an eye out on. The likes of Ethan Kearney, Harry Clogger, Albert Wilton, Nathan Traverse, they'll all be hoping for better outcomes. I think they ended up DNFing through the course of that particular. In fact, Nathan Traverse and Spencer Allen DNS'd. They didn't start the race. I do remember there was a few casualties on the warm-up lap. I'm not sure which particular class that it was actually for, but we did see a couple of drivers fall victim to mechanical issues on one of the races. That may have been the Minimax, and that may have been the 67 of Nathan Traverse and the 46 of Spencer Allen. Hopefully we see them both out.
Indeed, hopefully we can see them getting out and underway relatively shortly. I am finding it very difficult to focus on racing and not on the food that's right next to me, but we're going to try. I think
I'm unashamedly eating my chips while we're waiting.
I've got to respect that, mate. I've got to respect that. I think it's very mean for them to bring our lunch with 5 races to go before lunch. That's torture.
Yeah, damn them for getting our lunch delivered to us for free as well. Damn them, Alpha Live. Yeah, just teasing us out here, aren't they? But no, I want to be hired by them again. So thank you very much,
thanks,
Luke. In the production office, of course.
Yeah, that's it. That's true. That's true. The cafe have done too good a job and got our lunch so quickly. But that's okay. It's lovely food anyway. So we are honoured to have it here at Whilton Mill. As again, that building that you mentioned, the Bistro and Bar, looking stunning. I think it really, a building like that really makes a kart circuit, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, there were plenty of car circuits, like MSV circuits that you sort of go to and you think this could do with updating. It's been about 20 years, sort of thing, and. As you say, it just gives a little bit of a centre for friends and family to go to. As I said, I remember going to Whilton Mill and plenty of other circuits up and down the UK watching my brother. And I was too young to kart, or I wasn't sort of into it at that point or anything like that. And me and my mum actually used to have to go off-site to like garden centres and stuff when Tom wasn't racing, just to, because she wanted a half-decent coffee, and we wanted something that was a bit nicer for lunch and stuff like that. So these sort of facilities are great for people who just come down supporting and want to enjoy not only watching their person, but also just sort of enjoy being around the racing as a whole. And it's great for us as commentators because they make really nice food nowadays.
Very true. And I will say, once you've finished your racing, and if you are of legal age, the pints in there, quality. The Whilton Mill Send It Lager is genuinely really nice. So I would recommend after the racing today, if, again, you are of legal age and you have finished all of your racing requirements and you don't need to drive home, go over to the Bistro and Bar and get yourself a Whilton Mill Send It.
You're talking a very niche selection of people there, I think, here for the Whilton Mill.
It's slightly niche, but the niche people who are able to do that will love me.
Yeah.
Shout out, because it's some brilliant lager.
I was going to say, I think what you've experienced there is the British University Karting Championship way of doing karting, isn't it?
Yes, I have. Yes,
the
we would never have the pints before.
No, obviously not.
Never.
No.
That would be just
no, not
awful.
allowed to do that. No, but afterwards it's fair game as long as you don't have to drive all the way back to Leeds or Cardiff or Newcastle.
You hope you're not the one that's having to drive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yes, no, I do appreciate your point. I think the 5 people in the paddock that will be able to enjoy a beer without driving home will enjoy that one.
Yeah, I don't really want to be seeing the ambulance crew in there with a pint. Maybe not, but maybe some dads. If you've got someone else to drive home, you deserve it after a day of mechanic. You need a pint.
So yeah, that is. My dad said that to me once. He said the most enjoyable thing about racing is there's the pint at the end of it and the Indian takeaway that we always used to have on a Saturday night, because it was like it was like a de-stressing. It was like, oh, thank God it's over for at least another 12 hours, and then the stress builds again.
Both my children are still alive.
Yeah, and the stress starts to build again the next day when you're worrying about it all. But for those 3 hours while you're having an Indian and a beer, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Well, of course, non-alcoholic beverages are available as well.
Also available, but not in the British culture. Really.
Not necessarily.
There
right.
We go.
Karts are coming out. We're delaying lunch no longer. As Lucas Blandford comes across the line, of course. Like we mentioned before, a couple of drivers to be keeping an eye out on. Michael Dalton in the 44, Josh Salvadore in the 110, Logan Hose in the 56, and 59 of Lucas Blandford. There's also the E-plate of Dalton Hayward as well. So all drivers that, if the last race is anything to go by, you wanting to be having, as I said, just giving them a watch.
Yeah, I was going to say with the E-plate of Dalton Hayward, he had a great race. Last time out, just got caught up in a couple of kerfuffles. I think ended up sort of near the bottom end of the top 10, maybe the top half of the next 10. But yeah, I think one to watch out in this one. I think definitely quite a few people. Yeah, Dalton Hayward, Cameron Edmonds is looking good. Luca Brooks is always decent. Joshua Bagumbe, Timo Youngling, Josh Salvadori. Loads of people to watch out for this one. But hopefully they can get it underway a bit quicker than the last guy did.
Yeah, we don't want 3 attempts all at the same outcome. So let's hope that they're just a little bit more patient. It looks like we're all lined up nicely and ready to go. They get a little bit messy, but we are racing here across the line. Lucas Blanford in the 59 Kart, I think, is able to get across the line and in through Oblivion first. Noah Pikes in second with Charlie Neve. Yes, oh, big lunge up the inside, though, of Charlie Neve by Dalton Hayward. Dalton Hayward, oh, it's a big bit of a collision in the background. Hopefully no carts are in, damaged, and hopefully no drivers injured either. The 75 was involved in that one. Just trying to see who that was. Luca Brooks, I believe. So he was the one that was stationary as yellow flags and waved at Christmas corner, but we've got away with the fact that we haven't got a full course yellow just yet. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that could continue. Yeah, touch wood and all that sort of thing. We're watching the 52. Where is it? 52. Joshua Bagembe. I didn't think that was a race lead. That is second place. It's still very, very impressive indeed. And there's a spinner, though, and a lost wheel with the number 11. Now, I saw that skirting across, but that's, yeah, the very disappointed number 11 there, Cameron Edmonds. Hopefully okay. Went into that tyre wall backwards.
There you go. You literally called it 30 seconds before.
Wow. Well,
there we go. I mean, with a tyre off, I think that's pretty understandable.
Yeah, they're not moving that car anytime soon without a tyre on it. They'll have to be recovered. The driver was still in the car. Hopefully, you see the driver in the background getting out, which is good.
What we didn't see is whether we might get a replay here of the final call. We might see how this actually happened. Oh yeah, I was going to say I didn't think he lost it when he hit the wall. He had already lost that wheel before he even got to the apex.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to curse. I'm not going to put any blame here. It's a theory.
It's a theory.
It's a theory.
Right.
But it's, again, a bit of commentator's curse. I wasn't speaking to that driver specifically, but I remember on that Paddock walk, and I was saying about the dads and how they mechanic the carts and everything like that. And I said, well, I said to one of the drivers, that's a lot of pressure to be putting on. In fact, we're going to have a quick look at it now. This is, I mean, that's a big lunge by the by Dalton Hayward. Really good move, actually, wasn't it? But look, in the background,
or just squeeze.
Yeah, too many carts going into one. But I said to one of the drivers about how their dads do a fantastic job of putting the carts together and everything like that. Because obviously, as a dad or a mum or whoever's mechanicking, it can be a little bit scary, especially if you don't know much about karting. You're sending your child out in this kart, very close to everybody else. And if you haven't had any mechanical training before or anything like that, yeah, even doing the wheel nuts on is one of those things that seems fairly basic. But when you're thinking about all these other things, about which sprocket to put on and whether the carb is clean and all these sort of things, what ride height to be putting on or width or whatever, sometimes those things can just slip by you. I know we've been a victim of it so many times, even when we've paid for proper mechanics to do the car. It just sometimes just slips your mind. I'm not saying that that was because of a loose wheel, though, but it does look like one of those incidents that it could have been.
No, it definitely could have been. You're right, yeah. And sometimes you say, oh, squeezing up there, the 50, oh sorry, the 60 nearly loses it. Are we going to get underway here? Charlie Neevely losing on exit. We are indeed. We do go green again here for Minimax. Yeah, it was just the driver slightly concertinaing up through the final corner there, trying to slow up for the restart. Nearly losing it was Charlie Neve, but manages to keep it together. Looks like we've got to move for P2 there. That's Dalton Hayward down the inside of Joshua Bagumbe. So a good little move there for Dalton. And so he goes up into P2. The E-plate, as you said on the first lap, had a bit of an interesting one up at Christmas. I think just, going a little bit too late on the brakes themselves, just going in the back of another kart, but managing to keep it together. Sadly, the karts behind not quite having the same fate. But there we go, Blanford off in the lead already. Already a bit of a gap over Dalton Hayward. Bit of a check over the shoulder from Blanford just to see where his competition is. Just over 4 minutes to go, and now the full course yellow is gone, that you commentators curse. Now actually get on with the proper race.
Yeah, to be fair, if you want to just take the rest of the commentary, and I will just eat my lunch so I don't put any commentators curse on, I'll happily do that.
So you're making it pretty interesting, mate. You do the rest. You commentators curse it all, and I'll sit and eat.
Oh, right, that's fair enough. You have a bite to eat. Now, Blanford in the race lead then, but that's a nice little movement by Dalton, not Dalton Hayward, but
yeah,
44 Michael Dalton. It can be quite confusing, but Michael Dalton going through on the 24 of Noah Pikes, I believe it was. So yeah, there is Noah Pikes with the 48 of Murphy now just behind. So that is a change for the top 5 positions, of course. Still fighting right at the sharp end of the order. Speaking of the sharp end of the order, Dalton Hayward has not dropped Bugembe here, has he? There's a almost four-way battle for the race lead. I think Blanford's going to have to get his nose down and try and pull a little bit more of a gap to try and get some consistent times out of it. Because with 3 minutes to go, they're a little bit too close for comfort. They
are a little bit. Seems someone with not the most optimum line through the initial first two corners and loses a position because of it. That was the 48 of Joseph Murphy getting a little bit sideways. Loses out a place Timon Youngling. As there's another change, 35 down the inside of Joseph Murphy as well. We've seen that changing a little bit. So I think actually that was the 35 of Timo Youngling then going past Noah Pikes. So Timo Youngling really moving his way through the pack in the second half of this race. That reminded me when we were talking about Michael Dalton. This is the race where we had over half of it under full course yellow, didn't we, last time? Yeah. So ended under full course yellow. So the drivers pretty happy, I think, to be out from the full course yellows and back under racing. You see a move slightly further back there. That was the 110. Josh Salvadori coming back through the pack, overtaking Zach McDonald. That was Josh Salvadori with the fastest first sector that last time around, so pretty impressive pace there from him. Although Dalton Hayward with the fastest lap overall at 47.72, still chasing down the leader in Blanford. It still has Bugembe right down his neck. Bugembe has chased up to this pack nicely, past Charlie Neve, and now right involved in the thick of this top three battle. I think we can see this rage on for this last 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, you called out Bugembe as one of the ones to watch, didn't you? I remember must be a regular at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. This is only my second time commentating it, but I'm guessing he's fairly regular because he seems pretty quick and comfortable with the circuit and the drivers around him as well. So clearly a front runner, and hopefully we'll see him maybe making a move for second place. He's probably doing the correct thing here, not really putting Dalton Hayward off just yet, trying to maybe use him. We've seen so many times as soon as a driver in the middle of these three-way battles tries to make a move forward, it's actually the driver who comes from the back of the little train that takes advantage of both of them and takes the provisional lead. Can be really impressive. Thank you very much for delivering. Oh, actually, that's a big move. Oh, scrap everything I've just said. Because Bugembe has decided he can hear me over the tannoy, he wants to disagree with me, and decides, you know what, I want to put a move on Hayward, but look at the gap. They were right onto the back of Blanford. All of a sudden, with a minute to go, that's probably about 2 or 3 laps, or a minute and 10, I'm not really sure. I think it's going to be about 2 or 3 laps. There is a gap now between second and first, and that could potentially be the difference. That 1/2 move could be the difference between a potential win and settling for second or third.
Exactly, yeah, that shows the sort of necessity for decisiveness during this kind of top level of karting. When you go for those moves, you have to make sure you plan them well and well enough to make them stick. Because if they're not going to stick, you're going to lose the position back. You've then lost about both of you have lost about half a second to the leader in front. So saying that though, E-plate of Dalton Hayward has chased him back down very nicely onto the back of Lucas Blanford. Now coming through the final few sections of corners, have got about 15 seconds to go. There's 2 more laps to go in this mini-mac Heat 3. Next time you'll see these guys and ladies out on circuit will be for their final after the lunch break. And here we go then, through Oblivion and on. Dalton Hayward, another fastest lap of the race for 47.28 that last time around, but all of the front 7 karts within about 3 hundredths of a second of each other. So all very close on lap time. Sorry, I should say tenths. And there we go. There is the move for the lead. Dalton Hayward goes down the inside at Ashby and makes it stick nicely. That decisiveness I was talking about, which Bugembe couldn't quite do on him, he then manages to do on Blanford, and at a key point in the race as well. 1.5 laps to go. They're going into the boot section now. Will Blanford have any sort of answer to that? He's been pressing on nicely, sort of by himself for the whole race, pressing on, putting in the pace, but now he's got a battle for that first position as they go on to the final lap.
Yeah, and we know where the moves are potentially going to come from. We know it's in about 3 seconds' time as they head up towards Christmas Corner. There's a look at the inside, and there's a move, because of course there is, by Blanford in the team hard liveried race suit. Gotten into the race lead, very much defending from the likes of Dalton Hayward, and here comes Bugembe as well, trying to pile all the pressure on, trying to take advantage. It's not happening yet, as the E-plate of Hayward gets a little bit sideways, because, here comes on the inside of Bugembe. Fantastic finish here at the end of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Bugembe giving a little bit of a wave of the hand. I'm not sure he knows that the number 44 of Dalton is behind Michael Dalton, but the E-plate of Dalton Hayward has gotten through. The 52 of Bugembe is going to come second, and the 59 right at the end, Blanford has come behind Dalton and comes in for the top 3. Wow, Dalton Hayward, Joshua Begembe, Michael Dalton and Lucas Blanford. So much happened as they went into the boot there. It was almost impossible to keep an eye on all of it. Hopefully you guys at home enjoyed that one, because that certainly was pretty hard work to figure out each and every little bit of tactic, but they all culminated into what was a spectacular event.
Indeed, that was quite the sort of slowish crescendo through that one. The top three relatively working together through most of it, and then the last 2 minutes just went absolutely mental. Yeah, that last lap was ridiculous. A lot of defending trying to go on, but it ended up meaning that Lucas Blanford leading the whole race practically. Second to last lap, drops down to second. Last lap down to fourth. So a couple of maybe necessary points of the championship there lost for Lucas Blanford. But I'll quickly run you through the top 10. With Dalton Hayward in first, Begembe second, Dalton third, then, Michael Dalton I should say, then Lucas Blanford in fourth, Charlie Neve in fifth, Timon Youngling sixth, Logan Howe seventh, Josh Salvadori eighth, Joseph Murphy in ninth, and Noah Pike rounding out that top 10. So there we've had Heat 3 for Minimax. We're going to move on to the first of our Heat 4s, and that is the Junior Max.
And we just saw on our screens there, I think Gembe maybe with a potential penalty. We'll try and find out a little later on for you. But of course, we have the next grid coming up, hopefully in a couple of seconds' time. There we go, the Junior Max, Heat 4. On pole position, Arjun Cheddar with Darwin Mazal in second place. Row 2, Romarian Ubi and Yeber Al-Sabah. Row 3, Ewan Thomas and Callum Gosh. Row 4, Freddie Ingram and Mitchell Mulvey. Row 5, Oliver Kerr and Ollie Ward. Row 6, James Tester and Josh Cook. Row 7, Arthur Thacker and Thomas Behrman. Row 8, Joe Garraway and Riley Brown. Row 9, Zaki Hussein and Alfie Briggs. Row 10, Alfie Bray and Jake Howarth. Row 11, William Pemble and Alfie Thompson. Row 12 being Archie Buttle and William Ray. Row 13, George Spilsbury and George Allen. And row 14 and 27th place is Jensen Weston. Now, you eagle-eyed amongst you, you eagle-eared amongst you, may well have heard me say Heat 4 there. And you might be thinking, well, there's only 3 heats at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. You may have also, if you've been listening for the entire morning, have heard me say that there are split grids for a certain number of races. And then I went back on it because I thought it was a lie. It turns out it wasn't a lie, because we're here now and we've got a 4th heat, which means we did have split grids before we go into the finals this afternoon. Well, I say this afternoon, it is already the afternoon, but you get what I mean, after lunch anyway. So, not only is the Junior Maxes a 4th heat, but the X30 Juniors is as well, just with the sheer amount of numbers that we've got here today at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. A problem that we're pretty happy to have, John, to be honest, because the more drivers means more racing, and from their perspective, more fun.
Exactly. I was just in the kitchen behind us and heard you talking about split grids, and I was like, oh, don't even bother coming back in. He's going to be going on for about 5 minutes about this. No, I'm joking. No, yeah, exactly. No, more drivers just means more fun, more racing, more excitement for us on the stream. So we're certainly more than happy to have these split grids and have more people involved. And it's great to see, yeah, just the number of drivers wanting to get involved with Whilton Mill Kart Club on a regular basis is fantastic, and it's only growing more and more and more. So if you're at home, you're watching, you maybe have a pro kart already and race in other places and fancy coming down, or you haven't raced at all in any pro karts, maybe just done some team sport karting or I would drive karting here at Whilton Mill type thing, then yeah, make sure you get involved, and there's lots of people you can contact who'll be more than happy to have a chat with you all about Whilton Mill Kart Club and other things that are similar. So yeah, make sure you get involved as much as you can, as much as your time scale allows, and as much as your bank balance allows. That's probably the biggest difficulty when getting involved in karting. But yeah, make sure you get involved, because oh my goodness, it is so much fun. But if I had the talent to be out there, I would. But it's quite fun being in here as well, and it means we get a free burger and chips, which I don't know.
I was going to say, realistically, it's hard to make a living in motorsport. I think anybody in motorsport will let you know that. And I think we're picking a pretty good job to give it a go at, to be a commentator, because at the end of the day, as Luke on the Alpha Live YouTube chat has already said, commentators are just spectators who talk a lot. So that is pretty much, I mean, our job is pretty good, I would say. All we have to do is, we're sitting here in comfy chairs with free burger and chips, a nice drink, some jelly babies, having a chat to some YouTube chats and watching karting for the day. I mean, that's a pretty good go.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
No, Luke, no, you do still have to pay us. Please still come back. No, it is good fun. So, yeah, if you're in the YouTube chat, please do say hello. Good luck, Zach Starbuck. You were due a bit of good luck. Epic drive back in P2. That was Leah Star. Leigh Star?
He did have a great drive in
He did,
P3.
actually.
So
Yeah, he did actually, didn't he? So
really good drive.
that look ended up going well. Well done, Freds.
Someone put it in the chat how to pronounce Gamiao. There we go.
Gamiao.
I always forget if it's Gamiao or Gamao or Gamao or it's
Gamiao is, yeah, we'll write that on
I
a
will
post.
try and remember it.
I think what we need to do is try and find these things out, put them on a post-it note and just put them in front of our screen, actually, because there's quite a number of drivers who I'm sure will appreciate if we did that as well, actually. We'll do that for next time, because I think I'm here with you.
If they could do... Oh, really?
Yeah, no.
If they could do on the timing sheet, the printouts, but have like a pronunciation, phonetic next to the real name, that would really help us. I mean, it would literally only help us, but come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you learn through a season, but if you're jumping in like I am on a guest round, and then all of a sudden you have to learn 250 names, it's, some do slip through the cracks, apologies. But there we go, the junior maxes.
We've got a spin already.
Are out on circuit, and most of them are being able to successfully get round the circuit as well before we get going.
Just taking the scenic route, mate.
Yeah, that must be what it is. So, as I said, the junior maxes with Arjun Cheddar on pole position. Mate number 333, Darwin. David Marzal is on the second place as well on the front row of the grid. Let's see how he can get on. If you want to
taking the shortcut.
quite a few people are doing that. I'm not really sure what the appeal is with the Zulu circuit, but
they love it.
yeah, a few maybe they want to pick up some marbles and dirt. So I don't know. It's a bit of a difficult one.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why we're saying that David is our favourite, we don't have favourites. We just spoke to him at the Paddock show, which you can catch at the lunch break.
He seemed a
so
nice
make sure
guy.
you stick around. He did seem lovely, but so does everyone at the World Cup Club.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they are, but we don't get a chance.
That's true. If you run away from us, we can't say that you're lovely.
Exactly. So it's more to say hello to us. Right, it's going to be racing. It is going to be racing, actually. I thought they were a little bit too far apart, but it is a good start, I'd say, from the pole position man, Arjun Cheddar. I think he's just about gotten away. The 45 with the 33 of Darwin is just about fending off. In fact, no, the 76 and 11. Oh, the 11 has gone off there. Ewan Thomas.
And the 33.
There's the 33, and the 33 has gone off. I can't actually see who that is.
Western, that is, in the 33. But yeah, a couple of drivers getting pushed out wide there. I think I saw Freddie Ingram have a monstrous start. Is that him going for the lead? We've got 3 drivers off. Michael Dalton's off. Our race leader from, our race winner even from last time out. Dalton is, no, that's a lie, he's in a different car.
Yeah.
It's Archie Buttle in the 44, my apologies. I saw the helmet and kart combo and I thought it was definitely him. It's not. It's Archie Buttle who was off. There were 3 or 4 karts off around that section of the circuit. You can see there another driver off. Couldn't quite pick up the number from that one. But look at this. It is Freddie Ingram in the lead. What a start from Freddie Ingram. P6 to P1 on the opening lap here, and he's already starting to pull the lead. Arjun Cheddar still just behind. We've got the 333 of David Martial now just moving up into 3rd there, holding off 3 other drivers, and then all just hell breaks loose behind them. There's so many drivers trying to get involved.
Yeah, Ewan Thomas is one of the drivers that catches the eye as well in that 11 machine. Apologies for the hiccup. This could be
your burger a bit fast.
I was going to say this could be a painful race. We'll start hiccuping for you specifically because I'll mute.
45 was around.
Yeah, 45.
That's 2nd place. Arjun Cheddar.
Oh, it is indeed, and our pole position man, of course, Arjun Cheddar as well. So big news for him. The 333, Darwin Masal, is about to be overtaken, I believe, by Ewan Thomas as well. Ewan, as I said, has been a real sort of protagonist in this race, particularly as they go through Oblivion. That's not somewhere you normally go through too wide, but they did well to come out the other end of it, still in one piece. The 11 of Ewan Thomas is going through. This is for second place, ladies and gentlemen, now, with the 333 just about holding on to second for the time being, but it's almost a matter of time as they go very aggressive on the defence.
Yeah, this is getting pretty close now. We've got a mechanical flag for P4 as well. Callum Gosh gets a mechanical, so he's going to be out of this race as well. We need to come into the pits as soon as he sees that flag. Got a Alonso Kart going down the inside as well. That's the 222 of Oliver Kerr going through on Ramarion Ubi. So this is all going to change. We've got another move going on. That's the 147 down the inside. That's Alfie Briggs, someone we saw coming through the pack earlier. He's doing it again today. Someone else, William Ray, now in 12th. Might move up again at the end of this lap. Does indeed. Up into 10th he goes. He's pushing through the pack really well too. So multiple names in this one that you want to be watching out for.
Alfie Briggs has actually moved up 3 positions on that previous lap. He went from about 7th up to 4th. So really means business, and I'm sure he'll be trying to chase down the likes of Freddie Ingram, who's gotten a nice healthy lead. In fact, you can't even see him. That's the fight for second place. The first driver you saw in that shot was second place man Ewan Thomas. That's how far Freddie Ingram is ahead of everybody else as the 41 goes up the inside. Nice little move there by William Ray, who I believe took a race victory, or was very close to it at least in the previous race, but obviously that was split grids, different drivers now really. 147, that is Alfie Briggs going through on Darwin Marzal. That's for third place, so all of a sudden we're getting a very different look at the podium positions for the time being. Freddie Ingram, Ewan Thomas and Alfie Briggs at the top 3.
Interesting that our second, third and fourth place drivers are actually going faster on a lap by lap basis over the leader now. However, Freddie has got so far ahead, I don't even think with working together nicely they're even really going to be able to catch that gap up. 2.26 it was at last time around over the start finish line. So as you said, Freddie over the line, well, we can't even see him. From the camera angles, we cannot even fit him in. He is that far ahead. But look at that, the 222. There's that Ollie Kerr going back down the inside. Yes, it is on the 333 of David Martial. So the triple numbers having a great little battle. Going to try and hold it around the outside is David. That was lovely bit of defending there. Still side by side. Basically through half the circuit, finally has to relinquish the position as the hotel on the apex at the final corner approaches, has to relinquish the position and move back down into, that'll be now 5th place for Martial. But now, if they don't work together at all, which they're not going to, David's going to dive it straight back down the inside at Christmas again. This massive gaggle of karts is going to start getting involved too. That's Garraway with Ray, Ubi, Howarth and Hussein all involved in this big battle. So it's really hotting up.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 102 with Jake Howard actually lunged about 3 karts into Christmas corner then. Apologies, it would help if I put my mic back down. Lovely little look at the inside there by the number 50 on the 222. 58, sorry, Joe Garraway on Oliver Kerr. Oh, everywhere you look, there is just something happening, isn't it? It's impossible to keep up with everything that's going on. Karting, it's why we love Whilton Mill Kart Club specifically as well. Great driving by all. The top 1, Freddie Ingram has moved away, but the top 2 are still fighting it out as the 131 of Zaki Hussein overtakes Oliver Kerr as well, who after fighting a little bit forward, Oliver Kerr, the 222, now looks to be a little bit like they're falling off the pace just a touch, or maybe getting swallowed up by the rest of the field. You're going to have to start getting his head back down, trying to move forward. Oh, Darwin is going to be Darwin is very, very close to throwing it off at the edge of the circuit. There's the 41 on the inside. I tell you what, Marzal doesn't know when to quit, does he? Garraway and William Ray very much throwing their weight around here and trying to use their experience to get on through.
Indeed, yeah. To be fair, I'd say fair play to David, because yeah, he wasn't letting them through, was he? There, fighting back at every possible opportunity. But that has allowed for this huge pack to now catch up to him. Zaki already down the inside at T1. But David's going to go back round the outside. Wow. What a move, David. That was fantastic round Christmas corner. I thought he'd easily lost that move. It was already done earlier on in the straight, but he sent it on the brakes back round the outside. I think he might have just been re-overtaken. Yes, he has. But still holding that sort of second in this gaggle for now anyway. Zaki's back down the inside. That's Oliver Kerr now right behind. We've got the 102 as well of Jake Howarth now involved. He absolutely clattered the curb at the boot last time around. Looks like he's done it again that time there. We're going about 3 wide, entering the boot, an interesting one. But all of them making it stick just about. Here we go. We see them coming around the final corner and all still facing in the right direction just about.
I'm sort of getting that inevitable sense of nervousness though as we go into the final
minute.
Yeah, they're very close. It's very entertaining. You want to make sure it comes out all clean. We've seen too many last lap incidents so far in this particular day of racing. very close to squirting off the outside of the circuit there, really. I couldn't see specifically which driver it was, but again, just a little bit nervous, I would say. To a couple of drivers that aren't nervous at all. Alfie Briggs got on pass on Ewan Thomas. That is the 5 per second, and then we wait. And we wait. And all of a sudden we see the next gaggle of cars, specifically the fight for 10th place as the 222 of Oliver Kerr gets overtaken by Riley Brown in the 53, I believe that is. So, again, Kerr just dropping outside the top 10 or dropping around that top 10 anyway. Bit difficult for him in the second half of this race, but it was a very entertaining first half, that's for sure.
Indeed. It seems got to be that this kind of gaggle has been in the same point the whole race. However, some people have been managing to get through it and then continue. So the actual gaggle has stayed kind of with the same people, but they've been kind of just dropping slowly back down the order in this huge pack. So it's dropped from maybe, I think the leader of the pack was around 4th or 5th previously, now it's sort of about 9th or 10th, isn't it? So
there's always those 3 or 4 drivers that are always in it, but other drivers just able to pick through and then pull away.
Move on, and then pick through and move on, but some others just getting caught up in the bit of the gaggle of the fight. However, look back to the gap for the lead, mate.
Yeah,
getting pretty close now, 0.6 from Ingen to Briggs, and then another 0.4 back to Thomas. I think this is them, isn't it, our top 3 drivers? It is indeed, the 76 leading the 147, leading the 11. So let's see how this one plays out. 1.5 laps to go. Ingram's been doing a great job out there in the lead, just putting in good pace and holding them off, but Briggs is absolutely flying.
Yeah, well, the problem that Freddie Ingram has, I was about to say that his last lap wasn't as good as it needs to be, but it was only 0.04 of a second off his best lap time, which just goes to show that he's consistent. Might not be consistently quick enough. If the last lap board gets held out, that is like a red flag to a bull for Alfie Briggs, isn't it, at this point? Look at the speed he comes off turn 1 and 2 then. Going up to Christmas corner, he's not able to go around the outside, but look at his kart positioning. Nice. He's putting it all over the place. He's just trying everything. Yes. There we go, a lovely cutback manoeuvre. We saw it in the cadets a little bit earlier on, a similar style thing, but that was amplified there by Alfie Briggs. That's a driver who knows where he needs to put the kart. Ewan Thomas thinking, there's an opportunity here. I can try and fly this one up the inside and see what happens. Maybe Freddie Ingram gives it up. Maybe he ends up trying to go for a race victory. But I think it's Alfie Briggs to lose at this point, with only 2 corners left on the last lap here at the Heat 4 of the Junior Maxes. It's going to be Alfie Briggs to take the checkered flag, with Freddie Ingram just about holding on to second place, followed by Ewan Thomas, who did all he could, but it wasn't quite good enough to move on to the second step of the podium. William Ray in 4th, and Joe Garraway round out the top 5.
Yeah, that was impressive. I thought that Ewan Thomas might just be able to sneak one up the inside at the final corner there. He got a good exit through the boot, but yeah, just didn't quite pay off. So a good race for Freddie Ingram, but I think, yeah, just Alfie being a bit more pacey than him throughout the race and was able to make that move stick on the last lap. So fair play to Alfie Briggs. Continuing on that top 10, it was Zaki Hussein in 6th, Jake Howarth in 7th, David Martial in the 333 and 8th, and it was Thomas Behrman in 9th, Oliver Kerr rounding out that top 10. So another great race from those guys. I'm glad I didn't see that one finish on the full course yellow, because we never really want to see that. So some great racing again through that one. And we're going to be moving on to our next race. That was, of course, Junior Max Heat 4. We'll move on to our second Heat 4 of the day, which is the X30.
So our next and final Heat 4 of the afternoon, or of the day, I should say. X30 Juniors. We have the Junior Maxes, now we have the X30 Juniors. We'll be able to bring you the grid in a couple of seconds. This is the third to last race of the day, of the morning, I should say. So on pole position, Luke Sintler, and alongside him, Jake Bell. Row 2, Josh Jones and Flynn McDermott. Row 3, Jack Gott and Luke Garlick. Row 4 sees Fred Green line up alongside Cian Geraghty. Row 5, Henry Gregory and Morgan Hill. Row 6, Cameron Thompson even, and Leo Brown. Keep an eye out for Cameron. Row 7, David McIntyre and Harrison Leach. Row 8, Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green. Row 9, Archie Heron and Taylor Orridge. Row 10, Kira Harris, hopefully. 20th is Hayden Eldridge. Row 11, Rylan Ekberg and Josh Agambar. Row 12, Joey Brown and Oliver Harris. Row 13, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Jack Nettleship. Hopefully his kart's a bit better. George Quartermain is on row 14 alongside Eddie Dimbleby. Row 15 at the back of the field is Kieran Hamby. Now, the reason I say about Kira hopefully joining us is because obviously there was that incident during the last race with her, unfortunately, and she ended up obviously flying backwards into going head first into the tyre barrier in the last corner and got out. We saw her getting out and sort of limping away, but we sort of theorised at the time that that might actually be adrenaline being able to sort of get up and go. And hopefully she's seen a bit of medical attention and taken the advice on, let's just put it that way, because we don't want to see any long-lasting injuries, if there are any injuries at all. Hopefully we see her out.
Exactly. Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully we'll see this one gets underway very shortly. I will just say a quick shout out to Barat in the chat saying commentators are not spectators but actually keep us informed on the goings on. Keep up the good job. There you go, Luke. Now there's a reason to pay us.
Barrett overestimates us, I think, as commentators. But thank you very much.
Barrett realises our true potential.
Yeah, potential, but not actually real.
Oh, right.
No, I'm kidding, obviously. Hopefully everybody at home is enjoying the day. As I said, we said a couple of times, there is plenty on offer on Alpha Live to be enjoying in today specifically. And we're very grateful that you choose to join us at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. As we said, we've had about 200 viewers pretty much all day. And if you're wondering what else is on offer, I'm not saying go and tune away. Don't worry, I'll do the research for you. But the British Kart Championships at Warden Law, their event 7 is currently happening. I was about to say on the other channel, but it is also being live streamed by Alpha Live. It's on the same channel. And the Teesside Owners Drivers Sprint Series is also happening at the moment on Alpha Live. As and if that's just a taster. Quite a lot of the time, Alpha Live are around 4 or 5 locations, covering anything from motocross to Bambino Kart Club and sort of TCRs and Civic Cups and everything like that. So they're pretty much everywhere. So you want to be making sure that you're keeping it tuned in to the Alpha Live. But hopefully, for the time being, you just keep it tuned in to the Whilton Mill Kart Club, because
it's the best. So
well,
why would
it is.
you tune out?
Why wouldn't you?
Like, you've got us in your ears.
Exactly.
What could be better than that?
I mean, and if that turns you off, then you can just mute us. Like, and we won't blame you.
We don't know. We can't see that you muted us. That's fine.
Exactly. It'll all be good. It'll all be absolutely fine. Right, we're nearly at the end of the heats. It's been a bit of a, I wouldn't say a long slog. It's been some really good racing.
The racing has been brilliant. That's why I'm just like, it's taking all the energy out of me, and I'm like, my lunch is here like 2 hours early, and then I'm really hungry, and then it's been mental. So
to be fair, we should probably stop complaining about it, because we have been eating. We've been nibbling, haven't we? But it's a lot. But the point is that there's still finals to go.
That's what I was going to say. If the heats have been this ridiculously interesting, the racing has been brilliant, what's the final going to be like? I honestly can't predict any of them, to be honest. There's not been any category where I've been like, oh yeah, that person's just kind of driven away with it today. Maybe Lucas Ellingham in the seniors, but even then he's had some great battles. So it's just been so brilliant. I'm able to take my eyes off it. I'm sure that's why we still have 200 people watching, because it's been so brilliant.
It has indeed. And if you're wondering what the difference is between the finals or anything like that, if you're unused, or not used to, I should say, rather than unused to, because that doesn't make any sense. If you're not used to how the Whilton Mill Kart Club works, or karting in general, because it's a pretty standard thing, the heats, obviously 7 minutes plus a lap. Hopefully you will have been watching that. You've probably picked up on that already through the day. The finals are going to be, the main finals are going to be 12 minutes plus a lap. We do have B finals because, of course, we've got split grids for the Junior Maxes and the X30 Juniors. So the Junior Max and the X30 Junior will have a B final. I believe the top 4 in the B final are then promoted to the A final.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I read that in the regulations earlier on. So they'll have a B final. That's 9 minutes plus a lap, so only slightly longer than what we've got in the heat. And then their A final will be put to the back of the day as well. So quite a long wait, really, for the Junior and the X30s. Junior Maxes, I should say, and the X30 Juniors. So yeah, the finals are worth. Oh, we have a spinner in the background. Click that one off on the spinning bingo, tyre warming bingo card. But yeah, if anybody out there is wondering as well, if you get a win in a heat, you get 36 points, 34 for second, 32 for third, and then it goes down by 1 point after that. That's in the heat. In the finals, in the A final specifically, you get 60 points for a victory, and I think it's 58, 56, and then it goes down by 1 point after that. And as I mentioned just before we get racing, if you're in a B final, you score 25 and down, but if you come in the top 4, you don't score points, you get put onto the A final, and then you score points from the A final. That's the number 75.
That's Jake Bell, who's around 9th position for the start, isn't going to be there anymore. So let's see if they can get on the way with this one. Spin stops us. I think we should be good. No, we're not. Yep. Double yellow lights, and we're going to go around again. I will just mention as well, with the live timing, we have got a TX number, TX798. I do believe that is Josh Jones in the number 84 cart. Seems to be the main person at the top of the order that I can't seem to spot on the timing. So I'm sure that everyone working in timing will be sorting out very soon for us and for yourselves at home. Make sure we know exactly who's who. But as you see, the green and yellow chevron out once again. We've seen them a few times today, haven't we? We've seen the chevrons and the Battenberg and everything a bit. Oh, so that's a new line. That's a new cut through that we've seen.
Again, I need to put my mic back down. That's going through Zulu too. I'm glad I'm entertaining you, because everybody at home is probably going to get very frustrated. Yeah, that's an interesting line through there. And just a touch on the timekeepers. Gainer Heath, main timekeeper here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, doing a fantastic job as usual. I said, well, I didn't tell her I'd give her a shout out, but I'm going to embarrass her anyway. Good old Gainer. Good.
But here we go then, side by side. Let's try and do it this time, ladies and gentlemen. We do indeed. A huge move to the right to cover off there at the start for a few drivers. Three by three through the first couple of sections. The corners look to be okay, though. That is really squeezing. I can't imagine that they're going to get all through this. A little bit of bumping and barging up into Christmas corner, but they do all manage to make it through just about. Takes to the grass in avoid of action, does the 83. Sees that there's probably going to be, the gap's probably going to close there, but decided to stick his nose in, just kind of takes to the grass in avoiding action. So that 83
David McIntyre.
Is David McIntyre. And so he's going to drop down a number of positions. We've got the 69 round as well. Not the best start for the 69. That's Taylor Orridge in that 69. Dropping down to the back of the pack as well. But the 199 of Jack Cox is right up there. Has he managed to take the lead through the second half of that lap? Or are we simply seeing a big gap? We were seeing a big gap. He is in second. It is still, whoa, that was sideways from Luke Sidler. Blimey. Through the first corner, he was nearly full right-hand lock there. Oh, sorry, left-hand lock to hold the right-hand slide. There we see a move, 70 down the inside of the 84. That's Luke Garlick on Josh Jones. But Josh Jones now having his timing update, as you can see everything perfectly in the on the live.alpha timing. So credit.uk/WMKC link now as they continue to battle up and down the field.
Yeah, there's still drivers pretty much going sideways when they're side by side, which is always an ambitious one to look at. Your 59, or the Archie Heron getting past Freddie Lloyd, I think, going through the infield there as we focus on the 77 of Henry Gregory, just hunkered up behind Flint McDermott, 99. So again, these opening stages of the race, no hold back, no one holding back at all. Try and get yourself into a good position on the first 2 laps. And then you're trying to work forward. Then you're trying to sort of just suss out where you can potentially make any big moves. At 84, losing out 2 positions. That's Josh Jones now probably dropped down from 6th into 8th. Who got past him there?
Pratt
I think
Thompson
it was
Gregory.
Yeah, I mean Pratt Thompson took a victory earlier on, didn't he?
2 very, very quick drivers.
Yeah. So nothing to be ashamed of by being overtaken by those 2.
As there's another move, 59 continues to push on from. That's Archie Heron, looking very quick out there, setting another move, and there's another one we see down at Christmas. 77 moves up a pace. That's Henry Gregory. I think that was on Cameron Pratt Thompson, but I'll wait and double check as they come across the line. It was indeed. So up to 6th place for Henry Gregory, another one of our very, very quick drivers out in the X30 junior class. But there we see them run up towards Christmas corner. That was the 77 of Gregory with Pratt Thompson right behind him. But if those two are able to work together, I'd say they could push up to higher positions here. We might have a change for 4. 73 of Kieran Geraghty goes down the inside of Luke Garlick, making up another position there. But this front 3 has kind of settled down a little bit, hasn't it? Green's got past Cox. However, since then, kind of just stayed similar. So how much can Green push on here? It does seem to have a little bit more pace than Luke Sidler. Luke Garlick had now in 4th place with a track limit warning. Yeah, Fred Green a 46.2 and 46.5 for Sidler. So I reckon 1 or 2 more laps we could see a change for the lead here.
It's just whether or not this front lot are actually quick enough to get away from the charging drivers like the likes of Henry Gregory and Cameron Pratt Thompson. We haven't seen that much of them so far. Oh, that's not going to help proceedings.
No.
It's not going to help Henry Gregory either, because that's the 77 who ended up getting tangled in that one. Was it Henry who ended up having his rear sort of chucked up in the air?
Henry jumping up in the air over the top of Luke Garlick.
Yeah, so nasty way to go, really. Hopefully, no damage done on any of the carts, no sprockets or chains being damaged or anything like that, or back axles, and they can carry on charging through as they were.
Exactly, yeah, that's just all, there's a lot of sideways action here, especially in fast carts like these. People trying to cover off on exit and corners, and sometimes, yeah, they'll come together, make contact, and that's what happens. One just takes off over the front of the other. So as you can see, Gregory and Garlick dropping down the order. Gregory ending up in 11th, Garlick in 12th. So still very close together, and if there's any sort of dislike between each other after that move, they get to continue battling throughout the rest of this one.
Move there for second place, is it, for Cox on Sintler?
So.
Yes, it is. So the 72 Sintler having to concede that one, and Cox goes on through. That allows Green, Fred Green, of course, who's in the lead of this race, maybe just a touch of breathing room, maybe.
I think so.
You know, a couple of extra tenths just for maybe to see off this lap without any kind of threat from behind. You never know, Sintler might have the pace to catch up and to put some moves on him a little later on, but, oh sorry, Cox even, I should say. But for the time being, our leader held about half a second gap.
Indeed, yeah. Sintler is just about sort of 0.3, 0.4 off of the pace that he really needs to be at to be in the top 10. So to still be there in third is very impressive. But yeah, if he starts losing any more time, the rest of the pack start eating him up. We could see him be dropping down the order a bit. He's done a great job to lead for this long, but Green and Cox just pushing their way through with just that little bit of extra pace. I mean, as I say, we're literally talking like 3/10 a lap. But everyone is so close on pace that really does make a big difference.
It does indeed. I mean, if you're talking about car racing and bigger tracks, then you'd say 3/10 isn't the end of the world. You know, it's a bit to make up, but it's not the end of the world, as I said. But in karting, you're pretty much constantly separated by hundredths of a second. The lap is so short. The karts are all very much the same. They're all set up probably very similarly as well. That really it does come down to those small, tiny margins, which is why, you know, we're saying that these three are almost no man's land, but realistically, they're only about a second away from fourth place. And you'd say, well, that visibly is a very big margin in karting.
Exactly. Yeah, it looks so much bigger than it really is in actual legitimate time. It does seem like the track is gripping up though. We've got a bit of sunlight out there now. The clouds seem to have moved a little bit. We've got a bit of blue sky. And all the drivers setting their personal best basically on the last lap. Leo Brown with the fastest lap of the race now in 7th place, 45.87. Track limit warning for Cameron Pratt-Thompson that last time around. He needs to watch out for that, as now Joshua Gambard goes fast, 45.73. Still like 90% of the drivers setting another quickest lap for themselves anyway, as we see a move into Christmas Corner. 39 down the inside of the 73. That is Cameron Pratt-Thompson overtaking Cian Geraghty. Up into 4th place goes Cameron, and I'm sure that a couple of other guys will be following him through very shortly, as we see the battle at the front continue to go on in this one. Only about 1 minute and 15 to go. So I still can't really call it. However, Fred Green is nicely pushing away at the front now, isn't he?
I think I'm going to go for an outside shot here. I think I'm going to go for Pratt-Thompson to get a podium.
Ooh, okay, there's still about a second and a half between himself and 3rd place. As that changes, Sintler back up into 2nd past Cox. Cox looking like he had a decent amount of pace over Sintler for a lot of this race. Sintler getting some sort of 2nd win. Clearly me saying he was off the pace annoyed him enough to make him get on the pace, because he's back up to 2nd now.
He is, yeah. No, as I said, those drivers can hear us. So I'm convinced they've clearly got a radio in there, and they're just listening in to the Whilton Mill Kart Club tannoy, as they should, because why wouldn't you? You know, most people listen to podcasts when they're driving. But these guys clearly want to listen to us. Green, though, I have to say, very impressive. Green. Full 2nd now clear of 2nd place Mount Sintler. Obviously, they've been battling a little bit, but you have to say, as they're going towards. This will probably be the starting the penultimate lap of the race. There's a nice gap there that, you know, Green can probably afford to take maybe 2/10 off, maybe act a little bit safer, and still be able to secure this victory. I'm sure he won't, because taking 2/10 off is actually really difficult to actually purposely just go 2 or 3 tenths slower, because you end up making mistakes at every corner, not just one. So yeah, realistically he'll keep on pushing, but I'm saying, if he made a mistake, it wouldn't be the end of the world at this point. 73 of Cian Geraghty against the 57 of Lloyd. Lloyd sliding his way through up the inside and nicely into 5th position.
That was a very tidy move. Through goes Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd does get a track limits warning though. After that one, not sure if that was for that specific move or for a previous one. So here we go then, on to the last lap. Freddie Green just Fred Green leading us over the line. Luke Sidler behind, Jack Cox and Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Freddie Lloyd now in the top 5. You said Cameron Pratt-Thompson would get up into the top 3. Only around just over half a second between himself and Cox in third now. Is he going to quite have enough? I'm not sure.
My theory being was going to be on the last lap that we'd see Cox take it really strong to Sintler and they would hold each other up, and Pratt Thomas would be the driver to take advantage. I don't think I'm going to get that, which is fair enough. But that's not because Sintler and Cox deserve to be on the podium. They've driven particularly well.
Yeah, fair play to Sintler. Really came back at the end of that one and took second place. But the winner goes to Fred Green, takes the checkered flag and wins heat number 4 in the X30 Juniors. Behind, as we say, was Sintler and Cox, rounding out that top 3. And it was Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Freddie Lloyd, Cian Geraghty, Leo Brown, Josh Agambar, Archie Heron and Henry Gregory ending up in P10, even after that crash earlier on in the race. So fair play to Henry Gregory for that one. So a good end to another heat. That was the final of our 4 heats. We've got 2 more heat threes to come, and then we'll have the lunch break with our Paddock show. So coming up next is the X30 Seniors. Here we go then, X30 Senior Heat 3, here for round number 7 of the Whilton Kart Club. Let's have a look at your grid for this one. Alex Johnson is there on pole, alongside him is Joe Charlton. Then it's Jordan Brown, Archie Forber, Carly Atkins and Jake Yanagasawa. Behind them, JP Sleater and Brandon Matchell, followed by Sam Shaw and Niels Coolen, rounding out the top 10. Then it's Oscar Joyce and Thomas Fleming. Behind them, Lucas Ellingham in the 99, be watching out for him. Following him, Lucas Gross, Remy Gilbert, Reece Newburn, Hugo Gilbert, and Lewis Johnston-Cool. Then it's Jensen Buckingham and Christopher Bingham rounding out the top 20. They're followed by Harry Cottrell, Christian Brooks, Marcus Littlewood, and Thomas Mollett. Then it's Vishal Patel, Sam Heading, Benjamin Southgate, Luke Taylor, Harry Torpey, and William Smith. And then I believe 31 total drivers in this race. It is indeed. Finalising the grid, it's Tom Ryan. So there we go. X30 Seniors back out on track. Again, our fastest sort of division classification of karts out today for the Whilton Kart Club. And we'll see how this one goes. Around sort of mid-pack was Lucas Ellingham. So we'll see how he manages to come up through the order and whether he can continue his clean sweep through the day. Of course, this one just being a Heat 3, so only the second heat for themselves today anyway, and they've actually been quite unlucky going behind, I don't know, however when you look at it, I would say unlucky going behind the other 2 Heat 4s. You've had quite a long wait between your first and your second heat of the day.
Yeah, but equally, they would have been able to probably have that second heat, well, first heat of the day. Get in, time to decompress, time to get some food on board, and then they would have been able to go out, so they're not racing on a full stomach sort of thing. So, yeah. Whereas a lot of the other drivers, especially those who have taken part in a Heat 4, their timing is slightly more messed up. So from a driver performance perspective, it probably isn't that bad.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, they're all in the same boat anyway, aren't they? So
exactly.
Yeah, they've all got to deal with the same circumstances. So not so bad. Not a huge grid for this one. Let's see them get out on track now in the X30 Seniors as they roar into life and leave a lovely plume of smoke behind them. Maybe not the best for climate change, but definitely the best at changing my happiness levels.
Yeah, we do choose to try and ignore that sort of argument, don't we? Even if it is very prevalent in the world today, we do try and ignore that when we.
I did see on a YouTube video I was watching the other day it was in California, I believe, of people testing these fully electric karts, like proper pro kart style, but all electric, and I was like, oh, that's a cool idea.
There's the Mighty, which run on the Bambino Kart Club.
Okay.
So they're Mighty Bambinos. And all that sort of thing. So it's very cool to see that there is electric karting coming in the future.
We just heard in our ear as well, electric rotax has been running at Warden Law this weekend.
Well,
so there you go. It's all coming into its own. I think only like a couple of years and we can see new classifications for electric karts, I think. So that could be really interesting, because I've tried out one just like the team sport ones, and they were all right, but I don't know. They kind of, that engine sound is a real big part of karting for me. So how they could do something in electric, we'll have to wait and see. But we don't have to worry about that yet. We're sticking with petrol for now, and here we go. Across the start finish straight, no yellow lights, which means we're underway in racing. Around the first corners, and look at that plume of smoke, it's huge. Here we go, up to Christmas corner, 48 still in the lead, that's Alex Johnston. Behind still Jordan Brown, I believe in the 80. It is indeed, Jordan Brown's going to dive to the inside. A very late move there into Christmas corner, but makes it stick. Brilliant move for Brown as he now takes the lead. The rest of the field continues, not for very long though. Back up the inside is the 48 of Alex Johnson, and this is only going to be holding them all up, allowing for the rest of the pack to get involved with all of this battling. It's heated up already, and we're barely about 20 seconds into this. 80 now down into third, so I think that's Joe Charlton. No, it's not, it's the 41 of Carly Atkins getting involved. There is Joe Charlton in the number 96, now moving up two. So 80 goes from first to fourth in the space of about 3 corners. Initially a fantastic lap, turned into a bad burst. Now look at that, side-swiping along. That was the 51 getting collected there. Hugo Gilbert just about keeps it on the black side, as you say, but carrying on, and my goodness, what a first lap.
I thought the 51 was going to end up going stage exit right there, but luckily he hasn't, as the 96 gets overtaken by the 80 of Brown. Oh, forcing another driver off as well. So that's Charlton being overtaken by Brown, and that caused a bit of a domino effect behind him. Look at that. I mean, how on earth you're supposed to be a driver and being able to pick your way through that one is beyond me. But these drivers are doing it particularly well, as the 80 of Brown and Charlton and 96 still going at it rather impressively. But we're going to focus on the race for the front, Johnston and Atkins. Atkins getting through on Johnson and will take the lead at the end of this lap.
That was pretty impressive. The earlier we saw in the lap. Oh, getting squeezed wide was that. 96, losing a couple of positions there. That's Joe Charlton. JP Sleaton, Sam Shaw getting through there. Sam having a good lap there, up 3 positions. Sam Shaw kind of coming out of nowhere, but someone who's very pacey we've seen in the heat earlier today and the heat yesterday, of course. Another battle going on slightly further back there. The 14 is in the middle of that. So that's Thomas Fleming, Archie Corbin, Christian Brooks, I do believe. A number of names we've seen right up at the sharp end. So we'll just see how they battle through. Yeah, earlier on in the race, we did see someone getting forced wide. That was JP Slater, but they managed to move up. Sorry, Sleater, I should say. Move back up to 5th now. They managed to recover okay, but no drivers having any sort of crazy offs. All managing to sort of get it back together. As these two still there at the front. A nice little gap there back to the 80 of Jordan Brown. And then lots of karts battling. Sam Shaw, JP Slater, Lucas Ellingham now involved there in 6th. He's just at the fastest lap of the race, a 45.28, and there he is in the back of the shot there, just chasing down these leading pack.
Yeah, I was trying to have a look out. Where is Ethan Ling as well?
Just seen the number 3 of Thomas Fleming go down the inside of Joel Charlton at Christmas corner as well. But can you spot him?
No.
Oh, dear.
Is the answer. I can't see him anywhere on the timing screen. So either his transponder's not working, he hasn't registered, or he's just flat out not there. It's a 76. Keep an eye out on it, but normally the transponders are pretty reliable. It's because I'm looking at senior maxes.
I was thinking, is it this race?
What a fool! What a fool!
I'm not sure that is him. No, we're good. I was thinking, I don't think I saw him and Ellingham on the same grid, so no, it's all good, mate. It's all good. That was the senior max, and I think we will be seeing them out very shortly. Indeed, that will be the race after this one. That will be our last race before the lunch break, which again, I've got to say, you've got to stick around for the Paddock show. It's brilliant. Not because I'm in it, obviously. Oh, that's a big one. Nearly goes over, does the 84. Luckily goes back down on all 4 wheels. I could see that coming a mile off. They were battling pretty hard through Christmas there. Just got squeezed on the exit. Manages to rejoin, and that was a close one. Nearly perpendicular with the circuit at one point there. But luckily the driver carries on. All okay.
Yeah, it's Yannick Asiwa, I'm going to say for the time being. It might be wrong, but there's the number 84, unfortunately. But as you said, hopefully we'll carry on going as well. It's without too much injury to the car or the driver. Right, that's number 99 of Luke Ellingham.
He's moved his way up through both of these guys, and these guys are going to continue strapping, and he's going to pull away.
Yeah, I guess you're absolutely probably right. You've seen this ending before.
Mate. I've seen this before.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've seen this episode, haven't you? I think everybody else, to be fair, if anybody's been watching Ellingham, there's a good chance that he probably will, but he's got 3 seconds to catch up for the race lead. Are you going to make a bold prediction about that one?
No, mate, I don't make bold predictions, because they're always wrong. I always commentators curse someone.
Well, fair enough, well avoided,
I've learned to not single anyone out, so no, it will just ruin their race. So just let them race and enjoy whatever happens.
Brown, Fleming has done well. I think he's gotten ahead of Brown. Yeah, he has. And he's moved his way up to 6th position as well. So the number 3 of Thomas Fleming doing it extremely well as well, almost cracking into the top 5. And with the pace that they've shown, I wouldn't be surprised if they get past JP Sleater either, just ahead of them, right onto the back of him, that you can probably see in the melee of karts that is going towards this infield section.
Yeah, you can pick him out, yeah.
There he is. There is a number 3. So the cameraman is clearly knows what I'm on about.
Us, yeah, clearly. It's also interesting to see fastest lap is actually Sam Heading in 12th in the number 7 car, 44.73. So battling through the pack well. See a move higher into Christmas, not quite going to happen. That's a 61 of Lewis Johnston-Cool, looking for it on Oscar Joyce. Looking for it again. There is a move slightly further ahead though to the 80, losing out again. That's Jordan Brown moving down the order. Now has Lewis right behind him, or possibly might have just gotten through. No, managed to stay ahead for now anyway. We look forward. Here is the number 3 of Thomas Fleming, being followed by Christian Brooks. 2 big names that we see a lot in this category. 2 very, very fast drivers. So let's see how they can go. That battle that we were looking at before, still raging on though. Drivers continuing side by side through Ashby. Now down into Osiers. And through they go onto the back side of the circuit. A track limit warning for Christian Brooks though. Needs to watch out about those. Luckily in an 8-minute race you're unlikely to get enough to give yourself a penalty, and what a move that is. 82 late on the brakes there. Christian Brooks, the usual move there through the boot. So although getting a couple of track limit warnings, gets a position as well. Up into 6th he goes.
Yeah, well, if you're going to do it, you might as well take advantage while they're still just giving you a warning, I suppose, and try and make that move stick. So now he'll have to be a little bit more sensible, but he has got track position, so I'm sure he won't mind too much now ahead of Sleater in the number 25. Fleming in the number 3 was a driver I wanted to keep an eye out on, but actually mainly I wanted to keep an eye out on the 10th place driver, Sam Heading. Again, we haven't really seen the battle between him and Lucas Ellingham, but those drivers, if you look at the championship breakdown, are the 2 that you sort of really want to be focusing on. Loads of race wins between them. In fact, the majority of the race wins have been taken by Ellingham, followed by Sam Heading, even though Heading hasn't necessarily been here for half the season. Yeah, those 2 definitely ones to be looking out for when it comes to the actual finals a little later on.
Exactly. Nearly made the same thing as you and leaving my mic down then. I did want to say, Atkins, what have you had for lunch? What have you had for lunch? Absolutely smashed it at the front of the pack. It was 3 seconds clear of Lucas Ellingham last time around. That's now dropped to 2.8. I mean, Lucas Ellingham's putting in some ridiculous pace out there. 44.7s. Closest are 44.9s, which is Atkins, Shaw, Sleater, Brooks, Fleming as well. Sam Heading, right, it's ridiculous the amount of close pace here. But Atkins, as there you go. You see on the timing, changed for 2nd place. Ellingham has got past Alex Johnston. Moves up into 2nd place. Another fastest lap for Sam Heading. He's coming through the pack lovely. 44.62 now for Heading as he continues to make his way up the order. But yeah, Carly Atkins, fantastic. Now past 3 seconds again, that gap for the lead. And although, yeah, only about, well, 1 second now, and now 0 seconds. So we'll have one more lap after this. I don't want the commentators curse it, but Atkins has been doing an amazing job and should hold this win. As we see a move there. Number 3 down the inside, that's Fleming on Christian Brooks. So all these 3 are ridiculously close on 1 lap pace, but they're going to continue batting now through this final lap and could hold each other up, give other people some opportunities to make moves. But is it going to change at the front? I don't think Luke's selling himself enough time.
No, I don't think he has. There was only 2 tenths of difference on that previous lap. I don't think it's going to... It would have to be a monumental effort.
I'm glad I didn't make any bold predictions.
No, I was going to say you were right not to. That is Heading, though. There's an opportunity. Maybe you can make it 1 more place, but realistically, into the top 10 is not a bad finishing position. Better than not finishing at all, obviously. So a good show by Heading, a good show by Fleming.
Considering Sam Heading's like 26.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
inside the top 10,
that's pretty impressive.
Pretty good. But we'll be seeing Atkins crossing the line, I'm sure, because it will be a race victory. There we go. He's taken the checkered flag. Ellingham comes home in 2nd place with Johnston in 3rd, and then Shaw and Brooks down in top 5. Good race there by the X30 seniors, and we will be able to see the Matt Rotax seniors, I believe, for our final race of final race of the heat.
You are correct. It will indeed be the senior maxes coming up next.
Yeah, but before we get into that, obviously a little bit of a thought back onto this race, just in case the Sting isn't ready. Otherwise, we'll be talking a little bit too much afterwards. But yeah, Atkins, you mentioned it very quickly. Another word on them. Brilliant drive for the fun, and yeah, once into the race lead, it was very, very impressive indeed, wasn't it? There was absolutely no sort of question, even if Luke Ellingham had gotten through 2 laps earlier. It just looked like Atkins had it in him to keep that race victory.
Number 18 of Sam Shaw gets himself a penalty. That was 4th place on the road. Likely to be more sort of the bottom of the top 10 there, really. Ellingham's fine, gets waved through. Then 48 was our last, oh, and the car started. 48 was our last podium position. That was Alex Johnston. So we'll wait and see as Alex comes through whether he gets a penalty. Number 3, looking like he should be fine.
I think he will be fine, and
yeah,
probably what will be fine as well is the Sting. We can probably shoot to that now for the
yeah, I guess we could.
senior
I kind of want to see where the 48 is coming out though. He is holding him for a long time though, so maybe we should. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, we'll shoot to the.
We'll go to the Sting.
Go on, Luke. Pull the
Sting.
Go on.
Here we are then. I didn't get to see if Dave got angry given a penalty or not, which I'm quite sad about. But it's okay. You can find out all the results on results.alphatiming.co.uk. Here we go then, our final heat of the day. I was going to say morning. It kind of is our morning, but it's not. It's only 2 p.m. Klaas Cooker is taking the pole here for Heat 3 and Senior Max. Alongside is Ryan McCullough. Then it's Tommy Edwards, Kasper Pajecki, and then Sam Light and Ethan Ling. There you go. There's Ethan Ling. He's in P6, mate. Scott Smith 7th, Alexander Mikos in 8th, Brentley Sims in 9th, Ronnie Mansfield 10th, then Benjamin Ballou and Charlie Ellis. And it's Ben Hearsey, Lewis Wild, Luke Ringham, Alfie Brooks, Harry Gibson and Chris Banderi. Following on, Luke Collins and Ethan Martin rounds up the top 20, and it's Archie Elliott, George Hunter, Joshua Burton and Marcel Lazicki. And that's it for the grid for Senior Max, as we look to get the final 8-minute race of the day up and running. Then, of course, we'll move into the finals, which are just a little bit longer. And that will then decide the full points for the weekend. See how well the drivers are doing, update the championship, and then continue on to round number 8 in only a month's time. As we have already had one heat of the rotax maxes. How did that go earlier this one?
Well, yeah, we've had Ethan Ling. Finally, we will be able to find him on this particular race because he is in this particular race. He took home the victory. He gained 10 positions to take it as well. Alfie Brooks gained 17 positions, though, to take second place. George Hunter started in first, I believe, came home in third. Chris Banderi was up there as well in fourth, and then Harry Gibson gained 13 positions up into fifth place. So did Lewis Wild as well, making flight to seventh. And if you're wondering about those drivers and you want to maybe spot them through this race, Ethan Ling in the number 76 apologies, I have got the hiccups, 76 CRG machine. Alfie Brooks is in the number 57. George Hunter is in the number 50, Chris Bandera is in number 84, and Harry Gibson in the number 99. So those are the top 5 from the heat earlier on. Fingers crossed we'll be able to have a similar show that they put on for us earlier, because obviously the senior maxes, another one of the quickest disciplines that we've got here today. That doesn't mean that the slower disciplines are any less exciting or the quicker disciplines are any more exciting, but it just gives you another sort of perspective, I suppose, on what to expect.
No, exactly. And like I mentioned with the weather earlier, it wasn't lying. Pretty sure well, my laptop says 26, my phone says 24. So if you average at 25, it's pretty warm.
Yeah, the sun's coming out. I mean, looking out of our commentary box window, we can now
lovely.
See. Exactly. Hopefully, no one's out there complaining. It's definitely not going to rain. I'd like to say it's definitely not going to rain. Anyway,
we can't count that out. We really can't count that out.
No, we can't.
Now we've come to the end of the heat wave. It could rain literally whenever it wants, but we can't bat an eyelid at this. Like, yeah, we've gotten used to whatever ridiculous temperatures, like 36, 38, whatever it was. Like 25 is still nothing to shy away from. Like that is hot to be out there in a cart for 10 minutes, proper going for it.
I was going to say, when you say get used to 38 degrees, I was in my house I was in my house lying on the tiles. It was awful. Oh, big spin.
Oh, might even get to the barrier there.
Yeah, no, that was caught on camera as well, unfortunately. Ended up at UB framed before you know it, that one.
At least you might get 250 quid out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that was not ideal.
Have you ever met anyone that submitted a clip and got paid 250 quid?
I've never met anyone who submitted a clip.
I think it's a lie. I don't think it ever happened. I think they just said that on the TV show and it never actually happened.
To be honest, I'm amazed they're still going because YouTube's a thing now.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Anyway.
Yeah, sorry, less about UB framed, more about racing. Oh, a kart has nearly taken off at the back there. That was the 51, I think. We'll see if this gets underway or not. I can't imagine it will. No, 51 nearly took off at the background there. We'll wait for them to come over the line. It was Marcel Lazicki. Nearly took off, got squeezed by 2 different drivers, and literally just went upwards rather than forwards. Just went straight up. So luckily coming back down and all okay. But here we go. We're going to see a replay here. So
I missed this the first
Look
time.
at the back of the shot. You'll see they just squeeze up. In the middle he goes, and bang, he's up in the air.
Wow, yeah.
So just locks up himself, I think. Goes up the back of one and onto the back of the other. All just getting a bit higgledy-piggledy. And that's all with it just concertinoing up before that starts.
I was going to say, he's looking like he's confused that everybody else did something wrong. But to be honest, he came round the penultimate corner, accelerating into a place where he knows that everybody's going to be going quite slow, or should be going quite slowly. So
a little bit of miscommunication there.
Yes, I think so. A bit of a strange one, that one.
That's all right. It's all learning. Of course, Marcel being one of our novice drivers, so you make those kind of mistakes when you first starting off, but that's all right. It all comes with the job. But it's all right. He's back underway. No injuries to himself. No injuries to the car. Everyone else is good. We should be good for a second go at this start. Senior Max Heat 3, our final heat of the day. Give these guys another opportunity to get it underway. Ryan McAuliffe on the left of your screen, Glass Cooker on the right. Now that's switched over, and let's go racing. Under the lights we go, and out they go, and we're good. They're going to go too wide through the first section of Oblivion. Now out of the other side, and through up to Christmas Corner, all managing to keep it facing in the same direction. Look at this. We've got sort of 2 trains of karts going up. Tries to go around the outside of the 23, tries to hold on to it. Might make contact with 3rd place, though, as they come back through, giving each other a lovely bit of room there. Some fantastic racing, and the 71 inevitably covers off the 4th place charging kart. That was Ryan McAuliffe trying to hold off. We've got a couple of people going wide there. Who was that going wide? Was that the 166 or simply just 66 maybe? That would be Brentley Sims if it was going wide there. So a couple of drivers just taking to the grass and avoiding action with some other incidents. But generally carrying on and making it okay through the first lap. So the 75 from Clash Cooker has moved from 2nd to 1st on that start, at least on the timing screen. Sets the fastest lap of the race. Ryan McAuliffe is now just behind him, and there you go. Ethan Ling in the CRG car, now in 3rd.
Yeah, Ethan Ling piling all the pressure on. In fact, it looked like the 71 was looking up his to the right-hand side, worried about a move. That did eventually come as well. So Ethan Ling into 2nd. Be trying to chase down Klas Koika up in the race lead. Mechanical flag for Chris Banderi. That means he'll have to come in, and that'll be his race over, unfortunately. Not sure what mechanical flag is, but it doesn't matter. Sorry, we do know what the mechanical flag is. We don't know what it's for, why he's been given it even. But it doesn't really matter on the reason. The fact is, he'll have to come in, and probably means his race will be over.
Exactly, yeah. It's usually something relatively obvious, like an exhaust or a fairing or something like that, that's just come loose, and that won't be safe for them to carry on. It could come off and then hit another driver, and that's obviously not going to be good. But yeah, even it's all down to the marshals there. If they decide that something looks off, they'll call you in just out of safety wise. And that's it. That's just how racing goes sometimes. You just got to give up on those. That was a late one up the inside to take 4th place, and he's going to have to cover off again. That's the 23 of Tommy Edmonds moving down a couple of positions. I think it was Ronnie Mansfield who sent a cheeky one through that little right kink, and Alexander Mikos tries to follow him through. And there we go. There's the move for the lead. 76 of Ethan Ling moves his way through. Tap of the helmet say, let's work together to Clash Cooker. Let's see if they do end up working together, or whether this pack behind starts to get involved now as well.
Yeah, I think, again, there's always a driver that overtakes, isn't there, who does the little tap of the helmet. It's never the driver. Yeah, he wouldn't have accepted it if he was sat behind in Klas Koika and done that before he'd overtaken. But I love the fact that they always expect them to do that later. That is the 84. That's the mechanical flag, isn't it? And yeah, a bit of a shame at that one. The 37. Where is this? 37 is Benjamin Ballou. This is a fight for, I believe, 10th place, overtaking Charlie Ellis.
Good little battle there. Sad to see Banderi in the pits. He looks a bit dejected, but that's just what happens. Move for second though, 71. Ryan McAuliffe down the inside of Klaas Cooker. Klaas Cooker just started to fall back now. Manages to hold off the 67 of Ronnie Mansfield, still charging through. But this battle is getting good now. But look, the CRG driver, Ethan Link, has already taken off. 46.5, now drops down to a 46.1. That's ridiculous. Only one person faster on the track. 46.05 for Scott Smith. Actually, a couple slightly further down, a 46.06 for Alfie Brooks. But at the front of the field, it still continues to hot up. Another move that was very late on the brakes from the 67, and the 75 is going to make the most of that. Klaas Cooker moves back into second place as out wide are Ronnie Mansfield and Ryan McAuliffe. It's all switching up in that kind of top pack. And I think now they're allowing for sort of Tommy Edmonds, Scott Smith, Alexander Mikos to get involved as well. Yeah, it's I was going to say Alfie Brooks as well. That's the driver to be keeping an eye out on. Number 57, second in race one, had the fastest lap. Alfie Brooks is certainly not a driver you want to see in your rear view mirrors, put it that way. And that's, as I said, the 57, you want to be keeping an eye out on the blue driver just behind these two, overtaking each other and taking advantage of the fact that they're putting each other offline by the looks of it. Mikos and Smith just ahead. Giving it a right good show, to be fair, Mikos and Smith. But as they come up towards Christmas Corner, you only got to be assuming that Brooks is going to dive at the inside, but no, they dive each other at the inside, and that's the 68 of Mikos being hung out to dry. He's not very happy, but guess who gets through scot-free? Alfie Brooks. I think that was pretty understandable. There was a bit miffed after that one. It was just kind of constant contact through Christmas, then through the left kink, then through the right kink, and yeah, the other driver just kind of able to slip through down the inside. So lucky for them, but not so great for the two involved. Going to go for another cheeky move though with the 23. Goes to try it. There's Tommy Edmonds up the inside. Going to work out that time around. He's going to lose a good couple of tenths through there. Look at this gaggle behind though. It doesn't stop further back in the pack, does it? Who have we got involved in this battle? I can't see who it is downwards. Might be able to see on the timing screen just about where this starts. I think it might be Archie Elliott in the 54 leading this pack. That's the first big gap I can see. I think I might be right with that one. Let's see, let's watch as they go through. Is that the 50? Not quite. There's so many cars now. I cannot tell who it's. There's just so many battling. It's been a long morning, hasn't it? It has. There you go, the 67 has followed. So no, it's the 89 of Lewis Wild leading this pack, being followed by Ronnie Mansfield, Benjamin Balloon, Charles Ellis, Ben Heasley, George Hunter, Luke Collins. Archie gets so many cars. But you still see the 23 trying to make this move stick. Going to happen, they'll have to stay behind. Now under severe pressure from the 38 of Scott Smith. So this is kind of second place down to fifth place between all these. And now we look back to that battle here for around 12th place. Luke Collins, I think, now the lead in this battle. There you go, there. We're going to go side by side and a bit too close side by side. 71 nearly takes off. We'll try and work out how that is. That's, of course, Ryan McAuliffe was in third place there. So our front group of karts just getting a bit too close for comfort. Yeah, 23 of Edmonds. Tommy Edmonds, I think, was the other driver involved. Maybe Sam Smith, sorry, not Sam Smith, Scott Smith was able to go through and take advantage of that. We'll have to wait and see. Here's Alfie Brooks now leading this little pack just ahead of the 71, Mikalev. As I said, Alfie Brooks just seems to be a master of holding it back, waiting for the opportunity, seeing what's about to happen, and then pouncing as efficiently as possible. And that's why he's up to third place. Scott Smith seems to have been doing that as well. Just moved through on Edmonds to take fifth place there. As Edmonds just slightly messed up an overtake attempt on McAuliffe, I think it was, then just lost a position on exit there. So Scott moving his way through nicely, has decent pace, currently still has the fastest lap of the race with a 45.84. Hasn't really been able to do those kind of lap times recently. All the drivers dropping down into sort of 46s, high 45s, and a couple around the middle sort of doing 48s, clearly in a heavy battle within that third, fourth and fifth positions. But there's still moves going on down there. That was around the number 50. That's Charlie Ellis, George Hunter, Benjamin Baloo, all that sort of just end of the top 10 battle. As this is Scott Smith, isn't it? Continuing in that 38 kart, moving forward. Still in fifth place, though, as he chases down Ryan McAuliffe. Yeah, McAuliffe really been in the wars somewhat, hasn't he? This particular race, he's been a little bit, I wouldn't say struggling for pace, but he's not quite had the pace that maybe he needs to run in the top three, and that's why he's dropped out of it. But it seems he's constantly a cork in the bottle at this particular race. Anyway, with 30 seconds left to go, Luke Collins has just been given a warning flag for contact and not for track limits, so a little bit more serious than that, actually, probably. Any more contact and he will be given something. Oh, Chris Banderi, who I believe has already had a mechanical flag. Yeah, I think that's just a repeat of earlier, I think, because he does still seem to be in the pits on R1.
67. This is Ryan Mansfield ahead of Baloo. Again, top 10 battle as Edmonds and Mansfield got past Smith and Wild, and that is just this continuous. These 4 or 5 drivers continuously overtaking each other. Yep. As we'll be on the penultimate lap with a big lunge on the inside by Wild. Great little move there, wasn't it? It wasn't little at all, actually. It was quite monumental.
That was quite a big move. Scott Smith just trying to still hold on to it. The charging, I think it was Benjamin Baloo just behind, I want to say, as well. So yeah, Lewis Wild just about getting through there. There's the number 50 still enraged in the battle. That's George Hunter. There is Benjamin Baloo going through just ahead. So it would have been Luke Collins as well getting involved in that battle. So lots of drivers getting involved. We do now go on to the last lap. Fair play to Ethan Ling. Has just been quietly winning this race again. 3 seconds now out in the lead. Another personal best for himself. Can't really put a foot wrong, can he?
No, he hasn't really been sort of challenged that much since he got into the race lead. Maybe that'll be different in the finals. We'll have to wait and see. Looking forward to seeing how he deals with the pressure, to be honest. But it could look like he's lining himself up for a perfect day, that's for sure. On to the last lap, and this still hasn't died down. Not that we were expecting it to be honest.
Oh, that was late. Down the inside. I couldn't quite see who that was. Pick them up as they come on the exit. Look at this. They're going to try and go 3 wide through there. That's not going to happen, lads. Oh, my goodness. 43 manages to make it out ahead, but here is Ethan Ling. What a win here in Senior Max Heat 3, and he takes it in the CRG car. Super quick. There's Clutch Hooker to come across the line second. They're here. Let's look back to this gaggle as they're going through the boot. Can anyone make up some final extra positions at the end? Let's see as they come across the line. This is for around sort of 12, 13, 14th place. Look at them all come through. Suddenly the rest of the field goes to checkered flag as soon as they come through. But let's run you through that top 10 again. That was Ethan Ling in first, Clutch Hooker second, Albie Brooks third, then Ryan McAuliffe in fourth, Tommy Edmonds fifth, Ronnie Mansfield in 6th, Lewis Wild 7th, Scott Smith in 8th with that fastest lap, then Luke Collins in 9th, and then Benjamin Baloo there in 10th place. So what a last heat for this, well, morning before lunch. We do now have our lunch to get to, and we will be back racing at 20 to 3. So 2:40 p.m. we'll be back again racing for the finals for today, for round 7 of the Whilton Mill Kart Cup. Of course, make sure you stick around in that lunch break for myself and Jack's fantastic paddock show. Not that we're biased in any sort of way. Make sure you stick around for that because it was really interesting. It was great to talk to a load of the drivers. So thank you very much for joining us here for round 7 this morning / early afternoon. And be sure to join us at 2:40 for the racing to continue for the finals. We'll see you shortly. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the stunning Whilton Mill Kart Circuit for round number 7 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club to be correct. My name is Sean Ratcliffe in the commentary box today, and joining me alongside is Jack Oliphant. How are you doing today, mate?
I'm very well. I'm excited to be here. It's been a while since we've actually worked the Whilton Mill Kart Club together. I think it was March when we last tried to do it.
Is it really that long?
Yeah, I know. It feels
My
weird.
goodness.
I thought it was April, but I actually looked, it was
I can't
March.
believe.
But the best thing is we started off better than we did last time because we waited for drivers' briefing to end.
Yes. Yeah, we got about halfway over that side, didn't we? And then we realised, all the drivers are over here being told what to do, and we're over there not really speaking to anyone apart from ourselves. So sorry about that.
Ironically, though, now we're over here and all the drivers are over there. So
yes, so we're going to have to now try and make our way over there.
Yeah, indeed.
But that's all right. Luckily, they're not going to have to listen to just us for like 20 minutes today. So
yeah, I was going to say most people
positive.
probably would have turned off at that point, but we are going to try and chat to some drivers. We're actually
talk to a few.
wandering backwards and wandering our cameraman into some fencing.
We nearly took out James Fitchew last time on one of those, so we managed to just save him last time. A few people were getting a bit of grub in, early morning start.
Oh yeah,
Very
the
nice.
smoke shack,
Of course.
top location to be going to, but we're trying to be going over here.
Make our way around here.
We had a chat, well I didn't, but you had a chat with Alex Goldschmidt up that way.
Me and Alex talked around there with a few of the big teams, a lot of the ex-kart guys and stuff like Jacob Jukes, people like that, some very, very quick guys, but hopefully we can talk to some maybe slightly smaller teams around this side of the circuit this time, and we'll have a chat to a few drivers.
Yeah,
see
absolutely.
if we can pick some out.
Yeah, so we got the number 115,
Number 115.
here at Miami.
A couple of drivers are hiding around the
I was
back of the
gonna
van. Do you want to try and dive in, see if they want to chat?
Shall I sneak over?
Well,
not sneak that
oh,
way,
he's
'cause that's
sneaking. He's
no,
full
he's
sneak
running away.
mode.
He's had enough. No, okay.
He's not going full sneak mode.
This is,
Hey, come on. I need this sneakage from you today. Need to get
no,
sneaky.
he's just saying, like, do you want to have a chat? I think the answer is no there. We won't shine the camera. I think he's a bit nervous.
Look at that. Oh, I love this number 89. Honda Cadet, isn't this, I think? We get to have a little look at the kart with the camera. Hopefully the guys don't mind. Think you, mate. Look at this absolute beauty. I don't think you could fit in that, mate.
No,
I'm going to say I don't think
wow.
you're going to fit in that.
That is...
Look how tiny that seat is. That's just amazing. It shows how young these drivers start off in such incredibly powerful machinery.
Well, exactly that. And I think it can be a little bit daunting. And you sort of forget it, especially when you're commentating or you're watching an event like this or something. You forget just how young these drivers are. And it's something we'll probably mention quite a lot during the commentary. I think this is going out during lunchtime. So we've probably already mentioned it quite a few times to you. But it's one of those things where you sort of... You're talking to them as if, or talking about them as if they're Formula 1 drivers.
Yeah.
You know, and whereas actually they're about eight years old, half of them.
Yeah, you really do forget, especially from that outside perspective on our cameras. It really doesn't look that fast, especially on such a wide track such as Whilton Mill. You just don't realise how fast they're going until you actually get behind the wheel of one yourself and you're like, oh my goodness, they're doing this at about 8 years old, 9 years old.
Yeah, and it's terrifying. I mean, I'm scared, and I mean, to be fair, the engine probably couldn't get me around more than about 3 miles an hour. Seeing how big I am, but these guys weigh about
maybe not
kilos.
in those ones. Have a look at this beautiful number 25 car. Would you mind if we had a chat with you, sir, quickly? Which driver is it that you're doing the mechanics for today?
JP Slater. Sorry, 2 seconds. JP Slater races Senior X30.
Senior X30. How's he been doing so far this season?
Well, this is his second race in the UK. He's been racing in Ireland. He's currently leading the Irish Championship. Yesterday was a good day until it started racing, and then it all went pear-shaped. And
what happened yesterday in the racing?
some sort of electrical failure.
Okay.
So, you know, we're second fastest in the second practice, 4th fastest in the 3rd practice, and then struggled to get the thing home.
Hoping to be around those kind of numbers today then, if all goes well?
If we can come home in the final in the top 6, we'll be well over the moon with that. You know, he hasn't raced here since 2019.
Okay.
So he hasn't ever raced here in senior, never raced here on this tyre. So he was good yesterday, but he's put in a lot of effort this year. So, you know, he's doing a good job. Just need to keep on going. Hopefully, Lady Luck will be on our side.
Hopefully, yeah. Good luck, mate, and thanks for chatting with us. Cheers.
Take care. Have a good day.
So wow, coming over from Ireland there. It's always good to see people coming from all different parts of the world and getting involved with Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Well, that's it, isn't it? This isn't. I mean, Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's a big event, but it's not exactly British Kart Championships or anything like that, is
It's
it?
not huge, but
it's it's still good that we've got drivers from all over the world and all over the place to fly in to do these sort of club level events. Shows the prestige and how people highly regard the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
They really do. It's fantastic. Now we've got a few more karts over to our right.
Yes.
Might be able to catch this driver. I think in the 333.
He's saying
saying
no already. That's not. He's coming over though, so I'm going to say that's okay. You happy to have a chat?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Good stuff. Right. First of all, there's about 150, 200 drivers. I don't know everybody's name and face. What's your name?
David Marshall. You can already see the number, 333, but normally I drive X30, number 41, but just trying rotax for a weekend, see how it goes, really.
How's it been so far then? Is this your first time in the rotax in a competitive environment?
No, I've done a bit of UKC. Tried 2 at Rara as well, so that was great. But this is my first time here, and it's going all right so far. Heat 1, then, not Heat 1, Practice 1, had problems with the engine. Heat 2 went really well. Heat 3 of practice to set up. Didn't go great, but now we know what to do for first heat coming up soon. So.
I was going to say every single session is a learning opportunity, isn't it? Yeah. Really, you got some fresh tyres on, though.
Yeah, new tyres. I mean, you have to practice during practice. The only thing you can really lose is your pride at the end of it. So.
That's a very good way of looking at it, to be fair, isn't it? What's the hope then? I mean, where were you roughly in practice? What's the sort of aim for you today?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I've only been doing karting for about a year now, so for me, around midfield's decent. So hopefully around top 15 maybe. I'm not sure, but
how old are you?
I'm 15.
You've only been doing karting a year, because a lot of these kids we've just been saying we've been doing it since they were 8 years old. What got you into it at such a late age?
I'm not really sure. I sort of just had like a spark of passion to do it all of a sudden, and just started begging my parents to do it until they gave in, pretty much.
Fair enough. I think that's as good a story as any, to be honest. You got one hell of a kart for considering that you've only been going a year or anything like that. What's the outcome that you're hoping from this season and moving forward?
I'm hoping to get myself into a good place for when I move up to seniors for next season. So hopefully I'm in a good enough space I can race with the seniors, because in the seniors there are some really good people like Lorenzo Corda and Caden McQueen. There's some really quick guys there. So
I was going to say they're all pretty rapid, aren't they? But they're even rapid in the juniors. So good luck for today, and hopefully we'll see your name towards the top of the list.
Hopefully, yeah. Thanks a lot. Really.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Right, there we go. Another story.
chat.
Only been around in karting for a year, which, as I said,
that's pretty
impressive. Unheard of.
That's pretty impressive to be at that kind of level after only a year. And I recognise the name. He's relatively up there at the top in the X30s anyway. But we'll have to see how he changes over to rotax, because although, of course, them both being pro karts, they are actually very different in how they drive, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and that's the difficult thing, really, when you're a driver or when you're a spectator. You quite often think, oh, a driver should be able to jump between each kart, but each tyre is different. Yeah. Each manufacturer, or each engine type, has a different set of regulations, and it can be very difficult, even though all the karts sort of do look the same in terms of just looking at
from
the
an outsider
perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually really quite difficult for, especially kids, to jump in. Once you get used to one kart, it's quite difficult to jump in and just instantly get used to another one. So he's doing the right thing and trying a few out.
Exactly. No, that's good. And as you said, had brand new tyres on the back of it.
Yeah.
So you give him a cheeky
Well,
slap, just make sure that they're all pumped up, yeah?
He probably didn't appreciate how hard I hit him, actually. But there's something satisfying about new tyres.
If the 333 gets a real F puncher, I think we know exactly who's to blame.
But I didn't hit it hard enough for it to be a bent back axle. But yeah, that would be a bit of an awkward one, wouldn't it?
You never know. Right, let's move our way up into the main sort of paddock area that we're in now. We'll talk to some of the bigger teams. We're coming up on the Croc promotion tent. They're always in the same spot, and we always jump on them because they're the first ones that we usually get to, because we usually don't take this kind of long, drawn-out route back there, do we?
No, well, absolutely. So, but it's quite
look.
nice that they're actually able to. They're happy to have a chat to us. So maybe you can stick the camera in left and right, and have a little bit of a sweep around.
Have a look in, and we'll continue to look for some drivers. It's looking like mostly mechanics in there at the moment.
But it's quite good, really, isn't it, though, John? We end up obviously having a look at some of the. Slightly
more like lads and
less
dads.
Backed, less backed maybe. Sort of garages where they're just running out of a van, which is great. That's exactly the way that a lot of people start racing. And then you start to see a little bit more of the sort of bigger boys, shall we say, who intimidate when they come to a race meeting with all their branding and everything like that.
Yeah, no, proper professional jobs, I would say. Bigger teams, getting all stuff done. But yeah, you don't realise that it isn't something that you can quite quickly and easily jump into, even when you're just doing lad and dad. Like, as he said previously, he's only been doing it for a year, and as you said, his car still looked amazing. It's still top level. Like, the amount of money that they're putting in is incredible.
Oh, exactly. But they're doing it all themselves, which is quite impressive. And here is another good example.
Look at the amount of karts in this tent. That is just amazing. Squeezing them in.
Still, really not many drivers.
No drivers.
We thought we'd done this properly, John, this time. We thought we'd waited until drivers' briefing was over.
They haven't started warming up the engines yet. That's one thing. Although now I'm going to say that, and they're all going to suddenly kick on, aren't they?
Especially one that was through there. I don't.
Some generators starting.
So we'll try and move on and just try and find some drivers with a race suit on. Really, that's what I'm looking for.
They must all be having a pre-race little nap, I think, just before they go out.
Is this a driver? Should we just try and grab a quick word, sir? Do you mind? If you're nervous, don't worry. Don't worry, we won't bite your head off or anything like that. First of all, very simple. What's your name, number, and the series that you're racing in today?
Freddie Ingram, 76, Junior Rotax.
Junior Rotax, Freddie, fantastic. Which one of these, it's obviously this one then, isn't it? The number 76. You've got a bit of work going on right there at the moment. What's sort of going on today?
Just checking out the car, really.
So nothing to be fixed or anything, just a bit of maintenance?
We're professionals here at Off Racing, so obviously no fixing need to be done, just tuning.
Just tuning up, fantastic. Freddie, that must fill you with a bit of confidence. The car's looking good. I'm guessing it ran well yesterday. You looking forward to today?
Yeah, hopefully. I think we might be able to get a podium or a win, so we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. How did yesterday sort of get on for you then? A lot of practicing, anything learned or anything that you're going to take into today?
Started P16, finished P7, so it weren't too bad, but I was battling for second the whole race, so it weren't awful.
Fantastic. Don't worry about him over there distracting you. Chuck a bit of water over him when we're finished, don't worry. Fantastic, Freddie. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Go stick some water over your mate. Trying to distract him then. He was clearly quite a
typical
guy.
British banter there, yeah.
I'm glad we didn't get what he said on
we
the
can't
camera.
tell you what he was sort of mouthing to his mate, but yeah, that's all good. All good, a bit of British banter. But yeah, I think that's quite natural amongst British drivers, I feel, to be a bit nervous. Because before, when I've spoken to European drivers, they're much more open to having a chat on camera. But I think that's just quite a British thing, isn't it? Being a little bit nervous to have a chat. But as you say, you just got to put them at ease and be like, we're not going to bite your head off. Like, we're nice, we promise.
Yeah, I think I was working with a driver once in a car series, and I had to quite literally coach him through everything I was going to say before we even turned the camera on. So I do think that a lot of drivers get quite nervous. And as I said, we are talking to kids at the end of the day here, aren't we? They're not professionals yet, even if they have aspirations.
Exactly. Now, I think we'll have a chat with a couple of these Birrell ART drivers. We've got Mr. Thacker. Hello, sir. Do you mind if we have a little chat with you this morning? Sort of just jumped it straight on you. How are you feeling today? Are you up for some racing?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good today. I had a bit of accident coverage to go at play, but I've recovered from that few.
Did you get any injuries from that?
Yeah, I had a few fractures in my foot, but it's all good.
Whereabouts did you go off at Clay?
The chicane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's quite a fast one, quite a fast impact.
But the doctors have allowed me to race today. Feeling quite good. We were about only 6 tenths off yesterday in the heat. We'd like to close that gap a bit more. We think that there's a bit of time to be found just through ironing out some errors and small mistakes throughout the lap. But feeling quite positive going into today.
What's the kind of outcome you're looking for today? Obviously, coming back from an injury, that is quite difficult. So that's pretty impressive that you're racing at all. Where do you kind of want to end up by the end of the day?
I think we'd be quite happy with the top 20. Maybe optimistic, a bit of a top 15 maybe. But we'll be starting 21st for our Heat 2 and 14th for our Heat 3.
That should be good then, should be achievable. Thank you for talking to me, mate, and good luck. Cheers.
I've just spotted a driver behind us then actually come round, look at the camera, get all excited and everyone off. So do you want to hunt him down? Or?
Yeah, let's go, mate. You know who you're looking for. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
It's in the CRG tent over here.
The CRG.
He's gone to sit down now. He's playing it all
the usual,
cool.
Yeah. Like, where's this camera come from?
I didn't know they were coming. Like,
I wasn't even ready for it.
Would you like to have a chat yet, sir?
Oh, go on,
Number
man.
65, rotax. Name, not number, because I've just read that out. But are you juniors, seniors? What's the crack?
Junior rotax.
What's your name?
Spencer Braun.
Spencer. How's everything been going on today then?
Well, yesterday was alright. Had a decent heat. Started second, went through to win it. Not bad. It was overall a good day.
Good stuff. Your car looks spectacular, by the way, the CRG. The guys must be doing a fantastic job at keeping the car running and everything like that. It's, any sort of nice words, anything you can say about the team and the support you've been getting?
Yeah, everyone there has been really good. Like Pete, the owner, helped us massively. Mike has been doing well as well. Dad's hopefully so far kept it all in one piece. So,
Is it your dad who's mechanicking you?
Yeah, Dad is mechanicking. Always has done. Always will.
Really? How long have you been racing for then?
5-ish years. Yeah, about that.
Fair play. Did he have any idea on how to do a car or any mechanical stuff before you started?
Not really. Back in 2017, not really. And then he's learned quite a lot and now know quite a bit. But
so my dad was the same. He didn't have a clue at how to set up a car. He didn't have a clue at anything mechanical. Yet they throw themselves into it, don't they? And I suppose as drivers, you might not realise it. It's a hell of a learning curve for them.
Yeah, it really is. Like, there's so much to do, like keeping everything one piece, checking it over, make sure everything's nice and tight.
Whilst worried that they're going to send you out with a loose wheel nut or something and send their kid off into a crash or something like that. Obviously, that hasn't happened yet, luckily. Hopefully won't today. Yeah, touch wood. Speaking of which, expectations, hopes, what's today going to bring for you?
Well, we're starting like 26th in the first one, so hopefully just make position, move forward. And then 15th in the second one. So hopefully, again, just move forward and try and get towards the front. Good position for the final and see what we can do.
Fantastic. That's the attitude we like to hear. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. We'll speak to you in a little bit. Brilliant. Oh, I've just realised I lost John there, but he's back now all of a sudden.
I was just having a little look, trying to see if there's anyone further down. One thing I was going to mention, all the different liveries of the different karts that or the people that we've spoken to who own the karts. Unbelievable, just how different they can make them look despite being such similar machinery.
Well, it's exactly
so
that.
Cool.
we like that as commentators as well, don't we? And spectators alike, because it makes it a bit easier for us to be able to spot them instantly. I hate it when there's like 15 karts and they all look identical, or cars or karts or whatever they are.
Yeah, it's a bit tougher.
Bit of a nightmare for
Trying to
us,
spot the numbers can be a little bit difficult. But it's also interesting to see, we get a little wave from someone out of the van. Hello.
They wave at us and then they run away.
And they run away, yeah. We got used to that as commentators now.
There's a reason why they put us in a little booth.
Exactly. But yeah, like you were saying, it's beautiful to see, and also I like seeing the fact of where we'll see one team maybe dominating a bit, and you can see sort of 4 or 5 of their karts all slipstreaming at the front of the field, and you're like, okay, I can see what's going on here.
Yeah, I think we saw that at the last Whilton Kart Club in the cadets, I want to say, and I can't remember the team exactly. I'll recognise them as soon as I see them, but there were like 4 or 5. Finley Lyons was one of them.
Yes.
And that is just constantly working together. And I think there was one other driver who was in amongst it trying to upset the apple carts, but it can be very difficult. I'm just having a look, seeing if there's a couple of drivers and dads potentially over here, and seeing if anybody's happy to have a chat. Anybody want to have a chat? Jaden, you want to have a chat?
Go on then.
So Jaden, number 29, what specifically are you racing in today?
Honda Cadet.
Honda Cadet, brilliant. And what's your full name? So it's Jaden.
Jaden Mead.
Jaden Mead. How has the season been going for you today, Jaden? Well, this season even.
Yeah, quite good. We've got some good results. Yeah.
Has it been fun?
Yeah, really fun. We've been doing really good today. Today we went back to, we started 10th, we went back 26th, and then we made our way back up to 9th. So
oh wow. That sounds like amazing fun then. Are you just enjoying sort of being out on the circuit and driving in the car?
Loving it.
How long have you been doing it for then?
About racing 1-2 years.
Wow, how old are you then?
11.
Wow, that is very impressive, Jaden, I have to say. And is it your dad or your brother, or is it who's been looking after you?
My dad, as my mechanic, yeah.
Fantastic, and he's gone around. Is it you, sir? Who? Yeah. Do you want to come in and have a quick word? 11 years old, it must be relatively scary to sort of see your son out there battling from 22nd up to 9th and everything, but it must make you incredibly proud as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely done well yesterday. So, yeah, it's coming on really well. Big learning year, like, you know.
And what's sort of the hope for yourself and Jaden after this year? Then is it going to be a stepping stone, or is it something? Are you going to be trying this again maybe next year?
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to know what to do next year with all the changes and that. To stay in the Hondas and do another year, or go to this Inter, you know.
Well, fair enough. It sounds like a great time, and you've been mechanicking as well. Did you know anything mechanical before you ended up going into karts?
Mechanically, yeah. Fix trucks for a living, but
that helps, doesn't it?
Racing, you know, you learn along the way, and we're in with Passion Motorsport most of the time, so they're a big help. Yeah, and when we race at Clay, we run on privateers, so yeah, you just learn off of other fathers and that, yeah.
Fantastic. Is it a good atmosphere? Is it sort of a helpful learning if you don't know some? Well, potentially you probably do know quite a lot if you fix trucks, but if someone doesn't know something, does people muck in and try and help out?
Yeah, you always get a good support off others, yeah. So.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jaden. Good luck for today, and hopefully we'll see your name right at the top of the order. There's little
Nice
Jaden.
little chat.
Yeah, I thought I'd give it a go. We've spoken to quite a few of the teenagers. I mean, to be fair, he's 11, so he's nearly there.
Indeed. Oh, I've seen Jaden at the top of the timings before. What a lovely kid. I did not realise he was so cute, though. No. Jaden, oh my God, Jaden, you're very, very cute. He had a great little interview. But otherwise, I think that's about it for this Paddock show at Whilton Kart Club, round number 7. Yeah,
we've walked pretty much all the way through, haven't we? We've tried to chat to a few drivers. There's not been loads on offer, but equally, been some good insight.
Chat. I was glad that we went down that initial sort of side route. We got a couple of the smaller drivers there, and then come through to some of the bigger teams over here. But overall, a good show, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there's still drivers out and about doing the track walks. You can probably see them in the background. They're about to walk past us now as well.
Probably give a little wave.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully just a wave.
Well, this is all done obviously before the racing gets going. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed the morning so far.
Hopefully the morning's been good, yeah, and you've enjoyed the Paddock show, and hopefully soon enough we'll be on for all the finals during the afternoon. So make sure to you subscribed to Alpha Live to not miss any future content, and we'll see you very shortly. Thanks for joining us.
welcome back, one and all, to the Whilton Mill Kart Club round number 7 here at, you guessed it, Whilton Mill. Fantastic to have you along. Hopefully you enjoyed the morning / early afternoon. We've just had a quick Marshall's break, they call it, giving all of our fantastic volunteers an opportunity to get their own lunch and have a quick drink before we crack on with the finals. My name is Jack Oliphant, and I'm joined alongside me, as it was this morning, and as it will be next month, actually, with John Ratcliffe. John, how the devil are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic, mate. How lucky for you to have me alongside for not only today, but next month as well. It's been a brilliant day of racing so far, hasn't it? We've enjoyed some lovely burgers from the canteen area here at Whilton Mill, which we've sung the praises of this morning, and we'll continue into the finals this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah, filled me right up. Hopefully giving us the energy we need to get through these finals, because you know they're going to be fast and frantic. You can see the weather on your screen right now, but I'm just going to look out the window and tell you what it's like. It's absolutely beautiful. Fantastic, clear, pretty much clear skies all the way through. It was a bit cloudy this morning. We even had a YouTube poll asking whether you thought it was going to rain. I don't think it's going to rain today, John, though, is it? It's looking pretty hot out there.
Yeah, it's not only looking, man. I stood out there for about 5 minutes and I wish I didn't have trousers on. I wanted shorts. It's not the right weather for trousers, but luckily we're in the comms booth. It's a bit cooler in here, but we do need a bit of airflow through this open window. I would like that a lot.
I was going to say, I might get you to open the other side of the window in a couple of minutes' time. And of course, we, as I mentioned, we have got the finals coming up. First of all, it will be the Honda Cadet. We'll bring you the full grid, the rundown and everything like that. And just for anybody out there who's wondering, we do have some B finals being thrown about as well, because of course there is some split grids here for the, I believe it's the junior categories, X30 and the junior max as well. So yeah, there's going to be quite a host of finals. If anybody out there is wondering as well, the finals will be 12 minutes plus a lap. They're for the A finals. If you are here for a B final, i.e. the junior maxes or the X30 junior, the B finals will be 9 minutes plus a lap. Then the top 4 from those B finals will be placed into the A finals, and they'll score their points from there. So it's, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, John, but there's plenty to be left out there, plenty of points to be gained.
It's not overly complicated, but we're quite thick. So it's taking us a while to get our heads around it. But our lovely producer has just brought us in a fan. So what an absolute babe Luke Austin is.
Wow, burgers and a fan.
This is an unbelievable service from the Alpha Live team. Much appreciated. Making us feel nice and cool this afternoon, which is definitely necessary. But there, the drivers out into sort of the collecting area, getting ready to go for this one. Sadly, they're not going to have a fan. However, if they get a bit cold, they can probably just open the visor, or a bit hot even.
I was going to say, it'll be pretty hard work, to be honest. As soon as they probably put their race suits on and everything this morning and thought, you know what, it doesn't mind, you know, a bit of layers, it'll be quite nice. But now they'll be dreading putting that helmet back on and the balaclavas and whatever else they have to do. So yeah, going to be a little bit harder work for them, especially as the fact that the races are 5 minutes longer than they were in the heat as well. So they have to have a little bit more muscular endurance, but fingers crossed their lunch will have provided them the extra energy they need.
Definitely should have done. Hopefully it was something a bit more a bit better for you than maybe our burgers were, but
it won't be tastier though.
That's very true. They were very tasty, I will give you that. But hopefully, yeah, the driver's a little bit more in shape than certainly myself. We'll hopefully be able to deal with the 12 minutes of racing a little bit easier than maybe I would. But it does seem, as we say that, the cloud might just be creeping back in. There's just sort of pockets of cloud here and there, so we might just see the sun breaking away from that every now and then. But overall, a lovely day for kart racing here in the centre of the UK.
Yep, and we would like to thank you all for tuning in to the Whilton Mill Kart Club here on Alpha Live. We are fully aware that there are other motorsport options going on at this minute.
What could that be?
I don't know.
Some
NASCAR probably or something. I don't know.
If anyone puts any spoilers in the chat, I will personally come out of this box and find you. Do not put any spoilers for the Formula 1 in the chat, because I've had that happen before on rounds, and we've just had to ban people from the chat because they were getting so annoying.
Yeah, I was going to say, no one likes a spoiler, so please don't go and do that. It's being recorded, and I am having to drive up to Leeds from Whilton Mill, and the only thing that's getting me home, the only motivation I have is the fact that I can watch the Grand Prix. So even if it's boring, don't tell us it's boring, because that's the one bit of hope that I've got for enjoying tonight. But I mean, to be fair, if it is boring, I suppose we can just watch some back some of this karting.
I know this is going to be way better anyway.
Oh, exactly.
So there's not even any question about it.
There's no point dual screening. Just turn the Formula 1 off and just whack this on the big screen.
Put that later, mate. Yeah, this is needing of your immediate immediate attention, I think. But I'm just going to give, while we're waiting for a little bit, not to do with this race, however, I did have the dad of Finley Hines come over to us in the comms box. You were away getting a shortbread, I believe.
Millionaire shortbread.
Millionaire shortbread.
Moving up in the world.
Sorry, mate, moving up. But yeah, Finley Hines, his dad, came over and said hello. Said he's here at the track today, so hello, Finley, if you can hear me. He said Finley Hines not racing today in the Army Cadets because they were at PFI a couple of weeks ago, and Finley had a rollover. Just got tapped in the rear, car slid, over he went, broke his collarbone and his elbow. So a pretty nasty incident there for Finley. However, Dad thinks he should be okay for next round of the Whilton Kart Cup.
Typical Dad, isn't it?
How is he recovering so fast? I guess he's a younger kid, a young adult. I guess that they do get better a little bit faster than maybe us old fogies do. But fair play to Finley. I hope you're feeling all right. And his dad did say his dad ran over after the rollover, and he said he was talking to Finley, asking if he was all right or whatever. And Finley replied, all he said was, "Dad, can I have some more power in the engine for the final?" And he was like, "Yeah, of course, mate, of course," knowing, I don't think you're going to make it to the final, I'm afraid, today, mate. But Finley, shout out to you. That's jokes. And yeah, hope you're feeling a bit better. And we hope to see you for round 8 here at Whilton Kart Club in only a month's time.
It's a classic dad thing to do, though, isn't it? Be like, "Oh, I'll be fine. I'll be back out next time. You know, it'll be all good." Remember, I was in hospital once to get my appendix out, and my dad sort of came in. It was a bit unexpected. It was a bit of an emergency-style operation, and my dad came in all flustered. He'd just come back from Rara, where he was mechanic of my brother, actually. Came back in all flustered and everything. I was in the hospital bed, you know, popped up on the pills that they have to give you for painkillers and everything like that. And I just distinctly remember him saying, "But he's got a football match tomorrow, doctor. Is he going to be able to get out for that?" Like, no, obviously not.
Do you not know he's in the starting 11?
Yeah.
Come on, speed this up.
He's like the only goalkeeper. I know. I was like 14 at the time. It's the only thing I remember. Yeah, no. So hopefully Finley feels a little bit better. And he said actually that he's down here, which sounds.
He's still in the paddock, seeing all of his friends, which is lovely. Like the communal atmosphere of Whilton Kart Club is just brilliant.
Yeah, which is what we like to hear, really, because karting can get a bit of a racing in general, but I think specifically karting can have a bit of a reputation for being a little bit overly competitive sometimes when we're dealing with, let's face it, kids most of the time. And the most important thing is that they have fun and they enjoy being around the sport.
Exactly. Yeah, you see all the flashy awnings and the flashy liveries and the helmets and whatnot, and can be a bit like, a bit daunting. Like these guys are kind of like another level and out there in their kind of own bubble. But really, everyone is such a community in here and just wants to help each other have a fun time out on track and just going for it. So hopefully, again, we'll see that this afternoon and we'll see some brilliant racing. But let's finally go for it. I think we're good for this thing for our first of the finals, which is, of course, the Honda Cadets.
So the Honda Cadets, a one and only final coming up for you, which is a bit of a shame, to be honest. Good fun. I wouldn't mind having a B final here. We'll explain the point system in a couple of minutes' time. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren will be on pole position. Samuel Gameo, I believe. Gameo. Damn it, I thought I got it right. Gameo. I know we've been corrected in the YouTube chat many times. Row 2, Zach Starbuck with Zach Champney alongside him. Row 3, Mayan Patel and Jaden Mead. Row 4, Riley Till and Hugh Roach. Row 5, Callum Wilson and Oliver Meek. Row 6, Bella Fairclough and Sebastian Dew. Row 7, Harry Freeman and Ryotaro Sakai. Row 8, Jensen Walker and Samir Paul. Row 9, Logan McAllister and Sebastian Clark. And row 10, Adam Turesek, Arjun Paul. Row 11 is Nate Gange and Alice Fairclough. Row 12 is Teddy Cooper and Austin Stiley. Then rounding out the last 2 rows is Miles Burton and Lucian Smith, along with row 14, Wyatt McAllister and Thomas Cagwin Evans. Right, now you will notice, cards about this very quickly, very briefly, you will have noticed that there were points alongside all of those names. And that's because the heat awarded points, and then those points dictate where you start the final. So all the heats, you do score championship points in the heats, but you also score points to qualify in the final and where you end up qualifying. So it's no longer a random order, it's where you sort of deserve to be over the course of the last 3 heats. Obviously there was a heat yesterday and then 2 today that we covered. So there we go. There's what the points mean, and we'll probably briefly go over that each and every time we go through each grid, because I'm sure there'll always be someone tuning in for certain race that hasn't heard of it.
Exactly. Thanks for running us through that, mate. Did see in the chat some love for Jaden Mead, the number 26. Saying you've got this, says Travis. Also, I have noticed, Travis, that's off 2 of your own accounts. So you better be subscribed to Alpha Live on both of those accounts, Mr. Travis. I'll be checking that later. But yeah, thanks for the love for Jaden Mead. In the chat, the number 26, these Honda Cadets. Just the last few checks from the marshals before the blue clipboard is waved. There we see it. Up goes the 5-second board. Look at those lights. When they go from red to green, we get underway, and there they go. Lights are out. Who gets a good start? A couple of guys at the back just eking over, trying to squeeze off their fellow competitors, and through the first couple of corners we go. All keeping it all single file through there, just about. Let's go. Running up to Christmas corner, over to the inside. All of them pull over. This is, of course, a bit of a longer race. This one, 12 minutes and the 8 minutes we've been used to this morning. So really throwing it off at the first corner is going to be a tough one. And as I say that, nearly making it up the banking is one of our drivers. Not sure who that was, but that, I feel like, must be some sort of failure to make it that far up the banking. Because we see another spin in the background, nearly collects another driver. And what a first half a lap.
Yeah, not what you want to happen right at the final,
No.
is it? It's a pressurised situation, and you don't want to be going up towards the farmlands and where the quad bikes end up going, do you? So it's a bit of a shame, really, but fingers crossed they can recover the car nice and quickly. I think it's still Samuel Gamiao even, on the front end of the order. We'll be able to confirm that when they come across the line. No, it's not actually. It's Emerson McAndrew-Uren, so apologies about that, with Zach Starbuck in second place. Samuel Gamiao is actually in third now. Mayan Patel in fourth. So those are your top four. Zach Jampney rounding up the top 5, might as well round up the top 5 while I'm at it. The 78 and 11 go very close to each other. That's Callum Wilson and Harry Freeman. I think it was Harry Freeman just making the move. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren leading the way.
Indeed, speaking of Harry Freeman, was the fastest car on that first lap. But not too many changes through the order just as of yet in the Honda Cadets. Of course, the Cadets sort of more of a slower building pace of a race. And oh, the 29 has to take heavily to the grass there. Manages to rejoin okay. That's Samuel Gamiao just avoiding action there to the grass. I think rejoins okay and is just now sort of near the back of this pack, which he was leading. But yeah, as I was saying, kind of stays more relaxed. I don't think I can ever say that about a Honda Cadet race. He stays more relaxed as they try and slipstream each other, use each other's momentum to push forward, but then it will really start to hot up within the last sort of 5 minutes of this one. Honestly, it could be earlier than that. I don't know when they're going to decide to go for it. You can see the front two, McAndrew and Starbuck, they've been here plenty of times before. They know to work together, and they're doing that well. Squeezing out, that's the 85. Who is that? That is, of course, Sakai. How could I not realise by the pink and green stunning race suit moving up through the order there, but plenty to play for, but still lots of time to make it happen.
Yeah, well, we've still got more than the sprint race, more than the heats to go, really, if you think about it. Oh, it's a bit of a shame. Number 84, Thomas Cadwin Evans started right at the back of the order, and unfortunately hasn't progressed any further than that. The front two, I would argue they're being smart here and they're working together, but the rest of the field basically keen to fall over each other as soon as possible. This is the fight for, is it the third position?
No, I think this is Callum Wilson. So 10th downwards, I think I saw, and the number 11 Kart was in the middle of this one. Yeah, so there is Sakai in 9th in the pink. Right. So we've got 4 ahead. So that's, yeah, sort of from 6th, I think, 5th or 6th. There might be Jaden Mead leading this, maybe Riley Till near the front. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's the 111, not the 11, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're getting confused between that. So the 111 is Roche in 4th. And then basically the whole rest of the field is behind him.
Yeah, no, it makes a good spectacle, but that 111 Kart is a little bit confusing. They clearly wanted to be number 11, and then they couldn't have the numbers, so they just whacked a bit of gaffer tape on there. As is the norm in karting, you know, you got to make you got to make the best of it. Yep. The 33, McAndrew-Uren and Starbuck are the 2 drivers that are on your screen at the moment. Like I said, driving this very well. Patel in pretty much no man's land, and then you've got Roach. It's not even Roach, actually, it's Mead, isn't it now? Mead, leading the way. Obviously, heard about the love of the YouTube chat. I believe Mead was the driver that we ended up interviewing, wasn't it? The Paddock show. Hopefully, you guys at home watched the Paddock show, because you would have had a little bit of a glimpse into the life of Sebastian Mead.
And if you missed it, it will be uploaded later on, I think either today or tomorrow onto the YouTube channel, so you'll be able to watch it there and see our beautiful faces in action once again.
Yeah, if you just want to relive some of the Whilton Mill action, you know, want to get involved behind the scenes. We tried our best anyway, we give it a go.
We tried.
it is a good race by these drivers at the moment. As you said, they're being a little bit calmer. It's quite a pressurised situation, a final like this, isn't it? Where a lot of people might say, "Oh, it'd be a bit more fair to just go off heats and not have a pressurised final." But to be honest, it teaches you a lot as a racing driver and as a person when you have to sort of turn it on like this, and when you have to think differently and make plans and sort of approach different opportunities with maybe a bit more caution, be a bit more patient potentially as well. So to me, I'm all for it. It may be a hard way to learn, but you do learn quickly.
Oh yeah, definitely. The easiest way to learn is just to be put in those situations. If you see a move up the inside, that's of course Sakai. 44 follows him through. That was Riley Till. Something happened as well.
A spinner as well.
Bit of a spinner up at Christmas. Didn't see who that was. Looks like the rejoining there. It might have been the 68, was it? No, it seems to be back in the pack where they should have been. Sebastian Dew just slightly offline as we've got someone running over. So yeah, red flag. Red flag. I've just seen the red flag out. We'll be covering this race to a halt. Must have been quite a big spin then, mate. We just must have missed it with the cameras. I was looking away at the time when it happened.
Yeah, no, I mean, we just saw it sort of glance through. It's a Christmas corner. We saw it glance through on the cameras. Unfortunately, we won't have loads of angles, but of course, we don't want to show any replays anyway until we know everything's okay. When there's a red flag, you got to take the side of caution. Safety is obviously a priority. We'll let you know of any information if and when we get it. We're based right where the marshals can sort of congregate, so we sometimes get little pieces of information across from the office, but actually we're in the Alpha Live office, so we're probably a good 300 metres away from anything, and right out the way.
We were amazed when we were sat here earlier when it was during practice, and we would take our earphones off and we could not hear any cars going around. We are that far from the track. We couldn't hear anyone.
Yeah,
so it was
I mean,
really odd.
It is quite odd. I mean, we might as well be at home, but I'd prefer to be here, to be honest.
Much nicer.
Much nicer indeed. But yeah, so we won't have any sort of information passed to us immediately, but hopefully maybe we'll get a text from one of the camera people just to let us know, what's sort of going on.
There's a bit of a congregation forming up at that section of the viewing area of the paddock. Just looking over what's going on. Obviously, we're going to keep it off the cameras for now, just in case. We don't know how well the driver involved is, so once we find that out, we're able to update you on what's going on and get this back underway. But as you can see, all the drivers doing exactly what they need to do under a red flag, coming to a controlled stop, all in a single file on one section of the circuit. It means that the ambulance is able to drive over to the section necessary of where the driver needs attention. And that is exactly what's happening right now.
And what we will say is, I know we sort of make it sound a little bit scary that we're not showing any replays or anything like that, but what we will say is that the marshals and the ambulances that are based here at Whilton Mill are fantastic. They're brilliant. A lot of the times these red flags are pretty much precautionary because we're dealing with obviously young kids, and a crash can look scarier sometimes than it is. So it's just a case of taking that precaution. There's no point running a race when there could be something quicker and more efficient to be done about making sure that driver is absolutely fine. And that's the precaution that the circuit stewards have decided to take, and it's absolutely the right one.
Exactly, and if somehow the driver does have some sort of break, the drivers are getting up out of their carts. I think that can mean this is probably going to go on for quite a while. If the driver does have some sort of break, we want to get them into the right ambulance, get them to hospital as quickly as possible so that they can be fixed as quickly as possible, and they can be back out on track as quickly as possible. As we were mentioning with Finley Hines with his rollover at PF, the drivers just want to get back out as soon as they can. So yeah, although some red flags like this can be slightly annoying to us as the viewing public, I think it's definitely better for overall safety and just looking after the drivers as much as we can. But yeah, with the drivers out of the carts, I think we can assume this is going to be a number of minutes.
Yeah, we can, and I think the last time I was here for round 3 at Whilton Mill, we were talking.
You.
It is just me.
Clearly the curse.
We had two red flags. One of them was in the Honda Cadets actually, because I think it was the first race of the day potentially.
It was, yeah. It was like lap 2, I think, lap 2 or 3, and then we had a 30-45 minute stop.
Yeah, we did. I think the driver was fine in the end. But I think it was more of a case of it wasn't something on the circuit. It was more the fact that they'd gone in. It was in the pit entrance, wasn't it? Which obviously you need to keep absolutely clear. So the race had to be stopped because if anybody needed to come in, then they need to be able to make it into the pits. Speaking of making it into the pits,
I think they're getting pushed around to the grid.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, right. I think they'll be re-gridded, won't they? And
so they're going to be put in their initial starting positions, it seems. If they're getting taken out of their order, obviously the driver who's out of position, isn't very happy with that.
No, and we are pretty much halfway through the race actually. So putting them back to their original grid position might be a bit of a stretch.
I mean, I've simply assumed this from the fact that they're taking a few people out from the line and moving them around. So we don't yet know if they actually are moving them back to their initial positions, but that's what it looks like. Anyway.
My instinct would be to say that they're going to be put into the positions that they were on the lap before.
Previous lap, yeah. Okay.
So as the last time they crossed the line before the red flag occurred, would be what my instinct would be.
That would make a lot of sense.
Only because if we were in the first 2 or 3 minutes, then absolutely I'd say go back to the original starting. But a lot of drivers will have made up a lot of time.
So there we go.
And yeah, we're getting a little bit closer footage, which normally is a good thing. We've got a driver's helmet, and obviously there's an ambulance going around. But as I said, we don't know any information. That could be just more of a case of you've got to take the proper precautions, and you've just got to get them back, and it might just be a touch of whiplash or something like that. They need to just make sure.
Hopefully. Well, the ambulance just took the Zulu line. That's not allowed. He's got to take the international loop.
He's warming his tyres.
He's going to get a penalty for that.
Very true.
Corner cutting.
We've seen quite a few people do that in the warm-up laps.
True, we have seen it in the warm-up laps, yeah. Just trying to rejoin the pack.
Yeah.
Just the next restart, we see the ambulance at the back.
It'll be an interesting way to go. They'll probably warm up his tyres and spin. As we've seen on a few occasions. But yeah, people are starting to disperse from that viewing area up there as well, which normally means that there's an annoying fly in my face. But that's not what it normally means. It normally means that the incident has subsided somewhat.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we can see the medical professionals making their way back to where they're usually situated, just to one side of the main building here at Whilton Mill. Looks like they've all gridded back up into single file. I assume we'll get back underway with another gridded start. I would have thought.
These guys normally are standing start anyway, aren't they? So
that's what I said, right?
Yeah. My apologies, I sort of blanked at that.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, yeah. So they're usually standing starts. So I think they will go back for another standing start. Because there's really no other way of dealing with this. But hopefully it's not too long. Driver's still out of the karts. Of course, the driver, we believe now, obviously seeing the ambulance go back to its usual position, that the driver is now off the circuit. Now it's a case of dealing with any stricken karts and then moving all these guys and ladies back into the right orders to get the race back underway. I didn't actually notice how far through were we. Oh, you're basically right. Yeah, basically halfway through. So 5 minutes 15 down, 6 minutes 46 to go. If I'm reading it the right way around.
Yeah, I think that's the way around. It's so close, I don't really know.
Yeah,
but it's around
really
about. It's ballpark halfway.
Yeah, ballpark halfway. So that should be all right. And we'll get it back underway. I mean, the Honda cadets have always been brilliant racing. We've seen a couple of big offs in this one. We saw that massive one up at Christmas where they nearly went up the banking at the back. Yeah. And then obviously the second one that was clearly we missed it. But it was clearly slightly worse than that initial one. But again, hopefully driver's okay. And here you can see all of the mechanics and dads and mums and whatnot running on with their high vises on. As we said earlier, all mandatory now. You need to be wearing a high vis when you come onto the circuit if you're not a driver. Make yourself most visible just in case something happens. As not to call out anyone that's not wearing one, but I do believe that is in the regulation now, and they got told off at the driver's briefing earlier for not doing it. So, but we'll ignore that because we're not the stewards, so that's fine. But here it looks like the drivers are jumping back in, so all the mechanics just assisting and getting those karts back underway, and we can see a few engines getting started. A couple of the kids just decided to do it themselves, which is pretty good.
Well, it might as well be self-sufficient out there.
Why not? Is it needed? So, okay, we're getting in our ear that it might actually be a single file rolling restart then. But I would assume that would mean it was a rolling if it was a single file. Might be a single file standing start? No, correct. In my ear it is indeed. So possibly a single file rolling start. Probably the fairest way of getting this back underway, isn't it, really?
Almost virtual safety car style restart, isn't it, really? Or safety car restart style thing, and almost as if we were under a full course yellow.
Yeah, basically. So, no, all this has been done very, very well by the marshals and race control, getting it back underway very swiftly, despite what seemed like a relatively serious incident. But whenever we get an update on that driver, we'll be sure to let you know. So, almost about to get underway now, just under or just over half of the race left in this Honda Cadet final for today, here for round 7 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Big shout out to FastR as well, continuing to support Whilton Mill, the circuit as a whole, and the kart club itself. So it's brilliant to have the sponsors involved with this because it just keeps the whole thing running smoothly. But it looks like now the drivers back in their karts, now the difficulty is you've had all that adrenaline dump, it's ended, and now you've got to do it all again.
Yeah, I always found it quite difficult whenever I was jumping into a car or a kart. I always found it difficult under safety car conditions as well, because you do those sort of initial maybe lap and a half or something. You've built up to it for a couple of hours. You know, you're getting yourself psyched up, and then all of a sudden you go into safety car, and this is in car racing, obviously. And all you have to do is sort of warm your tyres up. And if you're around under a safety car for 2 or 3 laps, you start to just forget you're in a race, just like you're driving a car, and then all of a sudden it's like go, and it's like, oh my god, I need to start racing again. And it's almost a bit of a shock. Now, oh, there we go. We are
getting a grid start.
ridding up. So makes sense, because I was going to say they're very far apart the way they started. But yeah, it's almost like you forget that you're actually there for a race. You're sort of concentrating on the distractions and what you're supposed to be doing at that particular point. And it's like, oh my god, I've got another 6 minutes to go out there and race, or 6 laps or whatever it is. And it is quite difficult to sort of psych yourself up for that yet again. Because like you said, the adrenaline is exhausting, and it's very difficult to operate at that peak performance for too long.
Exactly. All the drivers now come to grid up. 30 slightly swiping across the 32 there. That's quite close. 32 chucking on the anchors. That's Alice Verkloff and Ian Hall. As we get gridded up and ready to go. I'm ready for this one to get underway now. Let's get some racing going again. But yeah, all the ambulances back up at the necessary points. All of the assisting mechanics and family members and whatnot, all making their way off of the grid. Looks like we've got a thumbs up at the back. Board is going up again, 5 seconds, watch those red lights. And they're out. We're underway once again, a couple of jumping in seats, see the 34 and the 79 in the middle of the pack there, and the 61, give it a little jump. See if they can get away any better because of that. Forget human DRS, we've got human porpoising going on in the Honda Cadets. Up to Christmas corner, no moving over to the inside for our leader. Knows he can just work together with the second place man, as they did earlier on in this race. We get another second chance at this restart, but all the drivers doing very well again, keeping it on the black stuff and keeping it very respectful.
Oh, just wondering actually, you don't normally get a chance to chat to your drivers, other drivers halfway through a race. Wonder if Emerson McAndrew and Zach Starbuck had a little bit of a natter to themselves.
Should we just keep doing this?
Yeah, exactly.
It's working quite well.
It worked well before. Like, let's just wait until the last lap, and then you can do what you want, sort of thing.
Battle there.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know whether they mentioned that to each other, because obviously they are young kids. Maybe the older ones will be slightly more confident with that. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rules against it. You're more than able to have a little collude with the person you're with next to. But yeah, don't doubt that after sort of 5 minutes of this battling, the last minute, there'll be no holds barred from Zach Starbuck.
Yeah, we haven't restarted the clock or anything, so just under 6 minutes to go of this final here in the Honda Cadets at Whilton Kart Club, round 7 of course. Nice little moves here, there and everywhere. Sakai in that bright pink helmet. We do like a driver who has a helmet that stands out, and he's moving all the way up into 3rd place up against potentially Mead, I think.
Not quite going to make the move stick though. Has to try around the outside with its left-hander, but could cut it back. He's done that lovely. Down the inside he goes, late on the brakes, makes the move stick. So that's Sakai up into 4th, is that now? Or is that 3rd?
3rd.
That's 3rd now, goes Sakai. So up past Jaden Mead for that 3rd place. 29 nearly gets knocked off, just tangling with the number 20. 29 being a number I cannot see. Who was that? Oh yeah, Samuel Gamiao, of course. With Mayan Patel having a little bit of a ding-dong battle, but all just about keeping it on the black stuff as of now. Looked like the 76 of Ollie Meek was going to go for one up the inside here. Thinks better of it and dives back behind Jaden Mead and Sakai. And then this massive gaggle behind just continues to raise, doesn't it?
Ollie Meek's actually just been given a mechanical flag.
No!
Yeah, no, I just realised that. He's given a meatball, which means he has to come in and go to the pits because there's something mechanically unstable with his car, which could cause danger to himself or another driver, unfortunately. So Oliver Meek, running well in 5th place, won't be there for very long.
Oh, that's so sad. Ollie Meek, of course, taking the win in the initial heat this morning after a crazy end to the race. And there you go, yeah, confirmed. And we'll probably see him not be too happy as he comes across the line and sees that mechanical flag. Yeah, there you go. Not happy with that. He doesn't understand why he's got that flag, but clearly the marshals have noticed something on the car, which means he should be coming in. I mean, he set a personal best lap time, and he's clearly absolutely rocketing, is Ollie Meek, but not being allowed to stay in this race, sadly, and for the right reasons, I'd say.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't really know the reason. It's not audibly, it's not visible, is it, really? He keeps putting his hand up, and I think the problem is, I know he's frustrated. It's unfortunately not going to solve anything, though, is it? And it's better to just keep your hand on the wheel.
Even if there's nothing wrong with the car, if the marshals have called you in for mechanical, you've got to come in for the mechanical. I'm afraid that's just part of the rules. So, yeah, frustrating for Ollie Meek, and he'll be annoyed with it, but I'm sure it's for the right reasons, and he'll have another chance next time out to go for it, but still an annoying way to end your final.
Well, exactly. That's it. It's the final, isn't it? So it's there are more points available if you say win all 3 races, all 3 heats before the final. The final is pretty much double points. If you win a heat, you get 36 points. If you win a final, you get 60. So there is an awful lot more on offer, a lot more on stake for the finals, which is obvious, I suppose. Yep. They mean more, but it still means this weekend isn't completely wasted. Put it that way. It's not like everything relies on the final.
No, exactly. It would have been nice to score some extra points in this, but it is what it is, and it's all a learning curve at the end of the day, and hopefully whatever's wrong with the car can be fixed very shortly. And let's look back to the action. It's kind of simmered down a little bit. I don't want to use any too crazy technical terms because it is Honda Cadets at the end of the day, and it could spice up within an instant. 2.5 minutes to go. Here's probably the closest battle we've got out on track. Number leading this is, of course, the 79 of Teddy Cooper in 5th place. So we've got 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, I believe that is, all in a train. 29 of Samuel Gamiao, pressuring the rear bumper of Teddy Cooper as Makanju Uren in first position, new fastest lap, 53.46 that last time around. All very close on pace. Actually, in that last lap, has managed to gap Zach Starbuck by a couple of tenths. So we'll just see if they can continue to work together, or if somehow Makanju Uren's found an extra gear and is now going to go for it and start putting away.
Well, either way, they don't really have much of a threat from Maturo Sakai, who's in 3rd place. He's a good 2.8 seconds back from the leader. So almost no man's land. One of the drivers that probably won't be too happy about the restart and everything that happened was actually Jaden Mead, because he was in no man's land in 3rd position, wasn't he, at one point, and now he's jumped off the podium, unfortunately. So a little bit difficult for him to swallow that. But 4th place is still a good amount of points scored, but everybody likes to be on the podium at the end of it.
Exactly, yeah. It's always a good place to be, and it is a couple of extra points, isn't it? It's, look, each of them is split by 2 points, rather than the rest of the field is all split by 1 point, each changing position. But yeah, Jaden Mead doing really well this race. Still in, yeah, like you said, a little bit of no man's land with Sakai, both kind of together in that no man's land. But whether Mead can close up in this last sort of minute of the race and retake that podium position, we'll have to wait and see. We've just seen them go through shot there. We're going to have a move though for 5th place. Is that Gamiao going down the inside, or was that Roche coming through to take them both? Let's see as they come through. It was indeed Gamiao, so he's up a spot. Going ahead now. That is the 111 of Roche, isn't it? But no, he's going to be overtaken now by the 20. So that's actually Patel coming through now. So what's happened to Teddy Cooper? Is he at the back of this train now? I'll have to wait for the number to come through. But not the best lap for Teddy Cooper. It is indeed the number 79. So dropping from 5th place to 8th place on that lap. However, does regain one at the final corner. Sends one on the 111 of Roche. So just drops down to 7th. Roche in 8th. Patel now in 6th. And Gamiao in.
You said this race has settled down. You fool, John. It's heating up quite nicely over the top 5. Yeah, okay. The battle for the podiums might not be as hot and spicy as we have come to expect with the Honda Cadets, but it doesn't mean there aren't stories up and down the order. In fact, Mayan Patel has got the purple lap of the race, 53.39, about half a tenth quicker than the likes of Makanju Uren and Starbuck at the front end. Speaking of the Devils, here they are. 33 still leading, and we will be on. This is the penultimate lap of the race, so I'm sure Starbuck and Makanju Uren will see the last lap board. They'll probably know what's coming, and already Makanju Uren looks over his shoulder there. We haven't seen a defensive drive so far from Makanju Uren. We're going to see one now.
I think we might do as Sakai now sets the fastest lap, but here he comes. Starbuck's looking to open up the gap down into Christmas corner. Not going to happen that time around, but continue to follow through the lap. Makanju Uren's going to be really wary to any of these attacks. Checks his right shoulder, moves back over, might leave it late for Starbuck. He is going to go for it down the inside, plots it on the apex, says thank you very much. I'll take that first position off your hands. And Zach Starbuck does just that, and he's now going to have to be looking for the move, but he's going to get him back. What a move there from Makanju Uren. sends it back down the inside through the left-hander. We're going to go down towards the boot now. Number of checks over the shoulder for Makanju Uren. Going to take a wide line, or sorry, a tight line in. Going to be a wide line through there. Going to get a little tap on the rear from Starbuck. That might even allow Sakai to grab second. It is indeed. Want to move around the final corner. They're going to go side by side across the line. Who's going to take it? It's just Starbuck for second place. What a finish there to the end of that Honda Cadet final. Makanju Uren taking the win and the full points from that final. Starbuck there just about holding on to second by 0.006 of a second over Sakai. Nearly grabbed it at the last corner there, but both giving great racing room. Then it was Jaden Mead in 4th, Samu Gamayo in 5th, Mayan Patel 6th, Teddy Cooper 7th, Hugh Roch in 8th, and Riley Till in 9th, and Sebastian Dew in 10th. Yeah, I said that had simmered down, mate. I lied.
Yeah, you did.
Yep.
I think Emerson, Makanju Uren, and Zach Starbuck were just playing with you there a little bit.
They really were.
They?
We knew what was coming, though, didn't we?
I mean, Sakai, very well done. I mean, on that last lap, just having a look, 2 seconds quicker on that last lap was Sakai than the front two. Obviously, the front two were 2 seconds slower because they ended up falling over each other constantly. But still, it's a fair impressive. And the best lap of the race on that, nearly that last lap there. Sakai was obviously going very quickly in the final couple of laps, that's for sure. So yeah, that is the Honda Cadets done and dusted for today. They can set off back up the M6 or down the M6 or up the M1, wherever they're going to end up, and you can enjoy the rest of their evening. We're going to jump now to the next final, which is a B final for the Junior Maxes. So, the Junior Max B final. These are for the drivers who, points-wise, came outside the top 30 because there were 30 drivers in the A final. So, on the front row will be Yeba Al-Sabah, and alongside him, Nicholas Ellis. Row 2 will be Arjun Cheddar with George Spilsbury. Row 3, Josh Cook and Amelia Pennington. Row 4 will be James Tester, and that's all she wrote. There will be 7 drivers in this particular B final, and this B final is also slightly shorter than a grand final, shall we say. It's only 9 minutes plus a lap. So it's slightly longer than heat, slightly shorter than a standard final, so it's somewhere in the middle.
Indeed it is. This will be a good race though, despite it only being 7 karts. The collecting area looks so sad.
Yes, it does.
7 karts in. But it'll still be good. We're still going to enjoy it, as you say, slightly shorter. B final for this, with the top 4 moving on into the A final, which will be slightly later on this afternoon. So that will be kind of the bubble that you need to watch, is that sort of 4th and 5th position. If you get a battle going on at that section, we're going to be very happy as commentators because it's going to be great to watch. But we'll have to wait and see. We don't know what the pace difference is going to be like between these guys, but the top 4 anyway, 36 points, 36 points, 35 points, 35 points. So I think they're all going to be pretty close. We're going to see if anyone can have a surprise grab of that 4th position, that final chance into that A final. It only seems like there's 5 drivers out there at the moment though, when we should have 7. So let's see if there's any late comers out of the pit lane.
Yeah, no, it does. You're absolutely right. It does look like only 5 drivers, which means there'll only be 1 that misses out.
Not making it.
Which makes it all the more, slightly sad for that driver, doesn't it, really? So 9 minutes with 5 drivers. Stick with us, please.
Sorry, I'm just taking my B reel, mate.
Okay.
Keeping it real.
Stick with us.
The drivers are going to be keeping it real through this one, I think. And as you say, stick with us. It's still going to be good. Why? You don't need to tell them to stick with us. This is going to be brilliant. Let's see how this one goes.
So the 46 on pole, that's Yaba Al-Sabah. And we are racing. If they were split up, I would be very surprised and slightly disappointed. Al-Sabah gets into the lead of the race, and there's a little bit of nudging and barging from Nicholas Ellis on Arjun Cheddar. Remember, only 1 driver is eliminated from this, so it's basically who comes last is the most important thing here. Apart from that, whoever comes first in this will start 31st in the A final. Whoever comes second in this will start 32nd in the A final. At the very end of the day, I believe it's the penultimate race of the day, is the A final for the Junior Maxes. At the moment, Alsba is leading the way nicely, but up the inside was a glancing Argent Cheddar on Nicholas. Oh, look at this. I'm saying that. Nicholas Ellis. Oh, very close. Oh, and in fact, more contact a little bit as they're going through and past the pitch straight. Well, I don't need to be asking you to stick around with us anymore because they seem to be lighting up the circuit here.
Has anyone told them that they only need to come fourth?
Yeah. To be fair, you'd be so scared of accidentally slipping down because they're all so close, wouldn't you?
That is true. You got to fight tooth and nail for this one. Let's see how this goes. But yeah, our one novice of Nicholas Ellis is leading so far in this one, in the number 17. So yeah, this is really producing some good racing. And let's just see how it continues. Just less than 8 minutes to go. That's 7.5 minutes now in this one. But 45 was going to look for it. That would have been very late. Glad that the 45 of Argent Cheddar backs out on that one. He's going to lose about half a second, I'd say, because of that slightly messed up overtake anyway. And it is slightly starting to look like George Spilsbury might just be falling off the back of this pack.
Yeah, no, Spilsbury, who did score 35 points in total for through the heat. Josh Cook would be the most likely candidate, I should say, with only 28 points through all three of the heats. So, you know, Bookie's vote would have been Josh Cook to be eliminated. But
well, as you say that, I think he's just gone for a move. It hasn't quite worked out through Ashby, but he's looking for it. He's going to look for it again. Not quite. 46 of Al Saba covers the inside well.
Indeed. Remember, we did say there were 7 drivers that were supposed to be taken to the grid. 2 drivers that haven't reappeared are Amelia Pennington and James Tester, unfortunately. So those drivers are the 2 that haven't taken part.
He decided he wasn't even going to use this session as a test.
Apparently not. No. Because they knew that you would make an awful joke like that.
You can't stop me.
I appreciate it, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of people in the chat who won't have enjoyed that one.
What do you mean? They love me.
Of course they do. Nicholas Ellis then is loving life right now, though, isn't he?
He is.
Probably because he can't hear us, but also because he's leading in the speed final. As our TV's about to turn off and stop showing us, which would be a bit of a shame.
Yeah, we don't want to stop seeing this. But yeah, number 17 of Ellis just slightly starting to pull away now. We saw Cheddar go for the move a couple of laps ago. Didn't quite work out. A bit wide there off of the boot. Going to lose him a little bit of time. And to be fair to Spilsbury, thought he was falling off more than he has done. So caught back up to the back of this. It says that Cheddar might now be the rear of the pack. However, the timing isn't looking right there, so I think we should have a look at the numbers. It is the 45, is it? Let's double check. We've got the 55 leading the 40.
That's the 46. Well, there we go. Cheddar
there
is
you go. Yeah, I was going to say, I was very confused as to how that had gotten mixed up, but no, we're good. Yeah, Cheddar back to P2, and that is Cheddar who is putting the pressure onto Ellis for that lead at the moment. Cheddar with the fastest lap of the race so far, 46.52. All of them pretty close on pace though. We've got 46.52, 46.71 for Ellis, 9.3 for Cook, and then into the 47s, the low 47s for Al Saba and Spilsbury as well. So this could be looking interesting between Al Saba and Spilsbury. Spilsbury definitely catching Al Saba now. Last lap it was 0.2 of a second that the 5th place man caught on the 4th place driver. So let's just watch how this one plays out. Look how much closer he is now. He could go for this pretty soon.
Yeah, the big advantage on that last lap actually, wasn't it? All of a sudden there is a chance we were writing him off at one point in Spilsbury, but maybe there was just a couple too many mistakes. Maybe he was just in his own head and wasn't thinking about moving forward. And all of a sudden, as I said, it doesn't really matter who wins this, or 2nd or 3rd. It does matter who comes 4th, though. That is the driver that is leading it, and I'm sure he won't agree, or they won't agree, I should say, actually, that it doesn't really matter who wins this one. Because they'll be starting in 31st in the A final, and you'll score your points, from your finish position in the A final. It's only the driver who comes 5th and below, in theory, that actually scores points out of this B final. So the lights, I'll just actually get that up. So at the moment it's Spilsbury. I think 5th place will gain him 21 championship points, which is obviously an awful lot less than even the heat will score you. So B final is not the place you really want to be, but you still do score points regardless.
Yeah, no, that's good to be able to score some points, even though you've gone in the B final. You might have just had a calamitous day. You might be using this to get up your pace in the series. Maybe your first tester of Whilton Mill, of even the karts themselves. So it's good to give drivers points and not make them feel dejected by the Formula 1 system. If you get below 10th, that's it, mate. You got 0 points.
Yeah, I was going to say, because unlike Formula 1, who have an extra incentive to finish the race, i.e. they get paid millions of pounds to be there. Here, well, most of them do anyway, but here at karting, obviously, it can feel a bit like, sometimes it can feel a bit like, oh, what's the point, sort of thing, let's go home early or something. But that's not what you want to promote in sport. You want to try promote the fact that you want people to finish to the end. You want to see it through. You're committed to it. You want to be able to use it as much time as you can. Even if, as you said earlier, I know you said it as a joke, but using it as a test session to be able to sort of try and fine-tune some of your extra. Well, fine-tune your kart, get a little bit extra setup. Maybe it's a bit warmer now, so maybe you think, oh, maybe you could do with a couple of PSI in the tyres here, there, and everywhere. It's every time you go out in the kart, especially at any age really, but especially in the junior categories, it's an opportunity to learn something. It's an opportunity to race around some new people, and you need to try and take that in and be like a sponge. If you just get a bit of a mope on and say, oh, my day's been awful, and then I'm going to want to go home and all that sort of thing, you're not going to learn anything. And the next time you come and you have a bad day, that's your only way of dealing with it.
No, exactly. Just get some time out there in the seat, and then you can bring it back the next round and go for it. This battle is just starting to hot up now, though. Al Saba didn't have the greatest of exits through the kind of middle section of the circuit, and it's allowed for Spilsbury to catch up about 4 tenths or so that last lap. Yeah, it was about 2-3 tenths a lap faster. Close down the gap now to just under a tenth of a second. Might look for it into Christmas, and does. 38 down the inside goes Spilsbury. Squeezes out Al Saba, not too happy with that squeezing on exit, but all fair in racing, I would say. Checks over the shoulder to Spilsbury, making sure there's no re-overtake here. And this is where he's got to keep his head, has George in that number 38 kart. This is where it matters. You made that move stick now. You just got to make sure you don't throw it away. Yeah,
Al Saba, who started off really well, not necessarily having the overall pace here. He needs to make sure he doesn't get too frustrated with that little move, because there wasn't really that much wrong with it. You don't want to overdrive the kart. You don't want to be too aggressive. You don't want to start getting desperate in your own head about the fact that you're currently the driver that's about to be eliminated and won't make it to that A-file. You need to make sure that you're just focusing on getting past the driver ahead. It's just like any other race. You want to be making sure you hit your braking zones, your apexes, just focus on that, and then you can start thinking about how to make that move. But we have only got 50 seconds left, so it's not quite panic stations, but I can understand why he might think that.
Exactly, yeah. Motorsport can be very nuanced if you think about it like that. But if you just think about it as there's a bloke in front of me, I need to overtake him, it's a much simpler way of going into it, I think, and not thinking about any sort of repercussions. But as you say, 30 seconds left in this one. I think that means that we will be getting 2 more laps of the circuit. Yeah, timeout counts down a bit. Yeah, that is what we're going to get. But 38 of Spilsbury just starting to eke out a slight little gap to, what is that, about 3.5 tenths of a second now. However, new personal best for Al Saba on the last lap of 46.76, and the fastest Sector 1 from that of the 14.95. So that's pretty impressive there from Al Saba. So we'll see if they can chase down at all during this last sort of lap and a half. See if we can have any change for this 4th place, or if George can keep his head.
It's amazing, isn't it, how much harder it is to be the driver to be followed than it is to be following. Yeah. And that's exactly what Al Saba is experiencing right now. Across the line goes Nicholas Ellis to start the final lap of the race. At the moment, you wouldn't say Al Saba is close enough to make any kind of real impact, but the rest of his day, quite literally, falls in the next about 40 seconds. Sliding through oblivion is not going to be the way to get the best run up into Christmas Corner. He's nice and closer than a lot of anybody else is on the circuit at the moment, but it's not going to be close enough to make a move. He could look at the inside, but again, it's not going to be close enough, but he closes up really nicely in the braking.
Mid-corner, I think he got it a bit wrong.
It looks like Spilsbury maybe stopped on the apex, which is probably quite a smart thing to do. Maybe annoying Al Saba a little bit, but he's perfectly allowed to do it, and that stopped him going into the boot.
Exactly, yeah, and Al Saba gave himself a little hit in the helmet as he went through there. Not too happy with that, but there we go. We see the end of the Junior Max B final. The checkered flag has been flown, and there is your race winner, number 17 of Nicholas Ellis. It was Arden Cheddar just behind, then it was Josh Cook in 3rd, then it was George Spilsbury in that top 4 position, meaning those top 4 will move on to the A final later on this afternoon, and it's just Jabba Al Saba that we'll be saying goodbye to. At the end of this one, we'll still, as you say, get 21 points. into the championship, but of course is going to be frustrated that they don't get another 12-minute race later on today. But there we are for the Junior Max B final. What is coming up next, sir?
Well, coming up next is yet another B final, I believe, anyway, and it's going to be the X30 Junior B final.
Here we go then. As Jack says, another B final to come. This time it is the X30 Juniors. We've got Charlie Locker on pole. Luke Garlick alongside, clearly having a bit of a mare in a couple of those heats, not getting the points he really deserves. Then George Quartermain there in third, Jake Bell in fourth, Kieran Hamby in fifth, and then Kira Harris in sixth. I should believe there's 9 total drivers in this one. Oliver Harris in 7th, then Eddie Dimbleby in 8th, and Ollie Cook there in 9th. Rounds out those 9 drivers that I speak of. And hopefully, with a lower amount of people out on circuit overall over these B finals, should hopefully mean a nice quick turnaround between these 2 heats. As there we go. We look back on the circuit. I do like the lovely panning shots taken by DJ. However, that was in, I think, December or January. So it looks very cold in those. Much warmer in these current day shots of the circuit. It's looking like here they come out onto the track. The X30 Junior Karts. And let's see how this can go. As I say, I am surprised to see Mr. Luke Garlick in this final. To be honest, Charlie Locker really as well. Like, big names. George Quartermain as well. I see him all the time. Kieran Hamby, I see him all the time. Honestly, pretty much everyone in this final, to be honest. I'm amazed that they're in the B finals. I think this is genuinely going to be a very, very good race. Of course, don't forget, as it is a B final, top 4 will be going up. Oh, it was nearly a coming together there on that warming up lap. That was very close. One driver trying to warm the tyres, another driver trying to overtake. Nearly had it coming together. Sorry, as I was saying, the top 4 will be moving up onto the X30 Junior A final later on today. So the drivers, of course, going to be battling for those top 4. But if it's anything like that last race, they're not really going to care. If they're supposed to be battling for 4th, they're going to be wanting the win, and they're going to be battling for it the whole way through. But as I say, a bit of a quicker turnaround time for this one, as it's a B final. Drivers hopefully shouldn't need a second try at the start when there's so few of them. But here you go. You've got the 70 on the left, 30 on the right. That is Charlie Locker in the number 30. Luke Garlick in the 70 as they pull up to the line. See if we can go for the start. They do indeed. Lights out and away we go. 9 minutes for this B final. Around the first couple of corners they go, all keeping it on the black stuff. Might have moved to the inside to make an overtake though, has the number 70. That's Luke Garlick moving up into the lead early on and takes it before they even get to Christmas corner. Nearly 3 wide between those 3 drivers, but the 96 covers off the 75 and moves into 3rd place, stays in 3rd place even. That's George Quartermain and Jake Bell having a battle. It continues down though through Ashby. We're going to look through now, down as they go through into Osiers now. Into 3rd place, could be sending a move. It's the 75, does indeed. That's Jake Bell through on George Quartermain. A nice little overtake there. Going to look for it though. Is the 96 into the final couple of corners? Not quite going to happen. Gets squeezed out. I might even lose a position there on exit. Is going to get squeezed. It might make contact. Takes to the grass. Does the 96. But just about keeping out of trouble. So that's George Quartermain losing 2 positions there on the end of that first lap. All the drivers just about managing to keep it together okay. And there's a slight gap between the front few now forming.
Looks like a good start there by Luke Garlick, though, isn't he, on the front of the order. Pulled away a nice, healthy gap, even on just 1 lap to Charlie Locker. Jake Bell and Oliver Harris moving up 2 positions, mainly thanks to the fact that obviously George Quartermain ended up being hung out to dry somewhat. There is the number 30 of Charlie Locker trying to chase down the leading driver of Luke Garlick for the time being. As I'm sure you've mentioned quite a few times while I just quickly ran to the toilet there, it's John, it's obviously a top 4 that is the difference here. The 75 going past on Charlie, the 75 staying ahead of Oliver Harris for the time being.
Indeed it is. So let's look forward again. Little battle for 4th. Round the outside, no way is he going to make that stick. They're going to make some contact. He nearly made that work, did Mr. Harris. Oliver Harris, to be exact, in the number 63 on Jake Bell. Tried to make that work around the outside at Christmas. That would have been a seriously audacious move. Doesn't quite pay off that time around, but if you're trying to make moves like that, that's seriously impressive. So go on, Oliver Harris. Let's see how you can do through the rest of this race.
Yeah, if they want to be that ambitious, I'm all here for it.
Me too.
Be very entertaining indeed. And this is currently, sort of, as I said, quite an important little battle. But actually, Quartermain in 5th position is the danger. Is in danger at the moment.
Well, he's just starting to come back through because Quartermain, of course, started in 3rd. Had a bit of a calamitous first lap, losing a couple of positions, but just starting to come back through now. So we'll see, especially if Harris and Bell start to fight at all, we could see Quartermain quite quickly getting back in this battle for that closing position to get into the A final and may be able to drag Kira Harris with them.
Kira Harris, the driver that ended up into the wall on the exit of the last corner. I remember she was called Kira. Could be wrong.
Yeah,
you
might be right there, you know.
I remember the driver was called Kira, and I can't exactly remember which class it was in. So if I'm getting that wrong, I do apologise. If I am right, though, good to see her back out racing in the B final here and doing quite well as well. Side by side through Oblivion is always something to get quite excited about. The 96 of Quartermain and the 21 of Kira Harris trying their best to sort themselves out, let's say, and try and fight over who's going to chase down this particular battle.
Indeed, it's all hotting up, isn't it? The gap's just starting to close in, although I think the main gap that we really care about between Harris and Quartermain seems to be getting a bit bigger.
Yes. Yeah, and that's because Quartermain and Harris, Kira Harris, I should say, yes. Just keep fighting each other. And they're not actually taking advantage of the fact that these two are fighting each other as it stands.
Oh, they're going to make contact.
They could take advantage of that.
Oh, they're both out.
Oh, they're going to.
No, they're back in.
That's big news, because all of a sudden Quartermain and Kira Harris are now safe, and Bell and Oliver Harris are at risk here.
Well, Quartermain's timing, I think, has just stopped working in the 96, because we can definitely see him there. He's defending the position from the 21 of Kira Harris. So, yeah, definitely still there on track. Just hopefully the timing will be updated, and they've come together again. Is it the same two? This is 45 and 75. That's Ollie, Cook and Bell again, isn't that? It is. Same two?
I think so.
I think that's the same two again. So, coming together at the last part of the previous lap, and then the first part of this lap.
No, I think it was Oliver Harris, wasn't it, who... Oliver Harris and
yes,
Jake
of course,
Bell.
sorry. So Oliver Harris. So Jake Bell clearly doesn't like people called Oliver.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we worked out.
But yes, no, it wasn't Ollie Cook the first time. It was the second time.
Gotcha.
It was Oliver Harris the first time, not the second time. So there we go. It's a bit confusing. It doesn't help, as I said, that the timing is a little bit hit and miss, trying to figure out who these drivers are and where they are. But they have updated now. So it's Luke Garlick, Charlie Locker, George Quartermain, Kira Harris. The top 4. The driver who's at risk at the moment is Oliver Harris, Eddie Dimbleby, and Jake Bell and Ollie Cook, who are currently out.
Indeed. Yeah, you were right about about Kira Harris. It was Kira Harris who hit the wall at the final corner. So good to see her back in the race, as you say, and her being okay and her kart being okay as well. So yeah, that's very positive. So although we saw her limping away after the initial crash, luckily good enough now to be back out and be right up in it to get into the A final.
I would be worried if I was George Quartermain or Kira Harris, though, because look at the pace that Oliver Harris in 5th place is producing here. Just set the purple lap time of a 46.25. That's 1.2 seconds quicker than the two in front of them.
There he is.
I think one of these drivers at the moment, it's Kira Harris, is under a real amount of pressure as, almost looking at the inside of both.
Super close there, looking to dive at the move. Just needs to wait. Harris can surely tell. Instead, bumps off the 96. Over the grass they go. And that's Quartermain off and down into 5th place. Maybe could have kept it on the black stuff there, but decides to take a race of action and has now lost maybe sort of a second to these two. Drops Quartermain down into 5th, as you were saying now. So look at Kira Harris saying, let's work together and move forward. I'm not sure Ollie is really going to stick with that and help that, because he's right on the cusp of losing that position in the A final and kind of wants to get ahead.
Yeah, both will be desperate to put at least one kart in between them and that drop zone, really, won't they? And Ollie Harris, I think, will probably feel like he's got enough pace to warrant being up there as well. I don't know if there's any relation between these two. They're in different karts, they're in different teams, and they're very much not fighting as if there is. There's definitely no relation there, is there? At the moment? Well,
not with that hand signal, there's not.
No, it's not a very happy Kira Harris right now.
Not very happy. Although I didn't really understand, Kira was signalling let's work together, pointing forward, and then was moving over to defend at the next corner. So I didn't really get that from them anyway. But Ollie's got through, nonetheless. Whether Kira was too happy with the overtake, that's another matter entirely. But anyway, Kira now down to 4th, Ollie to 3rd, and now George Quartermain chasing them down again. 6/10 of the line between them, a minute and a half to go. Could still happen between Harris and Quartermain here, because they were pretty close on pace earlier in the race.
Yeah, exactly. I think Kira Harris just needs to sort of swallow that, what's just happened, calm down, and focus actually on getting, not past Oliver Harris, doesn't need to get past him necessarily, but going with Oliver Harris and accepting that maybe Ollie is a little bit quicker at this stage in the race, even if he has just got a warning for a little bit over-aggressive behaviour.
Interesting there that he's got a warning. It doesn't say what warning, it doesn't say contact, it doesn't say anything, so
that
just
tends
a general
to mean,
warning.
Yeah, that tends to mean a bit, just chill it out a bit. You're putting your race and somebody else's race potentially at risk, so let's just chill it out.
That's understandable, but this gap has kind of stayed the same, really, hasn't it? Staying at sort of maybe half a second, just under, both between Ollie Harris and Kira Harris and George Quartermain. Garlick and Locker have just left the rest of the field up front. Garlick 3 seconds ahead, then 7 seconds with Locker to the first of our Harris drivers. And then again back from Quartermain, another sort of 5 seconds back to Dimbleby and then Bell and Cook, who got involved in a bit of a fuss earlier. So 20 seconds left to go. I think that does mean we're going to have 2 laps, I think. It is just 21 where we are. So 2 more laps of the Whilton Mill circuit. That's very wide there for the 21 of Kira Harris, clearly pushing quite hard, wanting to catch back up. But you're in that zone now. You don't need to be pushing that hard, Kira. Let's just get this to the end and keep that 4th place. Yeah,
but equally, if she doesn't go for ultimate lap times, then she could end up maybe thinking, oh, I can take off 2/10, 3/10 of a second. And then, as I said, you end up accidentally taking off a full second, and you're right into the grips and clutches of another driver. It's quite amazing, though. We were just watching Kira Harris go through the final corner, while Luke Garlick was going through Christmas corner about half a lap later.
Yeah.
And actually, Luke Garlick, you'll see on the graphic at the top of your screen, is about to start the last lap of the race.
Wow.
Well, look at that. You know,
perfectly timed.
It's as if I was watching a track map while saying
that was all just your knowledge of the circuit,
yeah, it's my
how long
natural,
it would take.
Natural instinct there. But that, my point is, just look at Kira Harris going across the line now. Luke Garlick's going through the top end of the circuit. So it's a 41, 42. Well, in these it's a 46-second lap. Yeah, and he is like 18 seconds ahead of Dimbleby in 6th, 15 ahead of 5th. Like, I think it's a quite good race. And it makes you think maybe Luke Garlick just got a little bit unlucky to be in the B final.
When you were in the toilet, I said, I'm so surprised to see Luke Garlick here. He's usually right up at the sharp end of the A finals. So it'll be interesting to see how well he does coming through from the back of the A final, though. But here he comes, takes the win in our X30 Junior B final. No celebration, probably kind of what he would expected. He's going to be followed across the line by Charlie Locker, going to get through to the A final as well. So is Oliver Harris in number 63, and so is Kira Harris in the number 21. Although not happy with herself, clearly, should be pretty happy because she's up into the A final. She gets another race.
But that might just be relief more than anything.
Maybe.
Actually. A big sigh of relief sort of thing, almost relaxing.
Thank God it's over.
Yeah, exactly. That it can be quite stressful, I imagine, if you're around that sort of 4th area. I'll be honest, I've never had that. Not because I was always in an A final or anything big-headed like that, but because I was never really at the front end of a B final either. We didn't have split grids back when I was racing.
Sadly, none of our novices from X30 Juniors, at least from the B final, moving up, coming 5th, 6th and 8th. Jake Bell not making it through either, so sadly we'll not be seeing those 4 drivers again today, but I'm sure we'll see them back for the next round next month.
Yeah, fingers crossed, and we'll give you all those dates for the next round, obviously, when it comes towards the end of the afternoon. If you want to see more X30s or Junior Maxes for their actual A final, there'll be Junior Maxes is the penultimate race of the day. X30s will be the final race of the day. It'll be around the 4:10 and 4:30 area, although there could be slightly more delayed. Right, anyway, enough about what's coming up in about 5 or 6 races time. Let's focus on what's coming up immediately, and I can tell you that it's the I-Army Cadet Final. So the I-Army Cadets, the cadets split by 2 junior classes. Normally they run back to back. But I can bring you up the grid for this particular final, and right on time, Luke, our producer, slings it onto the screen. Riley Cranham scored 100 points to secure pole position in this particular final. The O-plate of George Edgar on 99 will sit in 2nd. I'm looking forward
I'm
to
so
those
excited.
Blair Smith will be on row 2 and Will Green, not taking anything away from those two drivers, of course. Row 3, Kanish Grau and Archie Lovett. Row 4, Austin Newstead and Aaron Richardson. Row 5, Harley Musk and Jarlath Sayer. Row 6, Max Mason and Levi McGrath. Row 7, Henry Clark and Enzo Patarassi. Row 8, Otis Cleary even, and Jonty Restrick. Row 9, Sukamani Kera and George House. I'd say George House a little bit out of position there. Row 10, Ethan Weldon and Max Wright. Row 11, Jensen Ackerman and Joseph Smith. And Ackerman, I would say, a little bit out of position as well. Row 12, Harvey Bacon and Austin Gibson. Row 13, Jacob Nairn and Nathaniel Hodges. Row 14, Daniel Vinascus with Aston Brown alongside. Row 15, Ethan Lucas and Kian Amy. And finally, last few rows, row 16, Ian Naya and Amali Davey with Katie Clark rounding out the 33 strong grid.
Another huge grid already out the pits, they've gone. And we'll be seeing them go around to get this one started. It was literally like, as you read Riley Cranham pole, George Edgar second, I just went, mint. I was like, yes, I'm so excited for this battle. Honestly, I'm more excited for this rather than Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, to be honest. Cranham versus Edgar, let's see how this one goes.
You never know, that might be talk of the town in 10, 15 years' time for F1.
Cranham versus Edgar.
Why not?
Why not? Both incredibly good races, and like I mentioned to you earlier, the Edgar family being a proper racing family.
Yeah,
brother Johnny Edgar currently racing in Formula 3 for Trident, so we could see George up there in only a few years' time. You never know.
I wonder if we've ever seen in Formula 1. I was about to say, I wonder if we've ever seen a brother. Brothers in Formula 1, but of course I forgot about the Schumachers, those small, low-time Formula 1 drivers. Anyway, enough of my lack of Formula 1 knowledge. Let's talk about Iami Bambinos. Sorry, not Iami Bambinos, Iami Cadets, because we are racing here in the final of the WMKC Iami Cadets, of course. I believe it's a good start by Cranham. I think he's held on to the race lead for the time being. Blair Smith actually might have got ahead of George Edgar. Can't quite see if they go through
I think you're right. I think Blair Smith got second place there. Riley Cranham was pointing forward saying, work with me, work with me. Blair nearly went through at the inside, now loses it down at Ashby. George Edgar back down the inside.
Yeah, so yeah, you're absolutely right. You can just about see the O-plate glinting in the sun here. That is in second place. So Cranham, they look like they might be teammates. I'm not 100% sure whether they've just got similar looking.
No, I think they're both Synergy, I would like to say, Karts. So yeah, teammates at the front, then three of the same team right behind. So this could be some interesting tactics going on there.
I was going to say, don't you just love it as a commentator when all of the top 7 look like
they've got a yellow flag through T1 and T2. And we've got a driver off, or sorry, a cart off, I should say. Clearly just come to a halt there. That section of corners. We're back to green up to Christmas. So is anyone going to send a move? No, keeping it very casual so far. We've still got 11 minutes to go, so I don't want to send any crazy moves just yet.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? When there's 7 or 8 drivers, you quite often might think, oh, there goes, I was about to say something. Ignore it completely. George Edgar goes at the inside through Ashby and on Riley Cranham there. So the O-plate takes the lead early on. Jensen Ackerman has had a contact warning flag shown in his direction. So the two teammates have swapped over their positions with Blair Smith, Rao and Lovett in third, fourth and fifth.
We knew this was going to be good, but I didn't think there'd be so many people involved in this top battle, to be honest. I thought that Cranham and Edgar might just kind of work together and sort of drive off. But it's not happened. I mean, we are only 2 minutes in, but it's not happened yet.
No, you're absolutely right. I think
look at this pack.
The reason why I didn't react initially because I was thinking maybe one of them was going to run a little bit wide through the first couple of corners. Oh, a little lunge up the inside there. But then 74 Newstead against Musk.
It is indeed.
Not Elon. I don't think anyway. Harley Musk, of course.
Yeah, I don't think it's Ash Archangel either.
No, no, I don't think it is either. But yeah, there's a nice little battle towards the back end. But these guys sort of feeling themselves out a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, I think just getting into it.
Problem is,
themselves up.
I was about to say, just before Edgar actually was about to prove me wrong, if you're in a 7 or 8 car train so close to each other, you kind of make a move. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation. One, you need to make the move stick. You're going to slow each other up so much that next 2 or 3 cars are just going to be right there to potentially take that race lead or race off leading opportunity away from you, put you down to 5th. So it can be a little bit scary of the first couple of minutes.
Yep. George Edgar again falling down the timing screen, so that's incorrect again, unless we missed something pretty big. Yeah, he's had some problems with the transponder in every race so far today. There he is. So yeah, definitely George still leading this one. Ignore your timing screens there. Move everyone else down one position. There you go. He reappears and, of course, set the fastest lap last time around. 52.51 for George. So as you were saying, you've got to make sure that these moves stick, because if you're making a move, it doesn't stick, they're able to resend it down you, then you've both lost that amount of time. You're then going to have the people right behind just going past you, like it's just a train on the M25, just straight past you. So that's an interesting gaggle there going through the final couple of sections of corners. I think that's down to near the bottom of the top 10, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, that is the fight to pretty much get into the top 10. Jarlath Sayer making his way from 10th up to 8th actually in that particular lap. Harley Musk falling down the order a little bit, just about clinging on in 9th place, with Austin Newstead as well involved in that little gaggle. So yeah, good racing anywhere you look basically. But the top, is that the top 6 with Aaron Richardson right back, or maybe Archie Lovett?
I think so.
Pulling away nicely here. That's the 61, isn't it? So it is Aaron Richardson.
It is indeed. Speaking of Aaron Richardson, had some love for him in the chat from Gillian Bennett saying, good luck Aaron Richardson, we're all so proud of you and love you loads. Lots of hearts. So clearly your support, Gillian, working very well, as Aaron's having a flyer so far, up in 6th position and right on the back of the main pack.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's in a good space at the moment, isn't he? You might be thinking, well, 6th place, we want it to be at the front or something like that. Trust me, in cadet racing, if anybody's ever watched it, as long as you're in with a shout going on to the final lap, you're doing well.
If you can see the leader, there's a chance you might win.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, a lot of these guys are teammates. They'll be working together, so it's unlikely that any of them. Say it's unlikely. It's not impossible that they'll beat each other. But we've seen that plenty of times as well. These are inexperienced racers in the grand scheme of things as well. Keep in mind, and you see it all the way up in Formula 1, don't you? So at the end of the day, it isn't a team championship. It is an individual championship. Just drivers run out of the same garage, basically. It doesn't mean that they have to work together. It just means they have an opportunity, potentially, to work together. And that's exactly what Cranham and Edgar, I believe, are doing here. And since Edgar's got through, Cranham hasn't really given his life much stress at all.
No, setting very similar lap times. You saw just coming out the boot there, Cranham clearly had a better exit. Could have sent one down the inside, just decided to bump Edgar, push him through, and yeah, just keep themselves moving forward as they try and gap Bear Smith, Canis Rayo, Archie Lover and Aaron Richardson, but not quite happening just yet. Maybe 1 or 2 kart lengths between them still, but they're not quite being able to eke out that lead that they need to then battle at the end.
It's amazing the trust that you put in your team, though, isn't it? You have to know where they're going to brake in every single corner, how comfortable they are in braking at every single corner. Because let's say Cranham is more comfortable braking half a yard later going into the boot or into Christmas corner than Edgar, and he's obviously pushing him up the straight or pushing him into those corners. That could easily, bump his teammate out of the way. They seem to have a telepathic understanding, all cadets pretty much, maybe because they all brake at exactly the same point, because they are that good. But I often find that very impressive. What you'll see now is Cranham just hunkering up behind the O-plate of Edgar, just pushing him along and knowing that Edgar can handle the extra speed and handle that extra late braking into Christmas corner. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, exactly. No, they're doing a good job of it so far. Just seeing how this one plays out. Still this gaggle just behind that we can now see coming through the shot as well. So that's Will Green leading Austin Newstead, Harley Musk, Jarlath Sayer, Joseph Smith, George House. Loads of them getting involved in that big battle behind. So all going on up and down the field, but we cannot take our eyes off of this. We don't possibly want to miss anything. However, as you've said many times, I can't imagine these positions changing at all before sort of 2 minutes to go, a minute and a half to go, and even that one pushing it there.
Yeah, and we've got 5 minutes to go here. Quite often this is what you see in a final,
yeah.
And it's all very well and good giving it the extra couple of minutes, the 12 minutes, but quite often the extra time that we get given in a final is filled with stuff like this, really, isn't it? Where it's a war of attrition, I suppose. It gives another sort of perspective of and tactics that you need to be employing as a driver. There's some more to think about. Obviously, it's harder. A final should be harder because the points on offer are a lot more.
Yeah.
But as I said, quite often from the spectator's perspective, this is sort of what you end up seeing quite a lot of the time, is drivers trying to work together and breaking away.
Exactly. The longer time opens it up for drivers to make more mistakes and have some calamitous things happen during the race. But honestly, these guys are so metronomic with their pace. It's ridiculous. And they're able to just lap and lap and lap and lap. And as you say, they have almost a telepathic ability between each other to just assist each other when needed, get out of each other's way when needed and whatnot. And I think that's just from the fact that they've been racing each other for so long, since they were genuinely just coming out of nappies. Like, they've been racing each other since then. So they know each other like their brothers and sisters. So they just know what each of them are going to do, how they're going to react to different situations. And you can really see that happening now. But it's also interesting, you see, going through that shot, see if Cheeky moved there for about 5th or 6th place. I think that was actually, no, it might have been for 7th. Will Green and Austin Hughes having a little battle. But it looks like the entire field has split off into pairs of 2 now.
Yeah, but it's
everyone.
Yeah, and what will happen? That'll be because they were all in a nice line, and then all of a sudden someone makes a move, and that breaks them away. You know, someone lunges at the inside of them, you slow down slightly, it's inevitable. So the front lot get away a little bit, and then the likelihood is somebody behind, you know, the 2 people behind that try and take advantage of the fact that you slowed down. So they try and make a move potentially on you as well, and then they get slowed down even a little bit more. So all of a sudden, you know, you end up just with 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, and you can only really fight the people you end up next to. It's a hard battle to actually gain any kind of time once they've split off like this, because, like you said, very metronomic in their pace. They can push out these lap times with an astounding accuracy each and every lap. Probably the happiest people right now, obviously Edgar and Cranham will be fairly happy, but will be the team principal, the team owner, because they're seeing their drivers, such young drivers as well, absolute down to a T, what they would like to see. Both of their karts right in the front of the field, and their team winning and coming second at the moment. Even if you're Blair Smith and Rao with that team, you know, again, you're seeing 2 drivers work brilliantly together, very mature, and be able to follow instruction, because I imagine there will have been instruction given to them about this.
Yeah, no, that's true. They're all showing great maturity at the age that they're at in their racing ability, and it's pretty amazing. We are just looking, there's a move for 5th there. Looked like Aaron Richardson tried it down the inside of Archie Lovett. Whether it paid off, we'll have to wait and see. But that was another battle there, just coming to your shot that we were watching earlier. That was around 11th, 12th, 13th kind of place. George House, Jensen Ackerman, Henry Clark, Yolev Sayer, all that kind of gaggle of karts. So I think that's now what we're looking at again. In the 21, yes indeed. So there's Harley Musk leading that big group from 9th backwards. But also, I will say, last lap, the gap from Edgar and Cranham to Smith and Rao did drop by 1/10 of a second. Has it dropped any more? Let's see if it updates. Only by about 1/2 that time, so not quite closing in as much as maybe needed. And what's going to happen here at the front of the pack? 3/300ths of a second between George Edgar and Riley Cranham. Will they start battling? Because that's really going to let Smith and Rao be right on them. So I think it might just be we'll leave this to the last lap, mate, and that's all we can do.
There needs to be a last lap. Oh, big lunge at the inside there as I was looking at the track map. Yeah, it needs to be a last lap decision, because 3rd and 4th are far too close for them to start messing around now with what will be... this isn't even going on to the penultimate lap.
I think it would just be going on.
Yes, so you're right. Yeah, you're right, actually, aren't you? So, yeah, I mean, again, it's a bit too soon to start falling over each other, and I'm sure they've been mature enough to figure that out so far. They'll be mature enough to figure that out now as well.
Yeah, exactly. And there we see going across the line, another pair, of course. And then finally, our actual biggest gaggle of karts. There's the number 73 of George House, currently in P10, just up there in the top 10. But there you go. We saw the initial pack of 4. Now it was 2 pairs of 2. I think we can now. Is that close enough to call a pack of 4, or is that still 2 pairs of 2? That is right on the edge, I would say.
I think 2 pairs of 2 at the moment.
And just as they eke out onto the straight, I would say it's 2 pairs of 2. And then they get into a deep braking zone and it's back to a pack of 4.
Yeah.
So let's see how this goes. On to the final lap of the Army Cadet line.
Yeah, well, I would say it's two twos until Cranham makes a little move, left or right.
Just seeing Cranham check over his shoulder there on the back straight, just seeing where those other 2 lie. We may see a move into Christmas here.
I would expect it. There we go. Edgar. No, he's telling him not to.
Points him forward.
He's telling him not to. That's very, I would say, Is that Cranham potentially throwing it away, or is he just that set on wanting second place and not fourth?
I think it might be that. I think Cranham has looked back and seen still how close Smith and Rayo are, and has just said, mate, just go forward. Like, we need to get away from them. Like, if I go for any move here, we are going to fall into the clutches. So no move yet on this final lap. We're going to go through into the final section. Move to the inside. Does George? They're going to switch back to the inside. Does Cranham down the inside? They might make contact. Not quite happen there, but might lose second place there on exit. Just squeezes back to the inside. Does Cranham? So tried a little cheeky move there into the final corner, but George Edgar is going to keep it and take the win here in the IARMY Cadet final. Massive well done to George Edgar and Riley Cranham for holding that race throughout there. Riley ended up taking second with Blair Smith in third and Canish Rao there in fourth. All doing a great job of managing their pace, but not quite able to make that battle at the end that we so wanted. Nearly a little send into the boot for Cranham, but didn't quite pay off. Behind them, it was Aaron Richardson. So shout out to Gillian Bennett in the chat. So well done. Your support was clearly needed for Aaron as he gets that 5th position. Then Archie Lovett was there in 6th, Will Green in 7th, Austin Newstead 8th, George House moved up 1 on the last couple of laps there to 9th, and Joseph Smith was P10.
Heart and mount movement there, wasn't it?
It was a long build-up to a good final lap crescendo, but George Edgar just able to keep it.
As I said, I'm still impressed. I mean, I just did have a quick look at the championship to see if Riley Cranham, because I know Edgar is sort of guesting in this championship today, isn't he? Riley Cranham, I can't actually see him anywhere near the top either, so he might not be a regular here either. I don't think he is.
I don't think so.
In fact, I couldn't see Blair Smith either.
I don't notice Blair Smith either. Canish Rao, don't think I've seen him before. I'm pretty sure I've seen Aaron Richardson, so I think he will be on the...
Well, Finley Hines, who we know isn't here because he's injured. Max Mason, again, not here. But
he is here. He is here. He came 14th.
Oh, wow.
Did not have a good final. I was watching him through that final. He got squeezed out on the first lap. I think lost maybe 3 or 4 positions on that first lap, and then just didn't seem to be quite with it today. I don't know what was going on with Max, because he's usually right up there. So yeah, frustrating one for Max, but equally, like
Butterazzi as well.
Butterazzi down. Same with Harley Muss, was 15th, and he's up there in the championship. He's 7th in the championship.
So not a good day for championship championship contenders, but a good day of racing nonetheless, I would say.
I will say that Finley Hines probably going to be pretty happy about that though, being not able to race with his broken collarbone and broken elbow. So I know he's there at the circuit. He's probably going to be relatively happy that he should, I think, keep that championship lead. But we'll double check that once the points come in and are finalised. And also you can again, of course, check all those results on results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. But that was the IARMY Cadet Final, race number 27 of the day. We're going to move on to race number 28, which is the Mini-Max Final. Here we go then. Mini-Max final to come. Another great one, I think, ahead of us. Michael Dalton is there on pole with Lucas Blandford alongside. And it's Logan Howes in third, Charlie Neve fourth, Timon Youngling in fifth, and Dalton Hayward in sixth. Oh, that is a good top 6. I'm looking forward to this one. Josh Salvadori there in 7th, Joseph Murphy in 8th, Joshua Bagembe 9th, Jake Schulz rounds out the top 10, and then Zach McDonald and Noah Pikes. Behind them, Toby Bedford and Ben Horner. Then it's Harry Clogger, Luca Brooks, Ethan Carney and William Webb. Finalising the top 20, it's Noah McNichols and Harry File. Then come Cameron Edmonds, Emily Cotty, Albert Whilton and Spencer Allen. And then I believe it's just Nathan Traverse rounding out our 25 drivers for this Mini-Max final grid.
Yeah, this is the 4th to last race of the day, you know. It's
really
amazing, isn't it?
The finals just fly by.
Yeah, I was going to say,
fly by.
The morning, I wouldn't say it dragged. It was a fairly long morning.
I think we had with our couple of yellow flag, Battenberg flags and red flags and things like that. Yeah, we had a little bit of waiting, but these finals have absolutely flown by.
Yes, they have. Yeah, as I said, I think there's the more fact that we recorded that Paddock show at 8 o'clock, and then we obviously commentated until 2 o'clock, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, yeah, the day's coming up. That's a bit soon, isn't it? There you go.
It's been another brilliant round of FastR 2022 Wilton Mill Kart Club. Round number 7, as we said earlier, 11 rounds of the total season, so plenty to come. We don't finish the championship until November. So lots to come. But here we go for the start of this Mini-Max final.
Yeah, on the Michael Dalton on pole position, remember? Now that's got to be a false start. No, it's not.
No,
We're
it's
racing.
not.
That's quite a spread out grid, shall we say. I'm quite impressed with that one. But the number 44, as they say, Michael Dalton leads the way. Now, if you look on points scored, Michael Dalton is easily the favourite to come out of this one with all the eggs in the basket. That's a bit of a spin and a not very happy number 93 is that. Yeah, that's Tom Bedford, our leading novice driver going into the race, just ahead of Ben Horner, who's had a bit of an up and downy weekend of it, I believe. But yeah, that's a very upset looking Toby Bedford, if that was the number 93.
It was. No, you're definitely right. Yeah, 93 having a bit of a spin there, just getting collected in all the kerfuffle up at Christmas corner, which always seems to happen in grids, in races with this larger grid. You already see this kind of front pack breaking away from the sort of middle of the field. We'll see now as they go across the line. Yeah, it definitely was the number 93 of Toby Bedford. Sad to see him falling down the order, but I was going to say, novices dropping back down. Ben Horner still doing very well, one of our novices, in 12th position. As you see a move there through Christmas corner. Number 110 is trying to challenge. That's Josh Salvadori. I think with sort of Charlie Neve, Timo Youngling, Dalton Hayward, all getting involved in this battle as the 110 then dive down the inside at Ashby. I think finally got it stuck.
Actually, Dalton Hayward almost looking slightly out of position comparison. Oh, there we go. He's straight through, and well, I said he looked a bit out of position.
There you go.
All the way down in 7th. He's clearly agrees with me.
Does he look better in 6th, do you think?
Maybe 1 or 2 more. I think he's probably it's probably where I thought he would end up, but just goes to show really, if you do have a bit of a poor heat at some point during the weekend, then it's not always easy to make it back. And you have to do the hard work when you actually get into the race. So Dalton Hayward is up to 6th. He's got Josh Salvadori just ahead of him, but the 110 of Salvadori is no longer just ahead of Hayward. He's ahead of Youngling. And so number 35 is now slotted down into 5th. Salvadori goes up into 4th place.
Good little move there from Salvadori. But yeah, as you were saying, I'm expecting Hayward to start coming through here on the E plate. A very, very fast driver. We've seen right up the sharp end of all of the heat so far, just having a bit of difficulty, as you say, having a couple of comings together with other drivers, dropping down the order, not quite getting the points that maybe they needed. What's had a change of position? It is indeed Blanford through at the boot on Dalton. Moving up to the lead is Lucas Blanford, 48.2, now a 47.8 fastest lap. But Josh Salvadori in 4th goes even faster with a 47.7. And here is Michael Dalton on the E-plate. Might be looking for a move here. Is indeed into Christmas. Going to be overtaking Timo Youngling. Moves up into 5th place.
He does indeed. So again, moves being made all over the place. I said that Michael Dalton, if you go on the points, looks like the favourite with 103 going into the final, with Lucas Blanford with only 95. Not a big difference, but big enough to sort of think, okay, well maybe there is a significant difference in potential pace. But obviously, finals, anything can happen, and Blanford's managed to turn up for this one. He's qualified on the front row for a good reason, because he is himself very quick indeed. The 56, now who is the 56? Is that a little bit further down outside the top 10?
3rd place.
Oh, it is, sorry, Logan Howes, isn't it? My apologies. With Salvadori just behind, and then of course Dalton Hayward, Salvadori and Dalton Hayward both going past on Howes. Oh, not just yet, actually. Yeah, Dalton Hayward has been forced off and will lose a fair few positions as a consequence of that.
Yeah, just trying to steal that extra position, wasn't he there? Maybe some would say a little bit greedy, some would say he was there on the outside and got forced off. It depends how you read that situation, but anyway, ended up on the grass, had a little bit of jump and a bounce, got thrown out to the outside, and then got overtaken by a few people. So I think that means Hayward down a couple of positions there, 56. I think that's still the 110, is it? No, that's not. That's the 35 of Timo Youngling going through. So he's had a lovely lap, picks up a couple of extra positions at the end of there. That's going to move him up into 4th place at the end of that one. So Hayward now down into 8th.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a force off there, though, by the 56 on, I believe it was Bugembi, in the 52, potentially, going across the line. Hopefully Bugembi's managed to carry on through Oblivion. We'll wait to see when he next comes across the line where he's ended up. But, yeah, a little bit of a squeeze there on the outside, maybe a little bit cheeky, I would say, by Howes. But he has to do something, I suppose, to stop losing out on these positions, because, frankly, he's sort of falling down a little bit. Not too bad now. Slotted in behind Youngling, so that's about 6th place, or 5th place even. It's still not ideal race for him, considering where he started towards the front.
just like we were saying earlier, though, isn't it? That train, as soon as you start to go backwards, it's very difficult to stop going backwards. So I think only losing 2 positions out of that with such a close field is pretty understandable. As the man we're speaking about, Logan Howes, does get a contact warning. Number 56. So again, doesn't want to get too many of those. Continuing to better his fastest lap, Josh Salvadori at 47.34. However, Michael Dalton just ahead at 47.40, and Lucas Blanford at 47.43. So all pretty close on those last laps. But how much they can close in that gap, we'll have to wait and see. About a second between Dalton and Salvadori. So it's going to be a tough one to catch up, but still 6.5 minutes, so never say never. But I think this battle for 4th back is probably going to be our best for today's race.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to be right, and it will probably boil over, especially if Dalton Hayward can manage to just get to the back of those other drivers. Big hit of the curb there. That looked very uncomfortable for Howes, didn't it? I wouldn't like to be sat in that car.
No, that's very true. And just as you were saying, if we can see Dalton Hayward just catch up, well, he's just put in the fastest lap of the race,
yeah.
so 47.31 at last time around. Now right on the back of this pack, just behind Neve, Howes and Youngling. So let's see how he can make his way through. But yeah, I think that's been Dalton's not downfall at all. He's still doing incredibly well today, but that's where, he goes for a cheeky move down the inside. That was a late one. I think, yeah, he's had a couple of times where there have been moves on and maybe things have happened, it's not quite worked out, and suddenly he's been spun or suddenly he's been forced off and things like that. So, but making his way through well, clearly has the pace to be up with the leaders. It's just getting stuck in a couple of battles here. Made up 1 position so far in this group, knocking Charlie Neve down into 7th as we've got the 27 off. Who is that? That's Jake Schulz down in 19th. He was any time the last time around. Not going to be this time around, though. Makes it his way onto the grass. This is going to be 3 wide. That's going to get closed off, and off onto the grass goes to 56. That's Howes making his way onto the grass. Dalton Hayward just tried to make that 3 wide as they went into Christmas, and it was never going to work out well for the driver on the outside, and it did not. But Dalton Hayward worked out very well for him as he makes up 2 positions.
Logan Howes is in the middle of that, actually. I'm not entirely sure how he was the one who ended up flying off. I'm not entirely sure. I could be wrong, because that doesn't sound right, does it? But yeah, it was a bit of an odd one. It does mean a couple of drivers have been promoted in their positions currently, and as they come across the line, we'll be able to see them on the left-hand side of the screen. Hayward into 4th, Neve into 5th, Youngling 6th, and well, you can see, I'll keep an eye out on Logan Howes comes across the line, I believe, in 11th. In fact, he hasn't come across the line yet, actually. So, I don't know whether it's his transponder not working or whether he is actually there. I'm not 100% sure.
It didn't seem like such a big hit that we'd really need to pull the car off, does it? No, there we go. He has gone across the line now in 12th place as Logan. So, yeah, not the best lap for him, dropping about 6-7 positions there. But not really his fault either. Everyone's just getting squeezed up at Christmas, so a bit of a racing incident that we see all too often. Timo Youngling, though, in the 35, still pressuring the 60 of Charlie Neve. Not able to make a move there into the boot, though. They're still just trying to stay with Dalton Hayward, I think, at this point. Dalton now nearly 4 seconds off the leader. I reckon that will probably drop. Yeah, has dropped by a 10th of that lap. So Dalton, quickest man out on circuit at the moment. However, probably has a bit too much of a gap to catch the top 3, so might have to settle for 4th here. Charlie Neve and Timon Youngling just kind of want to stay on the back of him and keep his pace, because that's all they really can do at this point.
It is. You know, it needs to be able to just go with the flow at this point and try and take advantage of anything that might happen ahead of him. It's a good finishing position. Let's not get it twisted. To be anywhere around the top 10 in an A final is always good, especially as a lot of the drivers towards the front of the field might be guest driving. And while we go towards the end of this race, we're going to have a very quick look at the Minimax Championship. See, the likes of Josh Turnbull isn't here this weekend. So the likes of Lucas Blanford, who's 2nd in the championship, he'll be desperate to win this because Turnbull is not here and he can gain some points back. Josh Salvadori, 3rd in the championship. Oh, there's a big kick of dust up in the background there as it looks like the number 69 goes through.
That was Charlie Neve on Dalton Hayward, wasn't it?
It was indeed. So who's the driver behind? As a Youngling, yeah, went off as those positions switch again.
Indeed they do. Hayward, I was thinking, would pull away, as I was saying earlier, but it doesn't seem to be what's happened. Neve now right on the back of these two. Yeah, it was Youngling just behind now, just falling off of this pack ever so slightly, although we've got a huge gap back to Luca Brooks, so I don't think that's going to be any difficulty for Team On to keep that 6th place. We continue to watch these guys through to start a new lap. There's less than 2.5 minutes left to go in this mini fact final. That's very wide for the 60. of Charlie Neve, clearly just pushing as hard as they physically can, trying to chase down Dalton. Does have a good exit here, though, to be fair. Moves to the inside, could be looking for a move. Does indeed, but just a little bit too late for that move, and Dalton covers it off nicely.
Yeah, it's definitely, you'd probably be able to get away with those sort of track limits maybe once, maybe twice, get a warning here and there. But if you can get the run on a driver ahead of you, it's almost sort of worth it, isn't it, to try and just give it a good go. Didn't happen for him, though, at that time around. That's the 46, trying to get out of the way, doing his best for the blue flags. And sort of slightly in the way, but he's doing well not to hit the apex at least. That has... I think the other drivers have got through. Salvadori has gotten through on Michael Dalton as well. Salvadori will be happy about that because in the championship, Michael Dalton's fourth and Salvadori's third.
Since when did Blandford, Salvadori and Dalton get within like half a second of each other? When was that? Have we missed that? How have we missed that? But anyway, they are. I mean, they were a bit close at the end of the last lap. Obviously, that back marker, they're going as fast as they can. Just they've got no reason to probably get out of the way. The driver's making it through, but Blandford now building up about less than half a second between these two of Salvadori and Dalton. All these three very quick though, so any of them could realistically take this win. Let's see if Dalton and Salvadori decide to work together, because they do really need to close back up that gap. We're going to have, what, 3 more laps here, I'd say? Yeah, 3 more laps.
Just about, I think,
yeah,
isn't it?
Just about.
Blandford is in a good position right now, isn't he? As I said, all 3 of these drivers on your screen right now, all the top 3 right now, will be desperately hoping to try and score as many points in this one. Even if it is 3rd place, that's still a good return on Josh Turnbull, who hasn't turned up. We haven't mentioned him at all. He's a championship leader in the Minimax Championship here at the WMKC. Hasn't been able to come tonight for whatever reason. So I'm just going to have a look at the gap. Yeah, there's only 30 points in it going into this weekend between Blandford and Turnbull. That's going to be overturned. Turnbull will be probably knocked outside the top 3 to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. These guys are battling well, and like you say, I hadn't even noticed that the top 2 battling are 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship. Salvadori, though, with the new fastest lap, only 200 faster than Blandford in the lead. But as Tesco say, every little helps. Let's see if they can catch up to the back of Blandford. This will be the penultimate lap, I do believe. They did just about go over the line with time to spare. There's been a huge off at the last corner. We've got 3 or 4 karts off. The 80 is in the wall. That would be Zach McDonald there in the wall. We had sort of 3 or 4 karts facing the wrong direction, then also another gaggle sort of leaving the scene. So I feel like there could have been quite a big one there. Not caught on our cameras, of course. We're focusing on the top 3 battle, but something clearly gone very wrong with Noah Pikes dropping down 7 positions and Zach McDonald dropping down 9. So we've got a full course yellow now come out, which might just scupper our interesting race finisher.
Yeah, they were quite far apart anyway, so the likelihood is this is the last lap. We're under full course yellow. This is the last lap. The checkered flag will fly. Salvadori looks almost like very disappointed, to be honest, and maybe he felt like there was a little bit of pace in the kart. Maybe he thought there was going to be an opportunity to try and put one on Lucas Blandford, who will be fairly okay with
If you're still out there on track, there's always opportunity.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he will be a bit gutted that it's gone full course yellow, but it's literally completely out of his control, so there's nothing you can do about it. Just drive home, take the P2, take the good points, and move on.
Yeah, exactly. And as he said, the top 3, 1st Blandford, 2nd Salvadori, 3rd Dalton, are 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship in that order. So still good points scored for all of those drivers.
As there you go. Across the line they come. The 59 of Blandford does indeed take the win, with Salvadori in P2, Michael Dalton P3, Dalton Hayward there in P4, coming back to the field nicely on the E plate. Charlie Neve in 5th, Timon Youngling in 6th, Luca Brooks in 7th. Shout out to Ben Horner in 8th place, our top novice. That is an impressive showing from Ben Horner there to get into the top 10, so very well done to you, sir. Joshua Vigembe was there in 9th, and then Ethan Carney rounding out the top 10. So, and overall, a great final there in the Minimax. Shame that we had to finish on the full course yellow, but as you've said many times, safety takes priority, and that was quite a big off at the last corner. Clearly needing to deal with a stranded car and whatnot. It's gone into the barrier, so they will deal with that. The marshals will get that sorted, I'm sure, very soon. And we will then move on to our next final. Only a few left to go in today. I can't quite believe it.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're actually, I mean, we had the B finals of the junior categories earlier on. now into the A finals of it. So without further ado, while these carts get checked out and obviously the carts on track get swept away, we'll move on to the Junior Max A final. So, the Junior Max A final. We saw only 5 carts take part in the B final a little bit earlier on. Oh, in fact, it's X30 Senior, apparently. So, my timetable is slightly having me on. So, we actually have more races than I thought we had. So, X30 Senior final coming up. Lucas Ellingham on pole position. Sam Heading in second. Hey, John, you never know. We might actually finally see these two go back toe-to-toe out on track. Carly Atkins on row 2 with Sam Shaw alongside. Row 3, Marcus Littlewood and Harry Torpey alongside. Row 4, we'll see Vishal Patel and Thomas Fleming, with row 5 consisting of Jordan Brown and Oscar Joyce. Row 6, Archie Forber and Hugo Gilbert. Row 7, Alex Johnston and Louis Johnston-Cool. Row 8, Reese Newburn and Brandon Matchell. Row 9, Luke Taylor and Joe Charlton. Row 10, Benjamin Southgate and Jensen Buckingham. Row 11, JP Sleater and Jake Yanagasawa. I'm going to go with that. Well, John's nodding his head, so we're going with that. Row 12, Christopher Bingham and Christian Brooks. And not quite the end. Row 13, Thomas Mullett, Harry Cottrell alongside, with row 14 being Remy Gilbert and Tom Ryan. Row 15, William Smith and Lucas Gross. And finally, Niels Coolan will make up the 31 kart grid.
Sweet, and I think, judging by the timing, they've already come out on track. There you
wow.
go.
I thought that was going to take a little bit longer to clear up for the previous race.
There you go.
The marshals are very efficient.
Super quick marshals here at Whilton Mill, of course. I will just give one cheeky shout out. It was for the last race, but I feel like I should say it because it was a very nice message. Gillian Blanford said good luck to Lucas Blanford in the Mini-Max, all the way from Madeira. Love from Mum, Ollie and Essie. So clearly, Gillian, your love came through the screen and went straight to him because he won the race. So shout out to Lucas. What a race from him. Although we didn't, as we say, get the end that we wanted, Lucas was probably maybe quite happy about that. So he didn't have to defend that race win.
Well, exactly. Yeah, no, it's a good from him, and frankly, probably one that he deserved. He led the race all the way through. I don't think anybody could argue if he had won the race. Just not the way that Salvatore wanted it to happen, I guess.
No, exactly. But no, we're glad that everyone got to the end in one piece anyway. Full course yellow to end. Hopefully we won't be seeing that again, but let's see how these X30 senior drivers come on. As you said during the little build-up there, Lucas Ellingham and Sam Heading on the front row. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, indeed. It's what we've been waiting for, but they've always started at the opposite end of the grids whenever we've watched these guys before. So here we go, the Senior X30 final here at the WMKC Whilton Mill Kart Club is about to get underway, and I believe we are racing. And look at the aggressive manoeuvres over from that right-hand side, left-hand side of the grid, I should say, actually. The number 99 of Lucas Ellingham going defensive to start with, head down. In fact, he doesn't need to go defensive because the driver behind him is Callie Atkins. I believe Sam Heading, I don't think, is actually anywhere near, not even in the top 3 as they came across the line. I think the inside row got such a good start compared to the outside row. The top 3 actually now consist of Lucas Ellingham, Callie Atkins and Marcus Littlewood, who all started on that inside row. So yeah, there's probably an argument to say that maybe they should have gone round again, but they haven't, and we are racing, so these drivers are going to have to deal with it.
I can hear Lucas Ellingham telling you to shut up in my headset. So yeah, possibly the left-hand side getting a slightly better start. But anyway, the race started and we're good and going. Lucas Ellingham leading this one, takes a bit of grass on the inside there. Not the best grippiness for the tyres, but he's doing a good job of it, as you say. Callie Atkins just behind, as that's a move. Number 7, that's Sam Heading, as you say, started P2. Finally gets back past Marcus Littlewood, so up into P3 again is Sam Heading. We know he's extremely quick, so makes the move stick pretty quickly. But look at this. there aren't any gaggles even yet. Like, it's just one long train of X30 senior carts.
I know, it's like watching the Honda Cadets.
It really is.
Isn't it?
somehow, even though they've got maybe like 3 or 4 times the level of power.
Yeah, exactly. It's but that's what we like to see. The Honda Cadets is very entertaining because they do end up in a train for pretty much the entire race, don't they? And whereas the X30 seniors, you do end up getting a little bit more of a gap, and there's a bit more of a skill disparity potentially because of the experience that these drivers have. Yeah. But it can be very, very entertaining, and it can produce moves like that. And that's Fleming launching one at the inside of the number 18 of Shaw.
Indeed, that was a very optimistic move, but it worked perfectly, no contact involved. So great move from Fleming, down the inside of Sam Shaw, as you say. But yeah, with the Honda Cadets going at the slower speed, kind of lets you play out what happens in a race at a slower speed and lets you work it out at that kind of pace as you then go up the order to something like an X30 Senior, where it's all happening at a ridiculous speed, and you need to be able to do the racing as if, like, completely with your subconscious mind. But your conscious mind is completely focused on what is going on around you because it's all happening so quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And the sensations when you're driving a quicker car obviously become a lot more as well. And the Honda Cadets, you probably feel every bump in the road. You'll still feel every bump in the road in this. It's got the same suspension in air quotes, i.e. they don't have one. But everything's happening so much quicker. So really it is sensory overload. There's a reason why we put kids in slower cars to start with, put it that way. So yeah, no, this is very, very impressive. And Ellingham and Atkins, I tell you what, Atkins I think is doing a better job than I expected. I mean, that's no offence to Atkins, but it's more props to him that he's able to keep up with Ellingham and Heading.
It's not how bad Atkins is, it's how ridiculously good Ellingham is.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing that Atkins is keeping up so well and still pressuring Ellingham. This is great. Still just under 9 minutes to go, but like you were saying with the forces, they're so strong, you can't really tell from the outside. It's only maybe the one point you could tell is going through the boot.
Yes.
Watch how their head is trying to detach from their body as, oh no, the 67 is out. Let's have a look who that is. That's Reece Newburn parking it up at the final corner, and he's out of this one, so not the best final for Reece there. But yeah, as we say, coming down the back straight, you'll see them go into the boot, and their head literally looks like it wants to leave the rest of their body as they go through the right-hand side. You just see with a second place man, there you go, just trying to hold it on as they're going through the right-hander. It's amazing. And how I remember a lot of like Super GT videos I've watched today of him when he first tries out these carts, just going, I can't hold my neck up. I cannot hold my neck up.
It's a lot worse if you're taller as well. I always had that problem. My brother did as well, and we used to have to, you probably see it in lower end karting, not necessarily, obviously not here, but it's called a neck. It's a neck brace. We used to call it a neck nibbler. It's basically a foam ring that you put around your neck underneath your helmet, almost like a very, very basic idea of a hand device style thing. And it's to protect your neck from your head with that helmet on. It's very heavy, and the G-forces you put through it means your head does wallow around a bit, and obviously you don't want to click your neck or anything. So we used to have to wear that. My mum, it was the only thing. It was the only thing my mum would like make it happen. She's like, if you don't wear it, you're not racing. That's just the fact. So I think Tom got away with it towards the end, but I never did. Yeah, and that's to stop that sort of head roll, and you see it in younger drivers especially, because obviously these guys in the senior categories, they're still teenagers, but you grow a lot more. You are stronger as a person, aren't you, when you get to that age?
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, you're a big boy now. You make your own decisions.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether to wear the headrest or not.
I mean, it doesn't look as good, I will be honest.
No,
it makes it look quite funny if you wear a neck brace.
Honestly, if it looked better, I'd probably wear it on the safety aspect, but they just look so odd. I would have told, I'd be like, no, Mum, I'm sorry, I'm not wearing that. But I've just been lucky.
Then my mum would say, well, okay, you're not going racing at all.
Unlucky then, mate. I think that's pretty fair. Mum's just looking out for you, being a good mum at the end of the day.
And I did flip the cart too many times to not wear one.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I think that's fair
granted.
enough. For your specific situation, yes, I would agree with Mum. I would agree with Mum. But right, let's look back to the action on track. Lucas Ellingham just starting to pull out a lead now, about 0.4 of a second, I'd say, over Atkins. But now, about a kart length or so. Heading, though, has overtaken a decent amount of karts. We have got a move looking there for 4th place, though. Was that Fleming, I think, going down the inside of Littlewood. So a change there for 4th. Going to follow him through. Indeed he is. That's the 18 of Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw following Thomas Fleming through to take 4th and 5th place respectively. Littlewood now down to 6th, but Heading still putting in great pace, and it's just about catching Carly Atkins, I'd say. About 2 tenths between them, 4 tenths up the leader of Ellingham.
Yeah, Ellingham doing what all good leaders do, isn't he, at the moment, where you pull a gap by maybe 0.5 a lap, and you're able to put in that lap time consistently. It's not the case of he's got one flying lap in him and then he'll maybe get caught up a little bit. It's the fact that every single lap is within half a tenth, and that's always half a tenth quicker than the other drivers, and that's why that gap is just eking out, and that's why Atkins is struggling so much. Well, not struggling so much, but he's sort of struggling to get close enough to make the move, even though he looks like he should be close enough to maybe pull him in. It can be a little bit deceiving. It's just the consistent nature of Ellingham right now, and Atkins and Heading. They're all doing very consistent lap times. It's just Atkins and Heading are just slightly slower than the likes of Ellingham. But all three of these drivers are performing to the highest level at the moment in terms of their consistency, their lap times, their race pace. Everything is really very, very impressive from all of these drivers, but particularly the top.
I've just seen a move at Christmas for second place there, right at the edge of the camera shot. I'm pretty sure I saw Heading go down the inside, and they did indeed. So that's Sam Heading through on Carly Atkins there at Christmas Corner to take second place. And I was going to say, as you were saying that, Sam Heading is just a little bit faster than both Atkins and Ellingham. So let's see how this plays out. Now, Heading has got through on Atkins. Can he start to close in on Ellingham now? Now, when we say faster, last lap it was 600ths of a second. So this really is a big kind of gap we're talking. 4.5 minutes to go, half a second. If Sam Heading just gets a few hundredths faster per lap, it could be on.
I just spent about 5 minutes talking about the fact that Ellingham is about half a tenth quicker over about 3 or 4 laps. And if Heading can do the same thing, he will rein him into the point where we are actually looking at a grandstand finish.
And it's like you were saying earlier, it's so much easier to be that chasing Kart than it is to be Ellingham out in front.
Yeah, by miles. I mean, it's so much easier. I mean, if you want to sort of visualise it, when you're driving home on the motorway today, or next time you're driving home on the motorway or anything like that, and you know when you sort of, somebody's driving really fast behind you, then they get past you and they slow down.
Yeah.
That is sort of that similar thing. It's because they're chasing up to you, then all of a sudden they've got clear road ahead of you, and they realise how fast they're going, or they sort of just stop concentrating on chasing something. Subconscious, it happens, and it's the same in racing. Just
as we say that, new fastest lap for Mr. Ellingham out in front. So we say one thing, that's wrong, and then we say the opposite thing, and then now that's wrong.
Welcome to being a commentator.
So there we go, Lucas Ellingham, 44.81 for Ellingham now on the last lap, a 44.88 for Sam Heading. Not his fastest lap, that would be a 44.87 for Sam Heading. So some pretty close lap times between the guys at the front. That gap has increased from 0.5 to 0.57 seconds on that last lap. 3 minutes now left to go in this X30 senior final. Not sure we're going to see any changing now at the top, but we'll keep an eye on it. Who is this we're looking at? This is Fleming, Shaw, Littlewood, Forbes in it now. So Forbes gotten involved with this battle. Well, currently looking to try and get 6th, but it will be 4th in the end if they're all able to stay together. And Forbes we haven't yet seen really in this race. Just looking to attack Littlewood here into Christmas Corner. Not quite going to happen. And another person that we maybe sort of forgotten about is Lewis Johnston-Cool as well there in 8th place, sort of in a bit of no man's land by themselves.
Yeah, and completely off topic, nothing about the racing. But I will say the number 14 Forbes, I do prefer the old style nose plate with a nose cone. There's not nose cone, is it? The NASA panel.
Yes.
It's just something. I know it's a bit flatter. It might not look as flashy when you're just looking at it, but it's a bit easier to read.
I think it's better for us as commentators, but I have been told. I'm not actually sure if there's any. If it's any faster to use the new one or the old one, I don't really know.
It's one of those psychological
things, I think.
Yeah,
I think so. But I've got to say, from a looks-wise, both of them have nice positives, I think. But yeah, from reading it as a commentator, the old one is a bit better.
Yeah, and we can clearly see that the number 14 is now ahead, can't we, of the number 11 of Littlewood. So Forbes is ahead of Littlewood now. And as I said, because of his nice NASA panel, that's a lot easier to read, and we can figure that one out even when they go towards these corners. People at home probably think we're being really picky and we're really pessimistic, but that's because we are. Yeah, it's because you're right. We sit here and watch karting and cars all day long. We form very petty opinions about things.
Over which nose go, which NASA panel is our favourite. Yeah, we are that boring.
Yeah, indeed. A minute and a half to go, and I'll tell you what, look at Heading. You know, when we were talking about Heading catching up potentially, and Ellingham a little bit, that was half a second. Now 3.5 tenths.
Yep, yeah, it was 0.57, wasn't it, a couple of laps ago? Now 0.35, a minute and a bit to go. I don't know if he's just left it a little bit too late. However, being that close might just give him the extra waft to be like, come on, let's go for it. Let's just send this move when we can. But Lucas Ellingham, well, both Ellingham and Heading, both very, very knowledgeable racers. As here we go, they appear back on our screen into the boot. However, I do think, it's going to be very close on the timing as whether they're going to get 2 more or 1 more here. 47, 46, 45. I think they're just going to get 2 more laps here. Yeah, crossing the line now. I think it was just 2. We'll wait and see as they come through again. But the gap, again, just slightly shortening, only by about half a second. I think that time around, maybe just less than that. Sorry, half a second? Half a tenth, I should say, sorry. Yeah, half a second, that would have been meant to be in the lead by now. But no, half a tenth, Sam Heading. Still closing in on Ellingham, but only just about. And the 41 of Carly Atkins still very much there, only a second off of them in, again, a kind of no man's, no woman's land there in 3rd place for Carly. So don't think there's going to be any catching up there to happen for Atkins, but still has won a very impressive race there at 3rd.
Yeah, you know, I've been waiting all day for these two to come basically nose to tail or wheel to wheel sort of thing. And they've left me to the last lap before we start.
Come on, guys.
I want them to give that the crescendo finish now, because I feel like they've been baiting us. They've been teasing us now. Ooh. As Ellingham looks over his shoulder into Christmas corner, he decides not to defend too much, doesn't need to. That experience is starting to come through. He knows when he's in danger, and he knows it now, because look at that defensive maneuver to the middle of the circuit. Heading is breathing down his neck. The 99 versus 7, it's the first time they've come together all day, and it's starting to build that last half a lap with Heading going towards the outside, towards the boot. They are wheel to wheel. We've been praying for this, and it looks like Ellingham going for that tight line, maybe went in a little bit hot. Oh. Tries to park it on the apex, but here comes Heading, goes through. Ellingham has second with Heading taking the victory. Atkins comes home in 3rd. He tried to take advantage. It wasn't to be, and the grandstand finish, the crescendo of the X30 senior finale here at the WMKC did not disappoint.
No, I'm not sure Ellingham was too happy with that over the line. Let's see what happens here. So 7 goes to the outside. Obviously, Ellingham covers the inside, gets squeezed out here. Ellingham, you see, goes deep and then tries to hold it on the apex on exit, but just opens it up a little bit earlier than maybe he should. Dives down the inside, goes to number 7, but then again squeezes across, makes a bit of contact on the left rear, but both of them staying relatively intact. I think Ellingham's front nose cone will be all right there. But yeah, what a win for Sam Heading. Closed him in throughout the race and took it on the final corner.
Well, it may have taken, apologies about my voice, it may have taken about
we're recovering.
40 minutes worth of racing to actually see them go and make a move on each other. But it was worth it, I would say. And I know Ellingham won't be very pleased about the fact that Heading sort of squeezed them over. To me, that was I mean, it would have ended, if they made contact or not, it would have ended up the same way. And luckily, if Ellingham hadn't finished, or it would come 3rd instead of 2nd, I think there definitely would have been a case for it. But the fact is, the stewards would look at that and just go, well, it was probably going to happen anyway. It was his corner, sort of thing. So yeah,
exactly. No, I think it wasn't even like he was sticking a nose in. Like he was practically ahead, I think. By that point.
I mean,
it was just a bit too much of a squeeze, boozing over, and again they stayed in the same position. So what can you do, really? I thought that maybe our third place driver of Carly Atkins might just steal it from Ellingham down the line. I saw they were really trying to get it out the corner as fast as they could, but not quite enough of a hold-up for either Ellingham or Heading to cause a surprise win for Carly Atkins there, sadly, in the end. But it looked like the top 3 all made it through okay, all nose cones okay, but there seems to be a little bit of a backup, so we might be waiting for a little bit to get the next race underway, but we'll go to the stinger for said next race, which is the Senior Max Final. Here we are then, race number 30 of today's action, 30 of 32, so you've got 3 to come. That's quick maths there from John. Alfie Brooks lines up on pole with Ethan Ling alongside. Another brilliant front row, another race I'm super excited for. Harry Gibson is in 3rd, then Lewis Wilde in 4th. Scott Smith in 5th, with George Hunter there in 6th. 7th place and row 4, Klaas Cooker and Alexander Mikos. Then behind them, Benjamin Ballou and Ben Hearsay round out the top 10. Then it's Archie Elliott and Tommy Edmonds. Behind them, Ryan McAuliffe, he's a bit out of position, see what he can do from 13th. Then it's Luke Collins, Ronnie Mansfield, Brentley Sims, Luke Ringham and Chris Banderi. Then Charlie Ellis 19th, Sam Light rounding out the top 20. They're followed by Joshua Burnton, Kasper Pieski, then Ethan Martin and Marcel Leziski. I believe that rounds out the 24 karters for this grid in the Senior Max Final. And there are all of the drivers getting ready and waiting in the collecting area. Another nice big grid for this one. That was, what, 24 in total. It's always good to see lots of karts out on circuit for these races. And we're about ready to get underway. Drivers now out on circuit. We're going to have a lap to warm up the tyres, as we've seen plenty of times today. Hopefully not spin it. So they'll get round and get back to the start line for this Senior Max Final to get underway.
Yeah, no, I got my race order a little bit mixed up earlier on, didn't I? But I think this is the third.
Yeah, they like to jump around a bit on the order. I'm not sure why. So just look for the race number.
Yeah,
and we're good. I think we've got 3 left.
Yeah, this is number 30 out of 32. So, yeah, we should be good. The final 2A final, the Junior Max final, will be coming up here. Well, in about 15 minutes time.
Yeah, pretty quickly.
Right, who are the sort of protagonists that we're going to be looking at here?
We've got a good front row, mate. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I was going to say Alfie Brooks and Ethan Ling. That's about as tasty as what we've just seen, isn't it?
Some of the moves that Ethan Ling has been sending today have been extremely tasty. So I'm excited to see what this CRG driver can do from the front row. But obviously, you've got Alfie Brooks alongside. That's not an easy bit of competition there on the front row.
No, and I think we've seen Lewis Wild as well, who's starting 4th, try some mad things around the outside of Christmas Corner and all these sort of things. So, you know what? Bring on the entertainment. Bring on the noise.
Bring on the noise, exactly. Here they come, backing it up well. Nicely done, round the final corner. Hopefully we'll stay nice and squeezed up for this start. We're going to go over the start-finish line, and we are lights out and underway for the Senior Max Final here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, or FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Round number 7, round the first corner, they all get just about okay, side by side, up into Christmas. And we've had a complete change to the lead, haven't we? I think that might even be Harry Gibson up into the lead, isn't it? I think it is. Harry Gibson takes the lead off the start here. Brilliant start for him. Our CRG driver, Ethan Ling, gets squeezed out wide. There is going to be some contact down at Ashby. A couple of drivers just getting nerfed out wide there, but I think all managing to keep it on the black stuff anyway. To the inside goes Gibson to defend, and up the inside looks Ling. Off goes another couple of drivers, kicking up the dust on the outside there. And the 57's now looking to pressurize. That's Alfie Brooks trying to get past Gibson. A little bit of a squeeze up for Ling there. It's all hot enough as they come through to end lap 1. That will be Gibson across the line first. Leads Brooks, leads Ling, then Smith, Wild, Kuka, Elliott, Mansfield, McCullough and Ballou rounds out your top 10.
Luke Collins and Alexander Mikos were 2 casualties of that first lap. Unfortunately, as we see a nice little move going up the inside. That was the 89 on, that was Lewis Wild and Scott Smith. I said Lewis Wild loves a good move, and he's proving it there as Alfie Brooks tried to just give something for Harry Gibson to think about. Didn't move him out of the way just yet, but Gibson, there was definitely a move, but there's the move as Alfie Brooks and Ethan Lynn go through. So Harry Gibson led the race for all of a lap and a half before he ended up getting that space crowbarred open on the inside by Alfie Brooks, and Ethan Lynn thinking, you know what, I'll take that too.
Yeah, I think crowbar is the right analogy for that one, mate. Yeah, that was forced open, wasn't it? And they smelled blood and they took it. Gibson nearly lost it on the exit there. Got a little bit of a tap on the rear from Ling as he came through. Got slightly sideways, but was able to hold on to it. But there's another change. Is that? Nope, that's a holding for the lead, isn't it, for Brooks? Ethan Ling looked for it around the outside, but able to hold him off is Brooks. But look at this. Mate, if this carries on for 10 more minutes, I don't know if I can contain my excitement.
I was going to say, this is mad the way they're so aggressively defending and so aggressively going for those moves. It's incredible to watch. I'm very excited for it. Brooks looks a little bit deep on that one. Looks a little bit like he was going defensive through the left-hander. Is that going to ruin his run into the boot? It does, but it doesn't ruin it so much that Link can get that advantage. Oh, as we see, there's big contact. Was there really space there? It's difficult to say. Someone is off. It's difficult to say, but I think that maybe, yep, the CRG driver of Ethan Ling has actually managed to hold on to that space. Harry Gibson's come into second place. Alfie Brooks is going to have a lot to do.
He is indeed. He got forced out there through the first couple of corners. Going to be more contact, going to be round. Backwards into Christmas. All of them just about make it through okay. But the 57 of Alfie Brooks has gone from leading to what's going to be 20th, maybe even 25th.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, it's going to be something of a recovery drive for us to watch, but it won't be a pleasant one if you're Alfie Brooks. Oh, change for the race lead as well. Harry Gibson has gotten through on Ethan Ling, and Smith is now the third driver in this little cohort of races that we've got here for the race lead of the Senior Max final. Again, Ethan Ling looking for that move at the inside. Maybe has thought better of it this time round. We're almost looking at a 7-way battle for the race lead. I'm sure the front two will be hoping and praying that Mansfield puts a move on Smith potentially for that third position. And Ethan Ling struggling to hold on to the weight of his helmet to go through Oblivion and up to Christmas corner. Big defensive manoeuvre from Smith.
And Mansfield's not going to be too happy about that with Smith defending like that. Mansfield wants to push on past, as he does, forces the door open there through the kink right and makes it stick. And Smith's going to lose another position there, I think, to one of our Lando Norris karts out there, the number 54 of Archie Elliott, that is, moving up into 4th place as the battle for lead continues. That's Ling trying to make it around the outside, not quite going to happen, might leave himself open to the 67 of Mansfield now, who's got past Smith pretty quickly, and immediately on the back of the 2 leaders, he's looking very pacey as Ronnie Mansfield. Let's see what he can do from this 3rd position.
Yeah, I think Ronnie Mansfield, that cosmic livery with a Tony Kart nose plate.
I think you might be right there.
I mean, they are built by the same manufacturer, of course, so but it does get a little bit confusing. It does mean that he's easy to spot as it all load each other up into Christmas corner. Just everybody wanting to be the last of the late breakers there. I don't know how Harry Gibson is still in the race lead. I don't know how Harry Gibson is still in the race. It's incredible car control of Ethan Ling has been given maybe a taste of his own medicine. Oh my days, what kart control by the number 89 of Lewis. Wild by name, wild by nature with that kind of kart control. And there's the point forward. Yeah. Please get going, says Ryan Mansfield.
Yeah, they're both trying to work together now, aren't they, the 2 leaders? Just both saying, let's just go forward, get away from these crazy people. And look at that. What was a 7-kart battle for the lead is now the entire pack.
We've got 3 wide through the final corner. It's not what you really want to see, is it? It's a little bit tense. Right, can we take a breath? Right, brilliant. Okay, no, I thought Mansfield was about to throw one up the inside. So Gibson, Mansfield, and Elliott. Really, 3 drivers we weren't expecting to be talking about for the race lead. Probably unfairly, maybe, by the looks of this race, because Gibson has been riding the waves, shall we say. He's been incredible in the way that he's absorbed all this pressure and the contact around him as Mansfield throws one up the inside. He's been cracked. That pressure has cracked. And there you go. Oh, everybody now tapping his helmet down. Oh, dear me. Oh, that's not the way you want to do it, though, is it, Ryan Mansfield? I tell you what, they've saved the best. And so I don't know who's next.
This is brilliant.
I don't know how the X30s are going to actually how they're going to follow this.
Well, you know how we said we've never seen someone where they got overtaken and then did the point forward. That's the first time I've seen all 3 give the point forward at the same time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with that one, aren't you? No, that's it's been amazing. This
ridiculous.
Right, woke me up.
It's just complete chaos, isn't it? Anarchy. Everyone. That's what I was going to say earlier. The difference between the Honda cadets and this, they're all so close on pace. Oh, and someone's round. One of the Alonso karts round at Ashby. We'll find out who that was. But yeah, as I was about to say, no teammates. That's what is making this great, I think. No teammates. There's barely any working together on. There's a couple people in similar teams and stuff, but really, everyone just absolutely going from it from the offset, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, I think maybe they're older, they're going through adolescence, the testosterone is maybe getting come through their body a little bit more as well. So it's a little bit more for pride here more than anything else. Ryan Mansfield and Gibson going side by side through the first corner, the last corner even. And again, they're still trying to tap their head signal. Oh, it looks like Elliott wasn't going to listen to any of that, though. No. Looking up the inside. To be fair, if you're Elliott and you're thinking, well, I've got a really quick driver in Ethan Ling behind me, I really don't want to get caught in this position. I'd rather be in second and have Harry Gibson deal with him like he's had to most of the race.
That's true, that's true. Yeah, it's interesting seeing all the tactics with the pointed borders. Ling, that was late. It's going to squeeze him out wide. Might go to the grass there. Nearly come together there. Not going to be too happy is Archie Elliott with that one. That was a bit of a late move from Ling. We've seen him try a few cheeky late ones that haven't really worked out, and that being one of them there, but managed to keep it together, and he's going to make a cheeky late one that actually sticks this time through the final corner, and up to 3rd goes Ling. I was going to say, I have seen some interesting ones where people have looked back, the guy behind's pointed forward, and then gone for it at the next corner. So it's also a bit of a mind game, and you're not going to be too happy with the person you're battling against, but equally, who cares? You're trying to beat them. So
that thought crossed my mind actually when we saw the Hondas earlier on, and the driver in the second place, I can't remember their names now, pointed to the O plate to move over, and I thought I'd be really cheeky if he just chucked it on the inside now.
But no, luckily all of them being respectful as of yet anyway, and Ling making it through up into third place. These two though have actually kind of followed each other's pointing forward, have made a little bit of gap out front now, just kind of less than a second, but I'd say Ling's now through. Probably going to have closed up. Ling has been incredibly fast, so let's see as they come across the line now. Start a new lap. What is that gap looking like? A fastest lap from Ethan Ling, of course, a 46.15 for him. That gap now less than a second between himself and Roddy Mansfield in the lead.
Yep, there's two drivers at the front, Mansfield and Gibson. They're doing exactly the right thing. It just might still not be enough. That's the 89 of Wild going through on Elliott, so that's a change for fourth position. And again, I would like to see Wild get involved in this battle for the front. Oh, there's the 64 now. I think we saw the 64 off earlier. Yeah, Luke Collins was the driver we actually first saw off on the first lap.
Yes.
And yeah, Luke Collins, unfortunately, his day hasn't got much better. He did make it back up to 18. I fear that he's dropped back a little bit further now. Here is the race lead move though, and Gibson decides, you know what, I don't want Mansfield in the lead anymore. I don't care about tapping my helmet moving forward, even though he's just done it now, because he looked over his shoulder and thought, oh, that might not have been a good idea. I've got Ethan Ling behind us now.
Just spots through and goes, oh god, we need to work together, mate. But yeah, here comes Ethan Ling, really closed down on these three now. Despite having that little altercation earlier, a little bit of an off, right back involved in the top three battle, and if they continue to battle again, we've got what, 4th to about 15th there, ready to pounce. So yeah, let's see how this one plays out. But it was a good move from Gibson on Mansfield to take the lead. Can he hold off Mansfield and Ling? We'll have to wait and see. So 2.5 minutes to go.
One driver we are missing from this battle, which would be very entertaining to have involved, is Alfie Brooks, of course, who we mentioned at the beginning, and he's now in 12th place, if anybody's wanting a bit of an update on Alfie Brooks.
I was going to mention him because he dropped down to about 16, I think it was 18, something like that. He battled up well, now up to 10th. Last time across the line, but yeah, not quite moving up as fast as he would hope after that calamity earlier in the race.
He's definitely not going to be involved in this battle by the end, is he?
But I think in 10th, I think he's well involved with this second pack, isn't he? He's well in the middle of that. So any kerfuffling in the front, that pack will be on the back as there you go. Ethan Ling sends it up the inside of Ronnie Mansfield, takes second place commandingly. He loves the move at that corner too. But as I was saying, group behind will then catch back up if these guys start battling hard. So I think he's still in with a chance, Alfie Brooks, even though he's in 10th. He's only 3.5 seconds off the lead.
I think Alfie Brooks has got a good chance. I'm going to make a declaration. 5th place.
5th place. Okay.
I think he's definitely got the pace to be in 5th. He's got the pace to be in 3rd,
yeah,
doesn't he, really? It's just whether or not he can get through in the next minute and a half. I think he's up to 8th already. 5th place would be not the end of the world for him. I think he should be fairly pleased with that one. Well, especially how his race actually went at the beginning. Ethan Ling, it was a 3/10 gap. I tell you now, once the camera's cut to him, there we go. That is not 0.3 of a second. It's more like 0.03 of a second, isn't it? Trying to get his kart in the correct place to get the drive in towards the boot, maybe. Not going to happen just yet, but again, he's taking that nice wider line. Get that cut back. We've seen this before. Nearly. Oh, hello. Mansfield learned a thing or two from Mr. Ethan Ling and goes into second.
That was nice. Yeah, read the situation nicely, did Mansfield there. Ling tried to get the switch back. Not quite enough to put it alongside. Not quite a great exit. But you see what I said? Those three start battling, and the rest of them will be on them. Wild and Hunter have now joined the battle.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it's boiling. It's building, isn't it?
Mate, it's only 30 seconds to go. There's not much more building we can do.
Well, no, but it feels like it's going to boil over, is my point. That's probably more the analogy that I was going for. You sort of get that nervous energy, don't you? Especially if they all start doing this and they're so aggressive to get over to that inside line. 89 of Wild, we know he likes a little bit of an ambitious move, and as Ethan Ling goes towards the outside, this could be incredible into the boot. Ethan Ling trying to get into second and hanging Mansfield out to dry. Wild trying to follow on through. Ethan Ling has had enough of this. Get me gone, get me through. You guys can fight amongst yourself. 6 seconds left. We'll be on the penultimate lap of the race. To be honest, can we add another 12 minutes to this, please? This has been brilliant. Ling around the outside. This is surely going to end in a little bit of hanging out to dry. No, he slots back into second place. Harry Gibson holding on to that lead like he has done for the majority of the race. If he wins this, no one can complain.
honestly. That move from Ethan Ling, absolutely audacious. I haven't seen a move that good today anyway. Looks like he could get into there. Nope, just squeezes off, does Gibson. Gibson has been dealing with this pressure unbelievably. Look at the amount of cars behind him now. It's the whole field again. Ethan Ling tries it around the outside into the final corner again. Not quite going to happen. Can he get a switch back? No. Gets squeezed up. And look at that. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, I think now. Going for this lead. Onto the final lap we go. Gibson still leads us through. And oh my goodness, I don't think I can contain my excitement, mate. This is amazing.
Well, we'll try and give it a go, because as they go to Christmas corner, Gibson's got his head on a swivel. We'll call him the Owl because he keeps rotating. Oh, no! Oh, that's such a shame. Apologies about the shouting if you're wearing headphones especially. Ethan Ling and Ryan Mansfield end up making contact through Christmas corner. I said it felt like it was going to boil over. It felt like there was a nervous energy about the place. And it really, I suppose there's only one way of doing it. Well. That's one way of finishing it off. We'll have a look at who they are maybe as they come across the line. We'll focus on our race leader because, as I said, 99 Harry Gibson, maybe not the way we envisaged him winning this, but no one can really complain that he has. He's already
celebrating.
And he loves it as Harry Gibson, and to be fair, why wouldn't you? With the race that he's had has been absolutely fantastic. Wild will be absolutely loving the fact that he's come in second place. Hunter probably can't believe his luck that he's in third. Alfie
Let's have a look
Brooks,
at this.
fourth.
What a race from Alfie. But look at this. Coming up to Christmas corner, you've got a slight replay. Look, slow-mo. Just gets it in a bit too hot. Can't quite get it turned in. Makes the contact, and the wheels just chucks him over the top. Luckily, doesn't make contact with the wrist of the number 76 car, of course, being Ethan Ling. Luckily, all okay injury-wise. Yeah, that could have really back wheel come up and sort of just taken his wrist off, basically. But luckily, all okay. Teammates giving each other a little bit of a high five there to finish off the race. But what an end. I mean, the whole of that race was unbelievable. We knew it was going to crescendo, and yeah, ended in tears for a couple of drivers, but it was to be expected. Certainly, well, maybe in tears for Harry Gibson, but they're tears of joy. What a race for the 99. And I'll just quickly run you through that top 10 because we'll keep watching just in case. Look at him, gives a kiss to the camera.
Thank God.
Love it, love it. So Harry Gibson all good in the 99. Number 89, Lewis Wild as well, so the teammates doing well. Oh dear, I think the 84 might have. Yeah, the 84. So that's Chris Banderi, got up to 5th at the end there. Gets a nose cone penalty. We'll wait for the number 50. Is that the 50 behind it? Is indeed. So that's George Hunter, should be P3, and it's P3. So let's run you through your top 10. Harry Gibson won that race. Lewis Wild was 2nd. George Hunter 3rd. Alfie Brooks ended up in 4th place.
I know.
Oh, to that, what? That is ridiculous. I've just noticed why you were bringing that up now. That's crazy. Chris Banderi in 5th, who did get a penalty there at the end. Scott Smith in 6th. Then it was Luke Ringham in 7th, Benjamin Ballou in 8th, Klaas Kuka in 9th, and one of our novice drivers, Kasper Pajewski, in 10th place. What a race from Kasper there, moving up into the top 10, so fair play. I can't see any race being better than that, but we've got 2 more to come.
I was going to say, we were talking about adrenaline dump before, weren't we? I feel like the last 2 races here, we're going to have to properly pick ourselves up from there, because that was brilliant.
Ridiculous.
Speaking of the next 2 races, I believe we're going for race number 31 now, and it is the Junior Max A final. So the Junior Max A final, as I said, apologies if we feel like we're a little bit on a come down here. it's a bit hard work after that one. But the Junior Max A final, with this grid in front of you, just screams quality racing. Row 1, pole position, Alfie Briggs. 2nd place, Jessica White. 2nd row, William Ray and Freddie Ingram. 3rd row, Azaki Hussein and Joe Garraway. Row 4, Bobby Rosier and Spencer Brown. Row 5, Alfie Thompson and Oliver Kerr. Row 6, Riley Brown and Jake Howarth. Row 7, Darren Marsell and Mitchell Mulvey. Row 8, Ewan Thomas and Thomas Behrman. Row 9, is George Allen and William Pemble. Row 10, Romarian Ubi and Alfie Bray. Row 11, Ross Tyler and Arthur Thacker. Row 12, Ollie Ward and Alfie Richards. Row 13 is Callum Gosh and Zane Khan. Row 14, Harrison Morrow and Archie Buttle. Row 15, Jensen Weston and Caden Welch. The final 2 rows, row 16, Nicholas Ellis and Arjun Cheddar. And row 17, Josh Cook and George Spilsbury. If you recognise those drivers, it'll be because they were in the B final probably about 40 minutes ago now, actually, probably about then. So those drivers promoted from the B final up into the A final.
Let's see how they can do. Obviously a bit difficult to come from sort of 30th back to anywhere near the top, but you never know what can happen, and we can have some upsets like a crazy race like the last one where the entire field stays within about 3 or 4 seconds. So you never know what can happen, so it's all definitely to play for. Out there on circuit for our second to last race of the day, our second to last final of the day. Of course, our Junior Max grid. Like you said, the top of that grid, wow, I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Alfie Briggs on pole, Jess White in second, William Ray on third, Freddie Ingram fourth, Zaki Hussain fifth, Joe Garraway sixth, Bobby Rogers, Spencer Broham. It just doesn't stop. Just the names just don't stop. It's been fantastic. And look at that, our triple three, David Martial, who we spoke to, only been doing it for a year. They're in 13th on the grid. So I think a really good performance there from David. He should be very happy with himself.
Absolutely. And if you think, oh, all we've done is spoken about David quite a lot. Well, if you want to be spoken about,
then don't run away from us when we're trying to interview you on the Paddock Show.
Because naturally, if we have a chat to you, we learn a little bit more of your backstory, we're going to end up talking about you a little bit more.
Exactly.
And that's the way, I mean, that's the way it goes. It's the way the cookie crumbles. There's, as I said, about 200 names on the entry list for any Whilton Mill Kart Club. We can't know everything about all the drivers. So please, if you do see us recording the Paddock Walk, basically, the Paddock Show that we do at about 8 o'clock in the morning on race days, then don't run away. Come over, say hello, tell us a little bit about your story, your name, number, classes, and sort of why you got into racing, anything like that. It's always nice to hear as the ambulance goes back into position. As I said, it's always nice to know, and then you get a bit more of a backstory. So, when you appear in other championships, so maybe a driver from the Whilton Mill Kart Club might end up going to the British Champs, and one of us is commentating, or say DJ is commentating, or someone like that. They'll know a little bit more about you, and they'll give you more of a shout out on the bigger stage as well. So it's all about building up that brand almost, isn't it, being a racing driver?
Exactly. Yeah, just getting yourself involved with obviously all this new live streaming of sort of lower ends of motorsport. I mean, this is still very high level karting and motorsport, but this would never have been televised.
Absolutely
even
not.
20 years ago, 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, probably wouldn't have even made it on terrestrial television. So it's fantastic to see all these drivers starting to make a name for themselves at such a young age. But again, that does add an extra element to it for these drivers, something to deal with that maybe they would never have had to if they were born sort of 10 or 15 years earlier. So it's definitely a new skill to get, which some are better than others at, which I think is just very natural with any sort of ability, isn't it? Some are naturally going to be better than others, but that's okay. We love having a chat with all of you, so just get involved, and if you have a chat with us, we're probably going to talk about you a bit more.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, though, that you make. I mean, the Whilton Mill Kart Club, we used to race here. Well, Tom did anyway. And, yeah, never in a million years did we think that it would ever be sort of have the ability to watch along at home. If we could watch it along at home, me and my mum definitely wouldn't have come and watched so many times, to be honest. Yeah, we never in a million years thought this. I remember Tom racing at the TKM Festival, which I believe is still a thing. And that was shown on Motors TV or whatever it was called back then. That was like a big deal. So I was like, oh my God, going to be like, people are going to be able to watch. Like, really weird. Unfortunately, he never did very well in it. But yeah, it's a big deal. But you're right. I think a lot of people go into motorsport and they think to be the next Lewis Hamilton, to be in F1 and everything like that, all you need is this sort of natural talent and everything like that. Unfortunately, in motorsport, it's not the case. Everybody knows there's a lot of other factors, and a lot of factors you can't necessarily control as well. But one of the things you can control is that sort of media training. And as I said, we won't ever force you to come and have an interview with the Paddock, but the more you are in front of camera, the more you sort of are putting yourself on screens and putting yourself through social media, especially when you're moving up the order. Maybe not in the cadets, don't get me wrong, but maybe when you're in the junior X30s or senior X30s and things like that. If you have ambitions in going into cars or even world or just getting any kind of sponsors, it's really important to have that relationship with the camera in a weird way, and to be able to be sort of comfortably answer questions on it, because we're going to try and be as nice as possible and try and get the impromptu for answers if you're a little bit nervous and everything like that. But it's all about being marketable and being likable, sort of thing, and that's probably as important as driver ability when it comes to progressing through the motorsport ladder, because it's a hard ladder to be in. You don't want to be sacrificing those sort of little bits and bobs.
Exactly, yeah. And if you've got to be pretty unbelievably ahead on the pace scale to let that be lacking on the personality scale at this point, because there are so many quick drivers that it's becoming harder and harder to distinguish yourself on track. So distinguishing yourself off track can be of real assistance nowadays. But yeah, as you say, maybe that's a bit of pressure to start putting on the cadets.
Oh yeah,
sort of juniors and then into seniors as well. You really want to start making a name for yourself both on and off the track.
Yeah, it's just little things like for a cadet driver, we might say, oh, is there anybody you'd like to thank? How are the team doing? Are they preparing your karts well? And all those sort of things. And they go, oh yeah, the karts, the team are doing really well. Whereas if you're a senior driver, that should be one of the first things you think of. Yeah, that should be one of the first things you think of. When someone says, oh, how's your weekend going? You instantly sort of say, oh, you know what, the team have done a great job. They've put a brilliant kart under me. And so, blah, blah, blah. It sounds like it's all the boring things, but if you can give your shout out to your sponsors and your teams and everything like that, sponsors will be more likely to want to have a relationship with you. And as I said, just a bit of advice from what I've sort of learned over the years, I suppose, watching my brother and obviously being involved in the media now behind it as well. It's a vitally important and underutilised skill for a lot of racing drivers who don't quite make it to the top because they can't bring in that sponsorship. Exactly, and as you say, it's the sponsors that keep things going, especially when you get up to those high levels of motorsport. The kind of statistics are pretty eye-watering.
So you need that kind of backing from sponsors and assistants like that. So, no, as we say, it's just a full round package, but at the end of the day, we've had the interviews. Now we're going to look back to the racing again, continue on with the finals. Only 2 left to go today. I'm very excited for this one. We've got a pretty stacked grid, haven't we? We have indeed, yeah, of course. It's the Junior Max A final, Alfie Briggs and Jessica White. I mean, Jessica White could probably have an argument to say that she should have won one of the races before. Obviously had a little bit of a mistake. So just because there's a bit of a points disparity, 6 points in it between Alfie Briggs on 104, Jessica White on 98. That would be a lot smaller if Jessica White hadn't made that sort of small mistake. And I'm sure she probably, looking back at that, she's probably processed that and think, you know what, that's not going to happen again. I'm going to go out, be a bit more calm, make sure that my lines are being hit, and learn from those experiences. Exactly. I think it could really hot up in this one. As you say, the point system doesn't always tell the full story. So people can have some calamities, whether because of their own mistakes or something completely out of control that puts them slightly further down the order than maybe they should be. But lots of people up and down the order, some incredibly fast drivers. So let's just have a quick look as well at the championship table. Would you mind getting it up on yours as well? Because you've got all the full details of the Junior Max Championship. We'll have a look. Yeah, so in the Junior Max, I mean, drivers will be keeping an eye out on who are consistently up there at the front. Sam Baker, one of these really fast drivers. Who I don't believe he's here today. Nope. So Zaki Hussein. He is definitely here today. We've seen his name a few times. He's starting P5 in this one. Yeah, he's on 554 points, so about 40 points behind Sam Baker. Who, as we said, is not here. Now, they do have drop rounds in the Whilton Mill Championship, but they're difficult to really calculate until the last round. Until you're right at the end, yeah. Because you don't know how it's all going to figure itself out. So Zaki Hussein, but interestingly for Zaki Hussein as well, Mike Porter, who's currently 3rd place in the championship, also not here. So really, out of the top 3, Zaki Hussein can make a right charge towards the top end of the field. I will say, to be fair, though, on points, obviously, you say with the drop rounds, it's difficult to work out, but 554 for Zaki Hussein. Then the next closest is our 3rd position, which was Mikey Porter, wasn't it? Yeah. Then Spencer Brougham, only 1 point back, 542 from Mikey, and he is very much here today, currently on 8th on the grid in this one. So Zaki in 5th, Spencer in 8th, and Jessica White 5th in the championship, 2nd on the grid. So we could see some changing up of the championship order here today. We could indeed, and which is exciting for the drivers that have turned up today. Whenever you're going to one of these races or one of these race meetings, you're sort of looking around, maybe even at the entry list. I never looked at the entry list because I was never in a championship where people would miss out on rounds. Whenever I was racing in Genettas. Well, exactly. If you're racing in Genettas, you're spending so much money on that particular championship that you think there's not a chance anybody's going to miss it. And quite often, that's the only thing they're doing anyway. Whereas, we mentioned quite a few times, a lot of the drivers that are involved in the Whilton Mill Kart Club will have appeared in the championship. They're probably
British Kart Championship as well, and I believe the British Kart Championship is going on at the moment. I think it's the rotax.
I think you're right.
Luke Austin was saying earlier on. So, you know, whereas I think the last time I was here in March, I think it was the Iamis, which weren't here. So,
yeah.
you know, you get such a variety that if you're just gunning for this one championship, it's just key that you turn up to every single race and see what happens. Because you never know, your rivals might end up deciding that they want to go and do another championship instead, just for that one round, or trying a different kart or something like that. And there's an opportunity for you, basically.
Exactly, yeah. If you're just turning up, finishing the race, you're in with a shot of sort of top 10 of the championship, top 15. And if you get in top 10 in sort of every race you're entering, you're likely to be getting up into that top 3 and maybe even challenging for the championship.
Well, exactly. I mean, per round, let's say you average 25. Say you get 75 points out the heat, so that's 25 points per heat. If you win it, you get 36. So that, you know, 25 points is fairly, you know, average. And then you go into the race, and let's say that's out of 60. So let's say you score 40. You know, all of a sudden you're getting 105 points off the top of my head, I think. And that can really bolster your chances and jump you up ahead of a long way. So Zaki Hussein today will gain about 100 odd points on Sam Baker. Obviously, the drop rounds made that a little bit more complicated to figure out, but you sort of get my point in the fact that turning up gets you a long way.
No, for sure. No, it definitely does. But hopefully we'll see the karts entering the circuit soon enough. I mean, we did see the ambulance, didn't we, coming back from somewhere on circuit, so clearly an incident maybe in the last sort of part of that last race, but there we go. We do see the drivers entering on to the circuit. Hopefully we will be getting the Junior Max A final underway very shortly. See if there's anyone saying things in the chat. We've got, yeah, it is indeed, of course, the Junior Max. Josh Cook, number 55. Good luck to Josh Cook from Sandrine Cook. And also Matt Cook, his dad and mechanic, who celebrates his 49th birthday today. So shout out to Matt Cook, big dad and big mechanic, celebrating 49.
I wish we got that on the Paddock show.
We should have done. How did we not find Mr. Cook and his 49th birthday? I'm sure he'll be very angry for me to say he's only 1 year away from the
dreaded
from the big 5-0.
Yeah, from the dreaded half century.
He's going to hate me now. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
so sorry, Matt. I've said happy birthday, and then I've also reminded you that you're wrong. I'm sorry.
Such a young person to say.
Sorry, Matt. You've done a great job mechanically.
You're old.
And let's see how Josh Cook does it in this race. They're going to come around the final corner. They're going to get gridded up. And we'll hopefully get this one on the way.
You're over 30. You're ancient. Right then, yes, look, we are racing, and it looks like there's a false start. I wasn't going to say that. I think that looked a little bit ambitious. But what I would also say is I've seen them be a bit more lenient than that so far.
Yeah.
I was going to say, where is my... I was looking at the championship. I took away from the grid order. Alfie Briggs and Jessica White on the front row. Remember, William Ray and Freddie Ingram, who I've just seen, has got a nice message in the chat, giving a little bit of support from 4th place. Zaki Hussein, we've already mentioned, in 5th on the... sorry, 2nd in the championship and 5th in this particular grid.
Yes.
So Zaki Hussein, a driver to be keeping an eye out in terms of championship order. None of the rest of them are really in with a shout with the championship. It's just for personal pride, this one, for another trophy on the wall.
No, exactly. And Josh Cook, who I just shouted out, actually one of our people who made it up from the B final, came 3rd in the B final earlier, so has got a cheeky little extra race. So go on, Josh. And starting from 33rd, he can only go forward, so let's see how he does.
Indeed, yeah. For the next Wilton Kart Club, I'm actually going to check what the tyre situation is and how many tyres they're allowed, because if you do another 9 minutes of racing, it takes a lot of life out of the tyre. But I don't know the answer, so I'll find that out next time for everyone. As we go across the line, we are racing, and I think Jessica White actually came across the line in first, but as they go through Oblivion, it looks like it's going to be Alfie Briggs still leading the way, and good move through Christmas Corner, I thought, for the midfield, but actually I think it's pretty much as they were, as they go towards the infield now. A couple of drivers going defensive, a couple of drivers going aggressive as well. It's difficult to see who's doing what in that midfield, but what we can say is that the front two are pretty much as they were and on the grid, and that's Alfie Briggs in the lead with Jessica White in second.
Indeed, it was just kind of a gaggle of colours, isn't it, as it goes through that shot down at Ashby. But yeah, making our way to the end of the first lap. I did see Spencer Brougham trying to hang one around the outside of Christmas. Not sure if it paid off though, so let's see as they come across the line to finish lap 1. You are indeed right, it's Alfie Briggs in the lead, Jessica White in second, Freddie Ingram third, Zaki Hussain fourth, then William Ray, Spencer Brougham, Joe Gowrie, Bobby Rozier, Alfie Thompson and Riley Brown rounds out your top 10.
Was indeed a little, I thought there was going to be a little bit aggressive into the braking zone. He actually gave him the space in the end. The 2-2-2 going past the 53, that is Oliver Kerr going past Riley Brown. Two drivers we've seen at the sharp end of the order so far today, but maybe not in this A final towards the beginning anyway. Maybe they've been a little bit mugged because I think Oliver Kerr, lost 2 positions, Riley Brown gained 2 positions, so they're around that top 10 area as we're focusing again towards the front end of the 131 of Zaki Hussain from 65 has just gone through, and William Ray, that's Spencer Brougham on William Ray.
So yeah, William Ray tried to make a move on Zaki Hussain, got held up a bit, and then bad exit, of course Spencer Brougham to then dive it down the inside at the boot. Well read from Spencer, moves up another position. He's moving up through nicely through this race. Spencer, one to watch up there in the championship for sure. So let's see if he can move up any further. That's the 131 of Zaki Hussain just ahead. There's a move, Oliver Kerr trying to make it stick on the 102 of Jake Howarth, trying to move himself up into the top 10. Not quite happened that time around. Let's see another move down to Ashby. That was a late one. Squeezes it to the apex. Not sure if they made it out okay. Looks like they have. No one off in the grass, so yeah, definitely made out okay. But whether he gained a position or not, can't really tell just yet. But Alfie Briggs seems to be kind of storming away with this one, doesn't he?
Yeah, Jessica White doesn't really have the ultimate pace at the moment to live with him. But we have seen in previous finals that doesn't necessarily, the beginning of the race doesn't naturally tell us the end. And the second half of the race could be a completely different setup. The kart could be set up to maybe come in towards the end with different pressures, and maybe the tyres will get a little bit warmer and everything like that. So it's going to be quite interesting as Ray goes up the inside of Zaki Hussain. And again, that's a move for 5th position, so the top 5 has changed.
Indeed it has. I will say we did hear in our ears during that opening lap that the drivers do have to use the same set of tyres for the whole day. So if you're doing a B final, you're taking life out of the tyres that you then don't have for the A final. However, despite that, Josh Cook has already moved up from 33rd to 24th from our B final. That is incredibly impressive. So the love in the chat from Mum and Dad and Mechanic 49th birthday Dad. They're loving it. So go on, Josh. He's moving his way through nicely. We'll see if he can get up any more throughout the race. That gap at the front now, 0.7 as they came across the line. Briggs leading White, leading Ingram. Here's a move into Christmas corner. 49 down the inside of the 89. That's Bobby Rozier on Alfie Thompson. Bobby Rozier very, very quick in these karts. Someone who I would have expected to see a bit further up the order today, to be honest, but not having his quickest day, but making some nice moves stick as that one that we just saw.
Yeah, so 8 minutes to go in this Junior Max A final. The front two pretty much at the moment decided themselves, haven't they? So what Freddie Ingram, who got some love and support in the chat, is trying to just about keep the gap to Spencer Brougham. Might end up being a little bit more difficult as there's a move to the inside by the 102 of Jake Howarth. And I think that's Joe Garraway potentially. Contact warning for Joe Garraway as well.
Yeah, Jake Howarth, lovely setup through the boot there. Got the switch back nicely. Then just took a little bit too tight through the final corner, lost the momentum and lost the position again. And Oliver Kerr is going to take advantage of that as you lose the momentum out of the final corner all the way up to Christmas corner. Ollie Kerr down the inside. I think that's going to move him up into 10th place. But as you say, that is a big off. 3 or 4 karts there at the edge of our shot. Got the marshal running over to make sure people are all right, but looked like a couple of nose cones being lost there.
Yeah, no, one driver just spinning and sort of just being right on the racing line and parked straight across the circuit, which is never somewhere you want to be. I don't think we're going to have a full course yellow, which means hopefully they'll be able to move it out of the way.
Yeah, it seems okay. Oh, just as you say that, we go full course yellow.
God's sake.
Just as you say that, you've cursed us again. Damn you.
Well, that is a shame, really, because we had such a delay to the start of this race.
Yeah,
now this is...
here's a little replay then. We might see it at the back of the shot. Here we go. Going to come in there, just tips round, tips the rear end, and then bang! There's the contact. Drivers going left, right, and centre, trying to avoid the parked car. But yeah, it was a tap of the rear as they took the curb, wasn't it? Just lost that front grip, spun it round, and then the drivers coming, they're there. Nothing they could do. There's a car in the middle of the road. Impact.
Yeah, no, and the full course yellow will hopefully be over pretty soon, because really the only reason for it is so the marshals are not in danger, obviously. Very, very important reason.
Yeah, there were. That cart wasn't going to be moved without some serious pulling.
But it's not like we need to clear up a load of oil or nuts and bolts or anything like that. So, yeah, those marshals doing a brilliant job. The carts are already pretty much out of the way. We might be one more lap with the full course yellow.
I think we'll have one more here.
Just to be safe, with why not? And plus, what that does is just allow the race to be closed up a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, we don't mind this, because Alfie Briggs is not going to be happy about this at all. He was leading very comfortably. It was sort of up to almost a second, I think it was, by the time the full course yellow came out, and he was loving life. He had no care in the world out there in the lead, but now Jessica White right back on his rear end again.
Yeah, and it's almost a second opportunity for Jessica White to get it right, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
And
She's got to grab this.
Yes, absolutely.
Grab this.
Absolutely, because, you know, maybe it's clear that it doesn't have the ultimate pace. Alfie Briggs is very quick.
He is.
But if White can get the nose ahead, then that doesn't mean that Alfie Briggs is going to find it easy to get on past. Just because you have the pace doesn't mean that you can do that. And we've seen it before with other races and other finals already today, that if Jessica White does get ahead, and let's say Brown does her a favour and just has a lunge on Briggs, and you know, all of a sudden those two slow each other up, and all of a sudden you start getting the rest of the field involved and everything like that, it's difficult to get through a pack like this and break away. But by the looks of it, we're going to go green, and Alfie Briggs has got a good start.
Yes,
so it's a good start by Alfie Briggs. Jess White is probably quite a little bit closer than she once was. And going into Christmas corner, this potentially is the only opportunity she's going to get. She's probably aware of that as they hit the brakes at pretty much the same point. She's not able to make the move just yet.
Yeah, I don't. What denotes them knowing that it's going to restart there? Because there was still Battenbergs out at the final corner and the start-finish line before it turned green. So if there's no indication, I can see why they've left such a big gap. If there is an indication, how has third place left such a big gap? How has Spencer Brown left such a gap to Jessica White on that restart? I don't know. But anyway, we carry on. 4.5 minutes to go on this one. Still Alfie Briggs leading this one. Jessica White still on the rear end, has not been dropped. But yeah, to see if the CRG driver, Spencer Brown, again, another person we said had some brilliant pace around here at Whilton Mill. See if he can stay on the back of those two and sort of push Jessica White along to keep with Alfie Briggs.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jessica's actually closer than she was previously, and there we go. There's the intention. There's a little bit of a load in there as well. She's trying to push Alfie Briggs into a mistake there, and wasn't quite all the way up the inside, pushed him through. But that is intense if ever I have seen it, by Jess White not being pushed about. Get out of the way, Alfie Briggs. Get into my slipstream for once, and let's see how you can handle getting through me.
She wants it, doesn't she? Jess smells blood. Every opportunity, she's just diving for it. She's looking for it here into the boot again, and Alfie knows it. Move to the inside to cover off. This is going to allow for Spencer, Freddie, and Williams all get involved as they do. Tries to get it down the inside to Spencer. Not quite happening, jumping at that one a little bit too much. We've now got first to sixth in a queue, all the way down to Bobby Rozier now as well. So a number of big names getting involved in this battle, and this could really go anyone's way. We're just going to have to see how it unfolds with the aggressiveness. Down the inside goes the 65, though. Spencer Brown squeezes past Jessica White. He said, Jessica, you've taken a long enough time to try and make this move stick now. I'm going to go for it. This now sat behind Alfie Briggs.
Just get the impression if Spencer is just a little bit more patient, and he just Jessica had clearly shown the intent. She's shown so much forcefulness to try and get through Alfie Briggs. Spencer sort of, has he got the pace? Has he got that same intent? He's just trying to get away with Alfie Briggs. Well, Alfie Briggs doesn't need a second invitation. If you let him take his racing line, that's what's going to happen. Spencer looking at the inside, but again, it doesn't feel quite as much like he wants to get past and he wants to disrupt it as much as Jessica did. So from a spectator's perspective, it's almost a bit of a shame. Yeah, there we go. Brown telling Alfie to get gone. He wants a second place minimum. That's all he really cares about. A contact warning with Spencer Brown. The number 65 cart, and that doesn't mean any kind of penalty just yet, but he has been warned.
He has indeed been warned. I would have loved it if you had said, "Oh, I'm not sure if he's got the pace to," and then he goes for the move
straight away.
I really wanted him to. I'm not going to lie, but no, not quite last time around in the boot. Don't think he's going to be close enough again. He is Spencer. Jess about 1 or 2 lengths back now. Still got William Ray right on her chuff. Then another little bit of a gap to Bobby Rozier, and now Garraway involved in this one. Freddie Ingram was involved before. Now dropped back a little bit off this pack. Now sort of in a bit of no man's land between themselves and Ewan Thomas there in 8th. But here we go. Looks like it could be a move for third place. Down the inside goes William Ray. through he goes on Jessica White. So White down from 2nd to 4th in only a couple of laps.
Yeah, and obviously not the restart that she was hoping for with 90 seconds left to go. She's probably going to have to keep an eye out not to drop out into top 5 with Rosier just behind. And looks like a little bit wide there from Briggs. Browham again getting a decent exit. I don't think I gave him enough credit, to be honest. He's really stuck with Alfie Briggs. I do apologise, Spencer Browham. It just didn't look like at the beginning of this race that he quite had the ultimate pace, but it proved me wrong here because you're pulling away from a lot of other drivers. And also, tell you what, with a minute to go, not been dropped enough to say that there isn't a potential move for the last lap here, you know?
No, for sure, as there's another move. Down to 5th goes Jess White now. The 49er, Bobby Rozier, sees that move and sends it up at Christmas corner. I will also just flat. Oh, she's going to lose another one. Down to 6th, she might go even Jessica White now. Garraway trying to force her off. I think she's just be able to keep it on the inside. They're going to try and go 2x2 round. That's not going to work. They are going to make contact, and off goes the number 58 of Garraway. He's not going to be too happy with being forced wide there. He could see some repercussions there if he tries to get past White again. We'll have to wait and see. What I did want to flag was our man Josh Cook from 33rd, now in 15th place. Wow. What a go from the B final Josh Cook has had. But there you go, William Ray, fastest lap of the race there in 3rd, 46.00, 46.06 for Browham, 46.17 for Briggs. 13 seconds to go, they're pointing forward. Go forward, says Spencer. See how they can do. So what, that 5 seconds left to go, 2 more laps left of this one. It literally could go anywhere, these 3, I have no idea.
That contact warning that just flashed up on your screen, I believe, was a repeat of an earlier incident. I might be wrong, actually, because it does look like...
No, it's a new one.
It's a new one, isn't it? So he's had 2 warnings. Not sure how many you're allowed. I'd have thought it was only 1.
It's 3. I think 3rd one is a penalty. That's what I want to say.
Oh, he's going to the inside though, and he was risking a little bit of a penalty there. Actually, I thought, but he's loading up to the back of Alfie Briggs. All of a sudden, he realises William Ray is in to have a word about this, and he wants to get gone. He wants to get through as we go on to the final lap of the race.
That could really affect things there. William Ray collected the rear end of Spencer, exiting the last corner. That slowed them both down. It's going to mean that Briggs is not going to have to go to defensive. Browham has for 2nd place. He knows Ray is a big threat here, and I thought this could have been a 3-0 battle for 1st, but I think that tiny bit of contact has allowed for Briggs just to get away enough on this last lap. And look at that, the pack behind closing in just as fast, but sadly on the last lap already, so I don't think they're going to be able to get too involved. But yeah, it looks like that bit of contact might have just eked out enough of gap between these 3 to mean that Alfie isn't going to be challenged too much through the boot here. They enter the left-hander into the right. But Alfie, to be fair, has kept his head so pure during this race, and what a race he's had to take the win in the Junior Max A final. Shout out to Alfie Briggs. What a win there. Spencer Browham coming through the pack to finish 2nd. William Ray there in 3rd with great pace and the fastest lap of the race near the end there. The 46 dead. And it was Bobby Rozier in 4th. Jess White in 5th. Looked like she could be on for P2 there, but just falling down after that restart. Then it was Joe Garraway in 6th. Ewan Thomas in 7th, Freddie Ingram in 8th, Oliver Kurt in 9th, and Thomas Behrman rounding out the top 10, with our man Josh Cook ending up in 14th. 14th. Nearly 20 positions gained by Josh Cook on that final. So shout out to Sandrine Cook, I assume mum, in the chat, and to Matt Cook, obviously, on his 49th birthday. So what a race there. Another brilliant one with very little to no team orders, I guess you could call it, of them working together. Proper out-and-out scrap there with a couple of upsets, but overall, a brilliant final.
Yeah, Alfie Briggs fully deserved of that win, and all the points that comes along with it. Of course, Spencer Browham, I will apologise, a little thumbs up there to the camera. I sort of doubted him when he got into that 2nd place. And to be fair though, I think on that last lap, if it wasn't for a little bit of contact with William Ray, after he tried a little move into the boot, there was a move in it for him. Browham showed really good pace. So, yeah, there we go. Hold my hands up. Commentators do get it wrong sometimes. Or all the time. Yeah. Either one. Right. Into the final race of the day. That was the Junior Max A final. And we're going on to the X30 Junior A final. So the X30 Junior A final, the final of the day. This round 7 FastR WMKC, Whilton Kart, those not in the know. We'll see Fred Green on pole position with Cameron Platt Thompson in 2nd. Luke Sintler in 3rd with Jack Cox in 4th. In 5th is Zach Green and Freddie Lloyd in 6th. Row 4 sees Taylor Orridge line up against Kian Girity. Row 5 is Jack Mowat and Archie Heron. Row 6, Ryan Ekberg and Mika Taylor. Row 7 sees Josh Angabar and Hayden Eldridge. Row 8 is Morgan Hill and Charlie Morrison Jones. Row 9, Leo Brown and David McIntyre. Row 10 is Kian Leon Gameo. Damn it, Gameo. And Kai Vicini. Row 11, Jaden Gregg and Henry Gregory. Row 12, Jack Nettleship and Jack Collins. Row 13, Josh Jones and Joey Brown. Row 14, Flynn McDermott and Macaulay Guy. Row 15, Harrison Leach and Jack Owen Drawbridge. And finally, row 16, Luke Garlick and Charlie Locker. Two drivers definitely didn't deserve to be in the B final by the look of their pace. Row 17, Kira Harris and George Quartermain. I believe George Quartermain may be the only novice to make it into the A final. I could be slightly wrong.
I'm pretty sure you're correct there.
Yeah, no, he is. 96 end plate. So, yeah, the only novice driver to be in the A final, which is in itself quite an achievement, really, because first and foremost, as a novice, you want to beat the other novices.
Exactly, yeah, which he has done already. So it can only get better from here. So let's see how the novice can do moving up from the B final. As we said previously, starting dead last, so literally can only go forward. As we've already got a problem for one kart, hand in the air, something clearly wrong, jumping up and down in the seat, so frustrated. We'll try and pick out the number as it goes through. We've got away. I don't know who that was, but we will have a look when they come up through to start the race. We'll see who doesn't get underway. We'll update you on that. He's just trying to drag the kart back round from the pits really at this point, I think. But whether that's going to cause an aborted start, we might have to wait and see if they can hold them for long, if he can go across the grass or something like that. Taking the right-hander side, I believe it probably will be an aborted start to begin with. But we'll see how it goes. We might be able to pull in the pits quite quickly and then we can get underway. We'll see how the marshals deal with it.
You hope so, because, I mean, I'm quite enjoying myself. All the marshals out there will probably be thinking about what they're going to have for tea when they get home. And I'm sure a lot of the dads and lads and mums and daughters and sisters and brothers and everything will be quite hopeful as well to get away a little bit sooner. And there is the, to be fair, I think that was mainly because they just screwed up the start more than anything. It didn't look like they were very controlled.
I'm going to say I called it, mate. I'm going to say I called it. But
I'll give you that one.
I do agree with you. The middle of the track, there was just a big gap.
Even if everyone was there, it didn't look like they were quite together, did they?
No, not particularly. But I'm still taking it.
Yeah, I'll let you have that
Thanks,
one. Just because it's the end of the...
So kind.
And mainly because I have to work with you next month as well.
Yeah.
Don't want to end on a bad note.
Keep in my good books, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you'd probably be able to just tell Luke to get me off here and get you JD, DJ, DJ, I mean.
DJ Sports.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, you can tell it's the end of the day, can't you?
Yeah.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Luke just put in something in our ears that I won't repeat it because DJ might actually hear.
He might be quite sad. No.
Oh, we do love him. Sort of. He's probably enjoying himself at the British Kart Champs at the moment.
He is indeed. But we've got more viewers, so Whilton Mill Kart Club is the top tier of racing, and here we go. We're going to get it underway for the final of the day. X30 Junior A final is underway, and we go. Look at them go through oblivion. So fast. All of them keeping it together. And what a lead already brought out by the front two. Won't even need to move it to defend. Third place definitely does, though. Moves over to the inside to cover off. But everyone making it through just about A-OK. As I say that, no, they don't. There's a lot of crashing. Yeah, we got to stop that. That was a lot of crashing. 5 or 6 carts off there on the exit, just past kind of Christmas and the Kink, down into Ashby. The leaders have no idea what's going on. They're just going for it, battling out in front, and already pulled away a nice lead. I think that is still Fred Green and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. I may do it. Your faux pas there of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Through the line they're going to come. I'll update you on what we finished the lap with. So it's Fred Green and Luke Sintler, my apologies. Cameron Pratt-Thompson there in P3. There's Jack Cox, Zach Green, Freddie Lloyd, Kian Garrity, Henry Gregory, Rylan Ekberg, and Josh Agambar. And it was around that sort of P10 mark where all hell broke loose.
It did indeed, and if anybody wants a statistic to back how much hell broke loose, Henry Gregory gained 13 positions up to 8th on that opening lap. Jack Collins went up 11 places, and so did Harrison Leach. As I'm looking at my timing score, I should be looking at the fantastic battling that's going out on circuit here, because they look like, I missed the drivers who were making the moves, but it looked like there was some very interesting sort of tasty looking moves there.
There were a couple of tasty ones slightly further down in the pack, and as you say, like with all that kerfuffle going on, it's kind of split our grid quite a large amount. There's a 73 going past the 53, as Cian Geraghty getting past Zach Green, just as Freddie Lloyd did earlier in the lap. With Henry Gregory now, as you say, gaining 11 or 12 positions on that first lap, now with the fastest lap of the race of 47.08.
Ooh, nice move.
That was a cheeky move into Christmas corner, wasn't it? 57 down the inside of the 199. That's Freddie Lloyd again, continuing to make moves up past Jack Cox into second place. Now, I did see, after that first lap incident, I'm pretty sure it was Taylor Orridge, Hayden Eldridge, Jack Owen Drawbridge, and Jaden Gregg and Jack Mowat all involved in that first lap incident. Actually, no, Jack Mowat didn't finish a lap, so it was Jack Mowat who pulled in before the start. There was those other three involved in that sort of kerfuffle up near Christmas corner. As we see a move there, 73 back down the inside. That is still Freddie Lloyd, isn't it?
No, it's Cian Geraghty.
No, it's Cian Geraghty now, sorry.
Cox.
Yes, you are right. So all of those moving up through the order well. Cox losing a couple of positions.
Yeah, so Lloyd looks like he's got a broken nose on that NASA panel, doesn't he? And anybody who tries to tell me that it's faster to have that NASA panel, I'm going to point to this performance by Lloyd and say, well, his is half off, and he's still going pretty quickly, so I don't believe that. But he's doing very well, to be fair, as part of it. A nice little move going to Ashby there, and as they go through towards the infield, you can see that the 73 Geraghty, they sort themselves out, maybe just a little bit of a gap now. Lloyd pulling maybe half a tenth of a second, not enough to that. He probably doesn't have to be worried, he doesn't have to look over his shoulder ever so often, but a good amount of a gap that he can really focus on going forward if he possibly can.
No, exactly. As you say with Lloyd, though, with that panel coming off, it is a clockwise circuit and it's pointing slightly to the right. So
well,
maybe it's giving him extra speed.
Yeah.
Let's point to the right.
No,
there you go.
but yeah,
big brain.
It's
big brain.
We'll go with that.
No, I think Freddie Lloyd has just got incredible pace today, despite the slightly broken cut. Track limit warning, though, for Freddie Lloyd as well, pushing it just a little bit too hard. But Fred Green has now retaken the fastest lap away from Henry Gregory, now with a 46.45, pulled out a 0.7 lead so far over Luke Sintler, who then has a second back to Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So I think that, and then another second back to Freddie Lloyd. So I think those top three kind of left us for this one, maybe, in case something crazy happens. Maybe we have a full course yellow and push it all back up. You never know, we'll have to wait and see. It is karting end today, but let's focus on this battle from fourth back. There is Freddie Lloyd, Cian Geraghty, Zach Green, Jack Cox, and then Henry Gregory breathing down there next as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the fight for fourth place is really what's drawing our attention at the moment, isn't it? And a bit of a shame that we had that big hard up for many reasons. One, the damage, the build, the fact that a lot of drivers have had their sort of points potentially ruined as well.
And their spines broken.
Well, hopefully not. But yeah, more to the point that it's sort of diluted the race a little bit towards the front end of the order as well, haven't they? And as you said, a lot of where that incident's happening was around the top 10 mark. That would have been a great battle, especially with the grid that we've got here today. We sort of had that taken
a little bit, but it is what it is. It happens in racing, and yeah, things happen here. It did look like a big drift for the first one, didn't it, for Green? I think it might have been looked even bigger just because of how that nose cone is placed. Looks like an even bigger slide, but seriously under pressure now from Cian Geraghty, isn't he? Cian's going to look for it down the inside into Ashby, goes for it down the inside. I think he's made that stick pretty nicely. Yes, he has, and through he goes up into fourth place.
Yep, good move there by Geraghty. No too worried about that one. Just sliding his way up the inside. Lloyd didn't seem to fight it particularly hard. Maybe he sort of see it was coming. But to be honest, Lloyd and Green, maybe there's going to be a little bit of a battle there as well. I'm sure Geraghty would probably be relishing in that opportunity because that will allow him to get that extra kart length or two. But as a track limit warning for David McIntyre up towards Christmas is Lloyd looking at the inside, not quite yet, with a big snap of oversteer there by Zach Green just behind.
And to be fair, I saw Cameron Pratt-Thompson put his left rear tyre onto the grass there entering Christmas, so he was lucky to hold on to that, to be honest, going just a little bit wide on entry, not what you want to be doing. However, he's closing the gap very nicely to Luke Sindler, only half a second in it now between Sindler and Pratt Thompson, as we've got a yellow flag into the boot. Let's just see if we can spot any karts parked up at all. Doesn't look like it, does it?
No. Oh, there maybe, on the left-hand side.
Yes, there you go, on the left-hand side, we've got a kart pulled off. Not sure who that was. I did see someone. Oh, it's Micah Taylor, I think. Micah Taylor's dropped 15 positions a lap or so ago. David McIntyre seems to have dropped down a little bit as well, but he's still running around. So I think it must have been Micah Taylor, another big name from this race, now out.
Yeah, there's a move for the second place. Sintler and Pratt Thomas have decided to not stay as they were, and I think Pratt, oh, maybe not actually. I might have been slightly looking elsewhere, but they're definitely together as the second and third place cars.
I think it was Lloyd going back down the inside of Garrett,
yeah,
wasn't it, that we
right.
saw. Yes, he's pointing forward. He pointed to the sky as, here you go.
No,
here's the battle you're talking about. And he's just made the move there into...
See, I say it happened.
Yeah, you were from the future. You knew it was going to happen, so you just said it before, and then you realised, oops, I said that a bit too early.
I've seen this episode before, like I mentioned.
We said that a couple of times today, haven't we?
Yes. But yeah, Pratt Thompson getting through finally on. I say finally on Sintler. He's shown some good pace.
Look at how that battle has closed them up now. These four of Lloyd, Garrity, Green, Cox, all now involved with a battle for second of Pratt Thompson and Sintler. So if they can hold each other up for just maybe like half a second more, we'd quite like that, I think. It would produce quite a nice battle for second at the end of this one.
Yeah, which is what we come to see, obviously. It's a nice little move there. Can't quite see the number. 73.
Green on Garrity, I think.
Yeah, green on Garrity for sure. So Lloyd pulling away just a touch, and is now the driver who is tasked with catching up to the likes of Pratt Thompson and Sintler. Sintler obviously in third position now as Pratt Thompson comes across the line. Zach Green confirmed to have overtaken Garrity on that previous lap.
Indeed, he has. I think our highest riser from our B final is Luke Garlick, up into 16th now already. Started, what was that, 31st. And then other ones doing well as well. But yeah, Luke Garlick, as we said, was kind of out of position really being in the B final anyway. So we would expect him to jump up a decent amount. Kai Bicini doing pretty well as well, up into the top 10 now. Having a good race. Jack Rocketship as well, they're in 13th. They're doing pretty well. Lots to watch out for in the middle of the pack. See if anyone can move up any further. And keep an eye out for Luke Garlick there in 16th. See if he can make it to the top 10 in this last 3.5 minutes. And here we look back to these guys. This is still Pratt Thompson, leading Sindler, then Lloyd, Green, Garrity, Cox. No, sorry, Garrity, then Cox, then Gregory. We've stumbled over all my words there. But Gregory just hunting down, still about a second back to him. I'd expect him to really have closed up a little bit better than he has done, but I'm still not going to count him out just yet.
No, I was going to say dangerous to count any of them out. We once said that the front three would sort of decide for themselves.
Yeah, we thought so.
Look how it's turned out.
2 minutes later, that's wrong.
Yeah, so with, speaking of the time, 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go the entire day as well, which is it's quite shocking really when you say it. I think it always disappears these finals in the afternoon, don't they? They just snap of the fingers and all of a sudden they're over, even though we've had 2 B finals as well. So yeah, great racing by the
I was going to say, I think that helps out the fact that the racing has been so unbelievably good. And this has been my favourite Whilton Mill Kart Club. And I always say how much I love Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Is that because I'm here?
This, that's kind of deducted from it a little bit. But the fact that the racing has been so good, it's maybe a 9.8 rather than a 10 because you're here. But like,
I see.
I'm joking, mate. I'm joking. The racing's been amazing, and if I do say so myself, the commentary has been amazing as well. So let's continue for the last 2 minutes 20 of this one. Seriously closing up. Pratt Thompson maybe gained had a half a second now over Sintler, but Sintler very much involved in that battle with these guys backwards now.
Yeah, no, it's oh, is that a snap? Yeah, it is. And look at the momentum that Lloyd took through there. Again, he loves that, doesn't he?
I love his point.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to click his elbow or something, isn't he? He's sort of forcing it forward. But I don't know whether that was Lloyd throwing it at the inside or Sintler just missing the apex, and Lloyd so happened to be looking at the inside anyway. But either way, great move, nice late break. Nice momentum being carried, and Lloyd. Look at the momentum Lloyd's got. He's pulled away a little bit from Sintler, who's giving a little bit of a tap at the helmet, saying, "Well, don't overtake me, Zach Green. You know I'm faster." But Zach Green doesn't care, and why should he? He wants a podium.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. 72 moves over to the, also must have been 73. Garrity moves over to the inside to cover off. So we've had an incident. That's 59 and 79. Who is that? Slightly further down the order. That's Archie Heron and Harrison Leach. slightly down the order. I think they're both trying to come back through after incidents earlier as well. So having another one just to make a bit of a meal of this race. But anyway, get that experience and move on. We could see a move around here though into the final corner. 199 is going to squeeze the 72 off. That wall comes up pretty quickly and it's pretty hair-raising stuff. But that means that Sindler's dropped from 3rd to 7th in the space of about 2 laps.
Yeah, that's 3 positions he lost on that lap alone. Zach Green, Keaton Geraghty and Jack Cox all getting through them in the space of about 2 or 3 corners as well. So yeah, Sindler has just had this race just disappear from him in essence. Fred Green is a driver who definitely hasn't had this race disappear from him. With 45 seconds to go, he's got a good 2.1 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Cameron Pat Thomas in 2nd place, and then pretty much a queue for 3rd. With Lloyd currently leading the way, pretty spot Freddie Lloyd. Looks like he's got a broken nose by the looks of it.
79's just coming to pits.
No,
Is that further down the order?
Yeah, I think that was a driver
It
that we
was.
saw
That was
having a bit of a
Harrison
crash.
Leach, who we just saw have the crash earlier, wasn't it? My apologies.
Yeah, so there we go. There's actually 2nd Pratt Thompson ahead of Lloyd. I didn't think Lloyd was that close to Pratt Thompson, but look at the space he's pulled up. 10 seconds to go. This will be the penultimate lap. Do I anticipate that on the last lap we're going to have any big moves? I hope so. Yeah. I hope so, but it is more out of hope than expectation.
That's true. I had not noticed that either, that Lloyd has closed up that gap to Pratt Thompson pretty impressively. Half a second between Lloyd and Pratt Thompson, half a second between Lloyd and Green. So all really closed up that group again, hasn't it? So let's see. We're going to come into the boot, and it looks like Fred Green in the lead will be coming around across the start-finish line to start the final lap. In just a second. We've been focusing on Zach Green for so long, we've forgotten there's another Green in this race.
Yeah.
In the lead. Sets a new personal best with Fred, 46.10 last time around, 46.08 for Pratt Thompson, 46.10 for Lloyd, 1.4 for Green. If they're all within about half a tenth of a second. So just ridiculous the pace on show here in our X30 Junior A final as they're coming round through the final lap. As you say, are they going to send any crazy moves? Might just be a little bit too far back.
It would be a crazy move if there was a move to be pulled.
Would be, yes. No, that's very true. So yeah, Pratt Thompson still currently holding 2nd place with Lloyd just behind, but here you go. Here is the 51, checks over the shoulder, knows he's got oceans of time, doesn't need to rush it through these final few sections of corners. Fred Green, what a commanding race with him in the X30 Junior final, helped by an earlier crash, but serious pace from Fred Green, and he takes the win, slaps his trusty Kart, and Fred Green, the number 51, wins the X30 Junior A final here at round 7 of the Whilton Mill Kart Cup. Cameron Pratt Thompson comes across the line to finish in P2 with Freddie Lloyd finalising that podium in 3rd place, and Zach Green was 4th, Keaton Geraghty in 5th, Jack Cox in 6th, Luke Sindler ending up 7th, and Henry Gregory in 8th, Josh Agambar in 9th, and Kai Bacchini rounding out that top 10. So an interesting final to finish it off of. Some amazing finals this afternoon. It's been fantastic, hasn't it, Joe?
It's been brilliant. Yeah, we're not going to hang around too long after them, obviously, but a big thank you for all the drivers to making it an absolute spectacle of a day and a spectacular day along with it as well. Before we say goodbye or anything, obviously watching these guys, any closing thoughts from you, John?
It's just been brilliant, mate. As I said earlier, I think it's got to be the best Whilton Mill Kart Club that I've commentated at. The racing has been fantastic. And like you say, the drivers, okay, I've just had him made because the producer knows he's often you, and today seems to be better, so no, I don't think that's right. But I miss James Pitching. Anyway, he's not gonna like that. But anyway, sorry, yes, my closing remarks. Brilliant racing, were a few comings together, so I have got to shout out the marshals as well. Yep. Really dealt with those Battenberg flags and red flag periods really well, really quickly. Amazing job from the ambulance team and all of the marshals. It's been a fantastic day of racing, and I can't wait to do it again in only a month's time.
I was going to say, if you are wondering when we are live for the WMKC next, it will be on the 28th of August for round 8. You can watch it here on Alpha Live. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you subscribed, liked, commented, or even if you just silently sat there and judged the racing and, of course, the commentary team. You've been part of our viewing figures, and we always appreciate you regardless.
Well, the only judging that could happen about the commentary is, wow, this is brilliant.
Exactly, yeah. I wish I was friends with these people.
You can be. If you see us on the next Paddock show, come and talk to us.
Exactly. It'd be fantastic. But a big thank you to everybody. Well done to the drivers, the marshals, the support, obviously yourself, John, and Luke producing, as well as all the camera people from Alpha Live. If you want to watch any more karting, racing, anything, keep it pinned to Alpha Live, and we'll see you next month on the 28th of August. Goodbye.